I sat on a park bench, clutching the notice of dismissal from the company in my hand, and my head was buzzing. I was in my early 30s, but my life seemed to have come to an end. As a programmer, I worked overtime day and night and tried my best to write code, but in the end, I was told, the company's performance is not good, and we have to lay off employees. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the sky gradually darkening above my head, as if everything had collapsed overnight. What made me even more desperate was that not only did I lose my job, but even my girlfriend, whom I had been pursuing for a whole year, broke up with me. She said I had no future and could not see any prospects. My heart was filled with irony. All the money I saved with great difficulty was spent on buying her bags and cosmetics, while I couldn't even afford to buy myself a decent piece of clothing. Su Xiaoyu, you are such a waste. I muttered to myself with a bitter smile on my face. Just when I was falling into despair, my cell phone suddenly vibrated. I frowned and took out my phone. A prompt box popped up on the screen. Congratulations on obtaining the consumer rebate system. All consumption can get rebates, and the rebate multiple is randomly triggered. Rebate system? I was stunned, wondering if I was hallucinating because of too much pressure. Where did this broken system come from? Out of curiosity, I opened the system interface. My eyes suddenly lit up. The interface was simple and clear, and even displayed several tips clearly. You can trigger rebates through normal consumption. The rebate multiple is random, with a minimum of 1x and a maximum of 10x. My eyes widened and my heartbeat quickened, as if I had been struck by lightning. Could this system be something that could change my fate? As I was hesitating, another message suddenly popped up on my phone. It was a post from my ex-girlfriend on WeChat Moments. She was holding a limited edition Hermes bag she had just bought, smiling sweetly, and there was a vague figure of a man next to her. I clenched my fists, and a few flames ignited in my eyes. She hooked up with someone else less than a day after the breakup? I suddenly realized that I couldn't be as cowardly as I was in the past. Now that I have this system, I have to take a gamble and completely change my life. I decisively ordered a limited edition Hermes bag on the shopping platform for 50,000 yuan. After the order was completed, I stared at the system interface nervously, my heart pounding. A few seconds later, the system prompt sounded. Successfully purchased a limited edition Hermes bag, spending 50,000 yuan, triggering a 5-fold rebate, earning 250,000 yuan. My eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a joke? The system interface clearly showed that my account balance had increased by 250,000 yuan. 5 times the rebate? Is this true? I stood up slowly, feeling as if my heart was about to jump out of my chest. In just a few minutes, my destiny seemed to have changed dramatically. I looked up at the setting sun and suddenly realized that the world was completely different to me. Since fate has given me this opportunity, I, Amelia Sue, will embark on the peak of my life from now on. Just an hour ago, I was still fantasizing that with the rebate ability granted by the system, I could easily buy the Hermes bag that my girlfriend Wang Jing was obsessed with and then win her back. According to my idea, I could use this surprise to keep her by my side and continue our so-called love. I didn't expect that life is sometimes full of irony. The truth is even more cruel than I imagined. When I held the bag I just bought, the only thought in my mind was, as long as I give this bag to her, she will see my sincerity and understand that I have the ability to give her happiness. However, as soon as I stopped in front of her door, I heard a voice that made me shiver all over. A man's voice, with a condescending tone and undisguised mockery, said, "Jingjing, has your poor boyfriend been dumped? I asked him to get out of the company a long time ago. Now you just need to be at ease with me." My heart suddenly twitched, and my mind went blank. That voice was none other than my direct supervisor, Xu Yong. I stood outside the door, unconsciously tightening my grip on the Hermes bag. I wondered, why is Xu Yong here? How are he and Wang Jing connected? When did they get together? A series of questions hit my head like thunder, but the conversation in my ears became clearer and clearer. Wang Jing's voice became soft but cold, as if she was talking about something insignificant. "Oh, it's okay to break up. Anyway, he has never been able to satisfy me, and he never even had a chance to touch me. If it weren't for his companionship, I would have dumped him long ago." Every word she said was like a sharp knife stabbing into my heart. Over the past year, I have cooked for her and helped her clean the house, thinking that these small efforts can make her see my sincerity. But now it seems that all this is just ridiculous charity in her eyes. "Let's go eat seafood later, and then buy that limited edition bag. I'll give it to you." Su Yong's voice was full of pride, and his hands were obviously wandering on Wang Jing's body. I couldn't stand it any longer and pushed the door open. Everything in the room rushed into my eyes like a picture I didn't want to believe. Wang Jing and Xu Yong sat side by side on the bed, their clothes disheveled. When Wang Jing saw me coming in, she was stunned for a moment, then quickly straightened her clothes, her eyes flickering, while Xu Yong did not have a trace of embarrassment on his face, but instead showed a sneer. Su Xiaoyu, why are you here? Wang Jing asked me calmly, as if I had done something wrong and she was just a victim. I was already burning with anger, and I almost gritted my teeth as I asked, Xu Yong, why are you here? When did you start? Xu Yong glanced at me with disdain, obviously not intending to say another word. Wang Jing smiled coldly, approached me, and said nonchalantly, since you are here, I don't want to hide it from you. I have been with Mr. Su for several months. Since you are not capable of supporting me, I must find someone who can give me a future. Her nonchalant tone seemed as if she was stating a common fact. It was at this moment that I truly understood that the woman I had always loved was just using me. And when she turned to another man, she didn't even feel a bit of guilt. At this moment, the Hermes bag in my hand suddenly seemed so ridiculous. I was still fantasizing about using this gift to win her back, but in fact, she had already fallen into the arms of someone else. I clenched the bag in my hand, and I suddenly realized that I was no longer the Su Xiaoyu who could only look up to others. I used to naively think that as long as I worked hard and loved with all my heart, one day Wang Jing would feel my sincerity and be willing to be with me. But the scenes before my eyes shattered all my fantasies. She is now standing in front of me, pretending to be nonchalant and acting coquettishly, hinting Xu Yong to buy her more and more expensive luxury goods. I once thought that this was the happiness she needed, but I, the one who fought for her happiness, was always just a loser in her eyes. I watched the couple quietly, the anger in my heart burning like a flame. I could have lost my temper here, hit them, and vented my anger, but I held back. I know in my heart that the system I have now has given me a more powerful weapon, money. Xu Yong was still mocking me with his condescending attitude. You are just a poor guy. Why do you bring a bag? You are unemployed now. Wang Jing is my girlfriend. What can you do to me? Today, you are like a mouse caught in a trap, unable to move. I stared at Xu Yong coldly. My heart was icy. He didn't even know that the moment he laughed at him had doomed him to tragedy in the future. Don't worry, I won't do anything now, I swore to myself. But I will make you understand that everything you did to me today, I will pay you back 1,000 times in the future. I looked at them without saying anything. I raised the bag in my hand and said to Wang Jing coldly, this is your favorite Hermes. It was originally a gift for you. But now I understand that I don't need this useless thing to win you back. You don't deserve it. Then, I looked at them and turned away without looking back. The air outside the door was much fresher than the filth in the room, and the remaining anger in my heart also cooled down. The moment they left, the system's voice sounded again. Consumption rebate successful, 5 times the rebate. The total amount is 125,000 yuan. This voice seemed to be a response to my anger just now. In the past, I was just a programmer, working hard and working overtime day and night, but I was still betrayed by my boss and girlfriend. But now I have different capital. Xiyong looked down on me because I had nothing before. But he will never know that what I have now is enough to make him lose miserably. I glanced at my phone and saw that the balance in my WeChat account had risen to more than 120,000 yuan. What I had to do in the future was simple. Spend like crazy, trigger rebates, and then have wealth that I had never dared to imagine. When I got home, my mind was already racing. I knew what I should do next: acquire Xinhua Technology. Although this company seems to be poorly managed now, and even on the verge of bankruptcy, it still has huge potential as long as it controls the cash flow and cleans out the internal pests. As for Xiyong, he was just a small bug in the wasteland of Xinhua Technology. I will let him know that losing me is the real beginning. His insult to me will become the most regrettable decision in his career. Thinking of this, my hands clenched into fists involuntarily. At this time, I walked into a high-end restaurant. The luxurious decoration and expensive prices of the dishes did not make me feel pressured at all. Instead, I felt a sense of novel excitement. The existence of the system allowed me to spend without any scruples, since I could earn back everything through rebates. The waiter sales pitch and the gorgeous menu all became tools for me to make money. I ordered a bottle of the most expensive Latour wine, plus all sorts of high-end dishes I had never heard of, and the price soared to more than 15,000 yuan in an instant. Although this is a consumption level that I would never have reached before, Now these numbers are no longer an obstacle in my eyes. After I paid the bill, the system's rebate notification gave me a surge of pleasure in my heart. It was 7 times the rebate. Not only did I have this meal, but I also made more than 100,000 yuan. Flipping through Douyin videos casually, I accidentally saw the female anchor, named 1.7 meters tall. Her live broadcast room was exquisite and beautiful. She played the guqin in ancient style, as if creating a poetic scene on the screen. The number of her fans has soared to over 100,000, which made me think, instead of running around to spend money, why not just spend it here? I decided to give her a big treat. I quickly topped up 100,000 yuan on Douyin, and the system immediately gave me another 700,000 yuan in rebates. Such a number made my heart beat faster. I casually clicked on the most expensive gift, Kunping Wanli, and gave out 6 of them in one go. Then I saw overwhelming special effects and comments from the audience on the screen. Thank you for the reward, Brother Su Xiaoyu. Brother Su Xiaoyu is so generous. The host's sweet voice penetrated the live broadcast room, and in an instant, the atmosphere of the entire live broadcast room was completely ignited. I ignored the compliments because in my heart, it was far from enough. I quickly recharged again and used the 700,000 I just got to buy more gifts. This time, I planned to rush to a bigger number. However, at the moment I gave the reward, the system suddenly issued a red exclamation mark. The current rebate amount has exceeded 1 million yuan. In order to facilitate the host's daily life consumption, this system will give you an exclusive white card. I was stunned, and a gleaming white bank card appeared in front of me. The last digit of the card number was 6,666, which carried an extremely noble aura. The system explained that this card can be directly linked to all banks in the world, without any spending restrictions, and my rebate amount will be directly deposited into this card. Is this the power I will be able to control? Immediately afterwards, a rebate of 3.5 million was quietly credited to the account, and in an instant, the total balance of the white card exceeded 3.5 million. I felt an unprecedented sense of excitement in my heart. From now on, money is just a number to me. Seeing the increasing popularity of the female anchor's live broadcast room, I did not stop, but continued to give rewards crazily. The special effects of virtual gifts continued one after another, and the audience in the live broadcast room was completely excited. Even fans of some other big anchors were attracted and entered the live broadcast room to watch the fun. In a short period of time, my name has become a legend in this live broadcast room, and my purpose is also very simple. Brush more money, get more rebates. With every tip, the female anchor decided to go on a private date with me. But during the date, she looked at me with a strange look. What did you think it was? I raised my eyebrows and looked at the female anchor's surprised expression. Oh, nothing, let's go. She waved her hands hurriedly, as if unwilling to continue the topic. I smiled, knowing exactly what she was trying to say. After all, from the outside, I don't look like a rich person at all. I wear ordinary clothes and hold an old mobile phone from a few years ago. I don't look like the kind of tycoon who spends a lot of money in the live broadcast room. In fact, I find this contrast interesting. She probably hasn't realized that this seemingly ordinary man in front of her has already mastered the secret of wealth. And today's date is just a small episode in the turning point of my life. We walked into Changyuan shopping center. I looked at my watch and saw that it was just lunchtime, so I said to her, "Let's go eat first. I know a pretty good restaurant. You can eat anything you like." She smiled professionally, obviously not having high expectations for this date. I took her to the Western restaurant we went to yesterday. After all, it was a nice place with high prices. The environment was elegant and the atmosphere was romantic, just right for an occasion like today. When the waiter saw us come in, he immediately smiled respectfully, obviously still remembering my generous spending yesterday. The 1.7-meter tall girl was slightly stunned. She obviously recognized this high-end restaurant. "Do you often come to places like this?" I chuckled and shook my head. "I don't come here often, but I came here once yesterday and thought it was good, so I brought you here to try it." After we sat down, the waiter handed us the menu again. Without thinking twice, I ordered a bottle of expensive red wine and a few signature dishes. Anyway, for me now, consumption is just for the rebate, and the money in my hand is just a number. The anchorwoman looked at my calmness when I ordered the dishes, and her initial impression seemed to be shaken. She probably began to doubt that I was not as ordinary as I seemed. As we ate and talked, I couldn't help but discover that apart from her sweet image during live broadcasts, the female anchor was actually a very interesting person in private. She spoke naturally, with a hint of casual wit, and occasionally mentioned the various strange fans she met during the live broadcast. She seemed a little bit unconvinced that I was willing to spend a lot of money on her like those people. Su Xiaoyu, I really didn't expect you to be so young. Why do you suddenly want to reward me with so many gifts? She finally couldn't help asking, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Guess what? I replied with a smile. She frowned slightly, obviously not being able to guess what I was thinking, but she didn't ask any further questions. Maybe she thought I was just an ordinary rich second generation who occasionally spent some money, and there was no need to delve into it too much. After dinner, I took her to the mall, mainly to buy some big-ticket items. She was obviously a little confused because I chose all men's clothes and asked for her opinion from time to time, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. You aren't going to buy anything for yourself? She asked, somewhat confused. Don't worry, I'll pick something for you later, I said casually, and then took a fancy to a few high-end suits and watches. When checking out, the prices of the goods were of course not cheap, but the amount of tens of thousands of dollars was of little significance to me. With every purchase, the system's rebate reminder sounded continuously in my mind, and my account balance continued to soar. Having come to this point, all I have left is a sense of exhilaration in my heart. The accumulation of wealth has become a kind of pleasure, and these consumptions are just the necessary path to a greater goal. At the end of the day, the female anchor seemed to slowly let down her initial guard and even smiled sincerely. You are quite different. I didn't expect you to be so happy today. I smiled, knowing that this was just the beginning. I would continue to make money and accumulate wealth until I was at the top of the world. As for the female anchor, maybe today's date was a luxurious experience for her, but for me, it was just an ordinary consumption behavior. What a coincidence. I actually ran into Xu Yong and Wang Jing on the street. I looked at Xu Yong and Wang Jing, who looked so confident, as if they had seen through something, but I found it ridiculous. Xu Yong actually said that I was looking for a female anchor to act. This self-righteousness made me wonder whether to cry or laugh. The female anchor's name was Female Anchor. She was also a little confused, but she reacted quickly and turned to me with a strange smile. Your ex-girlfriend is really interesting. It turns out that I have become your little actor, she said jokingly with a relaxed tone. I just smiled and didn't explain much. I don't care what these people think. After all, they have no idea of my true situation and cannot understand the way I live now. You two are still so ignorant and ridiculous. I raised my head, without a trace of fluctuation in my eyes. I was a little fed up with Xu Yong and Wang Jing's smartass attitude. There's no need to say more. Just think whatever you want. Su Yong's eyes widened, as if he was irritated by my attitude. You loser. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? I want to see how you spend your money here today. He pointed at the bag in his hand. How dare you pretend to be a rich man in a place like this? Do you believe I will expose you on the spot? I didn't bother to argue with him, so I just said to the clerk, please pack this bag for me, as well as the one she just picked out, and all the ones she likes. The clerk glanced at me, then looked at the female anchor who was slightly dazed beside him, and obviously without much hesitation, he immediately started packing for us. Wang Jing's eyes were full of confusion. She obviously didn't expect things to develop in this direction. She walked to the counter and looked at me, trying to find out something wrong. Su Xiaoyu, are you playing a prank? Where did you get so much money? I smiled and didn't bother to answer her questions. Instead, I whispered to the female anchor, have you chosen anything? If you don't like anything, let's go to the next one. The female anchor seemed a little overwhelmed as she looked at everything happening in front of her, but she quickly regained her confident smile. Okay, I haven't bought enough yet, she said jokingly, but I could see some curiosity and surprise in her eyes. Xu Yong on the side was getting more and more impatient. Stop pretending here. If you really have the guts, buy all these bags today. I want to see how you, a loser, spend your money. I smiled coldly, took out a white card and handed it to the cashier, swiped the card. When the white card gleaming with noble golden light was handed out from my hand, the cashier took it with a look of awe. She obviously knew the value of the card and started to pay without any doubt. At this moment, Wang Jing and Su Yong's faces suddenly turned ugly. Especially Xu Yong. His previous arrogance and contempt all disappeared without a trace after seeing the white card. Where did you get this money? It's impossible. Wang Jing was a little panicked. She couldn't believe that I could really afford all this. There was anxiety in her voice. It's too late to know now. I sneered, disdaining her in my heart. Her former arrogance and disdain now seemed so ridiculous in the face of facts. Okay, the bill has been settled. The clerk handed over the receipt and the packed bag respectfully. I nodded to her calmly and turned to look at Xu Yong and Wang Jing. You too, enjoy your smart lives. As for me, you are not worthy of discussing it anymore. I said in a cold tone, with no more ripples in my eyes. After that, I turned around and left with the female anchor. Walking out of the store, I felt much more relaxed. Those past troubles seemed to have completely disappeared in my memory, along with the figures of Wang Jing and Xu Yong. The female anchor joked, "You are such a mysterious person. What makes you so confident? I thought you were just a wage earner." "Worker." I smiled and shook my head. "It's just that you haven't seen my true appearance. Everything I have now is far beyond what the Su Xiaoyu who used to bow her head and swallow her anger could have imagined." Seeing Wang Jing's incredulous expression, I felt a surge of joy in my heart. The time when I had been servile and devoted to her seemed so ridiculous now. "You." Wang Jing bit her lip, her face turning pale and blue, as if she wanted to say something, but she was too angry to speak. Her self-esteem had obviously suffered a severe blow. "Pretending to be poor? You actually lied to me." Her voice began to tremble, and her eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. "Why did you do this?" I looked at her indifferently and said coldly, "Wang Jing, why? Don't you know what's going on? When I was chasing you and loving you, I even saved my money for food to buy you gifts. And what about you? When I needed you the most, you dumped me without hesitation and turned around and threw yourself into Su Yong's arms." Xu Yong stood nearby with a gloomy look on his face, seemingly still not recovered from the shock. He originally thought that I was a poor boy who could not possibly afford these luxury items, but he did not expect that not only could I buy them easily, but I also earned much more than him. "You are really good at acting, Su Xiaoyu." Xu Yong finally spoke, his voice full of jealousy and anger. He always thought he was superior to others, but suddenly he was slapped in the face. "Acting? Are you worthy of me acting for you?" I smiled mockingly and turned to him. "Xu Yong, stop being so self-righteous." I was furious. I didn't want to waste my words with you, but since you came to me today, I'll make it clear. I've seen clearly all the little moves between you and Wang Jing. I pointed at the bags and clothes that the female anchor had picked out. "These are just the small change I bought casually. As for you, keep on trying with your little tricks. When you see me again, I may no longer be someone you can reach." "You." Xu Yong gritted his teeth in anger, but the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. Obviously, my strength was beyond his imagination, and he had no way to refute it. Wang Jing finally realized that I was no longer the little person she could manipulate at will. Her eyes were complicated, with some regret and unwillingness, as if she suddenly realized what she had lost. But I don't plan to give them any more chances. Why waste time and emotion on people who have hurt me? "Su Xiaoyu." Wang Jing finally spoke with a hint of pleading in her tone. "Can we go back to the past?" I looked at her, shook my head, and said coldly, "The past is the past forever. You have your choice, and I have mine." After saying this, I turned around, took the female anchor's hand, and smiled. "Let's go, let's continue shopping." The female anchor followed me with a smile. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes showed appreciation and admiration. We left the store and walked towards the next luxury store, leaving Wang Jing and Xu Yong standing there with shock and regret on their faces. This unexpected drama has come to an end. The former bootlicker has now stood at the top, and they can only continue to struggle at the bottom. We walked to the dining area on the second floor. Looking around, we saw a wide variety of restaurants, diners coming in and out, and the air was filled with the aroma of different dishes. After looking around, the female anchor fixed her eyes on the sign of a high-end Japanese restaurant. She turned her head and said with a smile, "How about we eat this? I'm craving for Japanese food." I nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll listen to you today." I thought to myself, the consumption in this Japanese restaurant is not low, which is just right for me to continue to swipe the system's rebates. After entering the restaurant, the waiter led us to a window seat. From the window, we could overlook the entire shopping mall. The female anchor and I sat face to face, and the table was covered with exquisite Japanese tableware. The female anchor flipped open the menu, her eyes showing a hint of hesitation. "This place is quite expensive. How about we order less?" I smiled, waved my hand, and said, "Don't worry about the price, just order. We are not considering this today." The female anchor smiled helplessly, as if she had not yet fully adapted to my generosity. She ordered a sushi platter, a wagyu grill, and the restaurant's signature tuna sashimi. When it was my turn, I also selected some premium sashimi and tempura. The meal cost nearly 2,000 yuan in total, but I didn't care about the price at all. When I paid, I silently read the system in my mind, and sure enough, I triggered a 4x rebate, earning 8,000 yuan. Although the rebate was not much this time, in my eyes, it was just a small test. Seeing how easily I paid the bill, the female anchor became more curious about my financial strength. She couldn't help but ask, Siyu, what kind of job do you do? I thought you were an ordinary worker, but I didn't expect you to be so rich. I smiled and didn't rush to answer. I just took a sip of tea and said casually, well, you'll understand it slowly in the future. The female anchor was slightly stunned and then stopped asking questions. She obviously understood that some things might not be suitable to be asked at the beginning. Just when we were enjoying our meal, my cell phone suddenly vibrated. I looked down at the screen and saw a text message from the bank. A considerable amount of rebate funds had been added to my white card account. I felt relieved. I knew that I would become richer and richer, and today was just the beginning of this game. After finishing her meal, the female anchor packed her shopping bags, looking a little flustered. I smiled and reached out to help her get some, and said lightly, don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Go back and rest today, and we will make an appointment tomorrow. The anchorwoman nodded and looked at me gratefully, with a faint blush on her face. She didn't say anything more, obviously still thinking about what happened today. When I sent her to the door, I patted her shoulder gently and said, remember to come to me if you need anything. Then I watched her leave. Standing at the entrance of the shopping mall, I looked at the bustling streets, but I didn't feel tired at all. After dinner, I said goodbye to her, but I had already started planning my next move in my mind. Since I got this consumption rebate system, today's consumption is just a trial. The real big deal is still the car. I have liked Maybach for a long time. When I was in college, the Maybach S-Class simply symbolized top wealth and status to me. At that time, I took the bus to and from school. Whenever I passed by a luxury car shop, I would always take a second look at the shiny Maybach. In those days, I felt that owning even a bicycle was a luxury, let alone this fantastic luxury car. But now it's different. I have this rebate system, and it's just a matter of time before I buy a Maybach S-Class. I can even get rebates after buying the car, so it's a sure-win deal. After I made up my mind, I immediately opened my phone, found the nearest luxury car 4S store, and made an appointment to view the car. Now that I have money in hand, I am not going to delay and take action directly. As I got in the taxi, I recalled the interaction I had just had with the female anchor. This female anchor, although very beautiful and smart, obviously did not fully understand how unfathomable my wealth was. She probably thought I was just some kind of middle-class person who relied on tips and money to make my presence felt. But she was wrong. Not only am I rich now, but the more I spend, the more I earn. This is a world that ordinary people cannot understand. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel a little proud. Soon, the taxi stopped at the door of the luxury car 4S store. When I opened the door and stepped into this luxurious store, I felt like I was in a dream. In the past, I never dared to step into such a place, always thinking that it was the exclusive territory of the rich. But now, things are completely different. Walking into the showroom, a brand new Maybach S-Class is parked in the most conspicuous position, like a quiet beast, exuding dominance and elegance. Welcome, sir. What car models are you particularly interested in today? A salesperson dressed in professional attire greeted me enthusiastically. I pointed to the top-of-the-line Maybach S680 in front of me and said, that's it, Maybach S-Class, top of the line. The salesperson was obviously experienced. Although the customer in front of her looked ordinary dressed, she knew very well that one should not judge a book by its cover, especially in a store like this. She introduced with a smile, sir, you have a good eye. This is our store's flagship model, the Maybach S680 top-end version, which has the ultimate power and comfort configuration. Whether it is for business or daily driving, it can provide a top-level experience. I didn't wait for her to finish her introduction and asked directly, do you have any cars in stock? I plan to pick up the car today. The sales lady was stunned, obviously not expecting me to be so direct, but she quickly reacted and smiled more enthusiastically. Sir, you are so lucky. A car just arrived today. The color is obsidian black, and the interior is white leather seats. It is very elegant. Okay, this is it, I said decisively. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I will prepare the formalities for you. The sales lady seemed a little excited. After all, the transaction rate of this kind of luxury car is not high. If she could meet such a straightforward customer, her commission would be quite considerable. I sat on the sofa in the exhibition hall, thinking about the rebate I would get after buying the car. The top-end version of the Maybach S680 costs about 4 million yuan. If I can trigger an 8-fold or 10-fold rebate, it would be an amazing income. Thinking about it, I can't help but be impatient. Soon, the sales lady prepared the contract and related documents. I scanned the QR code with my phone and paid directly. Consumption successful. Amount: 4 million yuan. Immediately afterwards, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x rebate and gaining 32 million yuan. My heart skipped a beat. Although I had expected it, I couldn't help but get excited when I saw the number 32 million. In an instant, countless plans and possibilities emerged in my mind. After I get this money, my financial freedom will reach a new level, and I can almost be said to be completely worry-free. The sales lady was still busy with the paperwork, but when she saw me pay easily, she obviously looked at me differently. She asked politely, "Sir, your car can be picked up immediately, but if you need, we can also help you arrange more detailed customized services, such as special license plates, private customized seats, etc." I smiled and said, "I don't need it for now, just take the car away." Soon, the keys were handed to me. The moment I got into the Maybach, I felt a sense of accomplishment I had never felt before. The interior of the luxury car, the texture of the seats, the roar of the engine, everything seems like a dream, but I know that this is real, and I have obtained it step by step with the power of the system. I drove out of the 4S store in a Maybach, feeling the envious looks from other vehicles on the road. At this moment, I finally understood that the feeling of having wealth is not just as simple as buying a car or a bag, but also a sense of freedom to control your own destiny. I don't know who leaked the news of my car purchase, but after Wang Jing knew that I bought the car, she started contacting me again. Looking at the message on the phone, I shook my head helplessly. Wang Jing's words sounded more respectable and considerate. Unfortunately, I had long been immune to her tricks. Whether it was saying goodbye or returning the necklace, her true intention could not be concealed. She just wanted to test me again to see if there was a chance to get back together. Changyuan Shopping Center, Wangjiang Pavilion Restaurant. I thought to myself, my original plan for tonight was to go out for a bite to eat and buy a few clothes. I might as well go and see what else she could do. Coincidentally, I also wanted to try out the driving experience of this Maybach at night. Wang Jing has now seen my new identity, and I guess she's a little nervous. Let's see how this night ends for her. As night falls, the city neon lights gradually light up, and the lights outside the car windows are reflected on the car body. The Maybach drives smoothly and elegantly, and everything seems so different. I have never experienced such a feeling before. Driving a luxury car on the brightly lit streets, I felt a sense of confidence and ease. Not long after, I arrived at Changyuan Shopping Center. After parking the car, I walked into the mall and took the elevator to the second floor. Wangjiang Restaurant was not far away, and I could see the night view of the river through the glass windows. In the distance, Wang Jing had already sat at a table by the window, wearing a carefully dressed outfit and light makeup. She seemed to be looking out the window, thoughtfully. I walked over, and when Wang Jing saw me, she immediately stood up and forced a slightly awkward smile on her face. "You're here, sit down." Her tone was cautious. "Yeah." I nodded and sat down casually. The table was already filled with dishes, all of which were her favorites, but at this moment I had no interest in them anymore. "This is the necklace you gave me before. I feel that since we have broken up, it no longer belongs to me." Wang Jing took out a necklace, put it on the table, and said in a low voice. I glanced at her and didn't touch the necklace. Did she think I would still be soft-hearted? Wang Jing took a deep breath and seemed to muster up the courage to continue speaking. "Su Xiaoyu, actually I want to say, we have been together for so long, and you have been very good to me. Today I know that you have such strength. Actually, I really..." Before she finished her words, I interrupted her. Wang Jing stopped talking. I looked straight into her eyes and ruthlessly exposed her tricks. "Do you think I really care about this? It's over between us a long time ago. I didn't come here today to get back together." The smile on her face froze suddenly, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. "Didn't you say you wanted to say goodbye? Then say goodbye. As for the necklace, keep it. It's a gift for you," I said coldly, without a trace of emotion in my tone. Wang Jing's hands trembled slightly. She obviously didn't expect me to be so straightforward. The Su Xiaoyu who she could coax back with just a few words was no longer there. "Amelia Su, you've changed." Her voice was choked with sobs, tears welling up in her eyes. Wang Jing said to me, "Can you give me 2 million as a breakup fee?" Hearing this, I was furious. How dare this woman ask me for a breakup fee? However, this anger was quickly suppressed in my heart. I said calmly, "Okay." After hearing my answer, Wang Jing's expression froze for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect me to agree so readily. Wang Jing had just put on a confident attitude, but suddenly she was a little at a loss. I looked at her and felt ridiculous. Did she really think I would just casually give her 2 million as a breakup fee? But in order to see their reactions, I pretended to be indifferent and took out my phone and clicked a few times. After a moment, I looked up and smiled at Wang Jing. "Okay, I just transferred 2 million to you. It should have arrived, right?" I nodded and looked at her jokingly. "Haven't you always wondered where my money comes from? Don't you think I rely on some rich woman? Today I will give you an answer." I moved closer to Wang Jing, lowered my voice, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Money is not a problem, but you two are too naive. You want 2 million as a breakup fee? Okay, I agree. But are you ready to pay the price for your shamelessness?" Wang Jing's face changed visibly, and she obviously felt the chill in my tone. Her vanity and desire for money were slapped hard in the face by reality at this moment. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak for a while. "You two really think that if you just ask for money, I will give it to you obediently? You are so wrong." I stood up and stared at them with cold eyes. "Don't be so smart. Wang Jing, Xu Yong, you think my money comes easily, then just wait and see. I have plenty of ways to make sure you don't get a penny." I looked at her and sighed softly. "Wang Jing, after all these years, I thought you had at least some self-respect. Unfortunately, you don't even want the last bit of dignity anymore." I stood up, straightened my collar, and walked out of the restaurant without looking back. Wang Jing's weak voice came from behind me. "Su Xiaoyu." I didn't look back. When I got home, I opened the live broadcast room of the female anchor. Looking at the fans in the live broadcast room, I sneered in my heart. The female anchor's live broadcast was about to end, and the countdown numbers on the screen were decreasing little by little. I quickly entered the live broadcast room of the female anchor and chose the biggest gift, Kunping Wanli, without hesitation. Each gift is worth 160,000 yuan, and I chose to buy 30 at a time. Brilliant special effects instantly appeared on the screen, and all the audience were shocked. The reward amount is 4.8 million. The entire live broadcast room was boiling. The female anchor was stunned. She looked at the screen and didn't react for a while. The other male fans were also stunned. Her arrogant expression completely changed at this moment. The news in the live broadcast room was scrolling rapidly. Everyone was discussing this shocking reversal, and the female anchor's fans cheered. "Thank you, Brother Su Xiaoyu. Brother Su Xiaoyu is so generous." The female anchor finally reacted, her voice trembling as she kept thanking me. To thank me for the gift, the female anchor privately invited me to the gym. For me, who works all year round, exercising is also good, so I went to a gym with her. In the gym, the female anchor slowly performed the movements in front of me and carefully explained the key points of each movement. Her movements looked very easy, but after one round, I was sweating profusely and my stomach felt like it was cramping. "You're doing well, Su Xiaoyu. Don't be impatient. Take your time." The female anchor encouraged me while instructing me, "Persistence is the key to fitness." I followed her in doing sit-ups, panting, feeling as if I was using up all my strength in every one of them. Not to mention persisting, just being able to do it without falling back already made me feel proud. If you keep these basic movements every day, you will notice changes in a week. The female anchor said with a hint of professional confidence in her tone. But I was smiling bitterly in my heart. It seems that getting rid of the belly fat I have had over the past few years is not something that can be solved in a day or two. Sure enough, I think wealth and figure are two completely different practices. "By the way, what do you eat every day?" asked the female anchor in a very natural tone. I was stunned, and my mind replayed my daily eating and drinking habits over the years. Fast food, takeout, a regular diet, and rest, and almost no concept of nutrition and health. Just eat whatever you want, mostly takeout. I confessed. After all, there was no point in trying to hide anything now that I was standing in front of a fitness expert. The female anchor shook her head after hearing this. "This won't work. If you want to lose weight, exercise alone is not enough. You have to combine it with diet." She then began to give me some knowledge about diet, such as eating more protein, controlling the intake of carbohydrates and fats, and also mentioned avoiding junk food. As I listened, it felt like I was listening to a new course, realizing that I had to change not only the way I exercise, but my entire lifestyle. "Okay, looks like I have to start from the beginning," I said self-deprecatingly. The female anchor smiled and said, "Take your time. I'll teach you. You'll be a regular here from now on. You can't be lazy." Hearing her say this, I felt more at ease. Fitness may not seem easy, but it is exactly the change I need in my life right now. After all, with the wealth I have now, health becomes even more important. I don't want to become rich overnight and then fail at the health hurdle sooner or later due to health problems. We continued exercising for a while. Although I was very tired, this time I was determined to stick with it. When I was done, I collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath and looking at the ceiling. The aching muscles in my stomach made me feel like I had really started to work hard for my body. "You really are here to get my free stuff, huh?" the female anchor joked, wiping the sweat from her face. "Without your help, I really don't know where to start," I said with a sincere smile. Although I looked relaxed on the surface, I was really grateful for her help in my heart. After resting for a while, I said goodbye to the female anchor and prepared to go back to rest. I walked out of the gym with a strange feeling, like my life was settling into a new rhythm. I seemed to no longer be the wage earner who sits in front of the computer every day with a growing belly, but a person who was about to face new challenges. After running, the female anchor invited me to her home. When I put on the anchorwoman's pajamas and walked out of the bathroom, I felt a little awkward. After all, it was women's clothing, and although the material was quite comfortable, the style was a little too tight. I glanced at the mirror and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that a grown man would have to wear women's clothes to sleep for a night. As soon as I came out, the female anchor also raised her head from her desk. Seeing me wearing her pajamas, she couldn't help laughing out loud. "This dress actually suits you quite well." My face turned red and I joked, "Really? Then how about I buy a woman's dress tomorrow?" "Okay, you'll definitely get a lot of attention if you wear this out." The female anchor laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. I shrugged helplessly and turned to the sofa. "I'll just make do with it." "Don't laugh so happily." The female anchor came over, tidied up the coffee table, and turned off the lights in the room, leaving only a soft night light. She patted the cushions on the sofa and said, "The sofa is quite comfortable. It's fine for one night." "Okay, I'll just sleep here." I nodded and adjusted the position of the cushion. The female anchor looked at me and said a little embarrassedly, "Actually, if you feel uncomfortable on the sofa, you can sleep in my room. My bed is quite big." I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect her to say that. Although she said it casually, I could see that she was still a little nervous. I smiled and waved my hand. "It's okay, the sofa is fine. It's just right for me to sleep on it alone. Don't worry." The female anchor nodded gently and did not insist. She turned around and prepared to go back to her room. Before leaving, she said mischievously, "Then you should rest early. We will continue training tomorrow. Don't be lazy." "Yes, sir," I responded in a serious tone. The female anchor walked into the room and closed the door, and the whole house instantly became much quieter. I lay on the sofa. Although my body was still sore from today's exercise, I felt extremely relaxed in my heart. Today was a fulfilling and interesting day. Compared to my previous working life, this new lifestyle gave me a long-lost sense of freedom. When I closed my eyes, the smiling face of the female anchor appeared unconsciously in my mind. This girl is very different. Although she is an online anchor, she is not as exaggerated and vain as those online rumors say. Instead, she seems real and kind. Her attitude towards life is positive and full of vitality. As I thought about it, I gradually felt sleepy and fell asleep unknowingly. The next morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains onto my face. I opened my eyes drowsily and stretched. Although the sofa was not as comfortable as the bed, I slept well the whole night. The anchorwoman woke up earlier than me, and I heard her busying around in the kitchen. It looked like she had gotten up long ago and was ready. I walked over and saw her frying eggs. "Good morning," I greeted. "Good morning. How did you sleep?" She turned and asked with a smile. "Not bad. The sofa is quite comfortable." I nodded and joked. "I didn't expect you to get up so early and have already started making breakfast. You have to continue exercising today. I have to give you some energy." The female anchor winked mischievously. "Otherwise, you won't be able to hold on." I smiled and felt that there was a huge difference in how women treated rich people and poor people. Before noon, I received an advertisement from a real estate agency. Out of curiosity, I clicked on it and took a look. The real estate agents there turned out to be my former classmates Ji Lingping and Yu Qiu. In order to take care of their performance, I gave them a call. However, they were very surprised to hear that a migrant worker like me wanted to buy a house. Among them, Ji Lingping and Yu Qiu even discussed whether I should really buy a house during working hours. What makes me laugh is that Ji Lingping was a little unhappy with Yu Qiu's attitude, but she didn't want to argue too much about this issue. After all, she didn't know much about my situation, but she thought I wouldn't lie. I don't care how he got the money. Anyway, he said he wants to buy a house now. You can help him find some suitable houses. Ji Lingping said lightly. Yu Qiu sighed helplessly, flipped through the house information on his phone, and said coldly, "Okay, I'll see if there is anything suitable, but you'd better remind him not to overestimate himself. The housing prices in the Magic City are not a joke." Ji Lingping nodded and replied, "My boyfriend Yu Qiu has some listings. I'll send you a few to see if anyone is interested." After a while, my phone received a series of links, all of which were high-end real estate projects in and around Shanghai. I opened it and had a look, and found that the houses were indeed good, with prices ranging from 40,000 to 120,000 per square meter, and the locations were also bustling. At this time, Ji Lingping sent another message. "My boyfriend said that if you really want to buy a house, he can take you to see it, but it is best to make a budget in advance. Houses in Shanghai are not easy to buy." I looked at this, smiled, and simply replied, "Okay, arrange it. I plan to pay the full amount." Not long after the message was sent, Ji Lingping was visibly stunned for a moment and then sent a surprised expression. "Full payment?" I responded briefly, "Yes, if you can afford it, buy it. If you can't afford it, you can earn more. There is nothing to worry about." Ji Lingping stared at the phone with her eyes wide open. She didn't expect me to say such a thing. She quickly showed the message to Yu Qiu. When he saw the words "full payment," he was stunned. "Is he serious?" Ji Lingping asked doubtfully. "It looks like he's really rich." Yu Qiu frowned and said with mixed feelings, "Okay, since he wants full payment, I'll personally take him to see a few houses tomorrow." Early the next morning, Yu Qiu personally drove me to see the house. We first went to a luxurious residential area in the center of Shanghai City. The houses here cost more than 100,000 yuan per square meter. The environment and facilities are very high-end. The most attractive thing is its location, where almost every inch of land is worth a lot of money. As soon as I walked into the sales office, Yu Qiu began to introduce me. "You have seen the houses here. The location is excellent, and the safety facilities in this community are particularly complete, suitable for long-term residents. However, the price is not cheap, starting from 120,000 yuan per square meter. A 100 square meter house is about 12 million yuan." I nodded, looked at the house model on the sand table, and thought this location was indeed good. I had heard of this property before. It was a wealthy area, and the surrounding living facilities were also very complete. The sales manager enthusiastically took me to visit a model house, which had luxurious interior decoration and a reasonable layout. Standing on the balcony, I could see the bustling scenery of Shanghai. After viewing the house, I calmly asked about the procedures and learned that it would only take a few days to complete the purchase of the house with full payment. A few days later, I successfully signed the contract to buy the house and paid the full amount of 12 million yuan. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in my mind. "Congratulations to the host for triggering an 8x rebate and obtaining 96 million yuan. Now I have 140 million yuan in my account, which has been multiplied several times. I finally understand that it is so easy for rich people to make money. My next goal is to continue to utilize this rebate system to accumulate more wealth and even build my own business empire in Shanghai." However, Yu Qiu still couldn't believe that I actually bought a house in the most prosperous, wealthy area of the city. Chapter 24. Dad still understands me. After Su Xiaoyu returned home, she checked the balance of her bank card again. Account balance, 133 million yuan. It's really too exaggerated. If you earn this money slowly by working or doing business, you won't be able to earn it in 1,000 years. But with the rebate system, you can earn it in less than a week. With 133 million yuan in funds, everything will be easy to do in the future. They are just a little bit away from acquiring washing technology. If they spend all the 133 million, with luck, they can get a 5-fold rebate in one go, thus completing Su Xiaoyu's task directly. Su Xiaoyu has made a plan. She will immediately find a decoration team to do the renovation and then buy a house for her parents. After the house is completed, the two expenses combined will cost at least tens of millions more. Since Su Xiaoyu graduated from university, he has had a stable job. His salary is not as good as most others, but better than most. His girlfriend Wang Jing is so beautiful that he doesn't cause his parents any worries at all. Su Xiaoyu had to give an explanation to her friends in Shanghai for getting the system this time. She had to at least let her parents move in and live in the new house in Shanghai. Otherwise, when she was bragging to others about how rich she was and how big her family's business was, her parents were still living in a shabby house in the countryside. Everyone would know at a glance that Su Xiaoyu's money was either of unknown origin or she got it by luck from winning the lottery, and it would be exposed right away. Su Xiaoyu's father, Su Shipa, is a cleaner. He is 56 years old this year and works as a supervisor in a cleaning company in Shanghai. He works 5 days a week and has 2 days off. His monthly salary is 6,500 yuan. Due to his age, he may be laid off at any time. My mother, Lu Xiaoyan, works as a domestic nanny. She lives in her employer's house and earns 6,000 yuan a month. Su Xiaoyu is the only son in their family. The couple has been working all the time and has saved more than 200,000 yuan over the years. They have always been thinking of using the money to help Su Xiaoyu get married. Unfortunately, Su Xiaoyu will disappoint them for 2 minutes this time. Su Xiaoyu first found her father's WeChat and called him directly on WeChat because her father was usually stricter in disciplining Su Xiaoyu. Hello, Xiaoyu. My father's vicissitudes of life voice came from the other end of the phone. Thinking of the loud voice of her father when he was young, and comparing it with now, Amelia's Su felt a little uncomfortable. Dad, are you with my mother? Your mother went out to buy groceries. Is there something wrong? Su Shipa heard Su Xiaoyu ask this, thinking that something had happened. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, I'm going to buy you two a house in Shanghai. Then you don't have to work anymore. I'll give you money every month. Su Shipa had no idea what this meant. Although Su Xiaoyu's monthly salary is several thousand yuan, he still needs to marry a wife and support his own family in the future. How can he afford to buy a house for them and give them money to spend every month? Isn't this just bragging? You said you were going to buy a house for the two of us? In Shanghai? Do you know the housing prices in Shanghai? Su Shipa asked. Of course I know. You must be wondering how I could possibly afford it, right? Dad, let me tell you, I am now a shareholder of our company and the largest shareholder. Because I saw the technical problem faced by the company gave me 70% of the shares. I am rich now. Su Xiaoyu made up a lie, and it flowed very smoothly. Su Xiaoyu has never lied since he was a child, so Su Shipa naturally believed him. You are worthy of being my son. You have a bright future. Haha. Then don't you buy a house for yourself? I bought it myself, and I've already bought it. But don't be too happy too soon. There's some bad news. Su Xiaoyu continued. Su Shipa asked quickly, what bad news? The girl broke up with me before. She has always looked down on our family and disliked me for not having money. She also had an affair with Xu Yong, the technical manager of our company. It was all in vain that I had been so nice to her, Su Xiaoyu said angrily. Su Shipa thought that this was all a small matter. Such a woman is indeed unacceptable. Stay away from her. Since you have broken up, just find a new one in the future. You are so rich now. Are you still afraid of not being able to find another girlfriend? This is not bad news. Dad really understands me. There's nothing else to do. I'll take you to see the house when I buy it. Su Xiaoyu finally said, I'll hang up first. Su Shipa said, okay, I'll tell your mother the good news later, and then I'll hang up. The conversation between the father and son was very simple and direct, and he hung up the phone very decisively, without even saying goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoyu packed up and prepared to go out for a night run, because Chi-Chi had sent her a WeChat message to urge her. Okay, I'll be there right away. Su Xiaoyu saw the location message sent by Chi-Chi on WeChat and followed the navigation. It's not too far from here. Su Xiaoyu just drove there during the day, so she didn't drive and just rode a shared bike there. It was an old warehouse, surrounded by people jogging at night, many of whom were friends of Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi saw Su Xiaoyu coming, she introduced her friends to him. Let me introduce you. This is my friend Su Xiaoyu, who I just met. These are my best friends Tao Ling and Lu Yikuan. These two are my friends, Pan Feng, Huang Qiang, and Wang Yi. Su Xiaoyu smiled and greeted them. Nice to meet you. But it seemed that none of the people on the opposite side wanted to pay attention to Su Xiaoyu because Chi-Chi had praised Su Xiaoyu a lot in front of them before, and they, as old friends for several years, had never been praised like this by Chi-Chi, and they felt very uncomfortable. Wang Yi is a childhood friend of Chi-Chi. He once pursued Chi-Chi, but was unsuccessful. In the end, he could only be with another girl named Lu Yikuan. Although he already has a partner, he is always thinking about Chi-Chi. Whenever Chi-Chi praises other men, Wang Yi will become very jealous and annoyed. He looked Su Xiaoyu up and down at her clothes and said with a smile, Dude, you don't look like a local. Are you working in Shanghai? Or doing business? Su Xiaoyu treated Chi-Chi's friends very politely. I'm just doing a little business. I dare not embarrass myself in front of the young masters. As soon as Su Xiaoyu saw the appearance of Wang Yi and others, she knew that they were the local rich people in Shanghai. First of all, They were dressed very luxuriously, and secondly, their tone of voice was very arrogant. But Su Xiaoyu kept smiling, and they didn't know what to say, so there was not much communication, and they started their night run. During the running process, Wang Yi, Pan Feng, Huang Qiang, and others were chatting secretly in the back, while Su Xiaoyu was running in the middle, and Chi Chi, Lu Yikuan, and Tao Ling were running in the front. Chapter 25. Outsiders are discriminated against. Chi Chi said that Su Xiaoyu gave him several million in rewards and also bought him LV bags and clothes worth more than 800,000. Do you believe it? Wang Yi was the first to speak. Is there a normal person who licks like this? Even if Principal Wang comes, he won't do this. Pan Feng asked in confusion. Huang Qiang immediately retorted. How could it be that? Principal Wang directly gave us a villa or a mansion. Look at this guy. He doesn't look like he's giving away a mansion at all. I think Chi Chi probably said that on purpose to show off his own wealth. Pan Feng said. Wang Yi and Huang Qiang looked at Pan Feng at the same time. Show your worth. Pan Feng nodded and continued. That's right. It's obvious from Chi Chi's current performance that she likes Amelia Su very much. You can tell from their attitude when they talk. If they say that Amelia Su is just a poor person, wouldn't people mock Chi Chi for having no vision to find such a poor partner? Wang Yi understood and agreed with Pan Feng's words. That makes sense, so Chi Chi advertised that Su Xiaoyu is very rich, giving her rewards and buying her bags, just to make others think that Su Xiaoyu is very rich, which in turn proves that she is very attractive and has high standards. That's exactly what happened. Seeing that they all agreed with his point of view, Pan Feng added, Can you let Chi Chi be ruined by such a loser from outside the province? Wang Yi and Huang Qiang shook their heads firmly. Of course not. Very good. We will never allow a flower to be stuck in cow dung like this. So we must make Chi Chi realize her mistake on her own initiative and stop wasting time on Amelia Su. Right. Su Xiaoyu could hear clearly some of the gossip they said, but since they didn't say it openly, Su Xiaoyu chose to turn a blind eye. If they had a head-on conflict with her, Su Xiaoyu would definitely fight to the end. I have heard for a long time that the local tyrants in Shanghai look down on outsiders. This phenomenon started when Su Xiaoyu's parents worked in Shanghai 20 years ago and has continued to exist until now. Others may take the attitude of if you can't afford to provoke them, you can afford to avoid them, but Su Xiaoyu will not. His future strength cannot be shaken by these three people. At this time, Su Xiaoyu was quietly admiring the backs of the three beauties with perky butts in front of her. It's true that Tao Ling and Lu Yikuan both had very good figures, not inferior to Chi Chi at all. The three of them moved in unison and twisted their bodies rhythmically. In the face of such a beautiful scene, Su Xiaoyu had no time to listen to the gossip of the three men behind him. He didn't even feel tired after running. He felt much more relaxed than last night. Not only did he not feel tired, but he also didn't feel sore all over. After 20 minutes, they finished 3 kilometers and returned to the starting point. Everyone was running and sweating, and they laughed out loud at each other. Are you okay today? You ran pretty fast and didn't fall behind. Chi Chi said as she wiped Su Xiaoyu's sweat. This action was seen by Wang Yi, Huang Qiang, and others. They were very unhappy and their faces changed, especially Wang Yi, who almost wanted to hit someone. Amelia Su said, It's much better than yesterday. I'm not tired at all today. Then you have a strong ability to adapt? Chi Chi said, Okay, it's time for us to go back. Let's run together next time. Okay, let's run together again if there's a chance. Wang Yi said angrily. Several people walked outside the car factory because their electric cars were parked outside. While walking and chatting, Huang Qiang suddenly said, By the way, isn't Tao Ling's birthday coming up soon? Where are you planning to hold the birthday party? That's right. It seems like only a few days are left. Tao Ling? Tao Ling is the oldest one here. She is a native of Shanghai. Her ancestors grew up on this land. Her family conditions are very good. She is still unmarried and is a high-quality older leftover woman. After hearing their conversation, Su Xiaoyu realized that not all unmarried people in the world are ugly. Many of them just don't want to get married. If he wasn't rich now, he might never know how outstanding those single women are. Seeing that Amelia Su did not interrupt and was isolated aside, Chi Chi suggested, Amelia Su, come along too. Amelia Su was stunned for a moment. Can I go too? In front of Chi Chi, Wang Yi and others would definitely not refuse, and immediately said, We all know each other. We are friends. Let's play together. Chi Chi was very happy to see that they all welcomed Amelia Su and said, Look, everyone is so enthusiastic. Why are you still refusing? Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, Well, it just so happens that I have never attended a birthday party. I'll learn from it. It may be useful in the future. Yes, I know you come from the countryside, and you must have never seen such a high-end birthday party. It's only right for you to come and learn from it. Wang Yi said sarcastically, but I don't know if it will be useful in the future. Don't say that. When Chi-Chi's birthday comes in the future, people might even hold a birthday party or something. Huang Qiang added. Right, I almost forgot this brother gave Chi-Chi millions of rewards, haha. The words of Wang Yi and others were full of provocation and disdain. They said that Su Xiaoyu was one of their own, but in fact they did not regard Su Xiaoyu as one of their own at all. Su Xiaoyu didn't care, because he didn't need to talk to these people at all. Although they seemed to be very enthusiastic in inviting him to the birthday party, they definitely had bad intentions, so Su Xiaoyu had to be mentally prepared even if he went. Bye-bye. Su Xiaoyu was still thinking about it when she heard them saying goodbye to each other. And then Wang Yi and the others rode away on electric scooters and motorcycles. Chi-Chi said to Amelia Su, "Why are you leaving? Do you want me to take you back?" Su Xiaoyu saw that Chi-Chi also came on an electric bike, and she was the only one there, so Su Xiaoyu was not polite. "Okay, it happens that I am too tired to walk." Chi-Chi glanced at Amelia Su puzzledly. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you were not tired just now?" "Of course I have to pretend in front of your friends and besties," Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. In fact, Su Xiaoyu is very energetic now. She just wants to experience the feeling of riding Chi-Chi's electric car. Because in the car, no matter what Su Xiaoyu does, Chi-Chi can't resist. After that night, Chi-Chi no longer had any defense against Amelia Su. She believed that Amelia Su really couldn't walk anymore and rolled her eyes. "You can pretend this. You really can do it. Get in the car." After Su Xiaoyu got in the car, Chi-Chi instructed, "Hold my waist with your hands and sit tight." New. Chapter 26. I don't mind. Chi-Chi's electric bike is specially designed for women. It has a very cute shape and a very small space. After Su Xiaoyu sat on it, there was no room for movement at all. She was squeezed tightly together with Chi-Chi, and she didn't even need to hold on with her hands to feel stable. So, Su Xiaoyu had nothing to do, so she reached out and touched Chi-Chi's hair. Chi-Chi felt itchy, twisted her neck, turned slightly, and said to Amelia Su, "Don't move, hold me tight." Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Okay." Then he stretched out his hands and pinched Chi-Chi's waist and squeezed it very dishonestly. It felt very soft. Chi-Chi knew that Su Xiaoyu was teasing her on purpose, but she was not angry at all because Su Xiaoyu was an out-and-out young and wealthy playboy. She even rode slower, just to be teased by Su Xiaoyu for a while longer. But it's only a short distance from here to Su Xiaoyu's house. No matter how slowly you ride, you'll still get there in less than 15 minutes. Now that we're here, you're going to live here? After getting off the car, Chi-Chi looked at the shabby residential area in front of her. She didn't see the kind of mansion she had imagined, so she asked curiously. Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes. Would you like me to go up and take a look?" Chi-Chi said with a smile. She thought that since she was already here, Su Xiaoyu would at least invite her to his house to sit, have a drink, and take a look around. But Amelia Su resolutely refused. "I rented this house. It's too messy inside and not very convenient. Wait until I move out, and then I'll invite you to my house next time, okay?" Chi-Chi was a little disappointed, and at the same time a little confused. "You still want to rent a house in your condition?" Su Xiaoyu did not answer immediately, thinking about how to make up a lie. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chi-Chi asked again, "Don't you want to live with your parents? Even if that's the case, you can buy yourself a house." This reason was really good. Chi-Chi helped Su Xiaoyu think of a lie directly, so he didn't have to think about it anymore. "Yes, it's inconvenient to live with my parents, but I like to travel around. I used to have no fixed place to live. This one is in Putoa, and it may be in Jina next month. How many houses do I have to buy? So it must be rented." "That's true. Where are you going to move to soon?" Chi-Chi found Su Xiaoyu's explanation very reasonable. So the place they were going to move to must be a rented house. "It's nearby. I went around the entire Magic City and finally decided to live nearby. Maybe I'm used to it," Su Xiaoyu said. "I bought a house here and will start decorating it soon. After the decoration is completed, I invite you to come to my house and take a look." "But I want to go to your house now," Chi-Chi said relentlessly. It would take 5 or 6 months for the new house to be renovated, and Chi-Chi didn't want to wait that long. Su Xiaoyu was a little speechless. This Chi-Chi usually looked like a queen, but why did she seem to want to climb over her head after getting to know her? Chi-Chi had a bit of a childish temper towards Amelia Su, which made him a bit difficult to resist. "But it's really dirty. I'm afraid you will laugh at me when you see it." Chi-Chi shook her head. "What's so funny about that? Even if you watch a movie that can be performed by 1 or 2 people in your room every day, I won't be surprised. What else can I see? After saying that, he glared at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu thought about it carefully. Apart from being dirty, there was nothing shameful in the room. Anyway, he had already explained why he rented the house, and Chi-Chi believed him. It was normal for the rented house to have a bad environment. So he took her upstairs to have a look and satisfy her curiosity. Okay, but don't laugh at me, Su Xiaoyu warned. Chi-Chi had already started imagining the messy scene in the boys' room and couldn't help but started laughing. Yeah, then let's go. Arriving at the door, Su Xiaoyu opened it, and the mess inside appeared in front of Chi-Chi. But Chi-Chi didn't react much, maybe because she had been mentally prepared. She walked around and covered her nose when she came to the bed. It smells so strong. You haven't washed your quilt for a long time, right? I just washed it last month, Su Xiaoyu replied. Chi-Chi was a little shocked. Once a month? You think that's a lot? You're too lazy. I think there are quite a lot. There's no need to wash so frequently, right? Su Xiaoyu said. It can be seen that boys and girls have different understandings of cleanliness, but it doesn't matter. Su Xiaoyu immediately changed the subject. We are moving away anyway. When the time comes, I will definitely hire a nanny for the new house. Don't say wash it once a month. As long as the weather permits, wash it once a day. You only wash once a day. Who will be your family's nanny? Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, I'm just making an analogy. By the way, do you want to eat some fruit? I still have some in the refrigerator. Let's not eat yet. You need to clean up here. How about this? Chi-Chi looked at the layout of the whole room and made arrangements. It will take at least 5 or 6 months for your new house to be renovated. Let me help you tidy it up. I can't bear to see it all. How do you live here? Su Xiaoyu widened her eyes. 5 or 6 months. I have already found a decoration team. They said it will be installed in 1 to 1.5 months at most. It takes at least 2 to 3 months for formaldehyde to dissipate. It's not good for your health to move in too early. Besides, you have a place to live. It's safer to wait a little longer. As Chi-Chi spoke, she bent down and started packing her things. The house is so small in space, so Chi-Chi first threw all the laundry into the washing machine, then rearranged the clothes that were not arranged neatly, as well as the cabinets, boxes, trash cans, etc., and finally cleaned the bathroom. After this tidying up, it really became a lot fresher, and Su Xiaoyu was stunned when she saw it. You are really amazing. It's your first time in my room, and you have decorated it so well so quickly. I like to clean up at home. I'm used to it, Chi-Chi said with a smile. Since you're here, why don't you just have dinner at my house? Su Xiaoyu said, I tried your cooking last time at your house, so this time you can try mine. You can cook too? Chi-Chi said in disbelief. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Of course, I live alone, so I have to learn how to cook, right? Okay, then I'll try your cooking. Chi-Chi agreed readily. Su Xiaoyu immediately went to the refrigerator and took out the dishes to be cooked tonight. 1 sea base, 2 potatoes, 1 green pepper, 1 red pepper, for eggs, a handful of green onions, a piece of pork belly, and a handful of kelp. Chi-Chi also walked over curiously and took a look. Oh, there is sea base. My favorite is steamed sea base. Chapter 27. Chi-Chi comes to visit. Su Xiaoyu is going to make steamed sea base. Really? Then we really have a tacit understanding. Then there's also shredded potatoes with green and red peppers, and a wakame, an egg soup. These dishes don't take much time to make. Go take a rest first, and I'll do it. Chi-Chi happened to feel a little tired, so she nodded and sat back down on the bed. This house has no sofa or coffee table, let alone any household appliances such as a TV. There is only a table, a chair, and a bed. Chi-Chi can only sit on the bed and play with his mobile phone. Originally, she planned to start the show at 1900 hours in the evening, but she looked at the time and realized that by the time Amelia Sue finished cooking, eating, and returned home, it would be at least 2030, so she temporarily posted a video on her account to notify that the show would start at 2030 tonight. After the notification, many people understood because anchors are also human beings and have their own lives every day. Moreover, Chi-Chi is not the only one who temporarily changed the live broadcast time. Many big anchors did the same. After browsing the phone for half an hour, Su Xiaoyu had already brought the steamed sea base to the table. Okay, it's time to eat. Chi-Chi quickly put away her phone and followed him to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Wow, it smells so good. Chi-Chi couldn't help but praise when she smelled the fragrance. I was looking at my phone just now and didn't notice the smell here. Suddenly I smelled it, and it made me hungry. After the rice was served, Amelia Sue took 2 bottles of coconut juice and placed them on the table, 1 bottle per person. If you don't like it, there are also orange juice, oolong tea, and ice black tea. Just coconut milk. Chi-Chi is not picky at all. She can drink anything as long as it is not carbonated drinks like Coke and Sprite. During the meal, Chi-Chi praised Su Xiaoyu's cooking skills. During the chat, she also gave Su Xiaoyu a lot of additional dietary precautions to help Su Xiaoyu achieve her bodybuilding goals as soon as possible. Su Xiaoyu has completely given up eating meat and heavy dishes during this period, and has also stopped drinking carbonated drinks and sweets. The entire refrigerator is now filled with low-fat and low-calorie foods. If you keep doing this for 2 weeks, you should see results. Chi-Chi encouraged Su Xiaoyu. After dinner, they chatted for a while, and Chi-Chi said she had a live broadcast to do, so she went back first. Su Xiaoyu was the only one left in the room, bored, and could only use her mobile phone to kill time. He had just finished taking a shower and picked up his phone when he saw the WeChat message from Yao Xiuxiu. It was about the house, and Su Xiaoyu was very happy when she saw it. Yao Xiuxiu found a school district house next to Shanghai Jiaotong University, with 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. The price was about 7 million, but it was negotiable. She sent the link to Su Xiaoyu and added, "This is not a house from Artefa Real Estate. It's in Yangpu University Town. There are many houses like this over there. You can go and see them." When Su Xiaoyu saw that this was a school district house, she thought it was great. If she got married in the future and had no one to take care of her children, she could leave them with her parents, and it would be very convenient for them to go to school nearby. "Then you didn't get the commission, did you?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Yao Xiuxiu, "Yes, I am the introducer, and I also get commission." "Okay, then I'll go over and take a look tomorrow morning," Su Xiaoyu replied. Yao Xiuxiu asked, "What time is it in the morning?" Su Xiaoyu, "About 10 o'clock. I'll let you know then. We'll meet at the entrance of the mall." After replying to the message, Su Xiaoyu was so excited that she couldn't sleep and played with her phone until 12 o'clock. The next morning, another piece of good news came. As soon as Su Xiaoyu got up, she received a courier from the post office, and her license plate had been delivered. The Maybach clerk was really efficient. Less than a week had passed since I bought the car, and the license plate had been prepared. Su Xiaoyu excitedly opened the outer packaging of the Express, and a brand new blue license plate was placed in front of her. This license plate is a Shanghai A license that Su Xiaoyu spent nearly 200,000 yuan to get. It is also the most difficult license plate to get in Shanghai. First of all, there are not many Shanghai A license plates issued, so if you want to get one, you have to rely on auction, which is very difficult. There are more than 100,000 people participating in the auction every month, but there are only more than 10,000 license plates, so the probability of winning is no more than 20%. Su Xiaoyu commissioned the 4S shop to find several auction companies at the same time to grab it together, and finally she got it. This way, Su Xiaoyu spent a lot of extra money. After the license plate is taken, it is not given directly to the car owner. If you want to get this license plate, you need to pay for it, and the price is about 100,000 yuan. With a Shanghai A license plate, your car can be driven anywhere in the entire Magic City, regardless of area or time, without any restrictions. An entry and exit is very convenient. It can be said that a Shanghai A license plate has become a symbol of status for many wealthy people, and is also the most important criterion for Magic City girls in choosing a spouse. Moreover, after Yao Xiuxiu's accompanying her, Su Xiaoyu's driving skills have also improved to a higher level. As long as she continues to train for a week, Su Xiaoyu's driving skills will definitely reach a very high level. At that time, the rate of people turning their heads to look at her when she drives on the road will surely increase greatly. Su Xiaoyu took the license plate and went out to her car to prepare for the installation. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. There were several young men and beautiful women in the community standing in front of the Maybach to take pictures, because this car was simply their dream car. While taking pictures, they were also thinking about what kind of pose would look better. When Amelia Su walked up to them, these people were still standing still, not realizing at all that Amelia Su was there to install the license plate. Cough, cough. Su Xiaoyu coughed twice, attracting their attention. One of them had short hair and looked like a man who had just come out of the prison. He looked at Su Xiaoyu and asked, "What are you doing?" The other people behind turned around at the same time and looked at Amelia Su. "What's wrong with us taking pictures next to you? Is this your car?" Su Xiaoyu asked the short-haired man rudely. The man smiled and said, "Of course." In fact, he was already touching the back of his head with his hand while he was speaking, showing a guilty conscience. The people behind him obviously didn't expect the short-haired man to say that. They were a beat slower to react and couldn't even reply smoothly. "Yeah. Who are you?" At first, they did not think that the Maybach belonged to Su Xiaoyu. Instead, they thought that Su Xiaoyu was meddling in other people's business and could not stand them taking pictures around someone else's luxury car. Moreover, there was nothing about Su Xiaoyu that looked like the owner of a Maybach. One of the women came up to the short-haired man and said, "This is my boyfriend's car. Neither of us knows you. What do you do? Are you the property manager of the community?" Su Xiaoyu was a little confused, and she looked around to make sure she hadn't recognized the wrong car. Then she took out the license plate from her bag, put it on the ground, and revealed the bright blue and white letters "Wu." Chapter 28. What car do you buy when you turn 31? The short-haired man was immediately confused, and his face became very ugly and embarrassed. His partner even wanted to find a hole in the ground to hibernate until next summer. How could it be such a coincidence that he had to act pretentiously in front of the person involved? He was so unlucky. "Dude, is this car yours?" The short-haired man smiled and eased the embarrassment. "We were just joking. We thought you were looking for trouble. Sorry." At this time, another young man came up again. He obviously had a different opinion. He pointed at Su Xiaoyu's license plate and said, "Are you the owner of the car? Or did the owner hire someone to install the license plate?" The short-haired man suddenly felt that the situation could be reversed, and he immediately became tough again, and the embarrassment on his face disappeared. Because Su Xiaoyu came with a license plate, he might not be the owner of the car. It is entirely possible that he was hired by the car owner or a worker sent by the 4S shop to install the license plate for the car owner. Su Xiaoyu didn't argue with them. She just took out the car key and pressed it lightly towards the car. The car's headlights lit up, scaring several people again. "Do you want me to bring the car purchase contract over to you guys to see?" Su Xiaoyu asked the young man who questioned him. The young man was obviously scared and stopped talking immediately. Several people made way for Su Xiaoyu to install the license plate. At the same time, they stood by and watched because they were all 5 or 6 years younger than Su Xiaoyu, all in their 20s, and Su Xiaoyu did not look very old either, so she was worthy of their admiration. The short-haired man said, "Dude, you should be about the same age as us this year. What do you do to be so rich?" The short-haired man's girlfriend now likes Su Xiaoyu very much. She is much better than her boyfriend in terms of appearance, hairstyle, and financial ability. So she has been following behind, pretending to look at the license plate, but actually looking at Su Xiaoyu's handsome face. Amelia Su asked back, "How old are you?" "I'm 24. I'm 7 years older than you," Su Xiaoyu explained without raising her head. "You look so young. Rich people really know how to take care of themselves," the short-haired man's girlfriend asked with a smile. Su Xiaoyu had already installed the license plate and stood up. "I never do any maintenance." The girlfriend couldn't believe it. "Huh." Amelia Su did not dwell on this topic anymore, but said to the young people, "Okay, now that we have a license plate, won't it be more stylish for you to take pictures?" Several people looked at each other. The next second, everyone took out their phones, deleted all the videos and photos, and then clicked the poses again in various standing positions. "Thank you, brother. Will you park your car here often in the future?" asked the short-haired man. Su Xiaoyu nodded. "That's it for now. I'll move out in a few months. Then can we take photos next to your car often in the future?" asked the short-haired man. Amelia Su didn't quite understand what the point of taking pictures of this thing was. "Okay, but what's the point of taking pictures honestly? Of course it's interesting. Isn't the purpose of taking pictures to show off and say that the car is yours?" said the short-haired man. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "It's up to you guys. Just don't make my car dirty or damaged so that everyone won't be in trouble." "Don't worry, I definitely won't." Su Xiaoyu picked up the phone and called Yao Xiuxiu. After the call was connected, he asked, "Hello, where are you?" "I'm already at the entrance of the mall," said Yao Xiuxiu. Amelia Su immediately opened the car door and got in the car. "Okay, I'll go over now." At this time, the young men who had just watched Su Xiaoyu's car slowly move away showed envious eyes, especially the short-haired man's partner, who even began to dislike the short-haired man. She pulled her boyfriend's ear and said, "You bastard, you only know how to act in front of other people's cars. You are only 31 years old. What kind of car can you buy when you are 31? I have set a goal for myself now. To buy a Porsche when I am 31 years old. Oh, you." Su Xiaoyu drove faster today than yesterday. She slowed down in advance when crossing intersections and sidewalks, and there was no more sudden braking. When she arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall, Su Xiaoyu found a temporary parking space and stopped. She did not get out of the car, but contacted Yao Xiuxiu. 3 minutes later, a girl in real estate sales work clothes walked over from a distance. This person was Yao Xiuxiu. "Hi, Mr. Su. You look very nice today." Su Xiaoyu opened the passenger door and said, "Come in." After Yao Xiuxiu got in the car, she said happily, "I have already contacted a house for you. Let's go there now. Su Xiaoyu said, okay. Then I set the navigation route on my phone, placed the phone on the stand, and drove while looking around. After 30 minutes, I finally arrived at the sales office over there. This real estate sales office is located on the first floor of a comprehensive commercial building, and the other floors of the building are various other corporate offices, so there are a lot of people here. Su Xiaoyu walked around, but didn't see any parking spaces. There's not even a seat left. It looks like this place is quite popular. Su Xiaoyu was praising the place, but she was actually quite unhappy. He was going to drive his car outside to find a parking space somewhere else nearby, and then walk over. Who knew that at this time a car went out and a parking space was vacant? Yao Xiaoxiao found it and immediately shouted, "Hey, there's a parking space over there." Su Xiaoyu hurriedly drove towards the parking space, but his driving skills were still not up to par. He was a beat slower and was preempted by a black BMW X7 in front of him. Damn it, damn X7, we clearly saw it, but he snatched it away. Yao Xiaoxiao kept cursing. Su Xiaoyu had no choice. It was his own fault that he was not as skilled as others. He was very unhappy, but he still drove away. At this moment, a fat man and two women came out of the X7. One was tall and thin and wore glasses, and the other was dressed flashily and walked in a twisting manner. Finally, Su Xiaoyu parked the car in a wild parking space on the side of the road. When she returned to the door of the sales office, the three men had already gone in. When she arrived at the hall, Su Xiaoyu saw the fat man at a glance. He was talking to a pretty female salesperson. "Beauty, is the house here ready?" The beautiful saleswoman smiled very gently and said, "It's all ready for you, Brother G." Then sign the contract. As soon as Brother G finished speaking, the beautiful saleswoman took out the contract, handed it to Brother G and said, "Here is the contract." Brother G picked up the contract, looked at it, and then signed it. After signing, he took out his bank card and said, "Brother, I have directly won 2 houses. Brother is good to you." Chapter 29. 29. Grab the order. The beautiful saleswoman was as happy as a child. She hugged the fat man's arm in public and said, "Brother G, you are the best to me. You can buy so many houses every month. It's amazing. My performance has always been the highest here. Thank you, Brother G. Don't worry. I'm going to buy a house for myself today." The fat man put his arm around the beautiful saleswoman's waist and enjoyed the envious and jealous looks from others. The others turned away with disdain and stopped looking at the fat man. The more they did so, the more excited the fat man became. He felt that his strength was already strong enough to be envied by others. After hearing this, the beautiful salesperson became even more excited, and her face was full of smiles. The other woman standing next to the fat man was wearing glasses and a professional suit. She didn't look like the girl the fat man was dating, but more like his secretary. She didn't say anything, but occasionally raised her glasses to glance at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu looked at her several times but didn't say anything. At the same time, a spirited young man in sales uniform walked up to Su Xiaoyu and asked politely, "Sir, are you here to see the house?" Su Xiaoyu took a look at the boy's name tag. His name was Li Hongtao. Just now, so many salesmen chose to serve those big bosses who looked rich and ostentatious. Only Li Hongtao came to find Amelia Su, so Amelia Su felt that his attitude was very good, so she nodded. "Yes, I am here to see the house." Li Hongtao smiled and immediately began to introduce himself briefly. "I am Li Hongtao, the salesman here. What is your name, sir?" The two of them slowly walked to the sand table, and Su Xiaoyu said, "My last name is Su. Who is the fat guy who came in front of me just now? He seems to have bought a lot of houses here." After hearing this, Li Hongtao immediately explained, "This guy is a famous real estate speculator near our Yangpu University town. People in the industry here call him the house boss. He used to buy houses from other real estate companies, but in recent months, he has been buying from us." "Oh, he is just speculating?" Su Xiaoyu finally understood why the fat man was able to buy so many houses at one time. It turned out that he was going to sell them all. Li Hongtao nodded, frowned, and said, "But to be honest, I hate this guy. He requires girls to accompany him when he looks at houses, and he wants girls with good looks and good figures. Every time he comes, he wants to buy 2 or even 3 houses." When Su Xiaoyu heard Li Hongtao say this, she could understand how unhappy the other person was. After all, real estate sales rely on commissions. The more houses you sell, the more commissions you get. The fat man doesn't even look at the male salesman, so his commission is naturally less. Then Su Xiaoyu said, "This Miss Yao said that she has negotiated with you and has a house for me to see. Please help me contact her. It's this one." After saying that, he showed Li Hongtao the link of the property. Li Hongtao said to Yao Xiaoxiao, Oh, you are Miss Yao, right? Yes. I'm from Tadao Real Estate, and I've contacted you. Yao Xiuxiu explained. Li Hongtao immediately went to get the information, and then took Su Xiaoyu to look at the property. After the detailed introduction, Su Xiaoyu felt that this house was not bad and could be bought for her parents to live in, which would also be convenient for her children to go to school in the future. Okay, let's settle it, Su Xiaoyu said to Li Hongtao. Li Hongtao was very excited and asked quickly, Okay, Mr. Su, come over here and fill out the form. Just as Su Xiaoyu was about to say, okay, she heard that the fat man opposite also took a fancy to this house. He stood next to the sand table, pointed to the property over there and said, Yanni, that house is great, give it to me. The beautiful saleswoman Yanni immediately agreed. How could we not agree to the house that Brother G wants? Atao, you haven't signed a contract yet, right? This house is for Brother G, and the commission will be half for you when the time comes. Li Hongtao was very unhappy. How could he give the house to someone else when he is about to sign? Isn't this a blatant irony? Sister Yanni, you have so many clients every month, but I only have this one, and you're still trying to snatch it from me? I'm not competing with you for it. It's Brother G who really wants this house. If he's unhappy and doesn't buy houses from us in the future, our sales will be much lower, and it won't be easy for everyone. Yanni explained earnestly. But Li Hongtao did not accept this statement at all. He said, Whether he buys here or not is none of my business. The commission is all yours. What benefit do I get? Seeing that Li Hongtao didn't know how to appreciate her kindness, Yanni immediately became rude. She put on a smiling face and said something vicious. Don't you want to continue working here? When Li Hongtao heard this, he became timid again. After all, Yanni was the sales champion here, and her superiors would definitely take her words very seriously. If she told tales and said bad things about Li Hongtao in front of the superiors, Li Hongtao would have no way to defend himself. Seeing that Li Hongtao's momentum was not good, Su Xiaoyu decided to solve it herself. You two are arguing with each other. Do you think I am heir? Brother Ji, Yanni, and Li Hongtao all looked at Su Xiaoyu in surprise. Brother Ji didn't treat Su Xiaoyu as a human being at all at this moment. He didn't even look at her. The words came out of his mouth. Brother, please change to another house. Su Xiaoyu was still thinking about saying something, but she didn't expect the fat man to ignore Su Xiaoyu directly. He was extremely arrogant and said to Yanni, Come on, prepare the contract. Li Hongtao, standing nearby, was completely stunned. He had heard of force buying and selling, but had never seen force buying and selling. He didn't know what to do and looked at Su Xiaoyu stupidly. Su Xiaoyu saw Yanni really going to prepare the contract and had already stepped towards the counter, so she immediately called out to her, Beauty, wait a minute. Yanni stopped and asked, What else? The price of this house is 7 million, right? I'll add another 1 million, making it 8 million. Su Xiaoyu said while making an 8 gesture. Yanni heard it and turned around quickly. An extra 1 million means an extra 2,000 yuan in commission, which is a very attractive condition for her. And Yanni is also very smart. She has been working in the sales industry for so long that she naturally knows the fragility of human nature. In this situation, her hesitant attitude can make Brother G very impatient and continue to raise the price. The two of them raise the price back and forth, and finally the deal is closed at a price of 10 million or several million, and she makes a fortune. Really? Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, Of course it's true. At this time, Brother G was indeed very uncomfortable. He felt that Su Xiaoyu was fighting with him and said so deliberately, so he retorted, You want to snatch the house from me? Lu Zhongji? Do you have the ability? Are you pretending here? Chapter 30:30. Do you think this is an auction? As soon as he finished speaking, the female secretary wearing glasses came over and whispered in Lu Zhongji's ear. Brother G, this guy seems to be quite capable. When we came in to park the car just now, his car was behind us. I saw it. It was a Maybach S680, worth more than 4 million. Lu Zhongji's face changed. Is it the one we parked just now? That's right. The secretary nodded. So, we took his parking space. So he's picking on me? Lu Zhongji suddenly realized. Didn't you understand what I meant? Su Xiaoyu said to Yanni again. I will pay 8 million for this house, and the commission will be divided between the two of you. After hearing this, Yanni hurried over to Su Xiaoyu to provoke Lu Zhongji. Unexpectedly, this walk really worked. Lu Zhongji immediately said, Boy, you are holding a grudge against me because I took your parking space just now, right? Well, then I will take your house as well, so that you can see what real strength is. Yanni, I want this house for 10 million. Yanni was extremely excited, but he still pretended to be embarrassed on his face and said to Su Xiaoyu, "Handsome guy, look at this. X. 11 million. I want it." Su Xiaoyu continued to raise the price. "I tell you, I must have this house." As soon as these words came out, everyone around gasped. Obviously, the house was only bought for 7 million yuan at the beginning, but now it has increased to 11 million yuan. The appreciation rate is too fast. This guy is not only rich, but also so arrogant. Horrible, so terrible. We really don't understand the world of the rich. I really don't understand. If I buy this house now, it's like giving away 4 million for free. If you don't want the 4 million, you can give it to me. I'm short of money now. The people around who were watching the fun started talking. When Fatty G heard what Su Xiaoyu said, he began to have the idea of giving up, but the house was originally worth only 7 million yuan. So even if he gave up, he had to let Su Xiaoyu taste the beating of society. "Boy, are you really that stubborn? I just took your parking space, but you insist on snatching my house from me, right?" When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she immediately became furious. "So, you knew I was going to drive over and deliberately occupied the parking space. I originally thought you did it unintentionally. Since you intentionally occupied the parking space, then I can't be polite to you. So what if it was unintentional? So, what if it was intentional? Can you still eat me up?" Lu Zhongji asked arrogantly. Su Xiaoyu didn't talk nonsense with him, but continued to ask, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to increase the price? If you don't increase the price, I will buy it. Li Hongtao, prepare the contract for me." Lu Zhongji thought to himself, "You really insist on it, right? I'll let you spend more money. 13 million. After saying that, Lu Zhongji stood aside and grinned. If Amelia Su raised the price again, it would be 14 million. He would definitely not increase it further and let Amelia Su spend an extra 7 million in vain to buy a house worth 7 million at a price of 14 million. Lu Zhongji now thinks that Su Xiaoyu is a fool. Only a fool would throw away millions for a trivial matter and not treat money as money. Since Su Xiaoyu does not treat money as money, Lu Zhongji will do as he wishes. After saying what he just said, Lu Zhongji added 2 more provocative words. "I didn't expect that someone who drives a Maybach is still so young. He has a childish temper. Just for a parking space, he directly threw away millions. This is really admirable." The other spectators in the venue were basically men accompanying women to watch the show. It was still the women who decided which one to buy. After seeing the scene just now and hearing what Lu Zhongji said, they felt that Su Xiaoyu was even more handsome. Just because someone robbed your parking space, you have to slap them back and pay them millions more. This is really overbearing. A man like this is decisive and quick in his actions, and he also has a sense of being rich and willful. But I don't know if he has a girlfriend. I love this kind of high-quality boy. I love him. Lu Zhongji was very unhappy when he heard the women's discussion. He couldn't help but complain. Where did all these brainless women come from? The women didn't hear him and continued chattering. Lu Zhongji stopped scolding those women at this time. Instead, he waited quietly for Amelia Su to take the bait. When he thought that Amelia Su was going to spend 14 million to buy a house worth 7 million, he became very excited. Yao Xiaoxiao was also a little caught off guard when she saw this scene. Because she was the one who introduced Su Xiaoyu to see this house today, she didn't expect to meet such a person named Brother Ji. If she spent an extra 7 million yuan on Su Xiaoyu because of a quarrel with the other party, then this would be a serious crime. But looking at the current situation, Su Xiaoyu will never give up this house, and she must fight Lu Zhongji to the end. When Yao Xiaoxiao was about to persuade Su Xiaoyu to give up the house, Su Xiaoyu had already given up on it herself. "Okay, then you can keep this house. I give up." When Su Xiaoyu said this, everyone present couldn't help but sigh again. Just now, Su Xiaoyu acted so domineering and strong, but now she said she gave up. What was going on? Could it be that rich people would not keep their promises? Lu Zhongji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This really made him angry. "How dare you play tricks on me?" Su Xiaoyu said, "I can't afford the price, so I gave it to you. You are rich, so how can I play tricks on you?" Real estate salesmen like Yanni and Li Hongtao don't know what to do now. They have been working here for so many years, and this is the first time they have encountered such a situation. 2 people were fighting over a house. In the end, one of them gave up, and the remaining one seemed very unhappy. Not only the salesman, but also the spectators at the scene turned their attention to Lu Zhongji. Since Su Xiaoyu had given up, if he wanted to buy the house, he would have to spend 13 million. The group of people who had been discussing Amelia Su just now started discussing Lu Zhongji. This Brother Ji doesn't seem to really want this house. Could it be that he doesn't have money? No way. He's a well-known real estate speculator here. He's made a lot of money over the years, so he must have the money to buy it. He just can't bear to spend an extra $6 million. If you don't want to, then don't make an offer. When you were arguing with that guy just now, you should have known that the other party might not follow suit. If you don't have the ability, don't embarrass yourself. That's right, that guy used the tactics in his mind to win, and if he loses, he should accept it. If he can't afford to lose, he shouldn't have played in the first place. Every word these people said was very tricky and hurtful. There were so many people watching at the scene, and countless of them knew Lu Zhongji. If Lu Zhongji did not buy this house today, or spent less than $13 million to buy this house, he would definitely be embarrassed. Chapter 31:31. You don't have to buy it. Originally, he wanted to use this method to deal with Amelia Su, but he was the one who fell into the trap. Lu Zhongji was so angry that he trembled all over and said to Amelia Su with a curse, "Didn't you just say that you must have this house? People who drive Maybach, what you say is like farting." Su Xiaoyu looked nonchalant. He was not as obsessed with face as Lu Zhongji. He was born in a poor family and grew up in an environment where people looked down upon him for 31 years. He did not care about living one more day. You can't lie when you drive a Maybach, right? Ha! Su Xiaoyu's remarks resonated with the other house viewers, and they burst into laughter. Lu Zhongji was the only one with a stern face at the scene. He was now in a dilemma. Boy, you are deliberately going against me today. This 6 million yuan is a debt between you and me. Sooner or later, I will settle it with you. There was really no other way. Face was more important than money, so Lu Zhongji could only grit his teeth and buy it. Su Xiaoyu said tactfully, "This account can also be attributed to me. You can completely not buy it. Did anyone force you to buy it?" Although he said so, Lu Zhongji finally couldn't let go of his pride and spent 13 million to buy the house. The commission was still as agreed before, half each for Yanni and Li Hongtao. It was Miss Yao Xiuxiu who introduced me here just now, but this house was bought by Lu Zhongji, and she didn't get a penny of commission. So when I buy another house later, the commission should include Yao Xiuxiu's, which means you and her will split it equally. Is there any problem with that? Su Xiaoyu said to Li Hongtao. Actually, she was also saying it to Yao Xiuxiu. When Yao Xiuxiu heard Su Xiaoyu's words, her expression immediately became much better. As soon as Su Xiaoyu finished speaking, and Li Hongtao hadn't answered yet, Yanni subconsciously turned her head and glanced over here from a distance. Her expression was too obvious. If Su Xiaoyu could really afford the house, she would come over again to grab some. After Li Hongtao nodded in agreement, he took Su Xiaoyu to see another house nearby. The house type and geographical location were similar. Both were school district houses, but the area was slightly larger and the price was 10 million. Su Xiaoyu, Yao Xiuxiu, and Li Hongtao studied the sand table for a long time, and finally Su Xiaoyu decided to buy it. Okay, sign the contract. Li Hongtao was a little excited, but he didn't show it on his face. He quickly went to get the contract and invited Su Xiaoyu to sit on the sofa and wait. Su Xiaoyu had just walked to the sofa, and Li Hongtao had not come back yet, but Yanni had already come over. She sat opposite Amelia Su and asked very proactively, "Handsome guy, do you want to buy this house? Let me help you with the formalities." Su Xiaoyu was originally looking at her mobile phone. When she heard the voice, she looked up and was very unhappy. "No need, I've already handled it with Mr. Li Hongtao." Yanni smiled and thought that Su Xiaoyu said that because she didn't see her beauty clearly. Any normal man would like beautiful women. Who would buy a house from a male salesperson and refuse a beautiful woman? So she took the initiative to say, "Why do you want to do it with Li Hongtao? Do it with me. I can give you a bigger discount." Yao Xiuxiu sat next to Su Xiaoyu, staring at Yanni, afraid that Yanni would snatch Su Xiaoyu's order away again. Otherwise, she would have worked in vain all day. Although Yao Xiuxiu is very beautiful, Yanni is more beautiful and sexy. The clothes she wears are deliberately borderline in order to attract men. No one can guarantee that Amelia Su will not be seduced by her. Su Xiaoyu asked, "You are from the same real estate company. Aren't the promotions the same? What else could be different?" Yanni still maintained a mysterious smile, which made people feel very uncomfortable. She felt that Su Xiaoyu was a little ignorant of the ways of the world. "I can treat you to a meal. You know." Amelia Su shook her head and refused directly. "I'm sorry. I don't like to cooperate with people who don't trust me. No need, thank you." Yanni's face became a little embarrassed. She could hear that Su Xiaoyu was trying to bully her. At this moment, Li Hongtao had already come over with the contract. Yanni was embarrassed to continue pestering him, so he left. Li Hongtao put the paper contract on the coffee table and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, please take a look. Is there any problem?" After reading the contract, Amelia Sue nodded and said, "No problem." Then he picked up the pen and signed his name. Swipe the card. Su Xiaoyu took out her bank card and said to Li Hongtao, 10 million yuan has arrived in Union Pay. The mechanical voice rang out, which directly stimulated Yanni's heart. The commission of more than 20,000 yuan was taken away by Li Hongtao. She could not accept the reality very much, because in the past few years of real estate sales, she has always relied on her gender and appearance advantages to get a lot of commissions, and also snatched many orders from her colleagues. Today's meeting with Su Xiaoyu was the only time she failed. Supreme White Card. When Yanni saw Li Hongtao walking past with a swiped card, he stopped him in shock. Li Hongtao was not as knowledgeable as Yanni, and had never seen this kind of card before, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "This is the Supreme White Card of World Union Pay. What kind of big shot is this Mr. Su to have such strength?" Yanni said to himself. This shocked Li Hongtao. He didn't expect that he could actually serve such a powerful customer. He has worked for so many years. Is he really going to be able to turn the tables? Supreme White Card? That's right. Only a few people in the world have this kind of card. It is said that there are no more than 1,000 people, and each of them has a very noble status. As Yanni spoke, he walked straight to Amelia Sue and took the card with him. Although she did not enjoy the commission from the house, she was determined to leave a deep impression in Amelia Sue's heart. She firmly believed that all men in the world were equally lustful, and Su Xiaoyu must have rejected her just now because she did not see her beauty clearly. "Mr. Su, this is your card." Yanni handed the card to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu looked up and saw that it was Li Hongtao who had used the card to pay, but it was Yanni who gave him the card, and Li Hongtao was standing behind him. This made him unhappy, and he quickly asked, "You are really considerate." Although Yanni felt embarrassed, she still had a smile on her face. She had a very good mental quality. After all, she had been in sales for so many years. She spoke to Su Xiaoyu enthusiastically. "Mr. Su is our VIP here, so of course we have to be more enthusiastic. Let's add a WeChat number. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me." After all, Li Hongtao is a half-baked salesman, and he doesn't understand many things. When Amelia Sue heard this, she smiled and shook her head. "I have made it very clear just now. I don't like people who don't trust me. Don't you understand?" Chapter 32. Come to me if you need anything. This? Handsome guy, I know what you mean, but which man doesn't love beautiful women? No matter how much performance you provide to a male salesperson, what can he give you? I'm different. If we cooperate, it's a win-win situation. Yanni said these words shamelessly, not remembering that the ambiguous scene between her and Lu Zhongji just now was seen clearly by everyone present. Su Xiaoyu reminded very kindly, "Beauty, did you forget that there is a Brother Ji waiting for you?" Yanni then remembered that the relationship between her and Brother Ji was already known to most people. It was basically impossible for Su Xiaoyu, who held a bunch of cards, to trust her again, so she was speechless. After completing all the formalities, Su Xiaoyu took the contract documents and left with Yao Xiuxiu. After returning to the car and putting away all the contract documents, Su Xiaoyu drove to Tadao Real Estate and sent Yao Xiuxiu back to the company. Yao Xiuxiu was very happy in the co-pilot seat. She had earned 15,000 yuan today. She said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, handsome guy. I have earned nearly 40,000 yuan in the past 2 days. Do you want me to treat you to a meal?" Su Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "I'm going to buy a house anyway, so there's no need to treat you to a meal. I have something else to do later, so I'll take you back to the company first." Yao Xiuxiu was a little disappointed. In fact, she was a little worried about losing Su Xiaoyu, a big customer. She tried every means to give Su Xiaoyu some extra services in order to retain this big shot. "Then if you need anything in the future, you can contact me." Su Xiaoyu glanced at Yao Xiuxiu from the corner of her eye. Seeing her sincere look, she immediately knew what she was thinking, so she gave her a reassurance. "Don't worry, if I need to buy a house, I will definitely come to you." "Thank you very much, Mr. Su." Yao Xiuxiu said that actually what she wanted was not the order from Su Xiaoyu himself, because it is impossible for a person to always buy houses. Su Xiaoyu has already bought 2 houses, and it is impossible for him to continue to buy houses in a short period of time. So the surplus value of Su Xiaoyu is the friends around him. A rich man like Su Xiaoyu must have a lot of rich friends. If any of them needs to buy a house, they will come to Yao Xiuxiu, and she can earn a lot of commission. Mr. Su, if your friends need help, you can introduce them to me." Su Xiaoyu really didn't expect that Yao Xiuxiu was so obsessed with performance. He turned around and looked at her, staring at her with a pleading but somewhat cute look. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu's heart almost melted. You have to know that Wang Jing and Su Xiaoyu have been in a relationship for a year, but neither of them has ever experienced the feeling of being acted like a spoiled child by a girl. After being disturbed by Yao Xiuxiu today, Su Xiaoyu really softened his heart, and he immediately said, "Of course. Keep your word." Yao Xiuxiu immediately asked. Influenced by the scene where Su Xiaoyu teased Lu Zhongji today, Yao Xiuxiu was very worried about Su Xiaoyu's words. Su Xiaoyu smiled. "I will only break my promise to those who are against me. Don't worry. You have helped me a lot. I will definitely not tease you." Only then did Yao Xiuxiu feel relieved, and the smile on her face gradually became brighter. She silently thanked herself for everything she had done that day. She did not look down on Amelia Su like other salesmen did, so she picked up such a big treasure. And most importantly, Amelia Su was different from Lu Zhongji. He really took care of his business and didn't have to sleep with her. In this society, there were very few good men like this. "Thank you, Mr. Su. You are so nice." Amelia Su concentrated on driving and didn't say anything else. He was not doing charity. Giving Yao Xiuxiu so much performance commission was already good, and later Su Xiaoyu was going to acquire Huaxing Technology. At that time, every employee of Huaxing Technology would make money with him. There would be hundreds or even thousands of people buying houses in Shanghai from their company alone, not to mention the other friends Su Xiaoyu made because of his growing influence. If so much of the commission were given to Yao Xiuxiu, she might become the #1 person in real estate sales history in the future. No need to sleep with me? That's impossible. Along the way, Su Xiaoyu drove very steadily and was not nervous at all. She arrived safely at the entrance of Tadao Real Estate. "Okay, I'll go to the company first, bye." Yao Xiuxiu opened the car door and got out by herself. "Bye." Su Xiaoyu waved. And after seeing Yao Xiuxiu turn around, she started the Maybach and drove towards the first house she bought. The house was already being renovated. Su Xiaoyu went to see the progress first, and secondly, to tell their boss to immediately send someone to continue renovating the house that had just been purchased today. There could be no delay at all. After arriving at the house, the progress of the decoration inside was still in the initial stage, and even the basic prototype could not be seen. Su Xiaoyu knew that there would be a long wait, so she stopped paying attention to these things and directly called the foreman. She exchanged a few pleasantries with him, and then talked about business. "Brother Wang, I bought another house today. See if there are any people in your decoration team. Come over and install it for me within 2 days." The foreman of this decoration team is called Wang Pengfei. He is a young man who came to Shanghai from other places like Amelia Su. However, he is better off than Amelia Su. He has already started a family. Seeing Amelia Su being so polite, he began to flatter her. "Boss Su, this financial strength is really beyond my expectation. You bought another house?" Wang Pengfei emphasized the word again, which reflected his excitement and surprise at the moment. Su Xiaoyu waved her hand and said quickly, "Don't call me boss, it sounds uncomfortable. This time I bought it for my parents to live in. It's about the same size as this one, but the layout is a little different. You can redesign it for me when the time comes. The living habits of their generation are different from those of us young people." Wang Pengfei nodded. I understand. My parents are the same. Their concepts are very different from mine, and their living habits are completely different. But Mr. Su, please rest assured. We have been doing renovations for so many years and have seen all kinds of houses. I asked the designer to design according to the thinking of middle-aged people, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. I feel relieved with your words. I will use the best materials, especially the sound insulation. I can afford to spend more on this. Okay, leave it to me. If there is money to be made, of course, all of it will be given to Wang Pengfei. Su Xiaoyu doesn't smoke, and neither does Wang Pengfei, so the two of them chatted for more than half an hour. Before leaving, Amelia Su said, "Then I won't bother you anymore. Go and get busy. I'll leave first." "Okay, Mr. Su." Chapter 33. Acquisition of Huaxing from the secondary market. Time flies. The years pass by like a shuttle. A week later, the design drawings and renderings of the house were completed and sent to Su Xiaoyu by Xia Chuanlong, the design director of Shenwang Decoration, the decoration company where Wang Pengfei worked. Xia Chuanlong sent a WeChat message. "Mr. Su, here is the rendering. All the materials are the best according to what you said. Please take a look." It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Xiaoyu was eating noodles at home, holding a mobile phone in his hand. It looked good, but after all, this house was not his own, so he sent the renderings to his father Su Shipa to see if he had any opinions. Su Shipa was also a decorator when he was young, and he still has some knowledge of decoration. He can understand the renderings. After discussing with Su Xiaoyu's mother in his hometown for a while, he felt that there was no problem, so Su Xiaoyu notified Xia Chuanlong that it was okay. As for the materials, Su Xiaoyu did not send them to Su Shipa because they had to use the best. First of all, for their older age, safety issues must be taken seriously. Secondly, good materials are expensive and have more rebates. The total cost is still 1.5 million, which is a very high cost in the home improvement industry. And it is only the hard decoration and does not include large appliances in the home. Su Xiaoyu is very satisfied with this price. I don't have any problems here. You guys start working as soon as possible and don't delay the progress. Xia Chuanlong said, Okay, Mr. Su, we will arrange for the construction team to start construction as soon as possible. The construction fee here will be based on the first payment, the same as last time, or 25, no problem. Amelia Su agreed without even thinking. No problem. Let's use the same account as last time. I'll transfer it right away. Su Xiaoyu still remembers that she transferred 375,000 yuan last time and received a rebate of 3 million yuan. Her luck was simply overwhelming, so she couldn't help but look forward to it this time. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I quickly clicked on the transfer interface, entered the amount and password, closed my eyes, and pressed confirm. Congratulations to the host. You have triggered a 3x rebate and received 1.125 million yuan. The total amount on the card is now 140 million. I won't look at the decimals, as they are meaningless anyway. However, there is still a long way to go to acquire Huaxing. Su Xiaoyu thought about it and realized that if she wanted to acquire Huaxing offline, she would have to transfer more than 400 million yuan. If she wanted to earn rebates by buying houses, she would have to buy too many houses, and it would be tiring to run around like this. How to buy Huaxing in the fastest time will test Su Xiaoyu's brain. According to the system, buying a company is equivalent to consumption, and buying more than 67% of the company's shares will give you absolute control, which is equivalent to buying the company. Then the problem is very simple. Su Xiaoyu does not need to wait until he earns 500 million yuan to acquire the company. He can just buy the stocks directly in the securities market. Huaxing Technology is listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange. It has been more than 2 years since its listing. The current total market value is 520 million yuan, and the circulating market value is also 520 million yuan. All major shareholders and original shareholders do not hold many shares, only 20% in total. Some major shareholders of Huaxing ran away half a year ago. Now 80% of the shares are in the hands of retail investors. Some of these retail investors are deeply trapped and cannot leave at all, while others are still clinging to illusions and holding onto their shares without selling them. If Huaxing can make a comeback, they will get rich. Su Xiaoyu decided to go all out and downloaded the Oriental Fortune app, opened an account, and filled in the information. Although he had never traded stocks, Su Xiaoyu had some understanding of the securities market. He had bought funds, gold, and other investment products while working. Although none of them made money, he had learned some basic operations. After opening a securities account, you cannot trade on the same day and have to wait until the next day to buy. So Su Xiaoyu could only watch the excitement in the comments section of Oriental Fortune today. In the comments section of Huaxing Technology, the top hot news is that the company is in financial trouble and is facing a capital chain break. The specific content is that Huaxing Technology's business operations and production are normal, but its capital chain is broken. The company is applying for asset restructuring, but there has been no substantial progress. Currently, the threshold for AI and internet technology is relatively high. Companies that can operate in this field are still in the process of exploring, let alone investing in Huaxing. Therefore, no one has been willing to reorganize with Huaxing, and no one is willing to acquire Huaxing and readjust. There are many different comments, and everyone has their own ideas. Why hasn't this company gone ST yet? Its stock price has fallen to 3 yuan. I strongly demand a thorough investigation. It must be financial fraud. Hold on to your own stocks. The stock price of this company has fallen so much, and it has not yet delisted or become an ST company. It must be reorganized. Don't break your thighs when the time comes. What do you know? Do you know the ST rules? This company just had its funding chain cut off, but it's not losing money. Why does it need to be ST? A group of retail investors knew nothing and were all arguing with each other based on their own unfounded guesses. No one was willing to give in to anyone else. Su Xiaoyu read their comments, smiled, and shook her head. Overall, the majority of people are bearish, while those who are bullish are just daydreaming. Anyone who dares to say good things about Huaxing Technology in this comment section, or does not say bad things about it, will be criticized to pieces and will be unable to live as a human being. Su Xiaoyu couldn't bear it any longer, So she chose one of the more popular posts and replied, "Are you so confident that this company will be delisted?" The owner of the post was called Wolfsbane. He immediately responded to Su Xiaoyu's comment below. "This kind of company hasn't been delisted yet. Have you woken up?" At the moment, the company's stock price is at the limit down. The stock price is 3 yuan, and the limit down order is 300,000 lots. It costs 90 million to open this limit down. After Su Xiaoyu took a look, she said, "Who told you that you were going to be delisted? It's easy to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Even if it is not delisted in a short time, there will definitely be a risk warning. It has been delisted, and you are still bullish here. None of the retail investors with 100,000 lots here can escape. Some have already lost 50% in a row. Has your conscience been eaten by something?" Wolf Poison Flower said to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu continued to reply, "Don't talk to me about speculation. Isn't this just a 90 million block order? Any big boss can come and eat it up in one bite. What's there to panic about? You are spreading negative remarks here. Aren't you afraid of being arrested?" Wolfsbane was a little upset. He thought Su Xiaoyu was just going to say a few words in the comment section, and then it was over. He didn't expect that the two of them had been arguing for several minutes. His words became more radical. "Which idiot would come to lift this board? Are you going to lift it with your mouth? From your remarks, I can see that most retail investors are now in a state of panic, and someone will soon come to raise the price of this stock." After Su Xiaoyu replied, he decided that the first thing he would do when the market opens tomorrow is to buy all the 90 million on the limit down board. Chapter 34. 34. You can also earn a wave of rebates. But after Wolfsbane, everyone else who was bearish on Huashing technology came to criticize Su Xiaoyu, and their words were more unpleasant than the other. "Dog help Akashi. Which TikTok expert sent you here to spread rumors and confuse the public? You just want to trick us into canceling the order and then run away. Let me tell you, I've lost 66% on this ticket. I don't want this money anyway. I'll put a limit down order every day, and no one can leave." The more they didn't believe it, Su Xiaoyu deliberately said it with confidence, with the purpose of making these people unhappy. "Even if it doesn't open today, it will open 100% tomorrow. If you don't understand this kind of thing, why are you still speculating in stocks? Go home and raise pigs. It's a waste of life." These words made the group of bears so angry that their faces turned red. They have been trading stocks for so many years, but they have never seen someone as shameless as Su Xiaoyu. It would be fine if she just boasted, but she did it with such confidence. Wolfsbane felt that he was absolutely not wrong. This stock was completely waiting to be delisted. All the major shareholders of the company had fled, leaving only retail investors struggling here. If such a stock had big funds to support it, there was only one possibility, that is, someone would acquire this company. But if someone comes to acquire this company, and the news has already reached the ears of a retail investor, Su Xiaoyu, then the major shareholders of these companies cannot be unaware of it. Since they know it, they cannot run away. But the fact is that the major shareholders have cashed out and run away. So after thinking about it, Langdua feels that the probability of this company delisting is 100. So, Wolfsbane issued a serious warning to Su Xiaoyu. "I don't know where you got it from, and I don't care if you are really stupid or a dog. Now I ask you one question. If this ticket doesn't open tomorrow, you give me 100,000. If it opens, I will give you 200,000. This was a very satisfying statement, and other stock investors all applauded. "Yes, that's right. This guy is too arrogant. I don't know where he got this help from. It sounded nice just now, but if I really ask him to gamble now, he will definitely not dare to do it. I don't think he can even come up with 100,000 yuan. Ha!" There were also a few people who spoke for Amelia's Su. "Brother, I also hope you are right. I'll borrow your auspicious words." Su Xiaoyu said, 100,000 yuan is such a small bet. If you want to bet 1 million. Do you dare?" Wolfsbane was very arrogant and rich, but he was reluctant to take out 1 million yuan at once, so he hesitated for a long time before replying. "You're going to lose anyway, so it doesn't matter how much you bet. 1 million is 1 million. Su Xiaoyu replied to Wolfsbane, "Okay, let's see the result tomorrow. Whoever loses will transfer the money live. The card number will be sent to private message." Wolfsbane didn't take it seriously. "It doesn't matter. I won't lose anyway." Day 3, 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Xiaoyu was already able to conduct transactions, and all the functions of his account were officially activated. He immediately recharged all the money in the white card into it. Because at this time, no consumption has been made, the money has just been recharged into the securities account, so there is no rebate. Su Xiaoyu didn't know it at first and was still waiting for the system prompt, but in the end there was nothing. After realizing this, Su Xiaoyu knew that it was the influence of the last Douyin recharge, and she immediately understood that securities and Douyin were different. So she waited until 9:25 to open the Huashing Technology interface. Sure enough, it was the same as yesterday, with the stock price hitting the limit down. However, today's order volume was slightly less than yesterday, at 250,000 lots, and the price to take it was not 3 yuan, but 2.7 yuan. Never mind, just place an order now and buy them all. Su Xiaoyu directly put in all 67.5 million and bought it at the limit price. The time has come to 9:27. The order has not been completed, and Su Xiaoyu has not received the rebate notification. The last 3 minutes passed very slowly. Su Xiaoyu had nothing to do, so she went to check yesterday's post again, only to see that Wolfsbane had already declared its victory. Wolfsbane even specifically tagged Su Xiaoyu to come over and transfer the money. God, let's see how you can quibble here. The stock price is still down today. I have sent you the account number in a private message. Wang Bu, where is the guy who shouted yesterday that he would open the board today? Why is he gone? Is he too scared to come? Jin Shanbiao. He ran away, like a fool. He's just a boaster. How could he really transfer 1 million? Hu Jun. If it were me, I would have run away long ago. No one knows each other on the internet. Why should I keep my promise? This made Wolfsbane very upset. He posted another comment and tagged Su Xiaoyu. At Su Xiaoyu, you coward, you dare not speak out? At this time, it is 9:29. Su Xiaoyu replied to Wolfsbane calmly. What's wrong? Did we say that the competitive bidding will be launched? Wolfsbane said, do you still expect him to open the market right away? Su Xiaoyu said, of course, if the price limit is not opened before the closing, I will naturally transfer this 1 million. In fact, Wolfsbane was already feeling guilty at this time because the market was about to open in 10 seconds, so he asked, if it opens and then closes again, you will lose. Su Xiaoyu, no problem. It's already 9:30. Su Xiaoyu's order was executed in seconds, leaving no chance for retail investors at all. As the stock opened so quickly, 67.5 million was traded at once, which attracted some people who liked to buy when the stock opened, creating a certain inertia. The stock price jumped from -10% to -7%, but once the inertia wore off, it began to decline again. Su Xiaoyu's rebate has already arrived. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 5x rebate and getting 337 million. The total balance in Su Xiaoyu's account has reached 407 million yuan, which is enough for Su Xiaoyu to continue buying. If the price limit is hit again, he will continue to buy and take as much as he can. After seeing that the limit down was opened and the stock price had been hovering between -7% and -9%, Wolfsbane and some bearish representatives became a little nervous. Some of them have begun to believe Su Xiaoyu's words and pay high respect to her. Such accurate judgment is definitely not something that ordinary people can make. In their eyes, Su Xiaoyu is a symbol of God. Su Xiaoyu did not speak in the comment area because he said that he would not make any judgment before the closing. As long as there was no limit down before the closing, he would win. The stock price fluctuated and hit the lower limit again, with more than 10,000 orders blocked. The Wolfsbane was not happy for long, as it was eaten by someone a few minutes later. But after a while, it was blocked again, and the order reached more than 10,000 lots again. Wolfsbane stared at the screen of his mobile phone without daring to look away. He was finally relieved when he saw that the orders were rising. 10,000 lots, 15,000 lots, 22,000 lots, 170,000 lots. Finally, the order was fixed at 170,000 lots. Wolfsbane thought it was okay again and said in the comment area, let's see, what if it's opened? Isn't it the limit down again? I don't think it will open again. Less than 2 minutes after this sentence was sent out, the limit down was opened again. That's right, Su Xiaoyu bought another 45.9 million yuan. Chapter 35. You bet right. All those who sell at the lower limit are those who have lost too much money during this period and are in psychological panic. They are so happy to be able to sell and don't think about whether the price will go up or down after they sell. Some people in the comment section have started posting screenshots of themselves selling their stocks, thinking that they are finally free. But things are not that simple at all. Just now, after Su Xiaoyu bought 45.9 million, he received a rebate of 275 million, so his funds were 636 million. This money is enough to buy all the remaining shares of the entire company. However, there are definitely some retail investors or people who are unwilling to buy. Among the retail investors, there are also smart people or those who hold on to their shares. They will never leave unless they make money. They will either lose all their money when the company delists or wait for the company to make a comeback so that they can achieve financial freedom. Su Xiaoyu expressed her blessing to those who persisted to the end. You made the right bet. After the limit down was lifted this time, the stock price did not continue to go up, but kept fluctuating around minus 10%. When Su Xiaoyu saw this scene, she knew that many people were still selling. Those who did not sell before saw that there was so much money on the limit down board and they couldn't sell it, so they didn't place an order. Now that someone is seeing the limit down, of course they will place an order to sell as soon as they see it, because they are too panicked and perhaps this is the only chance to sell. Su Xiaoyu has not continued to buy yet because now all the transactions are small orders one by one. If he wants to buy, he has to wait for the lower limit to be closed again and the last batch of panic orders to be sold so that he can buy more at one time. On the other side, Wolfsbane was now very nervous. He saw the lower limit was opened and closed from time to time. He himself did not hold any shares of Washing Technology, so he had no way to control it. There are many people trading at this position, so it looks particularly worrying. It lasted until 10:30, 1 hour after the opening, before we finally saw the limit down being hit again. However, the order was only 100,000 lots, and it would increase and decrease from time to time, and it might be reopened at any time. So Wolfsbane was not too happy, because it was very likely that he would be slapped in the face after making a victory speech in the last second. After Su Xiaoyu saw that the lower limit was hit again, he stopped watching the market. He knew that as long as he did not buy, no one else would collect these chips. If no one collected them, there would be more and more orders on the lower limit. With more orders, panic trading would be triggered again. After all, human nature is very fragile. Rather than making money, they hope to lose less. The market closed at 11:30 a.m., and Washing Technology's limit-down orders reached an astonishing 300,000 lots. Su Xiaoyu thought about buying it directly when the market opened in the afternoon, and then continued to push the price up. The panic selling was almost over, and Su Xiaoyu could spend a little money to push the stock price to the limit, which would piss off those who were afraid of death. At noon, Su Xiaoyu ordered a takeout and threw away some unwanted things at home. The time passed quickly. As soon as the market opened in the afternoon, Su Xiaoyu placed an order in seconds and took up all the 81 million limit-down orders. Congratulations to the host. The penalty is 4 times the rebate, and you get 324 million. Su Xiaoyu was a little disappointed as the rebate multiples were getting smaller and smaller. He guessed that it might be because he had been spending multiple times on the same consumer product, which led to a decrease in the rebate multiples. This was also a mechanism deliberately set up by the system to prevent Su Xiaoyu from maliciously placing orders. After the price limit was lifted, Wolfsbane's heart fell to the bottom again. He himself was a frequent stock trader and had learned a lot about sentiment analysis. At this stage, the panic had basically been consumed. Some people followed Su Xiaoyu and bought in. After the stock price hit the limit down, it never went back up. Su Xiaoyu observed for half an hour and saw that the stock price had risen from minus 10% to minus 2% and had not gone down. So he continued to buy and push the stock price up. In the end, he spent 150 million and pushed Washing Technology to the daily limit. Su Xiaoyu did not buy the 150 million all at once, but placed orders all the way up. During the period, there were many 1x rebates. The highest was only 3x rebates, and most were 2x rebates. This result fully proved that Su Xiaoyu's guess was correct, and that one cannot always spend on a single product. However, Su Xiaoyu only played with stocks to facilitate the acquisition of Washing Technology. He had no interest in stock trading and would not use this kind of thing to earn rebates in the future. Su Xiaoyu now has 945 million in his account. According to the trading rules of the securities market, if the amount is too large, he will not be able to buy and sell freely. He may have to take the route of bulk transactions. So many things will be inconvenient to operate. At this time, Su Xiaoyu held 1.3 million shares of Washing Technology, or 130 million shares, with total assets of 386 million yuan. She was definitely the company's major shareholder, holding more than 67% of the shares and had absolute control over Washing Technology. After the price reached the daily limit, Amelia Su did not buy anymore. Naturally, there were a lot of retail investors and Yuzi who came to block the price limit. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Xiaoyu opened Oriental Fortune and saw that the stock price was still at the upper limit of 2.97 yuan, with 100,000 orders blocked. She was completely relieved. Washing Technology also became the number 1 on the Oriental Fortune stock popularity list today. Before the market closed, countless people had already boasted about it in the comment section. Many people bought Washing Technology with a gambling mentality. Today, Washing Technology suddenly hit the ceiling and they were so happy. Some people who bought it today made 20% profit on the same day. They posted pictures faster than anyone else, and they were so excited that it was difficult to release their emotions. Su Xiaoyu saw their comments. Most of them said that Huashing technology must have been acquired, otherwise it would not have been so strong to the daily limit. A few people said that this was the main force's attempt to lure more buyers to save itself, and the stock would still fall to the daily limit when it opened tomorrow. These comments were not interesting to Su Xiaoyu. He just wanted to see if Wolfsbane was still around, because, judging by the quality of most netizens, he should have run away by now. Su Xiaoyu found the post from yesterday and discovered that the comment section was full of people praising Su Xiaoyu as the stock god, while those who sold their stocks at the limit down were cursing Wolfsbane. This person named Su Xiaoyu is not from some organization, right? Why is she here to browse the comment section when she has nothing to do? I suspect this person is up to something. Otherwise, how would he know that the stock would be delisted today? According to past experience, this stock will definitely continue to fall to the limit until it is delisted. What experience? Huashing Technology has not made any losses or fraud. It's just that it's in operational difficulties. If a big boss takes a fancy to such a good company and directly solves their funding problems, they can recover immediately. Yes, I think the Su Xiaoyu is most likely the boss who acquired Huashing Technology. The funds for skipping work today should all be his own. Chapter 3636, Losing Money. You bastard Wolfsbane, I lost money. I just listened to you. I sold my stocks as soon as the limit down was lifted today. I also sold at a loss of 8% and lost nearly 100,000 yuan. Wolfsbane, didn't you say that this stock would be delisted? Why did it reach the daily limit today? Wolfsbane was also trying to defend itself, shifting the blame onto itself. Stock trading is your own business. It has nothing to do with me. Su Xiaoyu also spoke in the comment area. What do you think? It's impossible for the stock to fall to the limit at the close now. Just admit defeat. Wolfsbane did not evade, but proved hard. So what? There is a high probability that the stock will drop to the limit tomorrow. Amelia Su didn't give him a chance to change the subject. Do you remember the bet we made? Wolfsbane seemed to have amnesia. What bet? Su Xiaoyu held the phone and laughed out loud, but he didn't expect Wolfsbane to really transfer money to him, so he replied casually. It's okay, if you can't bring yourself to do it, we'll just forget it. The entire chat content was conducted under Wolfsbane's post, so Wolfsbane could delete whichever post she wanted. The comment that bet with Su Xiaoyu had already been deleted. So now Wolfsbane would never admit that he had made a bet with Amelia Su. I don't understand what you are saying. At this time, Su Xiaoyu didn't need to speak because the others had already sprayed the Wolfsbane flowers so hard that they were unseen. After all, so many people saw their conversation yesterday. It is really shameless for him to deny it now. Su Xiaoyu read the comments cursing Wolfsbane and found it more and more interesting. Suddenly, a strange phone call interrupted his rhythm. The call came from a local landline in Shanghai, and the caller ID was marked as Shanghai Stock Exchange. Su Xiaoyu knew that it must be his transaction that attracted the attention of the exchange, so they called to ask about him. He definitely couldn't ignore this call. Hello, how are you? Su Xiaoyu said. The other party was a young man who spoke standard Mandarin and was very fluent, without making any mistakes. Hello, is this Mr. Su Xiaoyu? This is the Shanghai Stock Exchange. I am Lu Bing, the market consultant here. Today, we noticed that your account, Oriental Fortune Securities with the shareholder number ending in, has purchased a total of 1.3 million shares of Huashing Technology. Did you do this yourself? I did it myself. Is there any problem? Lu Bing continued. Excuse me, did you voluntarily purchase Huashing Technology shares? Have you received any threats from a third party? Or are you an internal employee of Huashing Technology? Regarding this issue, Su Xiaoyu really needs to explain. I have worked at Huashing Technology, but now I have been fired. My purchase of this company's stock is purely personal, and I have not received any threats or control from a third party. Then what is your purpose in purchasing so many shares? Your current shares account for 70% of Huashing Technology, and you have gained absolute control over this company. Lu Bing said, yes, my goal is to buy this company. After hearing what Su Xiaoyu said, the other party was quite satisfied because as an A-share exchange, they do not want the company to be delisted. For example, a company like Huashing Technology clearly has the opportunity to turn the situation around, but because of the broken capital chain, the company is in financial difficulties, but no one is willing to save it. It's a pity. Now that Su Xiaoyu is willing to spend money to save the company, it is of course a good thing. In this way, Huashing Technology can continue to be traded on the A-share market. One more listed company means one more sickle, and more food and wine can be harvested. Okay, so you mean you want to have full control over Huashing Technology? Lu Bing said. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, I just want to take over this company and make it bigger and stronger. I used to be an employee of this company. I am also a technical person. I understand the company's operations and technology. Now, the upper-level attaché great importance to Al, and the policy is very favorable to this industry. I think it is wrong that such a company can't succeed. If I were to do it, I would be very confident. Very good, we like your attitude very much. In this case, we will notify the China Securities Regulatory Commission to confirm the time when Mr. Su officially becomes the major shareholder of Huashing Technology. At that time, the company will hold a grand ceremony to welcome you. After Lu Bing finished speaking, he hung up the phone with Su Xiaoyu. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. We will send you a message after the matter is confirmed. Su Xiaoyu thought this was a good idea. When the time came, he would go directly to Huashing to attend a welcome ceremony. As for being a director or a CEO, Su Xiaoyu had no interest in them because all he wanted was Huashing's equity and to enjoy the huge benefits that Huashing Technology would bring in its future development. These titles could be given to whoever wanted them. As a person with a technical background, Su Xiaoyu has easier control over the company. If he succeeds, he will be like many other people with a technical background who have built their companies to the top, such as manhwa, Ding Lei, Lei Jun, Li Yanhong, and so on. It was already 1545, and the stock market had closed long ago. Su Xiaoyu opened Oriental Fortune again and found that Huashing Technology was still at its daily limit, and there was no reduction in the orders. He then put away his phone with peace of mind and prepared to pack up and go for a run. Even without Chi-Chi by her side, Su Xiaoyu would still insist on exercising every day, be very particular about what she eats, and strictly follow the standards for fat loss and body shaping. This afternoon, Su Xiaoyu went out for a run more than an hour earlier than usual, mainly because she was too excited. She was simply overjoyed, because after Su Xiaoyu acquired a company like Huashing Technology, he not only got the rebates he just received, but more importantly, he no longer needed to make up lies to explain the source of his wealth. Now that he has the identity of a major shareholder of Huashing Technology, his net worth will naturally increase. In the past, no matter how rich Su Xiaoyu was, he was just regarded as a nouveau riche. But now it is different. He has officially entered the upper-class circle. After running, it was 17:20. Su Xiaoyu was sweating all over, but he felt very fulfilled. After returning home, he took a hot shower, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out to the mall in the evening and have dinner. Just when Su Xiaoyu was changing her clothes, she heard a text message alert from her mobile phone. I picked up the phone and saw 3 text messages. The first one was from the Shanghai Stock Exchange, the second one was from the Shanghai Market Supervision and Administration Office, and the third one was from the Shanghai Municipal Government. The main issues were those that Lu Bing had just mentioned. Su Xiaoyu also read the important words carefully and kept them in mind. Chapter 37. Becoming the new boss of Huashing. Huashing Technology Company Limited will hold a welcome ceremony at 11 a.m. on November 12th. Please don't forget it, Mr. Su. Today is November 11th, which means it will happen tomorrow morning. No wonder they sent a message to notify me so quickly. Su Xiaoyu did not reply because this was a text message sent from a landline, but he had already remembered it in his heart. Su Xiaoyu always deletes text messages on his mobile phone directly because he never receives any useful text messages. But Su Xiaoyu did not delete any of these 3 text messages and kept them all in his mobile phone. After going out, Su Xiaoyu was in a happier mood. He always remembered his original intention and would never eat and drink too much and ruin his body. At 9:30 the next morning, during working hours, a heated discussion broke out in the conference room of Huashing Technology. The CSRC also informed them that the ceremony had to be held in a grand manner no matter what, and deliberately did not mention Su Xiaoyu's name in order to give them a surprise. They were happy to know that the company's funding problem was solved after it was acquired by a big shot. However, the China Securities Regulatory Commission did not reveal the name of the big shot who bought the company and said that he would give them a surprise, which made the whole company puzzled. What kind of person needs to be kept in suspense like this? I didn't expect that when Huashing was about to go bankrupt, such a powerful figure actually bought 70% of the company's shares and bought them through the secondary market. This is really puzzling. It seems that this big shot is deliberately keeping it in suspense. The first person to speak in the office was Ho Kaijia, the deputy general manager of Huashing Technology. Ho Kaijia was undoubtedly the most shocked one after hearing the news, because his original plan was to resign at the end of this month. He had already sold all the shares under his name and had no attachment to the company. There are many people like Ho Kaiji in the company. Many of them have thought about leaving the company, but now they know that someone has acquired the company's shares and decided to continue investing money in the company. They don't know what to do. As Ho Kaiji spoke, other people also started talking. Yes, our company has always been doing well. Now we just have a problem with funds. Before the problem, our net profit in the first half of this year increased a lot compared to last year. I guess this big shot must be someone in the same industry. He knows that our company actually has only minor problems, so he dared to buy shares in such a big way. Yes, but who is this person? All right. General Manager Shi Xiufeng suddenly waved his hand and said, I called you here not for you to ask why. The company has been acquired, which means a new boss has been appointed. What we need to do now is to think about how to better welcome the new boss. This big shot will be here in an hour and a half. We need to think carefully about whether we will continue to work here if he saves the company and what we should do to get the new boss's approval. After he finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized the key point of the problem. No matter who this person is, he is definitely richer and more powerful than anyone here. After they meet him in person, they will naturally know who he is. There is no need to discuss him here. Yes, we get it. What the general manager said is absolutely right. If the company's funding is resolved, then the business will definitely operate normally, and the new boss may make an unprecedented personnel change in the company. At this time, they also have some psychological pressure. If the new boss comes and kills them directly, they won't even have a place to cry. These people simply cannot afford to offend such a powerful and decisive new boss. The atmosphere changed again, and for a moment, they all became uneasy. Afterwards, Shi Xiufeng instructed everyone to gather the personnel from various departments and tell them not to do anything today, but to quickly set up the site and wait for the new boss to arrive and take up the job. For a time, people from every department in Huashing, regardless of their position, all worked together to clean the place, lay carpets, and hang lanterns and banners. All the details were taken into consideration, and it was meticulous. As the technical manager of Huashing, Xu Yong also took the people in their department to participate in the work of arranging the site. At this time, he took some time out of his busy schedule to chat privately with Wang Jing about whether to leave or not. Xu Yong was in the management team. He attended the meeting at 9:30 in the morning, but Wang Jing did not. So Wang Jing didn't know a lot of things. Xu Yong was saying to her, since this new boss has spent so much money to buy 70% of Huashing Technology's shares, he is definitely not fighting a battle without confidence. This is at least more than 300 million yuan. Wang Jing calculated in her mind, and it was probably this much money, and nodded. Yes, this new boss is quite capable, so he will definitely build up the company. If we leave now, it would be too unprofitable. If the company succeeds by then, we will suffer a huge loss. Xu Yong said to Wang Jing with his eyes wide open. Wang Jing was also stunned. Yes, the company's market value is at its lowest point now. I think we can't leave now. We have to buy shares in the company. We will definitely make a fortune in the future. It's hard to buy company shares now. The stock price has reached its daily limit today. There is no hope of buying them through the secondary market. When the new boss comes, we will raise the price together and see if he agrees. Xu Yong had already looked at the stocks and couldn't buy a single share. Okay, let's do it. Wang Jing agreed with Su Yong's idea. Just as they raised their heads and were about to continue working, a familiar face suddenly came towards them. This person was one of the top 10 shareholders of the company before, named Su Xiaoma. After selling all his shares, he left the company 3 months ago. He suddenly appeared again today. It is probably because the company was acquired by a big shot again, and there is hope again. So he wants to return to the company to continue its development. Mr. Su, why are you back again? Xu Yong asked. Su Xiaoma laughed loudly and said, you are asking even though you already know the answer, Manager Su. Now that the company has made a comeback, how can I not come back and seize this great opportunity to buy at the bottom? Ha! Yes, Mr. Su is right. I also want to buy some shares of the company, but I don't know if there is such an opportunity. No problem. Since the new boss wants to start the company, he must attract investment. We just need to be more proactive when the time comes. Yes, haha. Chapter 38, go away. Suddenly, they saw several familiar figures, all of whom were employees who had been fired before, some from the technical department, some from the marketing department, and some from other departments such as the finance department. They came back with only one purpose, which is that the company needs to return to normal now, and both operations and production need more manpower. They were all the ones who had made great contributions to the company in the beginning, and if the company wants to recruit people, they will definitely be the best candidates. Xu Yong saw several employees from the technical department who had been fired by him and asked unhappily, "What are you guys doing here? Now that the company is getting back to normal, do you want to come back to work?" That's right. If the company wants to revitalize the new boss, it will definitely have to add more staff. We are the most convenient employees to use. Please consider us, Manager Sue. Several people spoke well of Xu Yong, but Xu Yong didn't appreciate it at all. He smiled and waved his hand. "Can the water that has been poured out be taken back? Since we have already terminated the labor contract, there is no need to waste time. If you continue to pester me, I will not want you. Go away." "Please, Manager Sue, it's really hard for us to find a job outside. We are old and encounter obstacles everywhere. Manager Sue, please have some mercy and accept us." "No," Xu Yong said mercilessly. "It's none of my business if you can't find a job. If you don't leave, I'll call the security guards." "Manager Sue, security guard? Okay, let's just go." The few people had no choice but to leave since Xu Yong refused to accept them. After walking from the office at the back to the lobby at the front, I saw a very handsome young man walking in at the door. Everyone in their technical department knew her, and they shouted in unison, "Amelia Sue? Why are you here too?" Su Xiaoyu knew them all and asked in surprise as soon as they met, "You don't look well. What's wrong?" "Don't mention it. We thought that since the company was acquired by a new owner, it would definitely have to resume production and operations. So we went back to ask Xu Yong if he could take us back to work, but he refused, so we had no choice but to leave. Yeah, this Xu Yong is really a piece of shit." After hearing their description, Su Xiaoyu expressed deep sympathy and asked, "So, it's not easy for you to find a job outside during this period?" "Yes, I found an outsourced job before, but the salary was low and he wasn't like, so I quit. The full-time jobs in regular companies all said I was too old, so they didn't want me." A young man from the technical department sighed. Su Xiaoyu saw what they went through and understood it deeply. If he didn't have the system, his current treatment would probably be similar to theirs. Out of care and help for her colleagues, Su Xiaoyu quickly said to them, "Don't worry, the company is going to have a major reshuffle today, so don't leave yet. I'll reserve a position for you later." People from other departments went to see their former supervisors, and only the people from the technical department were still here chatting with Su Xiaoyu. They were very surprised to hear Su Xiaoyu's words, and they didn't know where he got the confidence to say that he would keep their positions for them. "Su Xiaoyu, haven't you been fired? Aren't you here today to ask for a job?" One of the boys asked in confusion, with doubts written all over his face. Now, Su Xiaoyu was confused again. He was the new boss who came here today to inherit the company. How could he not be qualified to reserve a position for his former colleague? "It's not difficult for me to reserve a position for you. The funding chain has been solved, and future operations and production will return to normal. There will definitely not be enough staff. You have all made great contributions to the company, so of course you have to have excellent performance," Su Xiaoyu said. Up to now, Amelia Su still didn't know that everyone here thought he was here to survive. At this moment, Xu Yong, the technical manager who came out, heard what Amelia Su said and shook his head with a laugh. "Amelia Su, you're here again? You've spent all your money, or the rich woman doesn't want to give you money anymore, so you're going to start looking for a job again?" Su Xiaoyu turned around and saw Xu Yong and Wang Jing still looking disgusting. They were inseparable wherever they went, hugging each other. She turned her head away and didn't look at their faces. At the same time, she said, "You two are still in the company? Why should we leave? Huaxing has been acquired by a mysterious rich man. The capital has been linked, and it will surely grow stronger in the future. I will definitely continue to be the head of the technical department here. As long as I serve this new boss well, I may even get a salary increase in the future. Leave? Only a fool would leave." Xu Yong spoke with an air of command, and as if everything was under his control. Su Xiaoyu thought that he had become the big boss of the company, and Xu Yong should be respectful to him, or simply quit and leave without talking to him to avoid embarrassment. However, Su Yong's expression and words were clearly the same as before, so he didn't understand. "From your tone, you don't know who this new boss is? Even the vice president and president of Huaxing don't know this. It's a little secret that the China Securities Regulatory Commission hasn't disclosed. Don't tell me who you know. Don't think that just because you were supported by a rich woman and showed off your money twice in front of me, you think you're a big shot. The new boss spent more than 300 million to buy 70% of Huaxing's shares. Did you know that?" Xu Yong began to flatter the new boss in front of Su Xiaoyu, saying good things about the new boss all the time with the purpose of flattering him. While speaking, he looked around to see if there were any unfamiliar faces around. Maybe one of them was sent by the new boss to observe the scene. After hearing what Xu Yong said, he thought this person was good and went back to report to the new boss. After the new boss took office, he admired Xu Yong very much and gave him a raise and promotion. Xu Yong dared to dream such a beautiful dream. He really didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. He also kept insulting Su Xiaoyu, saying, "If you are here to watch the fun today, please feel free to watch. I don't have time to care about you. I have to go to the door to welcome the new boss. I must perform well in front of all the company's executives. If you are here to find a job and beg for reinstatement, then I advise you to go back. As long as I'm still the manager of the technical department, you can PAs directly without wasting time. These people are role models. You should get out of here with them." Su Xiaoyu finally understood why these people didn't know that she was the new boss. It turned out that the China Securities Regulatory Commission deliberately kept the secret and kept it until she arrived. Chapter 39, Expulsion. But at this time, Su Xiaoyu arrived early, and the introducer from the CSRC would not arrive for about 20 minutes. Su Xiaoyu could only bear with it for the time being, because no one would believe him if he said it himself. "I'm sorry. I'm neither here to watch the fun nor to apply for a job. Does that mean I'm not welcome if I'm not one of those?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Xu Yong said, "Today is our important welcome ceremony. Not everyone can come and stroll here. You know, if you don't have anything to do, just get out of here. Don't make me call the security guard." Wang Jing also spoke up at this time. "Su Xiaoyu, if you really can't find a job, you can become a live streamer. Isn't that female live streamer very kind to you? Let her teach you how to sell goods through live streaming. Maybe you can also make 20,000 or 30,000 yuan a month? Haha. Yes, you've been fired, but you still come to this company. I don't know what you're thinking. The same goes for you guys. Don't you feel embarrassed to come back?" Xu Yong insulted Su Xiaoyu together with several other people from the technical department. Those people didn't dare to say anything, because it was indeed a bit embarrassing and shameful, but there was nothing they could do. In order to survive, they would be working as dogs for others wherever they went to find a job. As long as they could find a job, they could accept being a little wronged and embarrassed. But Su Xiaoyu is different now. He now thinks Xu Yong is just a clown standing in front of him and yelling. After 20 minutes, he can no longer yell. Xu Yong, technical manager, fired immediately. Xu Yong and Wang Jing were stunned, not knowing what Su Xiaoyu meant. Wang Jing laughed and said, "What did you say? Fire Xu Yong? Huh? Who do you think you are? If the head of the HR department hadn't just come to chat with me, I would have thought you had become the HR director of Huaxing. Haha, this is hilarious." Su Xiaoyu glanced at Wang Jing and said coldly, "Wang Jing from the marketing department fired. Ha ha ha. Ha ha." Wang Jing and Xu Yong were laughing so hard. Su Xiaoyu also showed a slightly evil smile on her face, as if sentencing the two of them to death. She turned to a young man from the technical department next to her and said, "Ren Guang, do you have a pen? Help me write it down." This young man named Ren Guang is one of the younger ones in the technical department, but he is about 28 or 29 years old. He is tall, thin, fair-skinned, and doesn't talk much. When he saw this scene, he had no idea what was going on. He just took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket and wrote down what Su Xiaoyu had just said. Technical manager Xu Yong is fired. Marketing department Wang Jing, fired. After writing it down, Ren Guang reported to Amelia Su, "I've written it down." Amelia Su looked at the time. There were less than 10 minutes left. Xu Yong couldn't be happy for long, so he nodded. "Okay." At this time, Su Xiaoyu, Xu Yong and others had been surrounded by employees in the company who were watching the fun. Everyone was talking about it, but no one would have thought that the new boss who bought 70% of Huaxing shares was Su Xiaoyu, because they knew Su Xiaoyu's previous financial strength too well. Just when everyone was puzzled, a voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. "Who is so powerful that he dares to fire Manager Su?" Everyone turned around and looked outside at the same time, only to see the company's general manager, Shi Xiufeng, walking towards them. Shi Xiufeng came to Amelia Su and Xu Yong, stood between them, and said to Amelia Su, "You are from the technical department, right? I think I have seen you before. Were you fired during the last layoff?" Su Xiaoyu's direct supervisor is Xu Yong. He rarely has the opportunity to interact with the general manager of the company, Shi Xiufeng, when he is at work. Basically, they have never spoken to each other. This is the first time he has come into such close contact with Shi Xiufeng. He greeted him politely. "It's me, Manager Shi. This is the first time we have spoken to each other after so many years in the company." Sure, Xiufeng also realized this. It seems so. But since you have been fired, why do you want to come back? Although the company is going to have a new boss and production must be resumed, we all know about the unpleasant things between you and Xu Yong. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to come back? Seeing that Sure Xiufeng's words were not as annoying as Su Yong's, Su Xiaoyu decided not to make an enemy of him and leave him for later investigation. This was because many people and things in the company could not be judged based on surface phenomena alone. Huaxing's internal management was very chaotic, and if he wanted to find out clearly, he would have to spend some time. After he had found out everything, he would slowly settle accounts with them. If Sure Xiufeng had done anything to harm the company's interests, Su Xiaoyu would not forgive him. You will know why I came back later. You won't believe me if I tell you now. Manager Sure, I will not hold a meeting to fire you for now. I will make a decision after I have thoroughly investigated all the affairs of the company. Listening to Su Xiaoyu's words was like listening to an elementary school student bragging, which was very ridiculous. Sure Xiufeng himself didn't laugh, but the other employees did. Ha! Amelia Su, what's going on with you now? You have a grudge against Manager Su from your technical department. It's okay for you to talk nonsense, but how dare you even say that to Manager Sure? Ha ha ha, madman, divine gold! Su Xiaoyu saw that many people here were laughing at her, so she didn't bother with them. After all, they didn't know that she was the new boss, and ignorance was not a crime. The low-level employees are basically the ones with the lowest treatment, the least benefits, and the most bullying in the company. It is normal for them to have no vision, but if a senior official is still so ignorant, then he is really getting such high benefits and salary in vain. Basically, all those who embezzle and accept bribes are senior officials, so Su Xiaoyu has silently remembered these people and will definitely not let them go easily. Sure Xiufeng was still very calm. He knew that today was the day when the new boss arrived, so as the top person in charge of the company, he couldn't possibly bother with a fired employee. Although Su Xiaoyu's words just now were a bit too radical and impolite, he still didn't lose his temper. Su Xiaoyu, if you want to stay here and continue to work, you have to perform well in front of everyone. It doesn't matter if you speak without restraint in front of me. I won't bother with you. But when you meet the new boss later, you can't talk like this. Xu Yong followed up and said, Manager Sure, you underestimated him. Maybe Amelia Su is this mysterious big shot. He has already bought the company and wants to fire us. How could he need to show off himself? Oh, you finally said something right? Su Xiaoyu pointed at Xu Yong and said with a smile. Xu Yong laughed so hard that his head tilted to one side. Huh, you're the new boss? Oh, I see. The new boss who bought Huaxing is the rich woman who supports you. Chapter 40. How could he be our boss? This guess really caught Wang Jing's attention. She looked at Amelia Su curiously. Really? Then I really want to know what this new boss looks like. Amelia Su, is she the rich woman who supports you? Just tell us. Executives from several other departments looked at Xu Yong and Wang Jing in disbelief because what they said was so shocking. There are so many male employees in their company, but none of them has the ability to be supported by a rich woman. So someone among them asked, Manager Su, you just said that Su Xiaoyu is supported by a rich woman. Is this true? Xu Yong didn't care whether it was true or not. He just said, although I didn't see it, he must be kept by someone. Otherwise, why hasn't he had to work since he was fired? And he's been spending money lavishly. He came here today in front of so many people and didn't even care about water. I think the person who keeps him might be the same person as our new boss. Wow. If that's really the case, then we can't offend Amelia Su. We'll have to ask Boss Su to take care of us in the future. Ha 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 ha. She's living the life she wants at such a young age. We really can't envy her. Is it true, Su Xiaoyu? Did the rich woman who supported you buy Huaxing? We must see what this rich woman looks like then. Su Xiaoyu shook her head and denied it. No. Then what are you pretending to be here for? You dare to pretend to be our new boss? You're going to die, Amelia Su. Xu Yong looked at his phone and said, the time has come. The new boss should be here. I'm going to greet him now. I'll expose all the things you did to pretend to be him. I'll see how you can still be so arrogant. Ha ha. After saying that, Xu Yong hurried towards the door. But when Xu Yong turned around and took 2 steps out, the other employees looked towards the door, only to find that the introducer from the CSRC had already arrived in the hall. There was a man in the middle, wearing a black suit with a shiny hair, looking energetic. On both sides followed a young woman, also wearing a suit, a miniskirt, showing her long legs, and a bun, looking very capable. The man came to Su Xiaoyu with a certificate from the Securities Regulatory Commission and a recommendation letter from today in his hand, and said, Mr. Su, why did you come here early? Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, I just happen to have a few old colleagues with me. Let's reminisce about the past. I see. Then why are you standing here? Let's go to the meeting room, the man said. At this time, Shi Xiofeng came over and asked, I guess this person is the recommender sent by the Securities Regulatory Commission. The man suddenly realized and said with a smile, Oh yes, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am the recommender of the Securities Regulatory Commission. My name is Zhang Hongliang. Here are my credentials and the recommendation order. Manager Shi, please take a look. Oh, it's Teacher Zhang. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Shi Xiofeng hurriedly greeted him respectfully. The general manager of the company also lowered his posture when seeing the teacher from the China Securities Regulatory Commission. There were murmurings among the crowd. How come Amelia Su knows Mr. Zhang from the Securities Regulatory Commission? Yeah, they seem very familiar. At this time, Xu Yong ran over again and said anxiously, Teacher Zhang, this guy named Su Xiaoyu from our company just now dared to pretend to be our new boss and talk nonsense here. It's really too bad. I didn't expect you two actually knew each other. But since he is your acquaintance, you should teach him a lesson. Zhang Hongliang was a little surprised. Impersonating your new boss? Yeah, I don't know how he usually pretends in front of you, but his true identity is actually an employee who was fired from our company. He looks completely dissatisfied with society. Don't be fooled by him. Xu Yong still didn't understand what the introducer meant, and he was still mocking Su Xiaoyu. This guy is not only arrogant, but also doesn't take you seriously. He may be familiar with you, so he is bragging in your name. This is ruining your reputation. Don't you think so, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Hongliang didn't say anything. He looked at Su Xiaoyu and smiled slightly. He also knew that the people at Huaxing Technology still didn't know that Su Xiaoyu was the new boss because they insisted on keeping it a secret, causing Su Xiaoyu to be looked down upon and despised by them. Zhang Hongliang felt very sorry for this and smiled awkwardly. Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but just expressed her helplessness with a look. So the scene fell into a brief silence. About 5 seconds later, Shi Xiofeng broke the silence and asked, Teacher Zhang, I wonder where the new boss who bought 70% of our Huaxing shares is now, and how long will it take to arrive? Zhang Hongliang said expressionlessly. Isn't he standing right in front of you? Ah, standing in front of us? Shi Xiofeng was very surprised. Xu Yong looked at Amelia Su with fear on his face, then looked at Zhang Hongliang and asked, Teacher Zhang, you won't tell me that Amelia Su is the new boss, right? Zhang Hongliang nodded. It's Su Xiaoyu. Xu Yong. Shi Xiofeng. The other employees in the company also looked at Zhang Hongliang and Su Xiaoyu in astonishment, unable to believe it. When Su Xiaoyu was working in the company, he was clearly an ordinary person. In order to pursue Wang Jing from the marketing department, he was willing to lick her face. If he had money, why would he have to endure that? Su Xiaoyu couldn't afford the things that Wang Jing often wanted to buy. Her pitiful appearance was so unbearable that the other female colleagues couldn't bear to see it. Compared with her miserable condition at that time, Su Xiaoyu is now a completely different person. They were all ordinary people. So why could Su Xiaoyu transcend the boundaries of ordinary people and change so much in such a short time? This was what they could not understand the most. Xu Yong suspected that Su Xiaoyu was looking for someone to act again in order to continue working in this company, and that this teacher Zhang Hongliang was also fake, so he said to Zhang Hongliang, Teacher Zhang, Su Xiaoyu was a former technical employee of our company. He was extremely poor. How could he possibly buy our company? Zhang Hongliang asked back. Are you doubting the ability of our Securities Regulatory Commission to do its job? This frightened Xu Yong so much that he quickly admitted his mistake. I dare not, I dare not. Zhang Hongliang continued. With such a large transaction amount, we can also know who is buying through securities market observation. Mr. Su bought shares of Huaxing Technology several times yesterday. Could it be that someone deliberately bought under his name? I think you have ulterior motives. Do you have a bad relationship with Mr. Su? Xu Yong shook his head. No, Amelia Su and I were both in the technical department before, and I was his boss. Since you were his boss, why did your expression change when I announced that Mr. Su is your new boss? You seemed very unhappy. Zhang Hongliang asked again. Chapter 41 New Official Takes Office. Zhang Hongliang saw it clearly just now as Su Yong's expression changed from joy to sadness. He was very curious why Su Xiaoyu becoming the new boss of the company made him so unhappy. It is inevitable that some jealousy will arise when a colleague from the same company, and who used to work in the same department, suddenly becomes the new boss of the company. This is understandable, but if you think about it a little bit, you will understand that if you have a good relationship with this new boss, then isn't this your chance to get ahead? Only those who don't have a good relationship with the new boss don't want to see the new boss take office. Su Xiaoyu seemed very determined at this time, and it seemed that he was determined to kill Xu Yong. When he saw the two people arguing, he interrupted them and said, "Teacher Zhang, let's not waste time on these trivial matters. There are still many things to do later." "Okay, Mr. Su." Zhang Hongliang turned to the company's current top executives Shi Xiufeng and Hou Kaijia and said, "Two managers, let's go to the conference room. Mr. Su is the new official today, and he must have a lot to say to you." Su Xiaoyu stood nearby, giving people the feeling of being very confident, which did not seem like he was pretending at all. Many people had completely believed that he was the new boss and had accepted the reality. Seeing that everyone was heading towards the meeting room, Xu Yong and Wang Jing could no longer delay and had to follow them. After arriving at the conference room, there were more than 200 employees of all sizes from all departments of Huaxing Technology headquarters. Some of these people had already resigned, and some were about to resign. There were less than 150 people still affiliated with Huaxing, but today they all wanted to see who the new boss was, so they came to the meeting. Su Xiaoyu came to the seat in the center of the conference room and sat down. Zhang Hongliang and the two women he brought stood next to Su Xiaoyu. After everyone at the scene quieted down, Zhang Hongliang solemnly announced, "Hello everyone, I'm the recommender sent by the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the China Securities Regulatory Commission. My name is Zhang Hongliang. Today, on behalf of the Shanghai Market Regulatory Department, I officially announce that Mr. Su Xiaoyu is the major shareholder of Huaxing Technology and your new boss. Let's welcome him with warm applause." Both executives and ordinary employees in the audience were applauding, and crackling sounds were immediately heard. After the applause died down, Su Xiaoyu said, "Don't feel any psychological pressure today. I used to be an employee in the technical department of this company. I have a basic understanding of the entire operation process of Huaxing Technology. I know all the problems in internal management. You should be able to guess what the first thing I will do after becoming the boss is." The ordinary employees all started discussing, and the scene became noisy and lively again. But few executives spoke because they knew that all the problems within the company occurred at the management level, and the ordinary employees were not largely at fault. Su Xiaoyu heard everyone's discussion, which was about the company's employee rectification. So Su Xiaoyu took out the list that Ren Guang had written down with a pen and paper, looked down at it, then looked up at everyone and said, "That's right, some bad apples must be fired. Otherwise, no matter how much money the company has, it will be in vain." Originally, some people wanted to go through the resignation procedures after the meeting, but now that they heard Su Xiaoyu's strong determination to reorganize the company, they immediately changed their minds. They felt the company could still be saved. However, unscrupulous executives like Xu Yong, who do nothing in the company but get paid more than those who work, are very nervous at this moment. They can tell with their toes that Su Xiaoyu will definitely take action against them. No one at the scene dared to speak now, including Shi Xiufeng and Hou Kaijia, as they were all waiting for Su Xiaoyu to speak. Su Xiaoyu was also very straightforward. He was in technology, not marketing, and didn't know how to beat around the bush. "My personality may be the opposite of my previous boss. I like people who work down to earth, not people who flatter." After these words were spoken, many hardworking employees in the audience finally felt relieved. The reason why some of them want to resign is because they saw that in the last layoff, all those who were laid off were hardworking people, so they feel that they will not have any future even if they stay. Moreover, all the credit for their hard work in the company every day is taken away by those flatterers, and they are not happy at their work. I didn't expect that with Amelia Su taking office, our good days are finally here. Lao Li, are you still going to resign? "I won't resign. Just now Su Xiaoyu." "Oh no, it was President Su. He likes people like us who work hard." "Then I won't resign either. This kind of boss is the one we want to follow." Those who like to flatter and try to please the boss with smooth talk will feel pressured at this time, because the new boss doesn't like this, which means that their future will be difficult. This group of people basically have no strength, but are good at bragging, and they will soon be discovered in the company and fired. Why is this happening? We can't stay here anymore after President Su takes office. Why don't we just quit our jobs? I have no choice but to leave. I made enough money here anyway. Why should I stay? You are stupid. Why do you want to resign? You are waiting to be fired, and there is compensation. That's true. Let's see the situation first. The heated debate in the audience could not be stopped for a while, and Su Xiaoyu directly shouted, "Quiet, everyone. Don't argue. It's useless to argue. Since I have taken over the company, my ideas are like this." After Amelia Su said this, the noise below became a little quieter. Then Su Xiaoyu took out the notebook again and said to it, I just took office today, and I don't want to be too harsh. I will fire two people first. One is Wang Jing from the marketing department, and the other is Xu Yong from the technical department. What do you two have to say?" Wang Jing and Xu Yong were not sitting together at this time. Each was sitting in the seat of their own department. After hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Xu Yong immediately refuted, not intending to obey at all. "You are the new boss of the company, so you are great? You can fire me? What's the reason?" Everyone in the company basically knows about the matter between Xu Yong and Wang Jing, and they also know that Su Xiaoyu was once cuckolded by Wang Jing. However, as the boss of a company, if Su Xiaoyu fires Xu Yong because of this matter, it would be a personal vendetta and is not advisable. So when Xu Yong asked this question, they were all anxiously waiting for Su Xiaoyu's answer, hoping that he would give a reasonable explanation. If he fired them because Wang Jing cheated on him, it would inevitably make everyone disappointed in Su Xiaoyu. A new boss of a company must have a vision and foresight and not be childish. Only in this way can the employees below be convinced. Chapter 4242, It's All Your Own Fault. Xu Yong heard people whispering behind him, and he could tell that they were all relatively neutral. So he took the initiative to tell them his own problem, taking the initiative to strike first. "I know that I stole your woman, so you hate me, but this is a personal grudge between us. You shouldn't bring this matter up at the company level. And besides, all this is because of you. You are so rich, but you have to pretend to be poor, which caused Wang Jing to leave you. Your own problem is the biggest, don't you think?" As he spoke, Xu Yong also interacted with other employees on the scene. The other employees were already tired of listening to the stories of these three people. They knew the ins and outs, causes, and consequences of the stories very clearly, so the interaction at this time was very active. "That's right, Mr. Su. If you hadn't pretended, would you be like this today? Which girl nowadays doesn't like money? Do you want to pretend to be poor to see if she is sincere to you? This trick is outdated, okay, President Su? Even if Wang Jing was wrong, she shouldn't have betrayed you because you were poor. But Manager Su also said that this matter is a personal grudge between you two, and you can't use public power to take revenge on private interests." The people in the audience basically all supported Xu Yong. Because many of these people have done similar things in the company, if they were fired like this, they would be in trouble, so they wanted to smooth things over and change Su Xiaoyu's mind. There are also some people who think that they are the veterans and elders of the company. Although Su Xiaoyu took over washing technology, he is a young man after all, only 31 years old, and has no experience in managing a company. Therefore, he must be taught a lesson as a junior, so that Su Xiaoyu will not be in the company's control in the future. Facing such a scene, Su Xiaoyu was not afraid at all. His target now was Xu Yong and Wang Jing. He would not pay attention to what others said. His expression was calm, and his tone was not panicked at all. "Xu Yong, I fired you because you are not suitable to be the manager of the technical department, not because of your relationship with Wang Jing. I hope you don't misunderstand." Xu Yong was stunned. He was indeed not suitable for the manager position of the technical department. In his daily work, Xu Yong had never played any role. He didn't know anything that was even a little difficult. Moreover, he sat in this position with a very high salary. He was a typical example of a freeloader in the company. Su Xiaoyu didn't wait for Xu Yong to savor his words, and immediately continued. "Do you think that the feud between us is over just by firing you? Is there such a cheap thing in the world?" Xu Yong was stunned. He remembered that Su Xiaoyu had said at Wang Jing's house that the matter between them could not end like this, which meant that Su Xiaoyu would definitely take revenge. He had been waiting until now, but had not seen Su Xiaoyu take revenge on them. The more this happened, the more nervous he became. At this time, Wang Jing from the marketing department not far away also began to tremble with nervousness. She hadn't said a word until now, and her mind was full of mixed feelings. If she had not been a vain person, she would be the boss lady of the company now. She kept cursing herself in her heart, wondering why she was so confused and why she was deceived by Xu Yong. So her attitude was that no matter what Su Xiaoyu did, she would not resist anyway, because she brought this upon herself. Other people in the company were waiting for Su Xiaoyu to tell them why Xu Yong was not suitable for the position of technical manager, to see if what Su Xiaoyu said was right. "Xu Yong, you have been the manager of the technical department for 2 years and have never done any substantive work. Your salary is higher than anyone else's. The superiors don't know this, but don't we, the employees of the technical department, know this? You have fired many talented people in the technical department, and those who stayed are all flatterers. How could such a company operate healthily? Also, did you have shares in the company before?" Originally, Xu Yong was fired just for being incompetent, but when Su Xiaoyu mentioned the shares, Xu Yong became even more panicked. He stammered, "Yes, but I sold it later." This is my freedom. Do you want to control this? Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, as an insider of the company, you buy and sell stocks, and you insist on not issuing an announcement. This is illegal. If I were to sue you now, by the way, what crime will you be convicted of? Teacher Zhang. Zhang Hongliang, who was standing next to him, was very familiar with this and could answer without thinking. They will be fined according to the actual situation of the company and will be banned from trading in the securities market for life. If the circumstances are very serious, they may even be investigated and sentenced to jail. Xu Yong was so scared that his face turned blue. He originally held about 7% of Huaxing Technologies shares, which was higher than the 5% reduction standard. According to the securities law, if a shareholder of a listed company insists on holding shares exceeding 5% of the company's total shares, he must announce it in advance and can only sell them 6 months after the announcement. It is obvious that Su Yong's operation was against regulations and laws, but the company had always operated in secret. From top to bottom, all major shareholders used various techniques to sell all of their stocks and let retail investors take over, so no one pointed out Su Yong's illegal operation. Now that Su Xiaoyu has pointed it out, Xu Yong has no choice but to admit it. He simply stopped talking. If he continued to talk, Su Xiaoyu would get angry and really pursue the matter. If he was fined for the money he cashed in from the stocks he sold, the loss would be greater than being fired. Xu Yong, do you have any other questions? Su Xiaoyu asked when she saw Xu Yong didn't say anything. Xu Yong didn't dare to say anything more. He just shook his head and left. He walked from his seat to the door with his head down the whole way. He ignored other employees who tried to talk to him and walked very fast. His shadow was seen in a moment. After Xu Yong left, Su Xiaoyu looked at Wang Jing again, and Wang Jing also left tactfully. After firing 2 people in a row, Su Xiaoyu's working style made everyone realize how powerful he was. Most people became more restrained and no longer treated Su Xiaoyu with a hostile attitude. However, some people do not think that Su Xiaoyu is that great, and they cannot allow a new boss to act so unruly in the company. His arrogance must be suppressed. Mr. Su, although you are the new boss of our company, you fired executives at will as soon as you took office. How can we be convinced and dare to work with you in the future? Are you trying to intimidate us? Other executives began to question Su Xiaoyu. The person who just spoke was Zhang Kui, the manager of the finance department. Chapter 43, Senior. Su Xiaoyu knew that this man's behavior was also very bad. As the manager of the finance department, his hands were cleaner than anyone else's. However, she had not talked about him yet and would make arrangements later. Then, the manager Ku Yuanchang from the production department spoke again. Boss Su, although you are the new official today, you are still young after all. You don't know what to do and what not to do. You should ask us seniors and don't make decisions on your own. This has threatened Amelia Su's authority. He can no longer sit idly by. His eyes shifted from Xu Yong to Ku Yuanchang, and he asked confidently, Manager Ku, are you teaching me how to do things? Ku Yuanchang is a 45-year-old male general manager of the production department. He has worked his way up from the lowest level and has considerable experience. He has also made great contributions to the company. Therefore, every time there is an executive meeting, his words carry more weight than those of executives from other departments. But Su Xiaoyu also learned that this person used to be a very honest worker, but his personality changed after he became the manager of the production department. Especially after the company encountered a financial crisis. He also participated in the senior executive share reduction and cashing out, and was an outright lawbreaker. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu was so rude to him, Ku Yuanchang threatened again. Boss Su, don't forget that if you want to make the company bigger and stronger again, you still need the support of us. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said indifferently, Of course, the senior executives sitting here have all made great contributions to Huaxing. The company relied on you in the past, and will definitely rely on you in the future. But if you don't want to continue to support the development of the company or want to sabotage it, I will definitely not force you. Ku Yuanchang smiled and said, Boss Su, although you are the major shareholder of the company, if you want to completely manage the company, you must pass the vote of all of us and become the CEO of Huaxing. Otherwise, we will not accept your words. Being a major shareholder of the company does not mean that your words count. Do you understand? That's right, President Su. Xu Yong did reduce his holdings in violation of regulations just now. If he is not fired, he will probably be a black sheep of the company. Even if you did the right thing in this matter, we won't hold it against you. But if you want to make major reforms or a major change in the company in the future, you have to consider your own strength. Zhang Kui, The finance manager, who was the first to refute Su Xiaoyu, followed up with another statement. After the two of them spoke, supervisors and managers from other departments began to speak out and express their dissatisfaction. They had only one goal, which was to make Su Xiaoyu give in and not think that he could do whatever he wanted in the company just because he bought the company's shares. But with Su Xiaoyu's personality, how could he be afraid of them? No matter what these people said, he always looked very confident. Really? Do you have to become the CEO of a company to have a say? Su Xiaoyu asked. Originally, Su Xiaoyu didn't want to be a CEO, but he felt that being a CEO for a short period of time was not a bad idea, because his goal was to manage the company. If his own company and his words were not counted, how could he manage it? Although Su Xiaoyu does not have complete control of washing technology now, 70% of the shares are already a lot. If he wants to expel the bad apples in the company, he has to take power first. In this case, Su Xiaoyu can only solve the company's problems first and then hand over the position of CEO to someone he trusts. Originally, I really didn't want to be the CEO of a company. I just wanted to make money and had no interest in fame, power, or beauty. But you guys insisted on forcing me to do that, and I had no choice. Su Xiaoyu suddenly said to all the employees present, "The rest of the time is between me and these executives. If you have something to do, you can leave first. By the way, I welcome all grassroots employees who want to stay and continue to work at Huaxing, regardless of whether they have been fired before." The grassroots employees were very happy to hear Su Xiaoyu's words, because almost all of them wanted to stay and continue to work for Huaxing. Su Xiaoyu also knew very well that the company's production and operation did not rely on those senior executives who could only give orders, but on these grassroots employees. As long as the grassroots employees stood on Su Xiaoyu's side, his future management would be easy and the company's operations would go smoothly. "Mr. Su, can those of us who were previously fired by Xu Yong come back to work now?" The employees walked out of the meeting room one after another, and several people from the technical department passed by Su Xiaoyu and asked collectively. Su Xiaoyu said, "Of course you can stay. Xu Yong has already been fired by me, so all his words are invalid. You can go back to work tomorrow. I will notify you of your salary after I confirm it." "Thank you so much, Mr. Su. We'll leave first," Guang said. Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Go ahead, I'll take care of things here, and then I'll have dinner with you guys later. We haven't been together for a long time." After Guang and others left, only Su Xiaoyu, Ku Yuanchang, Zhang Hongliang, and others as well as all the executives of Huaxing were left in the conference room. Seeing that what happened here had nothing to do with him, Zhang Hongliang sat aside with his two men to watch the fun. If the situation was out of control, he would definitely help Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu looked at everyone present, especially Ku Yuanchang, Zhang Kue, and others, and seriously solicited their opinions. "Since I am the major shareholder of this company, that is, the new boss, I must become the top leader of the company, that is, what you call the CEO. I have made it very clear just now that those who flatter and do not do practical work in the company, as well as some people who violate the law and commit crimes, must be fired. Now let's start with the first question. I, Su Xiaoyu, want to be the CEO of Huaxing. Who is in favor and who is against it?" Su Xiaoyu looked around again, waiting for everyone's answer. "I agree." A man who looked honest and simple spoke first. As soon as Su Xiaoyu saw his appearance, she knew that this person was very honest and unlikely to be idle. So she asked, "What's your name and which department are you from?" "My name is Jiang Bin, and I'm in the sales department." "Okay." Su Xiaoyu looked at the others again. "What about you?" At this time, the more honest executives or middle-level managers like Jiang Bin all raised their hands to express their agreement. "I agree." "I agree." "We all agree." Everyone agreed without hesitation, raising their hands one after another to vote, their movements smooth and seamless. Su Xiaoyu roughly estimated that 50% of the people agreed, and he felt very relieved. Chapter 44, I Object. At least it shows that he is still recognized in everyone's mind. It also reflects that there are more good employees in the company, because those who do unethical things in the company will never agree to Su Xiaoyu becoming the CEO. Once Su Xiaoyu becomes the CEO, they will have no good days. Being fined or fired are minor matters. They're just afraid of being sued. "I object." Zhang Kue was the first to oppose Su Xiaoyu and raised his hand and shouted, "I object too. I don't agree either." Those who opposed also came one after another with unstoppable force and were equally powerful as those who had just agreed. Mr. Su is only 31 years old and lacks social experience. If he becomes the CEO of Huaxing Technology, I'm afraid he won't be able to convince the public. Zhai Inke still relied on his seniority to speak in a dignified tone and slowly pronounce words, just like a leader. Su Xiaoyu knew that Zhai Inke was the most guilty among all the senior executives of Huaxing. He thought that no one else knew. In fact, only the boss didn't know. The grassroots employees below knew it very well, but because their positions were too low, they didn't dare to offend him, so they didn't say it. Before coming to the company, Su Xiaoyu had already sorted out all the executives' tasks clearly. He was in charge of programming and development in the technical department. Working with his colleagues, it was very easy for him to retrieve the company's surveillance videos and information on the executives' computers. With the ironclad evidence in hand, Amelia Su's tone was naturally quite tough. Do the rest of you have the same idea? That's right. We all think that Mr. Su is too young to be the CEO of the company. It would be better if he could hone his skills for 2 years and then hand the position over to someone else. Boss Su, it would be best for you to be the boss of the company. You just haven't had enough fun at your age. Why don't you travel abroad every day and leave the company's affairs to us? Wouldn't it be very relaxing for you? What everyone said was reasonable and well-founded, as if Su Xiaoyu was the emperor who ascended the throne at a young age and was played around by these old ministers of the previous dynasty. These old guys really thought so. They believed that Su Xiaoyu must listen to them. Otherwise, there would be no place for him in the company. Su Xiaoyu suddenly waved to a colleague in the technical department and said, "Sister Ting." A girl who was a few months older than Su Xiaoyu came over. Her name was Huang Yuding. She was the only girl working in the technical department. She was Su Xiaoyu's apprentice and the only hardworking person in the technical department who had not been fired. According to her colleagues, it was because she was pretty. Everyone knew who Xu Yong was. Huang Yuding handed a heavy bag to Amelia Su, which contained the information that Amelia Su had entrusted her to collect, including the criminal records of all executives and their usual work performance. After Su Xiaoyu took the bag, she took out a file of Zhai and Kuei from it, opened it, and flipped through it. There were several pages of paper, thicker than anyone else's. There was also a USB flash drive that recorded the evidence of his illegal crimes. Zhai and Kuei, here are all the illegal acts you have committed in the company over the years. I have stolen all the information in your computer. Do you want me to read it to you? Su Xiaoyu said to Zhai and Kuei with a smile, holding the information. Zhai and Kuei didn't believe it at all. He had committed many illegal acts, but he was very cautious and careful. Every time he did something, he would destroy all the evidence completely so as not to let others catch him. So he argued regardless of the situation. You have the final say. I have never done anything in the company. If you continue to slander me like this, I will sue you. I will call the police. Su Xiaoyu shook her head. Call the police? You really don't know what's going on. You thought you deleted all the data on the computer and there was no evidence left, right? Your chat records and screenshots are all saved on the disk. As long as you know a little bit of computer knowledge, you can dig these things out. You probably forgot what our technical department does. Are you trying to make excuses in front of me? You'd better be honest, otherwise everyone will look bad. Su Xiaoyu's second warning really scared Zhai and Kuei. He thought about how every time he cleared his computer data, he simply deleted the chat records and browser history. However, it was too easy for the technical department to recover this data, so he didn't dare to bet whether what Su Xiaoyu said was true or not. In any case, he would rather believe it than not. So Zhai and Kuei's expression changed drastically. The arrogance just now was completely gone. His face turned ashen, as if he was poisoned. He looked evasive and didn't dare to look directly at Amelia Su. You steal other people's privacy like this. You are also breaking the law, aren't you? Su Xiaoyu was not afraid of Zhai and Kuei's threats at all, because he had no confidence when he spoke. If I break the law, you can sue me and see who is more guilty of the two of us. Zhai and Kuei immediately became timid and stopped talking. However, he did not express his support for Su Xiaoyu to be the CEO of the company. Instead, he kept his head down, remained silent, and looked very unconvinced. Su Xiaoyu was getting a little impatient, so she opened the file and read out the first sentence. Zhai and Kuei, as the head of Huaxing Technology's finance department, withheld wages 133 times, totaling 2.4 million yuan. All the operation records are in this USB drive. Sister Ting, please play this video. Huang Yuding took the USB drive and prepared to turn on the projector. When Zhai and Kuei saw it, he immediately raised his hand to stop it. Don't broadcast it, President Su. I support you to be the CEO. Please don't make these things public. Huang Yuding stopped what she was doing and looked at Amelia Su, asking what he meant. Su Xiaoyu did not let Huang Yuding continue playing, but confirmed with Zhai and Kuei. Do you really want to support me? It's not awesome anymore. Not so great anymore. Zhang Kue shook his head. He is still a little afraid when facing legal sanctions. Su Xiaoyu reminded. You said it yourself. Don't regret it. I didn't force you. Zhang Kue nodded in affirmation. No regrets, no regrets. As the young new boss of the company, Mr. Su is energetic and courageous. He will definitely lead Huaxing technology to prosperity. After Su Xiaoyu confirmed that there was no problem with Zhai and Kue, she turned to face another archenemy, Ku Yuanchang. This old guy is much more senior than Zhai and Kue. He has been working in the company for decades and is also older. Usually, all employees, big and small, in the company respect him very much. If Su Xiaoyu exposes his crimes in front of everyone today, he will definitely lose face and his image will collapse. At this time, Ku Yuanchang was very panicked. When he saw Su Xiaoyu coming over, his eyes began to wander. The other executives could tell at a glance that he was hiding his guilty conscience. Normally, Ku Yuanchang looks very old and behaves like a senior in front of everyone. Today, many people have seen his uncharacteristic expression for the first time. Chapter 45, The Great Purge. Su Xiaoyu couldn't tolerate him. Anyone who was a cancer in the company must be fired, and senior executives were no exception. After Su Xiaoyu took out the evidence of Ku Yuanchang's crime, she smiled slightly. Manager Ku, you are the general manager of the company's production department, managing all the workshops, and you are also a shareholder of the company. Not only did you violate the rules in the workshop and use other people's parts to replace ours, you also illegally reduced your holdings of the company's stocks, just like Xu Yong. Do you admit this? Ku Yuanchang was very nervous inside, but he still insisted on saving face and refused to admit it. Boss Su, are you here to clean up the company today? If you really want to fire the people you don't like, you don't have to beat around the bush like this. Su Xiaoyu knew that Ku Yuanchang wanted to change the subject and divert his attention, but he was not fooled. Answer me. The executives at the scene were stunned. Su Xiaoyu spoke to Ku Yuanchang in a very tough manner, which was very rare in Huaxing. Even the previous boss respected great contributors like Ku Yuanchang and never blamed him for some minor mistakes. Ku Yuanchang was very angry. The great image he established in the company could not be destroyed, so he just got up and left without arguing with Amelia Su. I can't stay in such a company anymore. Goodbye. Goodbye. Su Xiaoyu would never keep Ku Yuanchang, so it was better for him to leave, so that Su Xiaoyu wouldn't have to fire him. The remaining executives saw that the two heavyweights had been so badly tempered by Amelia Su that they all expressed their support for Amelia Su to become the company's CEO. Boss Su, I suddenly changed my mind. I think that although you are young, you are very decisive and meticulous. You even discovered this cunning trick. It shows that you are very suitable to be the CEO of the company. Yes, yes, yes. After someone started, others praised Su Xiaoyu one after another. If it weren't for your amazing observation skills, President Su, we probably wouldn't have known that Manager Ku was such a person until now. It was obvious that these people were not sincere in what they said, and Su Xiaoyu could see that, but it didn't matter. As long as she could get their support, that was enough. According to the rules, as long as more than half of the people present support Su Xiaoyu, he will secure the position of CEO. Including the group of people who raised their hands just now, plus those who have changed their minds now, a total of 70% of the people agree that Su Xiaoyu should be the CEO of the company. So now this meeting has become very smooth. As long as the power is in Su Xiaoyu's hands, it will be easy for him to reorganize the company. Su Xiaoyu first reported the names of those people in various departments of the company who did not do their work and only knew how to flatter others. She singled them out first to intimidate others. Those of you who just reported your names, do you know what mistakes you made? I don't know, Mr. Su. Please tell me clearly. Everyone pretended to be confused even though they knew the truth. Su Xiaoyu was very unhappy when she saw their attitude. She immediately told them their work performance in detail and did not intend to give them face. When I was working here, your work performance was very bad. First of all, you didn't do practical work. You slacked off at work every day, punched in on time, and took the credit from other employees. You all have the same problem as Xu Yong. I will not keep such people. You all should find better jobs. There are about 10 people in total, all of whom are managers of varying sizes. The smaller ones manage 3 or 4 people, while the larger ones manage a department, and they treat everyone equally. Su Xiaoyu's actions were greatly appreciated by those who usually worked diligently. If they were not afraid of embarrassing those who were fired, they would have applauded. At this time, those who had just been fired by Su Xiaoyu still wanted to save themselves, and they pleaded one after another, asking Su Xiaoyu to give them another chance. The one who spoke the loudest was a team leader in the technical department named He Hao. He and Su Xiaoyu were from the same school, but he always tried to take credit for the work done by other employees in the technical department. Su Xiaoyu had long been displeased with this, but there was nothing she could do because He Hao liked to flatter people and had a good relationship with the manager Xu Yong. Ordinary employees could not do anything to him, so he never left. Boss Su, we were colleagues before, please give me a chance. I know I was wrong. No, I'll give you a chance. Who will give those people who work so hard a chance? You usually do more than half less work than them, but you get the same salary. Now I want you to transfer half of your salary to them. Are you willing? Su Xiaoyu asked back. He Hao hesitated and didn't dare to speak. But I also worked. How can I transfer the money to them? So, do you think they would welcome you if you stayed? Now that the technical boss Xu Yong has left, tell me, what's the point of you staying? Su Xiaoyu's words were very clear. Even if he was willing to keep He Hao, colleagues in the entire department would not be happy, and He Hao would not be able to do his job in the future. So He Hao accepted his fate tactfully, lowered his head, and said nothing. The others all consciously stopped resisting because their situations were similar. As long as Su Xiaoyu could produce evidence of their bad work attitude or illegal crimes, she could send them to the police station to file a case. Given the choice between accepting legal sanctions and being fired by the company, everyone knows what to choose. They should be grateful to Su Xiaoyu in their hearts for not killing them. Things ended perfectly here. Huang Yuding counted all the people, wrote it on a piece of paper, and handed it to Su Xiaoyu. Amelia Su waved to the others and said, "You can go now." After 2 minutes of clearing time, only Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding were left in the entire conference room. It was particularly quiet. Huang Yuding and Su Xiaoyu used to work in the same office and were very familiar with each other. Just now, she was acting very serious in front of everyone. Now, she was not so reserved anymore. Her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. She said with a smile, "Xiaoyu, it turns out that you have been lying to us all along. Are you so rich?" Su Xiaoyu could finally stop talking so rigidly at this time. Just like when she was working normally, everyone was on the same level, so there was no pressure when talking this way. If not, can I see Wang Jing's true face clearly? What a joke Wang Jing is. What's the point of following an old man like Xu Yong? Even if she's going to cheat on him, she should do it with someone more handsome. Huang Yuding couldn't understand why their aesthetic tastes were so different when they were both women and beautiful women. While Su Xiaoyu was sorting out the list just now, she talked to Huang Yuding. "Rich, don't you like rich people?" Huang Yuding asked disdainfully. "Maybe all women love money." Chapter 46-46, I'm optimistic about you. Su Xiaoyu really didn't expect Huang Yuding to ask this. He raised his head and said seriously, "If I were a woman, I would like rich men, but I wouldn't be as bad as Wang Jing. I wouldn't date a poor person in the first place." "Then you are really amazing. What if you can't find a rich person?" Huang Yuding asked again. "Then just stay single," Su Xiaoyu answered easily. Anyway, it was impossible for him to really become a woman. Huang Yuding was completely convinced. Those older singles may all think like this. Okay, hand these things over to the HR manager later and ask him to handle them within 3 days. After Su Xiaoyu finished reading all the lists, she handed the list to Huang Yuding. But Huang Yuding looked very embarrassed. Su Xiaoyu saw it and asked quickly, "What's wrong? You fired the HR manager too?" "Ah." Su Xiaoyu thought about it and decided to let Huang Yuding solve the matter herself. "Then you can take over and handle it temporarily." "How can I handle this? I'm not in the HR department." "You can ask other people in the Human Resources department to help you. Also, during this period of time, it was you and Ren Guang who helped me find so much information. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so confident today. So your positions need to be promoted." Su Xiaoyu also put forward her own ideas. Huang Yuding worked overtime yesterday to get so much data, and Ren Guang and other colleagues in the technical department also cooperated. Although the time was so tight, they had no complaints. In addition to giving them material rewards, Su Xiaoyu also planned to give them promotions and salary increases. "Really?" Huang Yuding couldn't believe it. "Of course it's true. I want to train you to be the vice president of the company," Su Xiaoyu said seriously. Huang Yuding felt a little flattered. For someone with lower qualifications and shorter working time than Amelia Su, being the company's vice president was quite challenging. She couldn't do many things, so she rejected Amelia Su's kindness on the spot. "I can't do it. This is too outrageous." Su Xiaoyu did not give up because it was impossible for her to manage the company's affairs every day. She had to have someone to help her deal with these things. When the time was right, she would directly hand over everything to this person. In the entire company, except Huang Yuding, Su Xiaoyu really didn't know who else to turn to. I don't know anything either. Although I bought the company, managing it is another matter. From now on, you will be my secretary. Help me deal with the company's daily affairs first. This should be okay. Huang Yuding was somewhat tempted by what she heard. She felt that the position of secretary was relatively simple. After all, many female secretaries in listed companies were very young and beautiful, and they didn't know anything. At least she knew technology, which was much better than those so-called female secretaries. However, she still had to confirm the salary first, because she couldn't do something that was thankless. Okay, but how much is my salary? Huang Yuding is not a fool. After hearing what Su Xiaoyu said just now, she knew that he did not intend to manage the company. All matters, big and small, had to be done by Huang Yuding. So Huang Yuding knew that as Su Xiaoyu's secretary, she must have a lot of things to do. Although the technical difficulty was not as great as before, the workload was definitely greater than before. Su Xiaoyu didn't know how much Huang Yuding's previous salary was, so she asked casually, "How much did you make a month before?" 10,000. Then I'll give you 10,000, Su Xiaoyu said without hesitation. The salary doubled in an instant, which was too tempting for Huang Yuding. If she continued to work normally and slowly climbed up, she didn't know whether it would take 5 or 10 years for her to get a salary of 20,000. In comparison, she still wanted to try the secretary position. After all, Su Xiaoyu offered too much. Then I'll just do it reluctantly. I have to learn slowly. If I don't do well, you can't scold me. Why are you so stressed when you haven't even started yet? Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. I'll support you in everything. Just do it boldly. Don't think that you are a grassroots employee and can't do these things well. In fact, you should have seen what the senior executives are like in the past few days. I'm much more assured to hand these things over to you than to those who only know how to flatter. Huang Yuding laughed happily. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Well, the first thing to do is to fill the position of Human Resources Manager. See who is more suitable in the Human Resources Department now and promote him. Su Xiaoyu suggested. Got it. Huang Yuding kept it in mind. If she was promoted to HR manager sooner, her workload would be less. Okay, now that everything has been explained, I'll be leaving first. Remember, all those who were fired today will be promoted from the grassroots employees below. In addition, those who are short of manpower must be recruited to fill the gap. Spread this news first, and everyone's work performance will improve. Well, I understand. Everyone wants to climb up. Okay, I'll leave first. Contact me on WeChat if you have any questions. Su Xiaoyu took the car keys and went out. The rest of the matters were all handed over to Huang Yuding. Although Amelia Su made it sound easy, it was actually a mess, and it would definitely not be easy to deal with. The first thing was to reorganize the technical department. Now they lacked a manager for the technical department, so Huang Yuding first returned to the technical department and started working from there. Huang Yuding came to the office area of the technical department and immediately said to everyone, "Everyone stop what you are doing. I have something to tell you." Just now in the conference room, they all saw Huang Yuding helping Su Xiaoyu provide a list. And when the meeting ended, they all left, and only Huang Yuding stayed behind. So they were all looking forward to Huang Yuding to inform them of important things. What's the secret? Tell me, what did Amelia Su keep you for just now? Yeah, you guys have been keeping this for so long. There must be something incredible left for you. Everyone was talking nonstop, and Huang Yuding seemed to be embarrassed. Her face was very ruddy, and her forehead was hot. She was not as natural as when she just walked in. That is, what I want to say, those executives who were fired, there are vacancies, right? All of them are selected from our grassroots employees. Come on. Everyone was extremely excited when they heard the news. Renguang took the lead and asked, "That's great. If anyone on our side gets promoted, we must treat them to a meal. Needless to say, it must be you, Brother Guang. By the way, only Brother Guang and Sister Ting have a chance. It depends on who of you two will treat us." Ren Guang felt that he was not good enough, too introverted, and did not dare to speak on stage, so he declined on the spot. Let Sister Ting take over. I am not good enough. I am okay for technical work, but I am still not good enough for management. Chapter 4747, Huang Yuding's Treat. When everyone heard Ren Guang's refusal, they turned their attention to Huang Yuding. Huang Yuding smiled and waved her hand. I won't participate. I have one more thing to tell you today. I will no longer work in the technical department. What? You don't work here anymore? Where are you going? Do you want to be Mr. Su's secretary? Hearing that someone had guessed the ending, Huang Yuding stopped keeping the secret and nodded directly. Yes, I have a lot of things to do starting tomorrow. Su Xiaoyu has handed all the tasks to me. I have to hurry up to sort them out, and I also have to notify the Human Resources Department to recruit people. Just imagine how big my head is. Not bad. Several people in the technical department didn't care about Huang Yuding's work troubles at all. They only paid attention to the position of secretary because it can be seen from various film and television dramas that this is an imaginative position. So you're about to achieve financial freedom. I'm so envious. Fei Xianming, what are you talking about? This is a very normal job. Huang Yuding glared at Fei Xianming, who was teasing her. Fei Xianming even pretended to be aggrieved. Yes, I didn't say it's not an ordinary job. Ha! The others burst into laughter. Huang Yuding rolled her eyes at Fei Xianming. I don't trust you. You men are such a bunch of idiots. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you guys anymore. Keep working hard. I'm going to the HR department now. Huang Yuding then left the technical department's office. Huang Yuding was busy from lunch until 17:05 in the afternoon, when she was about to get off work. She finally announced the company's short-term personnel reorganization plan and sent it to the work group of each department. Then she sorted out the personnel to be recruited by each department with the Human Resources Department. The effect was very good. Everyone in the entire company was happy about the new changes. They no longer had to endure the unfair treatment they had received before. Not only did their mood improve, but their work enthusiasm also increased a lot, just as Su Xiaoyu had imagined. Su Xiaoyu is an old employee who has worked at the grassroots level for several years. He understands the employees' thoughts better than any company leaders and executives. In fact, what employees want is very simple. They just want fairness and justice, and they should get paid according to how much work they do. Many old employees used to have a very good work attitude, but suddenly it became bad. This is because those who did not work were paid higher than them, so they felt that it was unnecessary for them to work so hard. If one or two people are not serious, it will lead to a large number of people not being serious. If most people in a company do not work seriously, the company will naturally fail. Once external partners and investors know the company's current situation, they will no longer continue to cooperate with or invest in the company, and the capital chain will naturally be broken. Now that employees' work enthusiasm has increased and product quality is well controlled, these problems can be solved sooner or later, and Huashing Technology's problems will naturally be solved. After Huang Yuding arranged the work, the whole company knew that she was Su Xiaoyu's secretary and would be the vice president of Huashing in the future. So everyone was very polite to her and cooperated with her work. But surprisingly, Huang Yuding did not feel unwelcome, and no one felt unhappy because she was a small grassroots employee who suddenly stepped over their heads. Instead, they were very happy to listen to her arrangements. Later, I heard from people in the technical department that everyone was more likely to accept an employee from the grassroots as a leader and less willing to accept an airborne leader. Huang Yuding's work went very smoothly. She felt it was not easy. After get off work in the evening, she specially invited several familiar people from the technical department to have dinner together. She also sent a WeChat message to Su Xiaoyu. Boss Su, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Come on. Ren Guang, Fei Xianming, and the others are here, as well as my best friends Jiang Xinyue and Shi Qian. When Amelia Su saw the news, it was just when she was about to go out for dinner. So she said, "Where are we going to eat?" "Hey, Leo, we're almost there. I'm the first person to be promoted today, so I'll treat everyone to hot pot." Huang Yuding sent a very happy expression. Amelia Su thought about it and realized that there was not much rebate from this meal, so she didn't compete with Huang Yuding to avoid embarrassment. "Okay, I'll be there right away." Su Xiaoyu had already packed up her things and went out directly, changing her itinerary and heading towards Haidaleo. It takes 15 minutes to walk from his place to Haidaleo, and it's rush hour, so I didn't drive. When I arrived at the elevator entrance of the building where Haidaleo is located, 2 waiters in Haidaleo uniforms were standing there to greet me. "Hello, sir, how many people are there?" Su Xiaoyu was very confused. How did they know that she was going to Haidaleo? "Are you Haidaleo employees? Why did you run so far to greet me?" "Yes, handsome guy," said one of the waiters. Another waiter took over and asked, "Handsome guy, from the looks of you, do you have a reservation?" Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes, a friend has booked it. They should be here. It's a beautiful lady named Huang." "Okay, handsome, please come this way." One waiter stayed here to receive the guests, while the other took Su Xiaoyu into the elevator and went upstairs. Haidaleo is on the 3rd floor of this building. You can see the Haidaleo logo from quite far away. There are many other big catering brands on the same floor, such as Starbucks, McDonald's, KFC, Mr. Rice, Chef Beard, etc., all of which are well-known restaurants. Haidaleo is really confident. After getting out of the elevator, Su Xiaoyu saw Huang Yuding standing at the door waiting for her and greeted her from a distance. "Boss Su, you're here. I'm very punctual. You came so early," Su Xiaoyu said after looking at the time. After hearing their conversation, The waiter from Hadaleo looked at Su Xiaoyu differently. She never expected that this young man was actually the boss of a company. It was really enviable. The waiter said, "Handsome guy, I didn't expect you to be so young and successful in your career. Don't I look like one?" Su Xiaoyu asked with a smile. "No, you look young, which is really enviable." The waiter also smiled. "Let's go in. Everyone inside is waiting for you." Huang Yuding took Su Xiaoyu's hand and walked into Hadaleo. Huang Yuding was generous today and booked a private room, spending more than 2,000 yuan just to celebrate her promotion. When she walked into the room, she solemnly said to everyone, "Everyone welcomes President Su to the scene." When the colleagues who were chatting inside saw them come in, they immediately clapped their hands to welcome them, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. "Boss Su, you look so handsome today." "New boss, please take a seat." Chapter 48. Sense of crisis is coming. I didn't expect that our mysterious new boss turned out to be Amelia Su. This is so surprising. By the way, President Su, how could you hide it so well before? There were so many of us, and no one could tell that you were so rich. My colleagues kept talking to each other and couldn't stop. Su Xiaoyu sat down next to Huang Yuding very calmly. His expression was completely different from before. His eyes were full of confidence, and his manners were elegant and generous. He looked comfortable no matter how you looked at him. This is probably the difference between being rich and being poor. Among the colleagues present, the girls generally had a feeling. That is, why didn't they realize that Amelia Su was so handsome before? If they had discovered it earlier, Amelia Su would definitely be with her. And now she is the boss lady of Huaxing. "Mr. Su, why are you chasing after a scumbag like Wang Jing?" "Look how good I am," said a girl named Jiang Xinyue. This girl is Huang Yuding's best friend. Like Wang Jing, she is an employee in the marketing department. However, her appearance is quite ordinary. She is not ugly, but not very attractive either. "Do you have any shame?" "Ha ha ha." Other colleagues started teasing Jiang Xinyue. Although Jiang Xinyue looks ordinary, she is very thick-skinned. "What's wrong? Maybe President Su likes my type." Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything, just listened to their discussions. However, after Jiang Xinyue said this, Huang Yuding immediately felt a sense of crisis. Huang Yuding and Jiang Xinyue are both single and have no worries about being pursued by others. But Huang Yuding's figure and appearance are much better than Jiang Xinyue's. So Huang Yuding didn't have any ideas about Su Xiaoyu at first, because she felt that her conditions could easily attract a lot of suitors. But when her best friend started to have ideas about Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuding became uneasy and began to possessive of Su Xiaoyu. "Hey, don't keep saying this. President Su has just taken over Huaxing Technology, so of course he has to put his career first." Huang Yuding interrupted their conversation and revealed her thoughts about Su Xiaoyu, which was very clever. A few people finished ordering the dishes while chatting and laughing. After chatting for a few minutes, the hot pot was brought up, and the dishes came one after another very quickly. There were also waiters walking around outside the private room at all times, and the service was very good. Fei Xianming sighed with a smile. "Hot pot is still the best. The food is served quickly." "It's hot, let's get started. Let's meet up first. It's been a while since we've been together." Everyone clinked their glasses and then started eating their dishes. They were enjoying the meal very much. When they were enjoying the meal, Su Xiaoyu said to everyone, "You are all old employees of Huaxing. Although some of us may not have talked to each other before, everyone is here today. I'm going to say this here. As long as you don't leave, you will be financially free in the future, buy a house and a car in Shanghai, and live a life of luxury." Everyone was not very excited when they heard Su Xiaoyu's words, because since ancient times, every boss would make empty promises. Who can guarantee that Su Xiaoyu is not a master of empty promises? But Amelia Su continued, "Huaxing's market value is only 600 million now, and this is because I bought it and it reached its daily limit. Do you know how big the room for appreciation will be in the future? Al is the current hot spot, but those old guys don't know how to seize the opportunity and are still thinking about cashing out and running away. I really don't know what to say about them." At this time, Fei Xianming and Ren Guang from the technical department who were interested in Al asked, "Mr. Su, how are you going to save the company next?" They all knew that even if the funding problem was solved, if business development did not improve, the best they could do was maintain the company's operations. And even if the company's market value returned to its previous level, it would only be more than 2 billion. They had not announced any big fortune. Su Xiaoyu also knew their concerns, but he had already thought of a plan. After acquiring Huaxing, the general direction was to adopt the method of making concessions and let Huaxing slowly gain market share. After gradually gaining more customers and orders in the later stage, the performance would naturally grow. The profits given up cannot be completely incurred by the company at a loss, but Su Xiaoyu herself will pay for it. In this way, the company's accounts will definitely be profitable, and the exchange will not find any false accounts when it comes to audit. The company's performance will continue to increase, and its market value will naturally continue to grow. This is an iron law, and it can also get rebates from the money that Su Xiaoyu uses to make up for the profits. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. It is a great trick. When Su Xiaoyu was lying in bed thinking about these plans last night, he woke up laughing several times. Regarding the company's future development plan, I have actually thought about it a long time ago. First of all, we need to attract all the previous customers back. As far as I know, recently due to the impact of negative news in the market, our largest customer, Nantion Information, suddenly canceled the cooperation plan. We started negotiations with Nantion Information and reduced the price by 20%. In this way, our products will be lower than the prices of all our companies in the market. I don't believe that Nantion Information will not come back. Su Xiaoyu said, "This plan is fine, but the company won't make much money if it just makes concessions." Shi Qian from the marketing department questioned, "We can make concessions, and so can others. We can also lower prices. If they lower the price, we will lower it even more than them." Su Xiaoyu said firmly. Fei Xianming asked again, "If we keep lowering prices, it will form a vicious cycle. We will have no profit then. It is not a solution to make a profit at a loss." "No, I know my limits, and this is just the first step," Su Xiaoyu continued. "As you just asked, price is only a catalyst for market expansion. Our products are what really matters in occupying market share and increasing customer stickiness. There are many companies in China that are already relatively mature in AI, and the most powerful one is iFlytek. I will spend a lot of money to purchase iFlytek's AI technology and computing power model to make our technology more advanced than theirs. In this way, we will be well prepared on both sides, and it will definitely be foolproof." After Su Xiaoyu told everyone the whole plan, everyone was convinced. iFlytek is currently the best company in the world in terms of AI. There are many advanced AI companies abroad such as Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Nvidia, etc. Small companies in China, such as Huaxing Technology, have no competitiveness at all. If Huaxing can buy the top AI technology patents, it will not only take over the domestic market in China, but also occupy the Asia-Pacific and even European markets. If iFlytek is unwilling to sell, then it will go to Nvidia. If Nvidia refuses to sell, then it will go to Microsoft. Anyway, the patents for large AI models and computing power technology are very expensive now. They built such technology to make money, but no company is willing to pay such a high price to buy it, not that they are unwilling to sell. Chapter 49. The boss who doesn't make pieces. Now Su Xiaoyu is one of the very few people who are willing to pay. Not only is he willing to pay, but he will never pay back a penny. No matter how Nvidia and Google quote, Su Xiaoyu will lose if he frowns. The hot pot meal was not in vain. Su Xiaoyu calmed the hearts of this group of people. Only when the internal morale is not divided will it be easier to recruit new people, and the employees will have confidence in the future of the company. Huang Yuding is treating us today. You may all be envious of her promotion and salary increase. 20,000 yuan a month seems like a lot, but I can tell you that this is just the beginning. Her salary will be higher in the future. It is impossible for any of you here to have a monthly salary of only 20,000 yuan in the future. It will be very high. Su Xiaoyu began to make promises again. We'll talk about it when we go to work tomorrow. It's getting late now. Let's go home after dinner. Okay, let's go back. We've had a lot to eat today. After walking out of the Heideleo store, several girls went shopping because it was still early and they wanted to buy some other things, while Su Xiaoyu went straight home because he had to exercise in the evening. Although she no longer runs with Chi-Chi every day, Su Xiaoyu still insists on controlling her exercise and diet every day and will never indulge herself like before. After returning home in the evening, Su Xiaoyu had almost digested the food in her stomach. She put on her sportswear and went downstairs to run. I met those young people who were taking photos in the community again, said hello, and then left the community. Tonight, there were quite a few people running outside the neighborhood, of all ages. The oldest had white hair, and the youngest was only in his teens. There was even an old man who was walking backwards, and no one knew what he was doing. Su Xiaoyu is quite socially anxious and doesn't have the courage to ask. He just runs on his own. As long as no one talks to him, he will never approach the young ladies walking with him on the road. Now Su Xiaoyu can run 3 kilometers without panting or palpitations. He runs very steadily and at a decent speed and finishes the run in 16 minutes. So he decided to add another kilometer, making it 4 kilometers, and he will run 4 kilometers every time he goes out for a run in the future. When you can run 4 kilometers with ease, you can run 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers, and so on. Slowly increase the number and make exercise a habit. In this way, Su Xiaoyu will become healthier. In addition to having a better figure, her physical fitness will also improve. Just a few seconds after I started, a message came on WeChat, and my phone lit up. Su Xiaoyu immediately opened WeChat. The latest message was from Chi. Emoji, Tao Ling's birthday party tomorrow night, 1800 hours sharp, Peace Hotel, remember to come. Seeing this news, Su Xiaoyu was really a little surprised because it had been such a long time, and he thought Tao Ling's birthday party had already passed, and they didn't really invite him to go at all. Unexpectedly, her birthday party was tomorrow night, and Chi also sent her a message on her own initiative. Su Xiaoyu was very pleased. But Su Xiaoyu was also very clear that among Chi-Chi's friends, except for the girls who were relatively polite to her, the boys disliked her very much, especially the one named Wang Yi, who simply regarded Su Xiaoyu as a thorn in his side. Su Xiaoyu had no intention of becoming good friends with them, and this time she went to the birthday party for Chi-Chi's friends. Okay, I understand. I will definitely go when the time comes. Just like that, she replied to a WeChat message and ran a little further. The 1 kilometer run was over. It was so easy that Su Xiaoyu didn't even know how she finished it. The next morning, November 13th, the weather was clear and cloudless. After Su Xiaoyu got up, she thought about preparing a birthday present for Tao Ling, which could be considered as her own contribution. Otherwise, Wang Yi and the other boys would definitely say that she was eating and drinking for free, which would not only make her uncomfortable, but also bring shame to Chi. Su Xiaoyu was introduced to them by Chi. Girls like a lot of things, and Su Xiaoyu didn't know what Chi liked exactly. But there happened to be an extra limited edition Hermes bag at home, which she had bought last time to give to Wang Jing to keep her, but she never used it in the end. It came in handy this time. In addition to this bag, Su Xiaoyu also felt that she should prepare some cosmetics. The last time she saw Tao Ling running, all the makeup products she was carrying were L'Oreal brand. So, Su Xiaoyu decided to buy a full set of L'Oreal cosmetics as a gift to Tao Ling after lunch. After making plans for today, Su Xiaoyu hurriedly drove to Huaxing to give them a simple morning meeting to publicize her reform ideas after taking office, and then left. It wouldn't take much time. The top priority of Huaxing Technology now is to solve the problem of insufficient internal staff. That is, recruiting people is the first priority. If there are not enough people, subsequent work cannot be carried out at all. If customers and orders come one after another, but the company's workshops and business liaison personnel are not enough, and there are not enough after-sales staff, then these customers will definitely leave Huaxing again because of the bad experience. 10 o'clock in Huaxing conference room. There were half as many executives as yesterday. The people who stayed were all those who had performed very well in their previous jobs, had relatively unified thoughts, and had no evil intentions. They also recognized Su Xiaoyu's leadership direction. After the meeting started, they listened very carefully, and some even took notes in notebooks. We fired some bad apples in the company yesterday. Now all we have to do is recruit people. The HR department has the most work to do right now. I will definitely reward the HR department when the time comes. Su Xiaoyu sat in the center of the conference table and said to everyone. Yesterday, the Human Resources Department sent a message saying that Huaxing's general manager and deputy general manager had resigned. I thought the two people must have some unspeakable secrets. I didn't fire these two people. They resigned on their own initiative. So everyone has seen it. Now, no matter how high the position is, as long as they have done bad things, no one can stay. The general manager and deputy general manager also resigned. It seems that this personnel change has indeed played a big role, and the deterrent effect is very strong. Besides the two of them, there must be other sane people. After hearing what they said, Amelia Su nodded in agreement. Yes, the information we checked is only for senior executives. We can't find the information of the general manager. They may be afraid and think that we can find it. So they took the initiative to resign. Boss Su, this is a brilliant move, haha. As expected of a new boss of the younger generation, he does things differently. We at Huaxing have hope. Mr. Su, I've sent the number of people that need to be recruited in all departments to the Human Resources Department. In addition, based on their daily work performance, Sheng Ziying from the Human Resources Department is the most outstanding. I want to recommend her as the manager of the Human Resources Department. Everyone was talking and laughing. Seeing that this situation did not waste any more time, Huang Yuding began to speak. Chapter 50. 50. All salary increases. After hearing Huang Yuting's speech, everyone naturally quieted down because they already knew yesterday that she was General Manager Su's secretary. Su Xiaoyu didn't care how Huang Yuting worked. She didn't need to report anything to her. Just do whatever you want. Oh, by the way, has the Human Resources Department started recruiting people? It has already started. We posted recruitment information when we went to work in the morning, said Huang Yuting. Su Xiaoyu's eyes were full of panic, and she hurriedly said to Huang Yuting, "Hurry up, tell them to withdraw all the recruitment information." Huang Yuting didn't ask why, and quickly picked up her phone to call Sheng Ziying from the Human Resources Department. Sheng Ziying is still a junior staff member in the Human Resources Department, so she did not attend the morning meeting attended by the senior executives. Everyone was waiting for Huang Yuting to finish her call before continuing the meeting. The whole place was silent. 10 seconds later, the call was connected, and a very capable voice came from the other end. "Hello, Miss Huang. What's up?" Huang Yuting said straight to the point. "You should immediately cancel all the recruitment information. President Su has instructed you to do so. Hurry up." "Oh well. Well, that's it. I'll let you know if there's any situation." Sheng Ziying is very efficient. She doesn't ask why and just obeys and cooperates. This kind of person is Su Xiaoyu's favorite. He just heard the conversation between Sheng Ziying and Huang Yuting and took a fancy to this person. After Huang Yuting hung up the phone, he said, "Very good. This Sheng Ziying can be reused. Just do as you said and promote her to be the manager of the Human Resources Department immediately. After the meeting, she will take up the position immediately." Huang Yuting and everyone else present were stunned. This speed was too fast. Although the company was short of people now, they couldn't be so hasty. But Huang Yuting still nodded and agreed. "Okay, got it." Su Xiaoyu continued. "All employees of our washing technology will have their salaries increased by 20% starting today. You will go back and inform the people in your department later. Do you understand?" The executives were shocked again. Everyone's salary is increased by 20%. What kind of operation is this? Why is Mr. Su so confident about washing's future after taking office? He increases employees' salaries before the business has even started. This is something that the previous bosses never thought of. The salary of the marketing department is composed of basic salary and commission. Jiang Xinyue, the manager of the marketing department, asked, "Does our marketing department only raise basic salary? What about performance commission?" Su Xiaoyu glanced at Jiang Xinyue. "Of course we raised it together. What percentage was your commission before?" 5%. "Then increase it by 20%, which is 6%. Jiang Xinyue danced with joy. "Thank you, Mr. Su. You are so handsome. Don't underestimate this 1% increase. For the marketing department that relies on performance, this is a huge income." Jiang Xinyue immediately conveyed this news to the employees of the marketing department to boost their enthusiasm. "Huang Yuting, please notify the Human Resources Department. The salary and benefits listed in the recruitment information will also be increased by 20%, and new and old employees will be treated equally." Su Xiaoyu said to Huang Yuting again. Huang Yuting took a pen and wrote it down in her notebook. The meeting ended here. Su Xiaoyu finally said, "Okay, you guys go back to work. I'm leaving first. I will personally deal with the company's big customers. You don't have to worry." After that, Su Xiaoyu picked up her phone and left the meeting room first, leaving the rest of the work to the management. This way of allocating work is very efficient. Not only does Amelia Su not need to be so tired, but it also keeps the management and the company busy. The reason why labor productivity was so low in the past was that many managers did not do any work at all. They did not even want to use their brains to direct others to work. They just worked for free in the company, so the company had so many problems. The adjustments made in the past 2 days have produced initial results. Everyone in the company has something to do, and the slacking rate has dropped from 80% to 20%. In other words, on average, everyone in the company has only 20% of their time doing nothing in a day. This statistic is simply unimaginable among listed companies. It is impossible for any listed company with more than 500 employees to have such a low slacking rate. Take, for example, a certain JD's employees. More than half of the 10,000 people don't even go to the company and find someone to punch in for them, but their company can still survive. It shows that it is impossible for large companies not to slack off. The boss also needs to have his own vision. He cannot let employees work 8 or 9 hours a day without stopping. No company can do that. Even if it can be done, it cannot be done. Instead, employees must have enough time to slack off. For Su Xiaoyu, the current data is more compact. His ideal result is a slacking rate of 30%. In order to achieve this result, First, the total number of employees in the company must increase, and the business must also maintain growth. When there is money to be made and employees do not feel tired at work, only then can the company develop healthily and for a long time. Once a company starts to enforce attendance and slacking off, then the company will not be able to survive. There has never been an exception. Mr. Su, please get out. When she reached the door, the receptionist did not forget to greet Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu responded, "Yes, I have a social event tonight. I'll go get ready first." "Okay, President Su, goodbye." In the following time, Su Xiaoyu found a restaurant to have dinner and then went to the L'Oreal store to buy some cosmetics and put them together with the bag in the car as a birthday gift for Tao Ling. Su Xiaoyu did not eat dinner in the evening. She drove to the gas station to fill up the gas and then drove to the venue of the birthday party, the Peace Hotel. Peace Hotel is located on Nanjing Road in Shanghai, a very prosperous area. It is 1745 now, and the lights outside the Peace Hotel have not yet been fully lit. There are only a lot of cars coming and going, and they are all luxury cars. Su Xiaoyu's Maybach S680 can only be considered above average among them, which is still acceptable. After Su Xiaoyu parked the car, she opened WeChat and sent a message to Chi-Chi, asking her where the private room was. Chi-Chi came out immediately and waved to Amelia Su. "You came quite quickly. We just arrived." "They're all in there, right?" Su Xiaoyu asked. "There are still 2 people who haven't arrived yet. Let's go in first." Chi-Chi took Su Xiaoyu's hand and walked towards the private room they had booked. The banquet venue inside has been set up, and all arrangements have been made by the hotel staff. You don't need to do anything yourself, just spend some money. In addition to the people who ran last time, there were 2 unfamiliar faces who came to the scene, and Chi-Chi just said that there were 2 more people who had not arrived. Su Xiaoyu counted, and there were a total of 10 people. Chapter 51, Birthday Party. It seems that the way rich people celebrate their birthdays is really beyond the imagination of poor people. Su Xiaoyu recalled her own birthday. Apart from her parents, no one else was there. Even though she was together with Wang Jing later, it was Wang Jing who celebrated Su Xiaoyu's birthday unwillingly, which was completely meaningless. Next time when Su Xiaoyu celebrates her birthday, she will have to have a big party like this. In less than 2 minutes, 2 more people came in. They were still unfamiliar faces. After listening to Chi-Chi's introduction, I found out that one was called Wang Fong and the other was Li Dongdong, both of whom were classmates that Tao Ling knew. Chi-Chi also introduced Su Xiaoyu to them. "Let me introduce her. This is my friend. I met her in the live broadcast room. Her name is Su Xiaoyu. What a handsome guy." The first reaction of the girls when they saw Su Xiaoyu was that he was handsome and rich, because he was wearing Hermes clothes today, and his every move was very elegant and high-end. He looked more like an upper-class person than when he was working before, so the girls had a good impression of him. As the protagonist of today, Tao Ling was dressed very beautifully, with a customized birthday hat on her head. Her overall temperament was the most eye-catching in the whole venue. Even Chi-Chi was a little inferior to her. When everyone sat down around the table, Tao Ling raised her glass and said, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. Let's not be restrained at this party. Eat and drink well. We haven't prepared too many programs." "Haha, that's it. Come on, let's drink together first. Happy birthday, Tao Ling. Happy birthday, ha." After everyone drank one, they started giving out gifts. Everyone gave out their gifts quickly before they started eating to avoid getting them dirty. The first person to take out a gift was Chi-Chi. She gave Tao Ling a set of clothes, a Prada coat, which was very suitable for someone of her age. "I don't know what you like, so I bought you a piece of clothing," Chi-Chi said. "Thank you so much, Chi-Chi. Next time it's your birthday, I will make it up to you," Tao Ling said excitedly. "Don't be so polite, it's not much," Chi-Chi said. And then, a few boys became more generous. The first one was Wang Yi. He was the most showy among the group, and also the one who had the most sense of superiority as a local in Shanghai. He took out a small box, opened it in front of Tao Ling, and said kindly, "Beautiful lady Tao Ling, this is the jade bracelet I bought from the antique market. It's imperial green. Wow, it's so beautiful. This bracelet must be worth at least tens of thousands of dollars." Someone who knew a little about it told the truth. Wang Yi shook his head modestly. No, it's just over 8,000 yuan. Small money, small money." Su Xiaoyu just remembered at this moment that she had not brought her gift up yet and had forgotten it in the car. "Oh, don't be so modest. Do you like Tao Ling, Wang Yi?" he asked with a smile. Wang Yi actually likes Chi-Chi, but everyone has to give gifts to Tao Ling on her birthday, and there will inevitably be a lot of comparison. So Wang Yi also wants to show off. Although the gift is for Tao Ling, it is actually for Chi-Chi to see. When giving gifts, you have to give something good. Why would I give a shabby thing worth a few hundred yuan? People won't like it. Wang Yi looked at Su Xiaoyu next to him and said in a sarcastic tone, meaning that Su Xiaoyu should not give something too shabby. Su Xiaoyu, you won't come here empty-handed, right? You should at least bring a gift. Wang Yi asked when he saw that Su Xiaoyu hadn't moved yet. Huang Qiang also asked, yes, where is your gift? Sorry, I forgot it in the car. Let me get it now. Su Xiaoyu stood up and was about to leave. But Wang Yi was very reluctant to let Su Xiaoyu leave and immediately blocked her way. Do you want to run away? Amelia Su was stunned. Didn't I say I was going to get the gift? You're still pretending. You didn't even prepare any gifts. Now you feel embarrassed and want to run away and go out and buy some random stuff to make up for it, right? Forget it. That will only make you more embarrassed. Okay. Wang Yi said sarcastically. Tao Ling actually hadn't thought that Su Xiaoyu would give her a gift, so it didn't matter if she didn't prepare anything, so she interrupted Wang Yi. Don't keep saying that, Wang Yi. It doesn't matter if there's no gift. It's just the first time for him to attend our birthday party. Forget it. Although Tao Ling said so, Wang Yi still refused to let Su Xiaoyu go. He said rudely, I didn't say anything about not having a gift, but this guy actually pretended to leave it in the car. Who brings a gift and forgets it in the car? Su Xiaoyu was very unhappy with what he said. He turned around and was not ready to go out. Don't you ever forget anything in your life? Oh my God, you actually dare to talk back to me. If you forget something, you have to consider what it is. You can't forget everything. Wang Yi was very unhappy when he saw that Su Xiaoyu's tone became a little heavier when she spoke to him, and there was also a resistance in her mood because this seriously violated the principle that outsiders were dogs in front of him. But Amelia Su has been holding back until now and doesn't want to hold back anymore. Let me reiterate again, I have already bought the gift and forgot it in the car. It's not like what you said that I didn't buy it at all and I'm pretending to buy it here. Do you understand? Everyone saw that Su Xiaoyu didn't want to give Wang Yi face and felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Several boys stood on Wang Yi's side and helped to confront Su Xiaoyu. After all, this is the territory of the Magic City. How could Su Xiaoyu, an outsider, gain the upper hand? Are you still pretending? You're a poor country boy, but you have a bad temper. Just listen to what I say to you and don't be so unconvinced. Wang Yi pointed at Su Xiaoyu and said, we have this rule in the Magic City. Only people without money will be dissatisfied. Do you understand? This was said very confidently. Wang Yi obviously wanted to teach Su Xiaoyu a lesson and calm her down. In fact, everyone else present felt that Su Xiaoyu had not prepared any gifts at all. When he said he would get it from the car, he was just looking for an opportunity to go out and buy a gift on the spur of the moment. They just didn't say it as directly and harshly as Wang Yi. At this time, a male waiter happened to walk in at the door. He was wearing a black suit and should be the lobby manager here. After he came in and introduced the services here to everyone, Su Xiaoyu called him. Handsome guy, I need your help. The waiter said, Sir, as long as we can do it, we will definitely serve you. At this time, everyone in the private room was looking at Amelia Su, not knowing what he wanted the waiter to do. Wang Yi also wanted to know what Su Xiaoyu was going to do to save her face. In the scene just now, Su Xiaoyu had already been extremely embarrassed. But what Su Xiaoyu said to the waiter next made Wang Yi furious again. Chapter 52 Gift. Su Xiaoyu said, Today I prepared a birthday present for this beautiful girl, but it fell in my car. Go and get it back for me. The car is in the parking space at the door. I will give you a tip of 1,000 yuan now. After Su Xiaoyu finished speaking, she took out her mobile phone and transferred 1,000 to the waiter. After the transfer, there was no rebate for the money, so Su Xiaoyu finally put his mind at ease, because he had always wondered whether giving money to others was considered consumption. Now it seems obvious that it was not. After receiving the money, the waiter was very happy and thanked Su Xiaoyu for her generosity. Thank you, sir. I wonder what gift you prepared. What is your license plate number? What car? Wang Yi said to the waiter with disdain. What kind of car can he have, and what kind of rubbish gift can he prepare? I think it's better not to take it. Why are you still filling the cup and giving a tip? Su Xiaoyu ignored Wang Yi but patiently took the car keys out of her pocket and handed them to the waiter. It's a black Maybach S680. Here are the keys. There's a white gift box in the car. I packed everything. Everyone saw the moment the key was handed to the waiter. Most of the people in this group were wealthy local Shanghai people who knew what good things were. As soon as they saw the key, they knew it was a Maybach, and they were all stunned. The waiter took the key and left, but the people in the private room couldn't calm down. Before, they were all misled by Wang Yi and thought that Su Xiaoyu was just a poor loser who was just handsome and was favored by Chi-Chi. However, Chi-Chi was unwilling to admit in front of them that he had favored an ordinary person. So he helped Su Xiaoyu to package and promote himself and create the appearance of being very rich. But this Maybach S680 is not a simple car. It is worth more than 4 million yuan. Chi-Chi herself may not have so much money. How could she help Su Xiaoyu buy such an expensive car? Is it possible that Su Xiaoyu is really a rich man with good ability? Maybach S680? Chi-Chi, I didn't expect your friend to be so capable, haha. Lu Yikuan said to Chi-Chi with a smile to ease the awkward atmosphere. Chi-Chi also smiled cooperatively. Yes, what else do you think? This rhetorical question confused Lu Yikuan. She hesitated and didn't know what to say. Oh, nothing. In fact, what she thought was that Su Xiaoyu was just a gigolo. Not only did she think so, but the other girls also thought so. They looked at Chi-Chi in a daze, waiting for her to give an explanation. It is now obvious that everything Wang Yi said was false and pure nonsense, and they want to hear Chi-Chi tell the truth. But Chi-Chi was too embarrassed to say how rich Su Xiaoyu was in front of everyone, as this would obviously draw hatred. So she brushed it off in a few words. He's just not familiar with you. Once you get familiar with him, you will naturally understand him. Okay, let's stop talking about this and just sit down. Tao Ling started to smooth things over. She was afraid that everyone would be unhappy because of this matter. Wang Yi and the other boys returned to their original positions. Tao Ling went to the door, pulled Su Xiaoyu's arm, and kept apologizing. Su Xiaoyu, don't be angry. They actually said that. They didn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. Su Xiaoyu gave Tao Ling face and returned to her seat. I'm sorry. I had trouble finding a parking space just now and forgot to take out the gift. Su Xiaoyu did not forget to apologize to Tao Ling. Tao Ling herself was the birthday girl today. She kept smiling throughout the whole time and accepted Su Xiaoyu's apology very well. It's okay. You are Chi-Chi's friend, which means you are my friend. I am very happy that you can come to my birthday party. Wang Yi was very upset when he saw Chi-Chi and Tao Ling defending Amelia Su. He was so angry that he kept mocking her. I didn't expect that you, a foreigner, are so popular with women. Pan Feng, who had a good relationship with Wang Yi, also said, this guy has a way of seducing women. Maybe it's because he looks like a pretty boy. Wang Yi saw that someone had the same idea as him, and a smile appeared on his face. No wonder Chi-Chi is so popular. Let me see what good gifts you have prepared. After seeing Su Xiaoyu's car keys, Wang Yi was still a little unconvinced because the car might have been rented. If Su Xiaoyu really bought it herself, then Su Xiaoyu must have a very strong power, and Wang Yi would be severely slapped in the face. Wang Yi certainly didn't want Su Xiaoyu to have such strength. Otherwise, the strength he had always shown in front of Chi-Chi would be instantly crushed by Su Xiaoyu, and he would lose face. They chatted about trivial matters for about 5 minutes, and then they heard footsteps outside the door. Su Xiaoyu's intuition told him that it was the waiter who brought him his birthday present. Looking back, it was indeed true. The guy who opened the door and came in was the same guy. He held an exquisite gift box in both hands, walked up to Su Xiaoyu with a smile and said, Sir, this is your gift, please check it. Of course, Su Xiaoyu believed that the waiter in the store would not dare to steal his things. Without even opening the box, she shook her head and said, no need to check. If I don't trust you, I won't let you take it. Okay, here's your key. The waiter handed the key to Su Xiaoyu and went out. After the door was closed by the waiter, Amelia Su put the gift box on the table and opened it. Everyone's eyes were deeply attracted by the box, including Wang Yi and others who looked down on Amelia Su. What kind of gift is in it? Why did Su Xiaoyu insist on taking the gift, even though she saw the expensive gift given by Wang Yi and others? This couldn't help but make everyone curious. They had different expectations of Su Xiaoyu's gift. Some thought that Su Xiaoyu's gift must be better than Wang Yi's, because if it was not as good as Wang Yi's gift, Su Xiaoyu would definitely not give it out. Some people think that Su Xiaoyu is a born country bumpkin. He doesn't care much about the importance of gifts. Even if she gives an ordinary gift, he must give it out. As long as he gives it to Tao Ling with the attitude of the gift is small but the sentiment is great and not afraid of embarrassment, then others will be embarrassed. Several girls were discussing secretly together and didn't dare to speak out loud, but Su Xiaoyu could tell from their expressions that they were very curious. Su Xiaoyu didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly took out the first gift, which was the Emma limited edition bag. There were only a few of them in the whole of China. Anyone in the upper class who often bought luxury goods could tell the authenticity at a glance. This was bought from the Emma store. It's a limited edition. I wonder if Miss Tao likes it. Su Xiaoyu introduced. Tao Ling, Chi-Chi, and her best friend Lu Yikuan exclaimed at the same time. Wow, Isn't this the limited edition Hermes released some time ago? Tao Ling, this is your dream bag, the one you said you didn't get last time. Lu Yikuan said to Tao Ling with envy. Chapter 53, I have been exercising. Tao Ling also showed a happy expression on her face. This limited edition Hermes bag is indeed difficult to buy. The reason why Su Xiaoyu was able to buy it was because Wang Jing was always keeping an eye on overseas news and had the information about the first song. When she asked Su Xiaoyu to buy it, no one in the market knew about this bag. After Su Xiaoyu bought this bag, major media outlets began to hype it up, and the stock on the market was quickly sold out. Rich people would buy an Emma limited edition bag as a gift for their girlfriends, but by the time Tao Ling went to buy it, it was no longer available. Now, Su Xiaoyu actually put this bag in front of Tao Ling, and she was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. How did you buy it? It's out of stock now. Thank you so much. Su Xiaoyu looked confused. Is this bag difficult to buy? But it doesn't matter, as long as you like it. I like it so much. Tao Ling went up and gave Su Xiaoyu a hug. Su Xiaoyu was simply stunned. Could two strangers just hug each other so casually? Although Tao Ling doesn't have a partner, doesn't she have a lack of sense of boundaries? After Tao Ling let go of her hand, Su Xiaoyu turned around and looked at the other people in the private room. They all looked indifferent. They seemed to be accustomed to such occasions. Even Wang Yi, who had always disliked Su Xiaoyu, did not say anything. It seems that the minds of people in the upper class are indeed much more open than those of the lower class workers. As long as they don't go to bed or have any relationships, they don't care about other things. Su Xiaoyu took out another set of Chanel cosmetics, handed it to Tao Ling, and said, "Here is another set." "No way, there's more." Before Su Xiaoyu finished her words, Lu Yikuan screamed again. This scream attracted the attention of others. They came to their senses and saw Su Xiaoyu taking out another set of cosmetics. They were very envious and even a little jealous. There are also cosmetics, Su Xiaoyu. You prepared them very carefully. You even knew that Tao Ling likes to use Chanel? Said an unfamiliar girl. Lu Yikuan then added, "Yes, you don't like Tao Ling. Otherwise, how can you know so clearly what brand of cosmetics she uses?" Su Xiaoyu just happened to see that there was Chanel in Tao Ling's makeup box. It was a complete coincidence. He didn't observe Tao Ling specifically, but he knew that no one would believe him no matter what he said, so he simply said, "I don't know. The only cosmetics brand I know is Chanel." "Really? Why wouldn't I believe it?" Lu Yikuan looked at Su Xiaoyu with a smile. Amelia Su replied calmly, "Yes, I have never bought cosmetics." "You've never bought any cosmetics? Did your ex-girlfriend buy all her cosmetics herself?" The unfamiliar girl asked again. "I've never had a girlfriend," Su Xiaoyu said. "You've never had a girlfriend?" Lu Yikuan asked in surprise. "Yes." "How old are you this year?" Lu Yikuan asked again. Su Xiaoyu never concealed his age, and he said it generously, so that others would think he was very young. 31. "You are so handsome and rich, but you still don't have a girlfriend at the age of 31. What do you want to do?" Lu Yikuan asked with a smile. "Aren't your family members pushing you?" "It's no use urging. No woman is interested in me. What can I do?" The three of them were chatting about gossip. Only Chi-Chi knew about the tragic love story between Su Xiaoyu and Wang Jing. She also knew that Su Xiaoyu didn't want to mention anything about Wang Jing, so she didn't interrupt and expose it. Tao Ling also accepted all the cosmetics and thanked Su Xiaoyu happily. After everyone sat down, Wang Yi kept a stern face and felt very embarrassed. The bracelet he bought for 8,000 yuan was not even a fraction of Su Xiaoyu's gift, but he just acted very majestic and powerful in front of everyone, which was really embarrassing. However, no one has come out to tell the truth yet, so Wang Yi doesn't dare to speak too loudly, so as not to attract everyone's attention and arouse everyone's interest to start comparing his gifts with Su Xiaoyu's. In the birthday party that followed, Su Xiaoyu was basically the most discussed person besides Tao Ling. No matter what topic was discussed, Su Xiaoyu would be brought up, while Wang Yi was just an ignored little transparent person on the side. He tried to speak several times to attract everyone's attention, but gave up in the end. It is no exaggeration to say that Wang Yi has never felt so aggrieved in his life. He now hates Su Xiaoyu to the core, and the two of them have formed an irreconcilable hatred since then. At 2011, everyone had eaten and drunk enough, and all the cakes had been thrown, so Tao Ling suggested leaving the venue. "Okay, it's getting late. I'm really happy today. Everyone should go back and rest first." Okay, let's go back first. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you." Tao Ling kept expressing her gratitude to everyone, with a happy smile on her face. Everyone here doesn't work and is financially independent. The worst one is Chi-Chi. She still has to do live streaming to make money. But even so, Chi-Chi is many times better than ordinary people. After coming out of the private room, everyone took their own belongings. There was no room for Tao Ling's gift, so her girlfriends helped to carry it. They put it all in her car and took it back. Su Xiaoyu sent Chi-Chi home on the way. "We're leaving first, bye." Su Xiaoyu turned the car around and drove past the crowd, while Chi-Chi stretched her hand out of the window and greeted everyone. Tao Ling, Lu Yikuan, and others also waved and responded. "Be careful on the road." Seeing Su Xiaoyu's brand new Maybach S680, Wang Yi, Huang Qiang, and others were completely dumbfounded. This was really the famous Maybach. The exquisite logo and perfect curves looked even more domineering and charming under the street lights at night. Anyone who can afford this car must be very wealthy. Chi-Chi doesn't have that financial strength, at least not yet. Chi-Chi certainly has the financial strength to pay a down payment and then repay the mortgage. But if she buys it, why doesn't she buy it for herself? The logic behind this doesn't make sense at all. Tao Ling and a group of girls are very fond of Su Xiaoyu, but it's a pity that Chi-Chi got there first, so they can only feel regretful. There were still more than 20 minutes on the road, and Chi-Chi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, did not forget to remind Su Xiaoyu. "You ate a lot of calories today. Are you still exercising normally?" "I'm sticking to it. I run every day and control my diet," said Su Xiaoyu. Chi-Chi smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. We can only indulge in such unbridled eating and drinking like today once or twice a month. We can't do this all the time." "Okay, I got it." Chapter 54, Career First. "What have you been busy with recently? Why don't you come to see me?" Chi-Chi asked curiously. Su Xiaoyu has been very busy recently and has no time to play with Chi-Chi. "I'm a little busy with the company's business recently. I have to deal with it. It will be fine after a while, when it stabilizes." "Oh, then you should worry more about it. The company's affairs are still very important." Chi-Chi understood very well and encouraged Su Xiaoyu to focus on the company's business. She shouldn't be like those unemployed, rich second generations who are always idle and don't care about the family business. Su Xiaoyu claimed that he was engaged in artificial intelligence and network technology, but no one knew how he did it. Now that he has acquired Huashing technology, he can use Huashing as a shield. "I'm not like some second-generation rich people who do nothing and live off their savings." Chi-Chi immediately recognized Su Xiaoyu's indirect tone and said, "You were talking about Wang Yi, right? Those guys are all the same. You can tell from the looks of it that they can't do anything except eating, drinking, having fun, and picking up girls." Su Xiaoyu said without any hesitation, not afraid of offending those young masters at all. "They're just like that. Don't bother with them," Chi-Chi said. At this time, they had arrived at the gate of the community where Chi-Chi lived. Su Xiaoyu parked the car and opened the door. "Okay, I won't go up. Be careful." "Okay, drive slower," Chi-Chi also reminded. Su Xiaoyu drove slowly all the way and returned to her own community as steady as an old dog. After arriving home, Su Xiaoyu took a shower and went to bed because she still had a lot of things to do tomorrow. This time the company was accepted by Su Xiaoyu again. Everyone in the company was busy with their own affairs and making different efforts for the company's restart. Su Xiaoyu was no exception. His first task now was to bring back the company's largest client, Nantian Information. To this end, he will go to negotiate with the person in charge of Nantian Information tomorrow. This afternoon, Huang Yuding has been given the company's entire major customer list to Su Xiaoyu, and even some potential customer lists are included. Among them are those who were once Huashing's customers but have left, those that Huashing's salesmen have visited but failed to reach a deal, and some companies that have just entered the AL industry this year and have not yet started business. The next morning, 9 o'clock, Su Xiaoyu got up, had breakfast, and went to the company. There is an office in the company specially prepared for Su Xiaoyu. All the things inside have been replaced by Su Xiaoyu. The things that the old boss liked before are not Su Xiaoyu's style now. The office is very large, with an area of more than 60 square meters and 2 office spaces, both equipped with computers, networks, printing equipment, etc. When Su Xiaoyu is not around, Huang Yuding works alone in this office. Overall, it is relatively clean and quiet. When Su Xiaoyu came here, Huang Yuding was already at work. Seeing her working attentively, Su Xiaoyu greeted her. "Good morning." "Good morning, Mr. Su. You're here so early today?" Su Xiaoyu explained. "Starting today, I will also start to be busy. I plan to talk to the big customers here one by one. I will start with Nantian Information. Please help me get all the information of Nantian Information." Huang Yuding was shocked. As the new boss of the company, she had to run the business herself. This was really different from the previous boss. It made her feel at ease. The company was saved. "Okay, wait a moment." Huang Yuding immediately found all the customer information in her computer, then retrieved the detailed information of Nantian information and forwarded it to Su Xiaoyu's WeChat. Boss Su, I've sent it to you. Okay, let me see. There is also a computer on Su Xiaoyu's desk, which is specially used to handle daily affairs. It has a high configuration and does not lag at all. It only takes 5 seconds to boot up. Su Xiaoyu had never used such a high-end computer before. According to his previous habit, after pressing the power button on a computer, he could at least go and drink some water. However, the speed of his computer did not even allow him time to look down at the information. As soon as he turned it on, the screen lit up and all the programs were loaded. This computer is quite high-end. Did you buy it? Su Xiaoyu asked curiously. No, Huang Yuding replied. This was before. Su Xiaoyu read all the information about Nantian information. It was indeed Huaxing's largest client before, but their cooperation was not long, only 2.5 years. However, the amount of money was quite large, with an annual business amount of more than 100 million yuan. Starting from October this year, Nantian Information began to expand the scale of the company, and its artificial intelligence products were also very large. The most important thing was that Huaxing was reported to have a capital chain crisis at that time, so they stopped cooperating with Huaxing. Such things often happen among listed companies, and the capital market's reaction is especially exaggerated. Su Xiaoyu was not afraid at all. He said, Yuding, you suggested the people of Nantian Information that I want to talk to them in person. The discount is 20%. See when they are free. Huang Yuding nodded in surprise. Okay. Su Xiaoyu continued to look at the specific cooperation projects between Nantian Information and Huaxing Technology. The information showed that Nanshan's artificial intelligence is mainly focused on the internet, including AI, painting, and writing, while Huaxing Technology is mainly engaged in artificial intelligence model and computing power leasing business, which happens to be renting its own computing power resources to Nantian Information. Regarding the computing power leasing business, there are many companies that can do it across the country because it is not a difficult technical job in itself, but there are also many deceptive companies. Companies that rent computing power have been ripped off one by one, so Nantian Information is also afraid of encountering such a thing. Su Xiaoyu thinks that it will not be difficult for Huaxing to negotiate with Nantian Information. It is enough to make the other party feel their sincerity and preferential treatment. Huaxing's current artificial intelligence model is not very advanced. Su Xiaoyu plans to take the time to go abroad and buy some technical patents for cash after she has secured a few big customers. Microsoft and Google are certainly unshakable now, but Nvidia is still possible. Their computing power is quite good. If they cooperate with Huaxing, they provide technology, and Huaxing provides leasing, and the cooperation between the two parties will definitely be very pleasant. As the saying goes, technology has no borders, and everyone wants to make money. Besides, leasing Huaxing's computing power is relatively cheap, arguably the cheapest in the world. They will definitely not refuse, unless they have a problem with their brains. Su Xiaoyu had been watching for 10 minutes. Huang Yuding finally contacted the boss of Nantian Information and ran over to report to Su Xiaoyu. Boss Su, the contact has been made. Oh, so fast. What did they say? Su Xiaoyu moved her eyes away from the computer and looked at Huang Yuding. Chapter 55, Finding Old Customers. Huang Yuding was leaning over to talk to Su Xiaoyu, who was sitting. The angle and scale were perfect. Only then did Su Xiaoyu realize how powerful Huang Yuding was. Huang Yuding's figure really surprised Su Xiaoyu. She usually wore more professional clothes, so it was not obvious, so at first glance it formed a sharp contrast. Huang Yuding blushed when she noticed that Su Xiaoyu had been staring at her chest. Then she straightened her back subconsciously. On the one hand, she wanted to maintain a professional image and not be too casual. On the other hand, she couldn't be too stingy because Su Xiaoyu was her boss and the financial sponsor who would make her rich and financially independent in the future. The boss of Nantian Information said that a business cooperation meeting will be held recently. At that time, salesmen from several companies engaged in computing power leasing will go. Some small companies will have their bosses go themselves. The time is 4:30 this afternoon. I wonder how Mr. Su is doing. This afternoon at 4:30. This time point is very tricky, but Su Xiaoyu has free time every day anyway, so she agreed immediately. Okay, you arrange the things on hand and go with me in the afternoon. Apart from anything else, Huang Yuding's looks and figure are enough to make her look good, because when she goes to the briefing meeting at Nantian Information, other bosses will either be accompanied by secretaries or lovers, and it would not be suitable for Su Xiaoyu to be alone. Huang Yuding naturally knew what Amelia Su meant, and immediately said, I know. I'll go touch up my makeup later. Okay, go to your thing. I'll take a look at the information from Nantion Information. In one morning, Su Xiaoyu basically mastered all the information about Nantion Information. At noon, Su Xiaoyu didn't even have lunch. She prepared the basic information and personal character of Yi Nantion, the boss of Nantion Information, and everything that needed to be prepared. She set off with Huang Yuting in the afternoon. Nantion Information is a relatively important customer in our local area. If the negotiation with this customer is successful, it will play a great role in boosting the morale of the company. So Su Xiaoyu attaches great importance to it. 3:30 p.m. At the entrance of Huashing Technology, Huang Yuting and Su Xiaoyu, both wearing very formal attire, walked towards the parking spaces. Even Su Xiaoyu was wearing a suit. He usually never wore a suit, not even in formal occasions. But today he changed his dressing style for this negotiation, with the purpose of getting off to a good start. The two of them got into the driver's and co-pilot seats of the Maybach, one on the left and one on the right, and then saw the car slowly driving towards the main road. The entire Huashing company knew that Su Xiaoyu was going to Huashing to discuss cooperation this afternoon. They could also see Su Xiaoyu's Maybach leaving the park through the window while working upstairs. At this time, all Huashing employees were full of expectations because this was related to their future. I hope that President Su can successfully take over Nantion Information this time. It's not that simple. Now Nantion Information wants to sign contracts with first-class large companies. They may not even look at our small business. What's the difference between big and small? There are so many companies working on artificial intelligence now, but their technologies are all similar. For example, the company called Zhongji that Nantion Information is interested in has a large market value because of its real estate business. If you only take out AI, it's about the same as our Huashing. Yes. Al. In fact, everyone's market share and technology are similar. The real core technology is all overseas. Whoever obtains foreign technology is awesome. As the Huashing employees were talking, Amelia Su's car had already arrived at the door of Nantion Information. After arriving at the parking lot and parking the car, Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuting walked towards the office building in front. At the same time, another person walked in through the door and scared Su Xiaoyu. This person was none other than Lu Zhongji, whom I met at the sales office that day. He was carrying a bag with a happy smile on his face, and there was a beautiful woman by his side. When he walked in, he found that the beauty was not Yanni from the sales office whom he had been flirting with, but another new face. Su Xiaoyu and Lu Zhongji both saw each other, and neither of them dodged or evaded. They greeted each other openly and in an awkward manner. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Su? I didn't expect you to come to a place like this. What a coincidence. Mr. Lu, how are you? I didn't expect that we would have the chance to meet again. It seems that this magic city is not small, but not big either," Su Xiaoyu also said with a smile. Huang Yuting stood aside and didn't realize that Su Xiaoyu and Lu Zhongji had a grudge against each other. Lu Zhongji finally revealed his true colors. "What are you doing here? You are not here to discuss the project like me." Su Xiaoyu was unhappy when she heard this. It seemed that she would meet Lu Zhongji again today during the business negotiations with Nantion Information. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. However, as far as Su Xiaoyu knows, Lu Zhongji is in real estate. Judging from his current success, his family's business should be good. How could they be doing, Al? So Su Xiaoyu asked, "Aren't you a real estate speculator? Why are you also involved in artificial intelligence?" "What's wrong? Artificial intelligence is the trend now. Who doesn't want to get a piece of the pie? Those who come early can eat meat, but those who come late won't even get the soup. Moreover, our company has enough large funds to support us. Unlike you, Huashing, you are a dying company, but you are still here to negotiate business. It's simply ridiculous. If Yi Nantion chooses you, it will really be the sun rising from the west." Lu Zhongji did not take Su Xiaoyu and Huashing Technology seriously. Su Xiaoyu smiled but said nothing. It has now been confirmed that Lu Zhongji went to Nantion Information for business negotiations. Lu Zhongji felt extremely uncomfortable seeing Su Xiaoyu smile and asked, "Are you still smiling? Aren't you? Huashing Technology was indeed a dying company in the past, but now that I have taken it over, it's different. I will definitely make it soar to the sky," Su Xiaoyu said without any modesty. Lu Zhongji smiled and shook his head. "You really dare to brag about anything. Last time at the sales office, you pretended to be awesome. I was not mentally prepared at that time. A lot of money is one thing, but to be an AI, you are still a little naive. Do you know what artificial intelligence is? And you took over Huashing?" "I used to work in technology at Huashing. I don't understand artificial intelligence." Do you understand? Besides, I have already bought Huaxing shares, so I don't have to do it myself. As for you, I am really worried about you, Su Xiu said with a worried look on her face. It seems that your company didn't start out with artificial intelligence. Lu Zhongji smiled and said, my family is computer application oriented, but now we are involved in artificial intelligence. Does it matter? Of course it is important. It has something to do with whether I can discuss cooperation with Nanti on information today. Su Xiaoyu said. Chapter 56. Zhongji Company. Now it seems that if all my competitors are like you, I will feel relieved. Su Xiaoyu said this deliberately to make Lu Zhongji uncomfortable. Lu Zhongji always felt that Su Xiaoyu only won by luck at the sales office last time. In fact, Su Xiaoyu's strength was far inferior to his. So after the beating last time, Lu Zhongji still felt that he had a sure win this time. Facing Su Xiaoyu's competition, he did not feel any pressure, but just thought that Su Xiaoyu was a ridiculous clown. Although Su Xiaoyu had some money, Lu Zhongji felt that he would never be as good as himself in terms of career. There are so many rich people in this world. As the saying goes, we are not afraid of the second generation of rich people who are idle, but we are afraid of the second generation of rich people who start their own businesses. Lu Zhongji guessed that Su Xiaoyu must be this kind of brainless second generation of rich people who likes to spend money outside and invest randomly, so he couldn't help but sneer. Why don't you stay at home and spend your old man's money? You have to do some artificial intelligence. When you spend all your money, you don't know how to pay it back. You're still showing off in front of me. It's really ridiculous. Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything, took Huang Yuding's hand, and prepared to go in. Lu Zhongji looked at the time and felt that he couldn't talk anymore. Finally, he said something harsh. Today's cooperation with Nanti on information must be mine. Don't waste your time. After saying that, Amelia Su didn't have time to respond. All the people who were negotiating at the door went in, so he went in with Huang Yuding. The conference room of Nanti on information is much larger than that of Huaxing Technology, and the equipment inside is more complete. You can tell at a glance that it is a large company. Although it is not decorated too fancy, its market value of 50 billion yuan means it is larger than that of an ordinary company. A man in a suit who was in charge of reception led them into the conference room and said, everyone, please take a seat. Our boss will be here soon. A total of 6 people, including Su Xiaoyu and Lu Zhongji, all sat at the table in the conference room, while their accompanying secretaries, assistants, etc. all stood by and had no seats. This conference room is not big, and the conference table can accommodate 8 people at most. When Yi Nantian arrives, the seats will be full. It can be seen that this place is usually used to receive some important people and is not a place for employees to hold meetings. While waiting here, the 6 people didn't speak and they all disliked each other because Yi Nantian would only choose one person later, which meant that they were all competitors, so they didn't want to engage in hypocritical tricks. There was a cup of fine tea in front of everyone, but Yi Nantian didn't come and they didn't drink water either. No one was talking loudly at the scene. Only the bosses of some companies and their assistants were whispering to each other, and some were even laughing. It was outrageous. After waiting for about 10 minutes, footsteps were finally heard at the door. Everyone turned around and saw a man in a brown suit walking in. He had a thin face, short hair, a full forehead, and dark skin. He looked like a man who often ran around. The man in the suit who had just brought the 6 of them and was already introducing them. Hello, everyone. This is our boss of Nantian Information, Yi Nantian, Mr. Yi. This is the boss of Zhongji Company, Mr. Lu Zhongji. This is Mr. Su Xiaoyu of Huaxing Technology. This is the boss of Bailey Group, Mr. Kai Wenbing. After the man introduced himself one by one, he left the meeting room, leaving time for the people who were negotiating. After the door of the conference room was closed, Yi Nantian started chatting politely with everyone. This is not a serious occasion. Just treat this place as your own home. Ha! Mr. Yi, you're too polite. Let's get straight to the point today. Can you tell me your cooperation intentions and standards? Said a woman named Ms. Wu. This lady looked less than 40 years old, very young, which inevitably aroused Yi Nantian's curiosity. This beautiful boss speaks directly. I like your temper. I'm a person who always speaks directly and doesn't like beating around the bush. Yi Nantian smiled and said, Boss Wu should be the second youngest among us. He looks very young. Mr. Su should be the youngest one here. He is only 31 years old this year. Yi Nantian looked at Su Xiaoyu and added. Amelia Su was surprised. Does Mr. Yi know me? You must be kidding. How could I not know Mr. Su's name? Nantian Information has always had a cooperative relationship with Huaxing Technology. Yi Nantian said politely. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhongji interrupted. That was in the past, it's different now. I heard the washing technology is now a. The company is almost unable to operate. This year, Mr. Yi called all of us here because he wants to find a better company, right? Yi Nanshan's Nantian Information has not yet found a definite partner. After the termination of the cooperation with Huaxing last year, he has been looking for the next partner. He has found several companies, but none of them satisfied Yi Nantian. So this year he changed his approach and called on local investors in Shanghai to join him. The heads of computing power and artificial intelligence companies sat down and talked together, hoping to choose the best one in this way. Before coming here, the news had already spread widely outside, and the one that was most favored by the public was Lu Zhongji's Zhongji company. So Lu Zhongji was the happiest and most confident person at the scene. Yi Nantian then began to talk about the main point. That's right, I invited everyone here today not to chat. Although our Nantian Information is not a big company in Shanghai, it is still okay. The current market value is 50 billion. Now, in order to expand the smart home and artificial intelligence robot projects, we want to find a company that does computing power and rent computing power resources so that we don't have to develop computing power ourselves. To be honest, Nantian Information is also short of human capital now, and we want to develop such a branch. That's right. It's much more economical to rent computing resources from our company than to develop them on your own. We need to reduce costs when doing business. Lu Zhongji immediately agreed, making him even more anxious than Yi Nantian. Everyone else was listening attentively, and no one interrupted. Yi Nantian then talked about his requirements. We want to rent A800 for a total of 600p. The contract can be signed for 5 years. You all write down your prices on paper, and then I will consider and choose. Remember, I will not only look at the price, but also the quality and business capabilities of the company. After Yi Nantian finished speaking, he asked his secretary to hand out a piece of paper and a pen to each person present. Okay, Mr. Yi. After the secretary handed out paper and pens, everyone began to write quietly. Some company bosses don't even know the basic price data and have to pull their assistants over to ask. Su Xiaoyu is very familiar with this. He knew the price of computing power leasing when he was working in technology. Chapter 5757, 40% discount. When Su Xiaoyu was working as a technician at Huaxing, in addition to knowing how to process back-end data, she also had to frequently contact the sales department to understand the prices of different computing power equipment. The monthly rental of A800 is 100,000 yuan, and the computing power of A800 is 0.6p. If Yi Nantian rents 600p, he needs 1,000 units, which means 100 million yuan a month and 1.2 billion yuan a year. Of course, this is the market price. Su Xiaoyu can give him a 20% discount, which means 96 million yuan a year. In terms of price, no one here can compete with Su Xiaoyu, so he is not worried about this. Soon, everyone's prices were written down, and they handed the papers to Yi Nanshan's secretary, who collected the papers and placed them neatly in front of Yi Nantian. Before Yi Nantian even looked at it, Lu Zhongji felt that he had already won the game and had a grin on his face. After looking at it for a minute, Yi Nantian raised his head and said to everyone, "Okay, I have basically seen everyone's quotes. The lowest price now is 96 million per year from Huaxing Technology. Other companies are offering higher prices than this. What do you think?" Except for Su Xiaoyu, the heads of the other 5 companies looked at each other in bewilderment, because the market price was the same, 100,000 yuan per month for a device, but the discounts they could offer were relatively small. One company even had no discount at all, saying they would give away 1 month, while Huaxing Technology could actually offer a 20% discount, which was simply crazy. Now the computing power market is just in its infancy, and the competition among companies is not fierce, but the capital invested is relatively large, and the profit is not very high. A 20% discount means that the profit is only about 10%. If the price is lowered further, the profit will be squeezed to a very limited level, and naturally no one would be so stupid. Since Huaxing can achieve 96 million per month, other companies should maintain the same price as it, so that they are on the same starting line, forcing Yi Nantian to make choices in other aspects. The first person to speak was naturally Lu Zhongji. If Huaxing can do 96 million a year, then our Zhongji company can do it too. We will also offer 96 million a year, Mr. Wu also said. Then let's also contribute 96 million. Yi Nantian was stunned. He didn't expect Su Xiaoyu to directly lower their price. This was definitely good news for Nantian Information. He turned around and looked at the heads of the other 3 companies. The 3 of them nodded almost at the same time and said directly, "I will also pay 96 million a year. So does our company." We too. Yi Nantian was so happy in his heart, but he looked very embarrassed. This is very difficult. The prices of your 6 companies are the same. How can I choose? Lu Zhongji said. Since the prices are the same, then let's speak with strength. I don't need to say what the strength of our Zhongji company is. Everyone in the market knows that the total assets of our family business have reached 20 billion. What does this mean? Everyone knows it. Cooperating with our Zhongji company, at least there will be no risks. Yi Nantian thought it made sense. We all know the strength of Mr. Lu's company. Not only has your company made significant progress in the real estate industry, but your company has also been listed. Now it is also shining in the owl field. It is really amazing. I admire Mr. Lu's courage. Hearing the compliments, Lu Zhongji thought that it would be stable in a few days and happily began to praise Yi Nantian. Mr. Yi is the big boss in the industry. How can our size compare with your Nantian information? Ha ha ha. The bosses of the other 4 companies remained silent because most of them were small owl companies that had just started up and were no match for Zhongji company. But Su Xiaoyu revealed the secret. He said, Mr. Yi, as the saying goes, different trades are like different mountains. Zhongji company is in the real estate business, not the owl business. Although they have sufficient assets, the market value of their owl business is only about 1 billion, which is similar to the business volume of our companies. Their real estate business is strong, but it does not mean that they are strong in owl business. Isn't this a simple truth? Yi Nantian also felt that Su Xiaoyu's words made sense. Boss Su is right. Lu Zhongji saw that Su Xiaoyu was clearly going to go against him, so he asked, we can make real estate stronger, which proves that our Zhongji company has the strength to become stronger, and we can naturally make owl stronger. Although Lu Zhongji was anxious, and he could not show his strength, so he relied on his mouth to prove his strength, but Su Xiaoyu was not anxious at all. He said, do you mean to make Mr. Yi believe that you can become stronger and spend 96 million every year waiting for you? What do you mean? If we are not good enough, does that mean your washing technology, which is about to go out of business, will be enough? Lu Zhongji was very angry and slammed the table and pointed at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu did not speak and remained silent, while Yi Nantian hurriedly dissuaded them. Don't be angry. We can talk slowly if we have anything to say. Mr. Su, from what you just said, it must be that washing technology has made a technological breakthrough during this period? Yi Nantian turned around and asked Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu shook her head directly. I have plenty of resources and funds. We don't need to make breakthroughs ourselves. We just need to buy other people's counties. In this era, only fools would invest money in research and development. Lu Zhongji couldn't stop laughing when he heard this. You're still a coward, right? But it touched Yi Nantian's heart. His point of view was exactly the same as Su Xiaoyu's. He would never invest money in research and development. Others would just buy it directly if they had ready-made products or rent it. In Yi Nantian's mind, this was the correct way of doing business. But he was not sure it was washing technology, so he asked first, I wonder how President Su plans to solve it. Su Xiaoyu asked back, where is the company with the most mature owl technology in the world? Of course, it's the American giants. NVIDIA, Google, Microsoft, and Facebook should be the 4 kings of artificial intelligence, I think. Yi Nantian replied, that's right, so Huaxing is going to go directly to talk to NVIDIA. As far as I know, their owl large model is the most advanced in the world. We are going to buy these patented technologies from them. In return, Huaxing technology will lease computing resources to them at a price lower than the market price. Su Xiaoyu explained. This explanation does sound very convincing. As a newcomer in the intelligent robot industry, Yi Nantian certainly knows the news about NVIDIA and other companies. He nodded and said with a smile, NVIDIA is indeed looking for companies to rent computing power recently, and their target is our Chinese companies because the whole world knows that our prices are low. The computing power cost in Europe is 3 times higher than ours. Chapter 5858, 5 years. Yes, our computing power leasing is relatively mature now, but the application technology of artificial intelligence is relatively lacking. If we can reach a cooperation with NVIDIA, our company's technology will become the strongest in China. At that time, the speed of business expansion will be very fast, and the company's market value will inevitably rise steadily. At that time, when Mr. Yi looks at washing technology again, will he still think that our company is a small company that cannot continue to operate? Yi Nantian looked at Su Xiaoyu in astonishment. This? Su Xiaoyu continued to ask. Do you still feel insecure about cooperating with us? Of course not. Yi Nantian listened carefully to every word Su Xiaoyu said. He felt that this young man was indeed good and had ideas, But he also had a question. How could Su Xiaoyu guarantee that NVIDIA would be willing to cooperate with him? Everyone knows that NVIDIA needs to engage in computing power leasing, but there are so many companies doing computing power leasing in the market. What are the advantages of Huaxing technology? This question was not only shared by Yi Nantian, but also by Lu Zhongji, who immediately couldn't help cursing. You talk like farting. You said NVIDIA will cooperate with you. So NVIDIA will cooperate with you? Yes. What you were saying is that based on the cooperation between you and NVIDIA, why did NVIDIA choose Huaxing? Another person also asked this question. Su Xiaoyu remained calm and said confidently, because he can't refuse the discount I offer. The price in China is much cheaper than in the West, and I am the cheapest in China. Moreover, I can sign a contract with him. As long as there is a lower price than mine in the market, I will be 20% cheaper than him. Why doesn't NVIDIA cooperate with us? Does he think he has too much money? You're just bragging. Now the price we offer is the same as yours. What do you say? Lu Zhongji asked with a smile. Amelia Su smiled slightly and said without any pressure, of course it's goodbye 20%. Yi Nantian and everyone present were stunned. The current price of 96 million per year means a profit of only about 10%. If the price is reduced by another 20%, it will be a loss-making business. What is the point of such cooperation? Yi Nantian also knew that Su Xiaoyu wanted to sign this order, so he was willing to complete the cooperation even if it meant losing money. However, he also had his own considerations. It had nothing to do with cooperating with Huaxing technology. If Huaxing wanted to make money in the future, it would definitely have to raise prices. But by that time, he would have the right to terminate or renew the contract, so everything had to be made clear in advance to avoid trouble. Yi Nantian said cautiously, Boss Su, you're losing money at this price. If I sign with you, how many years can you sign for? It sounds good, but this is just your theory. If you can really reach a cooperation with NVIDIA, we at Nantian Information will definitely cooperate with your Huaxing. Yi Nantian said, already a little tempted. At this time, Lu Zhongji seemed to see the point of complaint again. What's the use of this trick? First make a loss, and then when the product is made, there will be various prices. Is this what Meituan's cash register system did at the front end? Mr. Yi, you must not believe this trick. Once you have cooperated too deeply with Huaxing, you will not be able to withdraw even if you want to. They will raise the price to the sky, and you will have no choice. Yi Nantian was skeptical when he heard Lu Zhongji say this, because after all, Huaxing and Nantian Information had cooperated for a period of time before. Later, when they were in financial difficulties and short of funds, they did not raise prices. So he looked at Su Xiaoyu and asked, Mr. Su, what do you say? Facing other people's doubts, even if they are unreasonable, Su Xiaoyu must of course give an attitude. Mr. Yi can choose any number of years in the contract, and we have clearly stated in the contract that no fees will be incurred during the contract period. In the middle of the contract, our equipment system will be updated and various new functions will be added. There will be no charge. Yi Nantian was very satisfied with this attitude. He even wanted to sign it directly, fearing that Su Xiaoyu would regret it. He hurriedly asked, Are you serious? Then we will sign a 5-year contract at the price you said. There will be no price increase or any other fees within 5 years. Huaxing, need technical support? How about it? Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, No problem. If Mr. Yi thinks it's okay to sign the contract, I'll ask my secretary, Miss Huang, to make a contract now. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Lu Zhongji hurriedly stopped them. Mr. Yi, don't be fooled. They must be cheating. I have seen many companies like this. Yi Nantian didn't even want to look at Lu Zhongji. I'll know after reading the contract. Lu Zhongji, please stop spreading rumors to confuse the public. To put it bluntly, your Zhongji company is just speculating in real estate. It has a lot of assets, but it is a complete novice when it comes to Al. Please don't come out and harm others, okay? Do you have to make me say such harsh words? Su Xiaoyu said. A company is great just because it has a large market value? There are many listed companies with a market value of more than 50 billion. If they're not in the same industry as Al, then what's the use? Don't think that Al is the trend now, and think that any pig can take off, understand? Lu Zhongji was furious. He slammed the table and stood up and cursed. Su Xiaoyu, how dare you call me a pig? Don't say any more, Mr. Su. Let your secretary draw up a contract. Yi Nantian has made up his mind. No matter what Lu Zhongji says, he will not change his mind. Huaxing Technology has to take over this project today. Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, Okay, Yuding, come over and get the contract done. Su Xiaoyu stood up, asked Huang Yuding to sit down, and then stood by and waited. Huang Yuding was carrying a laptop with a prepared contract in it. Now she just needed to make some changes. When the others saw this, they picked up their belongings and left. The last one to leave was Lu Zhongji. He was very angry. Today at this negotiation meeting, Su Xiaoyu once again snatched the order. Before leaving, he cursed, "Su Xiaoyu, you have been against me time and again. Just wait and see how you die." Su Xiaoyu didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Zhongji and didn't even look in that direction. Lu Zhongji left without venting his anger. After he left the door, he punched the wall in anger and said to his lover beside him, "One day, I will make this Su Xiaoyu die in an ugly way." When the female secretary saw Amelia Su's look just now, she was a little worried about Lu Zhongji because she felt that Lu Zhongji should not be Amelia Su's opponent, so she didn't say anything. At this time, in the conference room, Huang Yuding had already revised all the contracts, printed them out, and showed them to Yi Nantian for review. After Yi Nantian read it, he signed the contract without any problem. Huashing Technology and Nantian Information officially confirmed their cooperative relationship for a period of 5 years. Chapter 59. Huashing returns from the dead. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your trust. Our cooperation this time can be said to be a win-win situation. Su Xiaoyu and Yi Nantian shook hands and laughed, looking very happy. Yi Nantian was also very happy. He was very happy in his heart that he could get the cooperation order from Huashing at such a low price. Yi Nantian said, 72 million a year, so how do we pay for the 5-year order? Su Xiaoyu smiled indifferently. It's up to Mr. Yi to arrange it. You have come into contact with the things here before, and you know our quality. Yi Nantian did know that Huashing's computing power was very good. At least it was at the upper middle level in the industry, but he still felt that he should be more cautious and pay the 1-year order fee first. Out of trust in Huashing, I will pay the 1-year order amount first, which is 96 million. If Huashing really reaches a cooperation with NVIDIA in the future, we will immediately pay the remaining 4 years amount and will definitely not drag it out. What do you think, Mr. Su? No problem. I can do anything, Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. Just now Yi Nantian called Su Xiaoyu President Su, but now he has changed to call her Mr. Su, which shows that he has already recognized Su Xiaoyu as a person. Mr. Su is really straightforward. I really didn't make a mistake in choosing you to work with me. Ha ha ha. The two people signed a 1-year order payment agreement. After signing, Yi Nantian immediately asked the finance department to transfer the money. The remitted funds were directly deposited into Huashing's corporate account. So Huashing's finance department immediately went to check the details and reported them to Huang Yuding. After Huang Yuding told Su Xiaoyu accepted the contract and said goodbye to Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian invited Su Xiaoyu to dinner many times, but he refused every time because there was something bigger than this contract waiting for Su Xiaoyu to do. After going out the door, before he even reached the parking space, Su Xiaoyu couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and used his Supreme White card to transfer 48 million to Huashing's corporate account. Even if this bill makes up for the 40% discount, Su Xiaoyu has completed the general consumption and the system has given her a rebate. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 7x rebate and earning 336 million yuan. Although Su Xiaoyu knew that this would definitely count as consumption and would get a rebate, she finally felt at ease after seeing the actual rebate arrive in her account. Now Su Xiaoyu's account balance has reached 1.32 billion yuan, which is simply incredible. Sometimes when Su Xiaoyu suddenly thinks back to her previous life, she can hardly believe that she is so rich now. Su Xiaoyu did not make this transfer secretly. After the transfer, he also told Huang Yuding, "This is 48 million yuan that I personally invested. The finance department may not know the situation. You are responsible for explaining it to them." Before Huang Yuding understood what was going on, Su Xiaoyu had already walked to the car, opened the door, and let Huang Yuding get in. Huang Yuding was sitting in the passenger seat and asked in confusion, "Why do you have to pay for it yourself?" This is related to the company's profits. You know, when the company does its accounting at the end of the year, if it's in the red, the stock price will plummet. So what I wrote in the contract with Yi Nantian just now is that he pays 60% and I pay the remaining 40%. There is no discount on the total. In this way, Huashing's profits will be very high and orders will grow explosively. Su Xiaoyu explained to Huang Yuding after driving the car out. Huang Yuding found this explanation a bit far-fetched. She asked in confusion, "Why bother? Why don't you just ask him to pay the full amount and then give him the money back in the form of payment? Aren't you just going to use your own money to make up for the discount code?" Su Xiaoyu shook her head. "How can that be possible? It is convenient for us, but for him, he will have an extra procedure to collect the payment, which is full of uncertainty. You have to consider the problem from the customer's perspective. In fact, it's bullshit to consider the issue from the customer's perspective. Su Xiaoyu is just doing it for his own rebate. He tried it last time. Giving money to others didn't count as consumption, and he didn't get any rebate at all. But Huang Yuding felt that Su Xiaoyu understood psychology very well, and she admired her very much. Boss Su, you are really smart. I didn't think of these hee. Let's go. We have completed our first order today. Let's go have a meal first. While Su Xiaoyu was waiting for the traffic light, he saw that the red light at the intersection was as long as 90 seconds. He immediately took out his mobile phone to search for nearby shopping malls. You don't know until you search, and you'll be shocked when you do. The IFC Mall, the Ceiling Mall in ULI Magic City, is nearby, less than 1 kilometer away from where they are, so Su Xiaoyu suggested going there to take a look. Have you been to IFC? Huang Yuding was a little surprised. I haven't been there before. What are you doing? Are you going to eat there? Yes, I looked, and it's less than 1 kilometer away from here, and I also want to go and have a look. Su Xiaoyu has already set up the navigation on her mobile phone. That building over there is very grand. It must be the IFC building. Huang Yuding had already imagined the appearance of the International Financial Center in her mind. So she turned and looked out the window and yelled, "Isn't this the place?" Amelia Su also turned around and looked. Yes, but navigation is still needed. The green light came on, and Su Xiaoyu drove to the IFC. There were so many cars in this short 900-meter distance that Huang Yuding was getting impatient. There are so many cars at this time. Not bad. Luckily, we don't live nearby. Otherwise, we would be bored every day. Let's go to the mall and have a good look. In order to make up for Huang Yuding's impatience, Su Xiaoyu deliberately said, "I'll buy you something to make up for it." Huang Yuding blushed. "So are we going on a date?" Huh. In order to ease the embarrassment and fear that Amelia Su would be unhappy, Huang Yuding laughed loudly after she finished speaking. Su Xiaoyu didn't care. He didn't have a partner now, so he could make any joke. "I don't have a partner now anyway, so any girl I date can be considered a date." "Do you often go out with girls?" Huang Yuding said a little disappointedly after hearing this. Su Xiaoyu denied. "No, except for Wang Jing before. There is no other." "Why don't I believe it?" Huang Yuding asked with a smile. "Really not. It's not long since I broke up with Wang Jing. How could there be a girl who would date me?" He even believed what Su Xiaoyu said. Finally arriving at the entrance of IFC, Su Xiaoyu parked the car, and then the two of them walked forward together. What you see from the front is the IFC building. You can't see the top of the building even if you look up 90 degrees. The short building next to it is the IFC shopping mall. It has the word IFC written on it, and it looks very magnificent. Huang Yuding couldn't help but yelled, "Boss Su, come and take a picture for me. Hurry up." I'm not very good at taking pictures. Chapter 60, which one do you like? It's okay, just take a picture. I just want to keep a souvenir, as long as it's clear, Huang Yuding said. Although Huang Yuding seems to be very fashionable, cheerful, and up-to-date, she is not picky at all, and her requirements for taking photos are not as high as other girls. Amelia Su really just took a few photos of her and passed it without finding any faults at all. The two walked into the mall and felt the fear of the huge crowds of people. While walking, look around to see what kind of stores are open in such a shopping mall and what kind of consumer groups are shopping there. As a result, all I saw were big brands, and many of them had English names that I didn't recognize at all. "Let's go, pick whatever you want," Su Xiaoyu said as she walked forward. Huang Yuding's heartbeat quickened. She saw all the stores in front of her, all selling luxury goods in foreign languages she didn't recognize. Not a single one was affordable. Which store was Su Xiaoyu going to take her to? Was she going to buy luxury goods? This was too hard to imagine. According to her experience of watching melodramatic idol dramas, when a company boss or a rich man took a girl to such a place, it meant that he had already fallen in love with the girl, and they would have sex soon. Especially for a boss like Su Xiaoyu who is rich, handsome, and young, it is really rare. Ever since Huang Yuding heard what Jiang Xinyue said during the last meal, her possessiveness over Su Xiaoyu has been very strong. A high-quality man like Mr. Su will definitely be surrounded by a bunch of women in the future. Now is the time for me to seize the opportunity. I must not miss this chance, Huang Yuding thought to herself as she arrived at the door of a store called Burberry. No matter what luxury brand it is, the price is definitely not affordable for ordinary people. So when Huang Yuding walked in the door, she felt a little nervous and her heart was pounding. Seeing that she didn't say anything and was looking at the price tag, Amelia Su asked, "Which one do you like?" Huang Yuding turned around and looked at Amelia Su, her face full of disbelief. "The things here are too expensive. They all cost thousands or tens of thousands. Aren't all luxury goods like this? But look at the things here. They are more upscale than those sold in ordinary small shops." Su Xiaoyu painted a pie for Huang Yuding. You will be the president of Huashing Technology in the future. You can buy anything here with your spending power, you know. After hearing this, Huang Yuding was not so nervous anymore. She was thinking that she would become the CEO of Huashing in the future, or Su Xiaoyu's girlfriend. These things were not worth mentioning to her at all. Let's go pick one quickly. You should need a bag. Let's take a look at the bags first. Seeing that Huang Yuding couldn't make up her mind, Su Xiaoyu helped her choose. The store is large, but there are not many varieties, so it is not difficult to choose. Huang Yuding looked for a while and chose a white handbag. It is of moderate size and can hold some napkins, power banks, cosmetics, and so on. It can also hold a diary when she goes to the store for meetings, but it cannot hold other things. This is it, Huang Yuding said, pointing to the bag she had chosen. After saying this, she still felt a little nervous. After all, the price of 20,000 yuan was enough for her current monthly salary. But Amelia Su didn't even look at the price and said directly to the waiter, "Beauty, please pack this for me." The waiters were stunned, because 10 minutes ago, she met a couple. The girl also wanted to buy this bag, but the boy hesitated for a long time and didn't buy it. And finally, the two of them left very unhappy. The man in front of me now looks so handsome, generous, and very good to his girlfriend. When his girlfriend asked for a bag, he agreed without blinking an eye. "Okay, sir." While the clerk was packing, Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding were still looking at other things. Because they were not just buying a bag, Su Xiaoyu's thinking was very simple. If she came all the way to the Burberry store in IFC just to buy a bag, she would be at a great disadvantage. At this time, another couple who had just witnessed Su Xiaoyu buying a bag were talking. Su Xiaoyu heard it, and they couldn't help but turn around and take another look. The girl said, "Look at him. His girlfriend wants to buy a bag, but he won't even say a word. I just want a silk scarf that costs less than 10,000 yuan, and you're still dithering. Let's just stop and break up." The man was not to be outdone. They look like second-generation rich people. How can we compare with them? Rich second generations buy luxury goods every day, but I can only buy it this time. Why are you reluctant to do so? It's not like you buy it every day, the girl retorted. The man got impatient. It doesn't work even if I buy it once. What's the use of spending more than 8,000 yuan on such a scarf? How can a 9.9 yuan scarf bought on Pink 6E not be used? Fakes are always fakes. What's the use of them? The girl screamed hysterically. You know that fakes are always fakes. You're a poor person. Even if you buy a Burberry scarf, you are still poor. Do you think you have become rich? Do you think you have face? Do you think your vanity is satisfied? The man began to reason with his girlfriend, but the girl didn't buy it at all and became even more manic. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. After shouting, the girl left. When they came out of the Burberry store, there was a sea of people outside. The boy hurried out to chase after her, but he could no longer see her. After watching for a few minutes, Huang Yuding felt how happy she was. If she found a very ordinary boyfriend in the future and lived frugally every day, she could actually accept it. But if there are better boys, of course she would choose the better one. The shop assistants were also frightened by what happened just now. They came to their senses only after seeing the two young men leave and continue to pack things for Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding came to the shoe counter again. Su Xiaoyu became interested in shoes again because there is an obvious difference between good shoes and bad shoes when worn on the feet, but the difference is not so obvious for clothes. This white pair is pretty good. Do you like it? Let's buy a pair. When Su Xiaoyu saw Huang Yuding wearing white clothes, she thought white shoes were quite suitable for her. In fact, none of the shoes are ugly. As long as they fit Huang Yuding's feet, she thinks they are fine. Don't buy any more. Just have a bag. They are so expensive, Su Xiaoyu said in surprise. How can you just buy a bag? What is your current status? You are my secretary, and you will be the CEO of Huashing in the future. Don't you have to start packaging yourself now? I'm going to buy you a few more clothes later. Hurry up, don't hesitate. Chapter 61. Don't you know the rules? Huang Yuding felt that today was the day she was pampered the most besides her parents since she was a child. She was so excited that she almost shed tears. Really? Thank you so much, President Su. Girls are girls after all. No matter how simple they are in their daily lives, they cannot resist the temptation of luxury goods. Su Xiaoyu has now completely broken Huang Yuding's psychological defenses. As long as she accepts these two things, then it will be no problem for her to do anything she wants in the future. Beauty, pick this up too, and then take down the clothes hanging over there for me. I want to buy one too, Su Xiaoyu said to the clerk standing next to her. After hearing this, the clerk was slow to respond. Yes, sir? Su Xiaoyu held Huang Yuding's hand and walked to the cashier counter and waited. While waiting, Huang Yuding kept observing the eyes of the people around her. They all thought the two of them were a couple. Such envious eyes made Huang Yuding deeply trapped and unable to extricate herself. She felt that it was a pleasure for others to misunderstand that she and Su Xiaoyu were a couple. Although she also knew that it was impossible for a person like Su Xiaoyu to simply find a girl to marry, she would be satisfied if she could be a passerby in Su Xiaoyu's life and did not ask for anything else. Newly bought clothes need to be washed before they can be worn, and shoes also need to be put aside for a while before they can be worn. If you are not in a hurry, you can wash them once, but bags can be used immediately. Su Xiaoyu took several packed shopping bags and then put one of the bags directly on Huang Yuding's shoulder, then took a look, which made Huang Yuding's face blush. This bag suits you very well. With your looks, you should have had a bag of this quality a long time ago. Hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, the clerk next to her also cooperated and praised. Yes, this lady is very beautiful and has a tall figure. This bag looks so good on you. As if the designer made it just for you. Huang Yuding burst out laughing after hearing this. This was too much praise. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoyu took out her bank card. How much is it? Pay the bill. Sir, the total cost is 81,000 yuan. An expression of horror suddenly appeared on Huang Yuding's smiling face. This money was her 4-month salary, and Su Xiaoyu just spent it for her. It was horrible. It's so scary. Amelia Su felt that these were nothing at all. Swipe the card. Ding, take the money. 81,000 yuan has arrived. As the sound of the cash register system came, Su Xiaoyu's system rebate immediately appeared. Congratulations to the host for punishing 4 times the rebate and obtaining 324,000 yuan. Okay, let's go and eat. Su Xiaoyu personally helped Huang Yuding hold the bag, and the bag was still across her shoulders. The two of them formed a sharp contrast with the couple in front who walked out after quarreling. They walked out happily. The restaurants in IFC are all high-end brands, and you won't see any small, affordable brands at all. After all, this is the face of Shanghai and the consumption ceiling for the whole of Asia. But they walked around and didn't see any store with fewer people, so they had to choose to eat at a restaurant called Jinxian Chinese Restaurant. The food here is more Chinese and localized, which suits Su Xiaoyu's taste. Su Xiaoyu liked it right away and asked Huang Yuding if she liked it. Here, there are not many people. Today was the first time that Huang Yuding experienced the feeling of going out without money or brains, only a mouth. It was so comfortable and refreshing that she was completely immersed in happiness. Okay. In fact, it doesn't matter what she eats. She has never eaten it before, and it's her first time trying it. Besides, she has never thought about the level of this place in the past 25 years. What reason does she have to be picky? It's like a worker finding fault with LV, Hermes, and Givenchy. What's the point? She randomly found a seat by the window and sat down opposite Huang Yuding. However, the waiter who came towards her did not come quickly. Instead, he kept looking at Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding, as if he was waiting for something. Because of this, a fat man at the next table happened to see it and reminded him, "You country bumpkin, you have never been to a high-end place. You want to bring a woman here to show off, right? You have to pay for her. The rule here is that you have to pay for meals. Otherwise, why would they give you such high-quality service?" Su Xiaoyu turned around and glanced at the fat man, only to see that he had just arrived at the restaurant. He then opened his briefcase and took out a stack of $100 bills from it. He waved his hand at the waiter and said, "Young man, come here. This is the payment. Come over here and serve my table first." When the waiter saw that the fat man had spent more than 1,000 yuan, his face suddenly lit up and he trotted over immediately. Su Xiaoyu was indeed here for the first time, so she naturally didn't know the rules. But the fat man's attitude also made Su Xiaoyu extremely unhappy. So he immediately said, "I will pay for the consumption. There is no need for others to worry about it." Huang Yuding saw Su Xiaoyu's domineering expression, which was both frightening and exciting, and persuaded her. "Boss Su, don't be angry. Don't argue with her." The fat man seemed to have heard Huang Yuding's voice. He immediately glared at her and said, "What are you talking about, beauty? This kind of man is obviously pretending to be generous because he has no money. If he really has money, he must know the rules of tipping in high-end consumption places. Don't be fooled by her. I'm doing this for your own good." Su Xiaoyu asked Huang Yuding not to speak and to deal with the fat man by herself, and then continued, "I just haven't given it to you yet. What are you blaming for?" When the fat man heard Amelia Su's words, he immediately got angry, threw the banknotes in his hand directly on the table, and said, "Come on, let's see how much you can give. And you're still pretending." When the waiter saw the two people arguing, he immediately disliked Su Xiaoyu and thought, "If you don't give me a tip, Don't stop me from taking other people's money. Looking at the money scattered all over the table, the waiter didn't know how to pick it up and could only watch Su Xiaoyu and the fat man arguing. Su Xiaoyu said, "Waiter, measure your payment code for me." The waiter had some doubts. The restaurant provided them with a QR code for payment, and there was also a special reminder sound for the consumption, so that other customers could hear the consumption amount, thereby promoting consumption, but he still did it. Then, a crisp voice was heard. Waiter number 37 received a consumption of 10,000 yuan. At this time, the waiter, the fat man, and other customers around were stunned. They knew that the consumption here was very high, but the average per capita expenditure was only 1,000 yuan. There were only two people, Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding, and they spent at most 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. To spend 20,000 yuan at once was simply unheard of. They didn't know whether Su Xiaoyu was mentally ill or very rich. Chapter 62. 300,000? But now it seems to be the latter. After all, Amelia Su was wearing clothes from Hermes and LV, and the bag on Huang Yuding's table was from Givenchy. For a moment, the other customers looked at Amelia Su differently, full of excitement. The waiter was so excited that he kept expressing his gratitude, even bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you, big brother, thank you." The fat man at the next table had a livid face. He had thought that Amelia Su could only spend 500 yuan, but who knew that Amelia Su would spend 10,000 yuan? This was simply like a slap in the face with a fly swatter. Then he said sarcastically, "You are very rich. You spent 10,000 yuan. When you order food later, you should spend tens of thousands of yuan. Otherwise, you may not live up to your status as a rich man." After he finished speaking, a woman with heavy makeup on came over and sat next to the fat man. This woman didn't know how much powder she had put on. She had just heard the conversation from a distance and knew that Fatty and Amelia Su were a little unhappy, so she sat down and complained. "That's right, a rich man should act like a rich man. If you don't spend 100,000 or 80,000 on a meal, you can only be called a country bumpkin." If they hadn't reminded her, Su Xiaoyu might have forgotten that the 10,000 yuan she had just tipped the waiter would not give her any rebate, and she would have to earn it back by placing an order later. Now Su Xiaoyu has more than 1 billion yuan in his card, and no matter how much he spends, he can get cash back and make a lot of money. So Su Xiaoyu immediately waved to the waiter and said, "Can you come and serve our table now?" The waiter no longer cared about the scattered $100 bills on the fat man's table. He walked to Amelia Su's table respectfully and said, "Brother, what do you want to eat?" Amelia Su thought about it and realized that it wouldn't cost much just to eat the food. So she asked, "Give me the most expensive red wine here first." The waiter said, "The most expensive red wine here is Reconnecting from 1999, which costs about 300,000 yuan a bottle." Amelia Su was shocked. "What? 300,000? The fat man next to her must have felt that 300,000 yuan for a bottle of wine was too outrageous when he heard Su Xiaoyu's intense reaction. After all, he knew it was outrageous. In some rural areas, 300,000 yuan could buy a house. This kind of house is just a price without demand. Who would buy it? If you don't have money, don't pretend. You just open your mouth and say, "Bring out the most expensive wine you have." It's so funny. The heavily made-up woman next to her also laughed out loud. Hee hee. The waiter knew that this wine was very expensive and only the world's top rich people would buy it. So he prepared to recommend another kind of wine to Su Xiaoyu to ease the embarrassment. After all, she was the one who spent 10,000 yuan. "Sir, here we also have 10-year-old Lafite." Before she finished speaking, Su Xiaoyu had already spoken. "Just give me this 1999 Reconnecting, 2 bottles." "Waiter, the wine order alone costs 600,000, 2 bottles." Su Xiaoyu's actions scared the fat man and the heavily made-up woman. But now there is no proof that Su Xiaoyu really bought it. Maybe he will return and not pay later, so the fat man said, "This brother is really a rich man. 2 people actually drink 2 bottles of 300,000 red wine?" Su Xiaoyu said expressionlessly, "If I can't finish it, I'll pack it up and take it home to enjoy slowly. Is it bothering you?" After that, he ignored the fat man and continued to say to the waiter, "Give us another set meal for 2, something richer." Seeing that Amelia Su was dining with only 2 people, the waiter recommended a more moderate set meal and said to Amelia Su, "Sir, do you think this set meal is okay?" Su Xiaoyu took a look and saw that it was only worth 2,300 yuan, which was too little. She shook her head directly. "Make it richer." The waiter thought that Su Xiaoyu must have a good financial strength. It happened that he brought his girlfriend out to eat today, so he naturally wanted to show off in front of the gossipers. "This is our top set meal for 2 people. It is a combination of all the most advanced dishes. Of course, the price is very expensive. Sir, please take a look. Hearing the words expensive, Su Xiaoyu was full of interest, because expensive means high rebates. He asked without even looking at it. Then let's have a set meal here. In addition, I don't like others to talk too much when I'm eating. Please maintain order in the hall. Also, I don't like eating in private rooms. The dishes and wine ordered by Su Xiaoyu totaled 620,000 yuan, and she also gave the waiter 10,000 yuan as a fee. What he said was like an imperial decree, and the waiter absolutely obeyed and cooperated without any complaints or excuses. Okay, sir, we will provide you with a great dining environment, said the waiter. After saying that, he left. The whole hall was filled with the sound of people gasping for air. A single meal cost 620,000 yuan. This was truly incredible, so much so that the hotel security came directly to escort Su Xiaoyu. For a moment, many guests here looked at Su Xiaoyu with more admiration, and some women even wanted to flirt with Su Xiaoyu. At this time, the menu in the waiter's hand trembled slightly, and he stammered, "Sir, according to our regulations, if the consumption exceeds 100,000, you have to pay half first. This is also a guarantee for both parties." After the waiter finished speaking, before Amelia Su answered, the fat man at the next table immediately burst into laughter. It was obvious that he had used this as a bargaining chip to mock Amelia Su. Amelia Su didn't even look at the fat man's expression and said to the waiter, "I'll pay for it all now. No need to pay half and half. It's so troublesome." The fat man's eyes widened immediately, with disbelief written all over his face. The waiter bowed respectfully and turned to leave. The fat guy immediately started to curse and swear, saying, "You are so rich, but you are such a sucker. Why don't you go and have a full banquet?" Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding had ordered the food, but it hadn't arrived yet, so they were waiting and checking their phones when they had nothing to do. Hearing the fat man still arguing over there, Su Xiaoyu was about to call the waiter over, but before he could open his mouth, the security guard came over. One of the men holding an electric baton said, "Excuse me, sir, please don't disturb other customers' meals, okay? Don't cause trouble, or we'll kick you out." The fat man looked at the security guard in surprise. "You are just a small security guard. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me?" The security guard said, "I'm not a big deal, but at least I can control you here. If you don't cooperate, you can go to another restaurant to eat." The fat guy immediately stopped talking and sat there quietly playing with his phone with a serious face. Chapter 63, Your Boss is So Nice. The heavily made-up woman next to him stopped talking too, and the arrogance that the two had just shown disappeared in an instant. Not long after, a man in a suit came in. He looked like the lobby manager of the restaurant. He walked up to Su Xiaoyu and asked, "Hello, sir. I heard from the waiter that you are ready to pay in full, right?" Su Xiaoyu said, "That's right. We can knock off the 20,000 decimal point for you, so you can just pay the full 600,000, said the lobby manager. Su Xiaoyu felt that he couldn't pretend to be generous at this time. Otherwise, it would be a bit wise. Although he would get a lot less rebate if he paid 20,000 yuan less, a normal person would not refuse the restaurant's discount. And it was the hall manager who took the initiative to say it. Okay. Su Xiaoyu took out the bank card and handed it to the manager. After entering the password and completing the payment, the system rebate will follow. Congratulations to the host for triggering. Su Xiaoyu simply ignored it, because this amount of money was nothing to him. The balance on his card was 1.32 billion. After paying, Amelia Su quickly said to the manager, "Okay, hurry up the chef. We've both been hungry for a long time." After the hall manager left, the dishes came up one after another in a few minutes. Each dish is made with very precious ingredients, basically things that Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding have never seen before. So every time a dish is served, the waiter will explain in detail what the dish is made of. "Okay, thanks." After Huang Yuding said thank you to the waiter, she started to pick up the chopsticks. But when she saw that everyone else in the hall was eating very politely, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed and laughed awkwardly. Su Xiaoyu didn't care. He was afraid that Huang Yuding would feel embarrassed, so he took the lead in eating, and he ate voraciously without using any cutlery such as knives and forks on the table. Huang Yuding saw that Su Xiaoyu's eating style was different from others and asked softly, "Is it okay to eat like this?" "Of course you can. Why should we be like them?" Su Xiaoyu asked back. Huang Yuding took a look and started working without saying anything, completely disregarding her image. After finishing everything in sight, Su Xiaoyu felt that she was still not full and her stomach was still empty. Who can believe that a meal costing 620,000 yuan was not enough to fill you up? I only drank half a bottle of wine and packed up the remaining bottle and a half to take home. However, Huang Yuding ate very full. Her appetite was definitely not as big as Su Xiaoyu's. After eating, she took a photo with satisfaction and posted it on her moments. Let's go! As Amelia's Su shouted, Huang Yuding trotted after him like his girlfriend, and the two walked out of the restaurant together. When I walked out of the IFC shopping mall, it was already 7 p.m., and the sky outside had turned pitch black. Su Xiaoyu offered to take Huang Yuding home, and Huang Yuding agreed, and their date that night came to an end. Huang Yuding had a lot of gains today, and she was very happy. After returning home, she immediately told the good news to her family. In addition to herself, her parents also live at home. They are all country people who came to Shanghai to work, and they live a very simple life. 3 people rented a 30-square-meter house with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. 2 beds were squeezed together. It was very crowded and the space was very small. In addition to the dining table, there were a lot of sundries piled up in the living room. There was no extra space at all. Both parents are people who never think about enjoying life. Everything they do is to give their daughter a better life. There is no son in the family, so they're not under a lot of pressure. They live a contented life every day. Huang Yuding put the bag in her hand on the bed, then took out the clothes and gestured to her chest, and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, look, this is a gift from our boss. Does it look good?" My parents didn't recognize this brand, but they thought it looked very good and both expressed their appreciation. "This dress is great. The fabric and workmanship are just so great. Your boss is really a good person." Huang Yuding felt relieved when she heard that her mother was not disgusted by the boss giving her gifts, because in the future, she might become Su Xiaoyu's favorite. "By the way, does your boss like you? Otherwise, why would he give you such expensive things? I think these clothes must be expensive. The quality is better than any other clothes in our family." Huang Yuding's mother asked. Huang Yuding didn't dare to tell the real price, but she nodded and admitted that it was expensive. Yes, everything he bought was very expensive, but the boss said that because he wants to train me to be the CEO of the company in the future, I should wear more beautiful clothes. Huang Yuding's father smiled and said, "How can you be the CEO of a company? Don't you have a CEO now?" Huang Yuding was unhappy with this. "Dad, am I still your daughter?" Huang Yuding's mother laughed and said, "Your father's mouth is just asking for a beating. The CEO of our company was found to be corrupt by the new boss and was fired." Huang Yuding explained, "This boss was my former colleague in the technical department. She was the one who guided me all the time. Because the boss came from the technical department, he attached great importance to the technical department and tended to promote people from the technical department. So I was lucky." Dad Huangshan nodded and said, "You must seize the opportunity. There are not many such opportunities. If your company develops in the future, you will be a multi-millionaire. Of course, I will definitely become the youngest and most beautiful CEO in history. Ha ha ha." Huang Yuding's image at home is completely different from that outside. She has no image at all and smiles like a lunatic. In the next few days, until the end of October, the business development of Huaxing Technology and Nantian Information had been fully connected, and production officially began. Huaxing's existing inventory only has 300 computing devices, so another 700 need to be produced, so the next thing is to focus on production. The staff in the production department is relatively stable, and not too many people have been fired. However, in order to complete these 700 devices as quickly as possible, they still need to continue recruiting people. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu will not only cooperate with Nantian Information, but will also cooperate with many other companies in the future, so the more people the better. Sheng Ziying from the Human Resources Department has officially become a manager, responsible for recruiting and the company's performance appraisal. Her abilities are indeed as outstanding as Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding are optimistic about. With her, Huang Yuding's work has become much easier, and she has more energy and time to deal with other things. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Mid-January 2022. The total number of employees at Huaxing Technology has grown from a few hundred people when Su Xiaoyu first took over to 3,000 people now. The company's market value has also increased from 600 million yuan at the beginning to 1.5 billion yuan now. The results are very good. Chapter 64. New House. From operations to sales to production to transportation, the entire process is adequately staffed. When receiving orders, the services from delivery to after-sales are very thoughtful. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu offers them a salary that is much higher than that of people in the same industry. Such treatment causes employees to smile even when they are bullied at work. Things at the company were progressing smoothly, and Su Xiaoyu's own house had also been renovated. A month ago, Su Xiaoyu had already paid the balance to the decoration team. Su Xiaoyu no longer looked at this level of rebate. He vaguely remembered that it should be more than 4 million. For the current balance of 1.3 billion, it could not even cause a ripple. Although the rebate is not much, this house was decorated according to Su Xiaoyu's highest requirements. On the morning of January 16th, Su Xiaoyu drove to the new house to check it out after breakfast. If it is suitable, he wants to move in as soon as possible. The rental house they live in now is too small. It cannot accommodate Su Xiaoyu's current bohemian heart. After he has financial strength, he is not as simple as before. He now has more interests and hobbies, and he needs a lot of space to use. The house was bought for 10 million yuan, and the hard decoration alone cost 1.5 million yuan. According to normal household expenses, the soft decoration should be about 30% of the overall decoration, which means that another 650,000 yuan is needed to purchase household appliances, sofas, chandeliers, sofas, televisions, coffee tables, etc. But Su Xiaoyu's budget is definitely not that small. The cost of soft furnishing his house will definitely exceed 1.5 million, so such a house is considered upper middle class in Shanghai. Su Xiaoyu drove to the gate of the community. The security order in the high-end residential area is indeed different. As soon as Su Xiaoyu's car arrived at the door, she heard the security guard from the security office come out and ask, "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" After noticing that Su Xiaoyu was driving a Maybach S680, the security guard immediately trotted out of the security room. Su Xiaoyu rolled down the car window and said to the security guard, "I'm the owner of this place. My house has been renovated for a month. I want to go in and take a look. Can you please open the door, uncle?" When the security guard heard this, his body suddenly became straight. He took the house purchase certificate and decoration certificate from Su Xiaoyu's hand, his eyes shining. It really is. Since he could still afford to buy a house in this community and paid in full, the person in front of him must be their important VIP owner. The security guard immediately said to Su Xiaoyu respectfully, "Mr. Su, if you have any questions in the future, just ask us. We will do our best to handle it for you." The security guard returned the contract to Su Xiaoyu, opened the door, and let Su Xiaoyu in. Finally, he did not forget to give Su Xiaoyu a very standard military salute. He couldn't afford to offend the young man in front of him, so he must treat him well. Su Xiaoyu also waved to the security guard in response, and then drove the car in. But when he drove the car to the downstairs of his house, he saw a woman in her 30s standing at the door. She was wearing a standard black suit. After Su Xiaoyu parked the Maybach, she trotted to the side of the car. "Who are you?" Su Xiaoyu asked in surprise. "Hello, Mr. Su." Hearing Su Xiaoyu's question, the woman immediately smiled and introduced herself. "I am the property manager here, Yulan Lan, and I am glad that you can live in our community." That's right, the woman in front of him was the property manager, very young. She had just seen Su Xiaoyu driving in and talking to the security guard at the door, and she knew that he would definitely come to see her house, so she rushed here in advance. Compared with the property managers in other communities, Yulan Lan was indeed too young. So much, so that Su Xiaoyu felt that she looked a little different. He looked her up and down and said, "It turns out to be Manager Yu." "Hello, hello?" After the two sides shook hands, Su Xiaoyu asked, "Manager Yu, what can I do for you?" Yulan Lan nodded and said, "Mr. Su, this is what I am doing. I am here to enter your identity information for you." "Okay, let's go." After figuring out the other party's intention, Su Xiaoyu nodded and agreed. The next moment, Yulan Lan led Amelia Su towards his house. On the road from the parking space to the house, there are green plants everywhere. The greening of the entire community is very well done, and the trees and flowers here are very beautiful and colorful. They are not the messy and ugly plants in old communities. Su Xiaoyu can also hear birds singing from time to time. Walk through this small building, enter the apartment building, and then arrive at the gate of Su Xiaoyu's house. There was a lock at the door, a fingerprint lock. Yulan Lan stopped, and Su Xiaoyu was caught off guard and bumped into Yulan Lan's butt. He kept apologizing, but Yulan Lan didn't seem to care. Then he turned around and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, let me enter your fingerprints here first, so it will be very convenient for you to enter and exit in the future." Yulan Lan entered Su Xiaoyu's name, ID number, mobile phone number, fingerprints, and irises into her identity information. After recording, she said, "Mr. Su, all your information has been entered for you." Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Thank you. Thank you for your help. It's okay. You can use your key to open the door from now on. If you forget to bring your key, you can also use your fingerprint to open the door." As Yulan Lan said this, she turned around and opened the door of the house. The moment the door was opened, everything inside was suddenly displayed in front of Su Xiaoyu. The real scene was completely different from the renderings given by the designer, and it looked more dazzling and high-end. Su Xiaoyu was dazzled by the brand-name decoration materials and the luxurious ceiling. In addition to the living room and the rest area, the house also had a gym, cloakroom, pet clipper, family theater, family karaoke room, piano room, study, and so on. At the same time, there is a garage in the basement of the house. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu was simply jaw-dropping. There is no way. Su Xiaoyu was not born into a famous family. He is a country bumpkin. His current behavior is like Chun Huansheng coming to the city. Everything he sees is new to him. If Yulanlan hadn't appeared, Amelia Su really wouldn't know how to get these things today. It was Su Xiaoyu's expression that caused a hint of doubt on Yulanlan's face. Isn't he a rich second generation? He can afford such a house and a Maybach S680. His family conditions must be quite good. He should have received a higher education since childhood and should be accustomed to high-end things. Why is he like a country bumpkin? However, she didn't need to guess Su Xiaoyu's thoughts and identity, because no matter what, he was the highest level owner here, and she had to serve him carefully in the future. Chapter 65. Su Xiaoyu needs to be supported by someone? After taking Su Xiaoyu around the house for a long time, Yulanlan said carefully, Mr. Su, your house is safe at the moment. You can come in at any time. From the moment you come in, we will start charging property fees and management fees. When Su Xiaoyu rented a house before, the property fees were all paid by the landlord himself. He had no idea about these fees. Was it tens, hundreds, tens of millions, or tens of thousands of yuan? I have no idea. According to the area of Mr. Su's house, the property fee and management fee together are 30,000 yuan per month. Please be informed and pay it later. Okay, I will pay it every month then. After listening to Yulanlan's words, Su Xiaoyu nodded calmly. Of course, Su Xiaoyu was very disappointed at this time, because this charge was really too much. It was very simple. He would get rebates for every consumption he made, but the property fee and management fee added up to only 30,000. So no matter how much rebate he got, it would not be much money. Yulanlan was also shocked when she saw Su Xiaoyu didn't even blink when she heard that 30,000 yuan would be deducted from the property fees and management fees. After all, he was a super rich man. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu had nothing else to do, Yulanlan prepared to leave. Mr. Su, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. By the way, this is my business card. After that, he did not forget to hand Su Xiaoyu his business card and said, if Mr. Su has any questions in the future, you can call me and we will have someone to serve you around the clock. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Okay. Then, Yulanlan just left. After Yulanlan left, Su Xiaoyu sat alone on the sofa, looking at everything in front of him. He always felt a little unreal because he was still a poor loser who rented a house 3 months ago. Now he has his own house, his own car, his own company, and he also bought another house of the same price for his parents. It all seems like a dream. However, such a big house, divided into 2 floors, with Su Xiaoyu living alone, is really too deserted. He feels that he should immediately hire a few cleaning ladies to clean the room for him. Otherwise, there will be no warmth at all. All of a sudden, Su Xiaoyu showed an uncontrollable obscene smile on her face. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the sound of a cell phone ringing suddenly interrupted Su Xiaoyu's wandering thoughts, and a trace of unhappiness immediately appeared on his face. After seeing the caller ID, Su Xiaoyu's mood became even more complicated. Ms. Liu, the landlord, why is she calling? Su Xiaoyu said to himself. He had originally planned to check out with the landlord, Sister Liu, but she actually called him on her own initiative. Was she here to pay the rent? That's right. Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that she seemed to have not paid the rent this month, and it had been more than a month. She was so busy with company matters every day that she had completely forgotten about the rent. According to the agreement, the rent would be paid once in March, and the monthly rent was 1,800 yuan. Now the total amount to be paid is 5,400 yuan. After Su Xiaoyu roughly guessed the purpose of the landlord, Ms. Liu, she answered the call. Hello, landlady, hello. Su Xiaoyu had only said half of her sentence when Sister Liu's laughter came from the other end of the phone. Haha, Xiao Su, have you found a job now? Amelia Su was stunned. How do you know I was fired? You've been in arrears with the rent for more than a month, and there's no news. I had to ask, but your neighbor said you were fired by the company. But it doesn't matter. You can continue to live here. It's okay, Sister Liu said indifferently. After she said that, Su Xiaoyu was a little scared. Was he planning to play the long game and sue her when he owed a lot of rent? No, I forgot to pay it. Sister Liu, how about I transfer it to you now? I'm about to move out, Su Xiaoyu said quickly. Sister Liu smiled and said, you don't have to pay. Don't look for a job in the future. You can make much money working a month. If you are nice to me, I will give you money to spend. I will rent you the house you live in for free. Su Xiaoyu felt a little dizzy, not knowing whether Sister Lu was talking nonsense, so he asked again, "What do you mean? I am good to you? You give me money to spend and a house to live in?" Sister Lu laughed and said, That's right. You haven't paid the rent for such a long time, and I didn't even ask. Don't you know what I'm thinking?" The landlord, Ms. Lu, and Su Xiaoyu had met several times. Su Xiaoyu knew that Ms. Lu was about 45 years old and was a single landlord in Shanghai. She was a local of Shanghai and owned more than 10 houses. She was very rich. Su Xiaoyu had always felt that there was something wrong with the way she looked at her. Whenever they met, she always liked to say some inexplicable things, such as, "Xiao Su, do you have a partner? The boy is good-looking. It's a pity that he doesn't have a partner. Your girlfriend is really a bad person. Break up with her as soon as possible," and so on. Unexpectedly, she wanted to be an old cow eating young grass and was interested in him. This result really scared Su Xiaoyu. He quickly explained, "Sister Lu, you think too much. I already have my own house, and I am also running a company. I don't need anyone to support me at all." Hearing Su Xiaoyu say this, Sister Lu felt that Su Xiaoyu said this on purpose, just to prove that she was independent and didn't want to be kept by a woman. So she said, "Xiao Su, don't be embarrassed. Tell me where you are. I'll drive over to pick you up now. There's no need for you to come over. If everything's fine, I'll hang out," Su Xiaoyu said as she was about to hang up the phone. "Su Xiaoyu." Sister Lu's voice immediately rang out on the phone. "Is Sister Lu not good enough for you? You have never met me, so you don't know my good points. We can try to get along for a while. After a while, you will naturally like me." Su Xiaoyu now has the status of being able to have as many women as she wants. How could he possibly agree to a 45-year-old woman? He wanted to refuse on the spot. But before he could finish his words, Sister Lu on the phone said, "Su Xiaoyu, if you agree to my request now, I can buy you a car worth 500,000 yuan right away. You have to think it over before you answer. You know, an outsider works hard in Shanghai for money, right? You should think carefully about this pie-in-the-sky offer. If you don't agree, not only will you lose the money, but I will also kick you out and forbid you from living in my house." At the end of her speech, Sister Lu started to threaten directly. Chapter 66. Young people are thin-skinned. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Xiaoyu's face. This damn Sister Lu even tried the means of coercion and inducement to get him. He had never heard of a man teasing a woman, and he had never seen a woman teasing a man. It turned out that he was too handsome. Isu Xiaoyu sight. But then again, regardless of Sister Lu's dirty thoughts about Amelia Su, she was actually very nice to Amelia Su. That was why Amelia Su did not get angry. He patiently said to Sister Lu, "Sister Lu, I appreciate your kindness, but there is nothing wrong with me, except that I have a good tooth. I really can't live off a gigolo, and I have a house and a car now." As soon as these words came out, Sister Lu on the opposite side started laughing again. "Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoyu, you're almost being called Sister Lu. Don't I know your situation? You have a car and a house? You are kidding me." Obviously, Sister Lu didn't believe Su Xiaoyu's words at all. At this time, she changed the subject and immediately became earnest. "Sister Lu knows that you young men love face and are thin-skinned. You are afraid of being laughed at by others, so you have never agreed to Sister Lu, right?" Before Amelia Su could speak, Sister Lu said again, "It's okay. I won't tell outsiders about your relationship with me, but you must ensure that you are on call 24 hours a day so that I can let you live a superior life." Su Xiaoyu was so angry that she almost laughed. How could there be such a persistent woman in this world? He had made it so clear, but Sister Lu was still pestering her. Did she have to wait for him to say directly, "You are too old. I like young people," before she would understand? After thinking about it, Su Xiaoyu still didn't feel like attacking Sister Lu. After all, she wasn't an enemy. She just had a crush on Su Xiaoyu. It was better to reject her in a more appropriate way. So he stood up, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Sister Lu saying, "Why don't we start a video? I'll take a picture of my house for you to see." Sister Lu felt that it was impossible for Su Xiaoyu to be in someone else's house by such a coincidence, so she called over the video without saying anything. Su Xiaoyu clicked to accept, and the two parties began a video chat. In the video, Sister Lu's entire face took up the entire screen, and she spoke very confidently, with a carefree expression. "Amelia Su, where are you? Is this your house?" Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Yes, this is my new house, which has just been renovated. I'll show you around. Do you think I still need to be supported by someone?" After saying that, Su Xiaoyu turned the camera and walked from the living room to the bedroom, then from the bedroom to the kitchen, and then went up to the second floor. She took pictures of every angle of the room with the camera. Sister Lucy, this is my current house. Please don't feel sorry for me anymore. I really don't need to be a gigolo, Su Xiaoyu said finally. Sister Lu still felt it was a little unreal. She thought, Su Xiaoyu was just an ordinary office worker before. How could she become so rich in such a short time? Unless you won the lottery. Did you buy the house yourself? Did you win the lottery? Sister Lu asked curiously. Su Xiaoyu shook her head. No. Then you are not being kept by some rich young woman, are you? You are quite picky. You choose a young and beautiful woman to be kept. Sister Lu asked a little angrily. Su Xiaoyu did not deny this. If he had no money and was being kept by someone, he would of course choose a young, beautiful, and rich woman. However, he did not say so, but continued to deny. If I am not being kept by someone, can I buy this house myself? If you buy it yourself, what will you use to buy it? Sister Lu asked back. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the wall next to her helplessly, and then said, I tell you, Sister Lu, I not only bought this house, I also bought a house for my parents, and I also acquired the company I used to work for, Washing Technology. I am very busy every day. Really, you should find someone else. Goodbye. Sister Lu, I will give you the house. I don't want any money left over at the end. I will transfer it to you for 2 months at a time. After saying that, Su Xiaoyu transferred all the rent for 2 months to Sister Lu. Since the house is paid for first and then occupied, Su Xiaoyu now has to pay the rent for the next 3 months, but he is about to move out, so he only needs to pay for the more than 1 month he has lived there. For convenience, Su Xiaoyu did not calculate how much rent she had to pay now, because it was calculated on a daily basis, so she just paid the whole amount of 2 months in one lump sum. However, the system is omnipotent. It can quickly calculate the exact number of days, because after the correct rent, the extra money is counted as Su Xiaoyu giving to Sister Lu, and the money for X rights is not counted as rebate. So, when the system reports. When the rebate came, Amelia Su knew it. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 5x rebate and earning 14,100 yuan. Only then did Su Xiaoyu realize that the system had such a calculation function, which might be useful in the future. To be precise, this should not be a new function of the system, but a function that has existed for a long time, but Su Xiaoyu only discovered it now. After the money was transferred, Su Xiaoyu started to use the Boss Direct recruitment app on her mobile phone. Because it was not suitable for Huang Yuding to recruit these employees at home, Su Xiaoyu had to recruit them herself. After downloading the Boss Direct Hire app, Su Xiaoyu registered her information and found that she still needed to fill in the business license. But she had the business license from her home, so she uninstalled Boss Direct Hire and turned around. Go out and find a middleman. Since Boss Direct Hire can only recruit employees of the company and not make money, Su Xiaoyu has no other choice. The intermediary deserves to make the money. After leaving the door, this high-end residential area is huge. It takes Su Xiaoyu 10 minutes to drive the car out of it. Of course, his driving speed is definitely not comparable to the speed of cars on the road outside. After leaving the residential area, there is not a single decent agency along the street. In addition to real estate agencies, there are various population survey departments, health departments, property acquisition halls, etc., and then there are barbershops and convenience stores, nothing else. If someone wants to come out of this community and eat at a restaurant nearby, they have to run to the shopping mall in front, which is 1 kilometer away from here. On the contrary, there are vegetable markets and supermarkets for buying vegetables, with one less than 500 meters away, and there are also supermarkets and convenience stores. Su Xiaoyu set the navigation, and on the way to the housekeeping agency, she saw vegetable markets next to each other. She finally understood why there were so few restaurants here. This was because almost every household living here had a nanny to cook for them, and they usually ate at home. If they didn't eat at home, they would definitely be socializing near their workplace. There were no office buildings near the community, so the living structure here was very different from that around the house Su Xiaoyu had rented before. Chapter 67. Recruiting. It seems that Su Xiaoyu will have to adapt to the life here in the future. If he wants to go out to eat, he can either go to the mall or go to the vicinity of Washing Technology. He doesn't need to ask someone to cook at home because he has plenty of time. It is enough for him to cook and eat by himself every night. If he hires someone to clean the house, as long as they are used to the food he cooks, they can eat together. If not, they can go home and eat by themselves. Anyway, there is no extra salary. The housekeeping agencies in this row are all recruiting nannies and cleaners, and most of them are older. However, Su Xiaoyu wants to recruit younger people. After all, in addition to cleaning, they also have to serve Su Xiaoyu. He doesn't want to hire some half-baked people to make him angry, so he must recruit professionals. Su Xiaoyu's requirements are professionalism, good image and temperament, and she doesn't mind a higher salary. Because these things can also be considered consumption, and they're all spent on yourself legally and in compliance with regulations, the system will definitely give you cash back. After searching for a while, she finally found a more comprehensive agency. However, this agency only introduced 5 people who could meet Su Xiaoyu's requirements. The main reason was that Su Xiaoyu's vision was too high. But there was no other way. She had to make do with these 5 people for now. Su Xiaoyu immediately asked the agency to send them interview invitations one by one. In order to increase their chances of coming for the interview, Su Xiaoyu offered a salary 20% higher than the market price. These 5 people include 3 servants and 2 security guards. Now that all the people are in place, Su Xiaoyu no longer needs to do everything by himself. In addition to being busy with company affairs every day, he also has to find ways to spend money. However, Su Xiaoyu still felt that she needed a housekeeper to manage the trivial matters in her life, because Huang Yuding was in charge of the company's affairs, and she had to find someone similar to take care of the household affairs. And this person must have outstanding abilities and the ability to protect Su Xiaoyu. He must be both a housekeeper and a personal bodyguard. In this way, no matter where Su Xiaoyu goes, she can be said to be safe. So Amelia Su turned back and asked the agent, "I remembered. Do you have any private butlers here who are better in skills and have a higher price?" The agent was very curious about who Amelia Su was and why she wanted to hire so many people at home. "Sir, are you a homebody?" "He goes with me wherever I go," said Su Xiaoyu. "Yes, but how much can you offer?" The agent was afraid that Su Xiaoyu didn't understand the market, so he told him in advance, "The salary for this position is very high." Many people asked out of curiosity, but once they learned the price, they gave up. Su Xiaoyu asked, "I don't know the market situation, as long as the annual salary does not exceed 2 million. 2 million? That's not the case." The agent was very satisfied with Su Xiaoyu's attitude and immediately recommended someone over. "Since Mr. Su was so generous, I just happen to have a suitable candidate here. Take a look." Immediately, a resume appeared on the phone. Su Xiaoyu opened it and was shocked. Zhang Qin, male, 25 years old, national champion of youth-free fighting, has knocked down 13 people alone in a no-rules PK, and can defeat 20 people at a time when carrying weapons. In addition, he has a bachelor's degree and is very knowledgeable about mechanics. He can drive and fly a plane. He has served in the military and has been working as a security guard and bodyguard since he was discharged from the army. It's perfect. Su Xiaoyu simply couldn't let go of such an ideal housekeeper and called him immediately. He felt that this was more reliable. At this time, in another direction of Demon City, in a high-end apartment 30 kilometers away from Su Xiaoyu, Zhang Qin was bragging with his roommate. This apartment is where several of their good friends who have just retired from the army live together. All of the rooms are single rooms, and they live in several adjacent rooms. Now they are all in Zhang Qin's room. One of the comrades said to Zhang Qin, "I told you not to fill in such a high salary, but you didn't listen. Fairy, it's been a week. Did you receive a call?" Another person immediately added, "Yes, nowadays this society is a civilized society. You have a lot of skills, but you don't have a place to use them. I have long recommended that you try to be a martial arts actor. Look at how you are doing now." Zhang Qin was a champion before he joined the army. Now, after training in the operation of firearms and hot weapons as well as special training in wilderness survival, he has completely become a king. He feels that he is capable of killing a group of bodyguards in seconds. So his salary is also written as very high, with a monthly salary of 100,000. At the beginning, his comrades in arms advised him to face reality and not to make such high demands. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is 1.2 million yuan per year. Which boss can afford such an expensive housekeeper? So until now, Zhang Qin has not found a satisfactory job. He has been working part-time, running around, and is unstable. Those with an annual salary of more than 1 million yuan have to work for many years to get this treatment. But what about Zhang Qin? He has not had a formal job since he was discharged from the army. As for work experience, it is 0. How can he get such a high salary? Obviously, this is impossible. The boss of the company is not a fool. So these comrades always make fun of Zhang Qin, but on the other hand, they are also worried about him. "It's okay. I believe I will definitely wait for my mentor," Zhang Qin said. In fact, they also knew Zhang Qin's family situation. He came from a single-parent family. His father's business went bankrupt and owed a lot of foreign debts. He wanted to get a higher salary to help his father pay off the debts, so he was so anxious. Just as a few people were chatting about this, Zhang Qin's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Qin picked up the phone and was very shocked. It was a mobile phone number from Shanghai. He had a hunch that it was a notification for him to go for an interview. He glanced at his comrades and answered the call directly. "Hello, is this Zhang Qin?" A younger voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Qin was a little disappointed after hearing this voice. He didn't feel like a boss who could afford an annual salary of 1.2 million. Instead, he sounded like someone who was dealing with loans or selling houses. So he said something listlessly and was about to hang up the phone. "Yes. Who are you?" "My name is Su Xiaoyu, and I'm the boss of Huaxing Technology Company Limited. I saw your resume at the agency, and I just want to recruit a talent like you." Su Xiaoyu went straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Oh, hello, Mr. Su. Are you calling me because you want me to go for an interview?" Zhang Qin asked. Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes, I have read your resume, and I think you are very suitable to be my personal butler. So I would like to invite you to come for an interview." Chapter 68. Do you still want to sue me? Do you know what monthly salary I require? Zhang Qin reminded. "I know, but I can give you an annual salary of 2 million. Su Xiaoyu directly offered a higher salary. Zhang Qin was very happy and smiled at his comrades. "Okay, what about the time and place?" Su Xiaoyu reported her home address and said, "This is my address. Remember it. The time is 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will have several interviews here at that time." "Okay, no problem." After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoyu had arranged all the people in the family, and all of them were scheduled for tomorrow morning. Zhang Qin was at 10 o'clock, and the others were at 9 o'clock. When she came out of the agency, Su Xiaoyu had just put her cell phone in her bag when she suddenly received another call. Moreover, his phone had been busy just now. When he picked it up, he found that Huang Yuting had called him 3 times and then sent him a WeChat message. Amelia Su didn't have time to look closely, so she answered the phone first and said, "Hello, Yuting, what's the matter?" Huang Yuting was so anxious that she spoke in a very hurried tone. "Boss Su, there was an accident here. Our purchasing car collided with a Rolls-Royce. They asked for compensation and called me, but I don't know how to deal with it. It should be a lot, so you should come and take a look." Amelia Su asked quickly, "Where is it? Who is driving the car?" "I just sent you the address on WeChat. I was also in the car with our company's driver. The Rolls-Royce driver was very arrogant. Our driver argued with him, and he even kicked our driver." "Did the driver fight back?" Su Xiaoyu asked hurriedly. "The master hasn't returned the money yet and is still wasting time with the other party. The other party said that if you don't come again, he will call the police." Huang Yuting's tone was very panicked, and you could tell from her voice that she had never dealt with such a thing before. In fact, Su Xiaoyu had never dealt with it before. The reason why he was not afraid was because he had money. If he couldn't deal with it, the worst that could happen was compensation. This amount of repair money was nothing to him. After hearing Huang Yuting's description, Su Xiaoyu immediately hung up the phone with her, clicked on the navigation message on WeChat, and set the route to the scene of the incident. At this time, the accident happened 3 kilometers away from Su Xiaoyu. A truck carrying goods from Huaxing Technology Company collided with a silver-gray Rolls-Royce at the intersection. The cause of the accident was indeed the truck's fault, because it was turning and the Rolls-Royce was driving straight when it hit a truck turning. So he was in the right and kept demanding compensation from the Huaxing truck driver. Huang Yuting got out of the truck at the same time as the truck driver and stood face-to-face with the driver of the Rolls-Royce. The cause of the incident was very clear. Huaxing's truck was fully responsible. However, the driver of Huaxing's truck saw that the enforcement vehicle in front clearly saw him turning, but still drove straight over. It was very obvious that he was deliberately looking for trouble. Therefore, he believed that the other party at least had some responsibility, and the truck was not solely responsible. "We are mainly responsible this time, but..." Before the truck driver could finish his words, he was interrupted by the owner of the Rolls-Royce. "It's all your fault now. Don't tell me anything else. I don't want to hear your explanation." "I don't want to hear your explanation. Did you slow down at the zebra crossing?" the truck driver asked back. The Rolls-Royce driver's face trembled, and he was already feeling uneasy, because if the vehicle going straight knew that the other vehicle was turning and deliberately did not slow down, especially at an intersection, he would definitely have to bear a small part of the responsibility. 3 points deduction and a fine of 200 were minor matters. The main thing was that Huaxing would have to pay less compensation, and it would also make the Rolls-Royce driver lose face. But he thought that no one would know whether he slowed down or not, so he was still so arrogant. "Which eye of yours saw that I didn't slow down? Besides, even if I didn't slow down, my responsibility is very minor. You still have to compensate me for my losses. I tell you how much it will cost." The Rolls-Royce driver started pointing while talking and tapped the truck driver's chest with his finger, treating him as an inferior. He thought he was an upper-class person? Just talk. Why are you pointing? Huang Yuding was very unhappy with the other party's attitude and confronted him head-on. The driver of the truck was a bit timid. He didn't dare to fight back after being kicked by the man in the Rolls-Royce. Huang Yuding really couldn't stand it anymore. As a woman, she dared to face it head-on. She was extremely disappointed with this driver. Master Chen, why are you afraid of him? What's the point of being submissive? It will only encourage the other party's arrogance. Truck driver Master Chen lowered his head and said, "It is our main responsibility. We can't mess with the other party. We are the ones who suffer the loss." Huang Yuding still refused to accept it. She didn't believe that there was no law in this world. Even if we are responsible, we can't curse or beat people at will. This is a lack of manners. The man opposite heard Huang Yuding's tone of voice, which was very innocent, and obviously she had not experienced the beatings of society. So he took a step closer, looked up and down at Huang Yuding's figure, and then asked, "What's wrong? Are you not convinced or what?" Huang Yuding glared at the Rolls-Royce driver. "Why should I accept it? If I say I don't accept it, are you going to hit me again? It's okay if I hit you. You know, even if you call the police, they will help me because I'm a local of Shanghai. Don't think you're a talent just because you've studied in school for a few years. The world is not as simple as you think," said the Rolls-Royce driver. He openly showed off his privileges to Huang Yuding. Huang Yuding was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't believe it was true because she had never been dealt with by the police and had never called the police. Deep down in her heart, she always had trust in the police. If the police were unreliable, who else could she rely on? Huang Yuding asked back, "Do you think that if you say that, I won't call the police if you hit someone? You still want to call the police, right?" "Ah, you still want to call the police, right?" The Rolls-Royce driver pushed Huang Yuding back several steps. Seeing that she was unsteady on her feet, he pushed her again and knocked her down. Huang Yuding fell to the ground, and her knee hit the ground, breaking the skin. She also sprained her foot and shivered in pain, but she still held back her tears. She looked at the driver of the Rolls-Royce with gritted teeth, her eyes filled with anger. The other party was not afraid at all, and stepped forward and challenged. "Call the police. I tell you, I have plenty of money, and you still want the police to arrest me? You don't have any." At this moment, a Maybach S680 drove over from a distance and stopped majestically on the side of the road. A handsome man walked out of it, and it was Su Xiaoyu. When Su Xiaoyu saw a lot of people gathered in front, she knew that this must be where the incident happened, so she walked straight over. Chapter 69, 500,000. I'll give you the compensation. Boss Su, Master Chun, and Huang Yuding shouted at the same time. Su Xiaoyu came over and saw that Huang Yuding was injured. She didn't mention the car first, but asked about the reason for her injury. "How did you get injured? Why didn't you tell me on the phone just now?" When Master Chen saw Amelia Su coming, he became bolder and dared to say anything. "Boss Su, Miss Huang's injury was caused after she called you." Su Xiaoyu turned her gaze to Master Chen and asked, "How did you do it? Tell me quickly." Master Chen looked at the owner of the Rolls-Royce and suddenly didn't dare to speak. The owner of the Rolls-Royce generously admitted his behavior. "It was me who did it." "So what? Are you the boss of the truck drivers company?" Su Xiaoyu had already noticed this burly man in his 40s, but he didn't want to take the initiative to talk to him. He kept talking to Huang Yuding, Master Chun, and others, waiting for them to come to him. "Yes, I am the boss of this company. My last name is Su. What's your name?" Su Xiaoyu still spoke very politely. "My surname is Duan. I think you should have heard about what happened today from these two employees of your company. How do you plan to deal with it?" Duan Weiping, the driver of the Rolls-Royce, took out his driving license and showed it to Su Xiaoyu to prove that he was the owner of the car. Su Xiaoyu looked at his Rolls-Royce, which had a broken rearview mirror and abrasions on the door, so she asked, "I know everything. You drove straight and he turned, right? After the incident, you also hit my driver, and just now you hit my secretary. Do you admit it?" "Yes, that happened. But compared with the compensation you have to pay for my losses, these things are nothing. You have to pay me anyway." Duan Weiping seemed to be rich, but was very stingy, which brought a great contrast to the people around him. "Do you think we should settle it privately or call the police?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Duan Weiping glared and said, "It's too troublesome to call the police. Let's just settle it privately." "Okay, you said we should settle it privately? Let's sort out everything now." Su Xiaoyu didn't want to call the police because going to the police station would take 24 hours, 48 children, and they would have to record statements and so on, a lot of things. It would be better to talk to Duan Weiping face to face. "I just heard my secretary say, your car did not slow down on the zebra crossing. If you call the police, you will be fined 200 yuan and have 3 points. You just said you don't want to call the police. How should this matter be handled?" Duan Weiping looked at Su Xiaoyu impatiently and at the same time turned his gaze to Huang Yuting, thinking that this woman was a lot of trouble. 3 points is only 3,000 yuan, plus a fine of 200 yuan. It's just a small amount. Su Xiaoyu was surprised for a moment, not understanding what Duan Weiping meant. What's the difference? Duan Weiping finally expressed his demands. Compared to my repair bill, this is just a fraction of a fraction. What can you say about this thing? Amelia Su asked back. How much is the repair cost? Duan Weiping said, 500,000. Huang Yuting and Master Chen opened their eyes and pricked up their ears. They suspected that they had heard wrongly. They had been communicating here for such a long time just now, but until Su Xiaoyu came over, they had never mentioned the amount of compensation. Huang Yuting and Master Chen thought that it would be at most a few thousand or tens of thousands of yuan. The repair bill of 500,000 was indeed too scary and completely beyond their expectations. Su Xiaoyu had already eaten. He looked at Duan Weiping in disbelief. It costs 500,000 just to repair this. Aren't you talking nonsense? I originally wanted a luxury car, but you don't know that. So you think I'm trying to blackmail you, right? Duan Weiping said with a bit of arrogance. Amelia Su did not back down. You are the only one who has a luxury car, right? When Duan Weiping heard this, he immediately paid more attention to the young man in front of him. He found that Su Xiaoyu was wearing luxury goods and was a person with good financial strength. So he turned around and looked at the parking space not far away to see what car Su Xiaoyu was driving. When the car came just now, Duan Weiping didn't see Su Xiaoyu's car clearly. He didn't take Su Xiaoyu seriously at all. She was just an ordinary small business owner. What kind of car could she drive? But now he takes a look and finds that this Maybach S680 is indeed not much different from his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This Cullinan is the lowest-end version he bought, just for show, and he bought it with a loan. The total price is 7.6 million, and Su Xiaoyu's Maybach S680 is also 4.8 million, which is a little worse than his, but still on the same level, which is not what Duan Weiping thought. They are several levels behind and are not even qualified to compete. Su Xiaoyu's attitude was also very good. She had not lost her temper with Duan Weiping until now. I came here to solve the problem with you, but you asked for 500,000 yuan, which is too exaggerated. The total cost of your car is about 7 or 8 million yuan. A rearview mirror and a scratch on the door are worth 500,000 yuan. The 2 doors are worth 1 million yuan, and this is just the repair cost. If it is the value of the door itself, it would be 2 million yuan or more. According to your calculation, the engine and interior of your car are all made of paper. Duan Weiping said, Mr. Su, I see you are also a person who drives a luxury car. This Maybach is not cheap, right? You know that it is very troublesome to repair this car. You have to go to a specific place to repair it. And as you said, the whole door may not be worth so much money. Yes, that's right, but the problem now is that there is no place to replace it. You know, if you don't want to repair it at all, you can't just replace the door. So the price is expensive here. If you don't believe it, how can we find a place to repair it and see if it really costs so much? Su Xiaoyu immediately called and asked the company executives who knew cars. It was indeed that much money, and the difference was not much. Moreover, 500,000 was not a lot for Su Xiaoyu now. Even if this money was not counted as a rebate, it didn't matter. So she agreed to this. Duan Weiping. Okay, 500,000, right? Show me the QR code. Duan Weiping was still a little surprised to see Su Xiaoyu being so arrogant, but he quickly showed the QR code. This is 500,000. Are you sure you can transfer it? Su Xiaoyu's card had been linked to WeChat and Alipay, with no upper limit on transaction amounts. He simply took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code without even looking at Duan Weiping. Duan Weiping was still whining. Do you want me to give you an account? You definitely can't transfer the money here. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Weiping saw that 500,000 yuan had been deposited into his WeChat account. He stared at the screen in surprise. It really was transferred. It seems you have some strength. Chapter 70. Make you like them. Although Duan Weiping did not increase the limit of his bank card at the bank, he knew that anyone could increase the limit at any bank. Those who could increase the limit at the bank all had certain financial conditions at home. The higher the limit was, the higher the person's economic strength and social status would be. This showed that Mr. Su in front of him was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. After receiving the money, Duan Weiping felt that it was not appropriate to stay here for long and wanted to leave immediately. Okay, Mr. Su is a straightforward person. The matter between us is over. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Duan Weiping just turned around when he was stopped by 2 people walking towards him. He was frightened when he saw that the other party was wearing a security uniform. He turned around and looked at Su Xiaoyu behind him and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Huang Yuding and Master Chen behind them were also surprised. They knew these two people. They were the security guards of Huashing Technology. They were the best at fighting. Huang Yuding guessed that Su Xiaoyu must have contacted them when she was driving on the road just now. Indeed, things would be easier with security guards. If Su Xiaoyu was alone here, he might not be able to deal with Duan Weiping. In a one-on-one fight, he would not be at a disadvantage, but it would be impossible for him to defeat the enemy. After all, Duan Weiping was not small in stature, and he was in his 40s and could still fight. Amelia Su said calmly, "I have already given you the 500,000 yuan for your car repairs, and my business has not been resolved yet. Do you want to leave now?" Duan Weiping pretended to be stupid. He knew that Amelia Su was not someone he could afford to offend. "What else? I don't understand what Mr. Su means. Are you still playing dumb with me?" Su Xiaoyu didn't want to cooperate with him in acting. She just exposed him without giving him face and said, "You just kicked my driver and pushed my secretary, Miss Huang, down and injured her. You won't forget it so quickly, right? I paid for your repairs happily. Now I'm going to settle the account with you. Are you going to deny it and be a coward?" "When did I say I didn't recognize it? I just—" Duan Weiping really couldn't come up with a reason for the moment. But Amelia Su didn't wait for him to make up an excuse and continued. "In front of me, you can't deny it even if you want to, but I still say the same thing. I don't like to call the police. Let's just settle it privately. Okay, I'll pay for the medical expenses and lost wages. It's probably only a few thousand yuan at most. 10,000 is the worst. I'll give you 20,000. Isn't that good enough?" Duan Weiping took out his phone and prepared to scan the code. Su Xiaoyu immediately stopped him and shook her head. "Wait, I don't plan to ask you to pay. Even if you pay, the injury is already on their bodies and the pain has already been felt. Can it be eliminated more than the previous pain?" Duan Weiping didn't understand what Amelia Su wanted to do, so he became more and more nervous. "So what you mean is, you stand over there and let these two security guards beat you up like you are, and then we'll call it a day. How about that, Boss Duan?" Huang Yuding almost exploded when she heard Su Xiaoyu say that Duan Weiping didn't need to pay for the medical expenses. Now, when she heard Su Xiaoyu say that she wanted to beat him up, she felt much better and a relieved smile appeared on her face. After all, beating someone is no joke, especially intentional injury. If the other party calls the police, Su Xiaoyu would be in the wrong, but Su Xiaoyu was willing to take such a risk for her. She didn't know why she deserved such treatment. In terms of appearance, she is pretty good, but not to the point of being a beauty. In terms of ability, it is just average. Huang Yuding is Su Xiaoyu's apprentice. This time she really doesn't know how to repay Su Xiaoyu, because of Su Xiaoyu's presence during this period of time, Huang Yuding's life seems to be on a cheat. In a blink of an eye, she has changed from an ordinary technical department employee to the secretary of the company boss. Today, President Su fought with Duan Weiping in the street for her. It really is good luck that cannot be stopped. When Duan Weiping heard Su Xiaoyu say this, he immediately became unwilling and refused. "You are intentionally hurting people. I can't tell how serious their injuries are. What if you hit me harder than them?" Su Xiaoyu smiled. "If we ask a forensic doctor to come for identification, it will be too troublesome. We can only rely on our eyes to judge. If you think there is a risk and you don't want to, we might as well call the police to solve it. You just said you wouldn't call the police. Why are you saying you want to call the police now? Isn't that troublesome?" Duan Weiping asked back. Su Xiaoyu had just said it casually. He had no intention of calling the police, and he knew that Duan Weiping would not call the police. So he said, "Since you know it's troublesome, why are you complaining about it? Isn't it troublesome to find a forensic doctor?" Duan Weiping had nothing to say. He knew that the other party would definitely not show mercy, so he took the initiative to give in. "Okay, you are so cruel. I will return half of the 500,000 to you. 250,000, that's fine." Su Xiaoyu was a little surprised. "What? In order to avoid being beaten, you don't want 250,000 yuan? Even if you are injured, can't you be cured with 10,000 yuan? Isn't that what you said yourself?" Duan Weiping did not answer Su Xiaoyu's words, and still insisted on not being beaten and using money to solve the problem. "Just tell me if it's okay or not. How do I know if you will kill me? You, a grown man, only know how to bully a 50-year-old uncle and a weak woman, huh?" Su Xiaoyu felt that Duan Weiping was actually a soft persimmon. Knowing that she was a tough guy, she did not dare to confront him, so she could not help laughing. Most of the people watching the fun around hoped that Su Xiaoyu could give the Rolls-Royce driver a lesson, because when Su Xiaoyu was not here just now, these people knew how arrogant Duan Weiping was and how he looked down on everyone. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu looks more like a good person, while Duan Weiping has a long face, Mediterranean hair, and a big gold chain around his neck. He looks like a bad guy no matter how you look at him. So people who are watching the fun imagine Su Xiaoyu as a positive character and Duan Weiping as a villain, so that they know who they should support. Yeah, you're a bully who doesn't even dare to get beaten up. What's the point of a grown man like you living in this world? Just die. Weren't you arrogant just now? Didn't you think you were the boss? Why are you so cowardly now? Facing everyone's questioning and abuse, Duan Weiping felt ashamed and finally decided to take the beating. Come on. Su Xiaoyu didn't waste any words and directly asked the two security guards to take action. Of course, the security guards showed no mercy and beat Duan Weiping to the ground where he couldn't get up. Ah! Duan Weiping let out a series of screams, but was met with cold stares from the people around who were watching the fun. Su Xiaoyu looked at Duan Weiping on the ground and said, "Next time you want to bully someone, ask them if they are from Huaxing Technology. If I encounter you bullying others like this again, I will not show mercy like I did today. I don't know what I might become of you by then." Chapter 71, I have already told my parents. Duan Weiping was so scared that he dared not speak and kept his head down. Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuding, and Master Chun went straight back. On the way back, Su Xiaoyu sent Huang Yuding away because she was injured and had to go to the hospital first. It was getting late and it would be time for dinner soon. So Su Xiaoyu planned to ask her whether she wanted to go home to rest or go out for dinner after she came out of the hospital. The hospital is now full of people, and it takes a long time to wait in line for registration. So Huang Yuding gave up and said to Su Xiaoyu, "Forget it, let's go back first, go to the pharmacy, and buy some medicine to apply on this injury." Su Xiaoyu was not sure whether Huang Yuding's injury was serious, so she asked, "How do you feel?" "This is not a joke. If some injuries are missed, the best treatment time will be delayed." I'm not sure either." Huang Yuding hesitated again. "But there are so many people here, I don't want to take them to the hospital." Su Xiaoyu didn't force it. After all, Huang Yuding was relatively young, only 24 or 25 years old. Of course, her thoughts were not as mature as Su Xiaoyu's. It was normal for her to be a little willful sometimes, so she agreed not to continue waiting in the hospital. However, her injury could not be ignored, so she said, "Then I'll take you back and find a doctor to come to your home to see you." Huang Yuding felt that if she went home, it would be very troublesome, so she shook her head again. "Can I go to your house? If I go home like this, it will be inconvenient for the doctor to come to my house for treatment because my home is not very spacious, and my parents will scold me, and if I am not careful outside, they will definitely scold me." Su Xiaoyu thought that these were no big deal. As a parent, who wouldn't nag you? You didn't do anything wrong. Whenever my mother sees that I am injured, she will say that I am acting crazy outside again. When she sees that I have a cold, she will say that I am not wearing enough clothes. I will tell my mother that I am going on a business trip and then stay at your house tonight." Huang Yuding said and picked up the phone to start calling without waiting for Su Xiaoyu's consent. Amelia Su quickly asked, "Won't your parents be suspicious?" "No, I've already told them that I'm the boss's secretary now. Isn't it normal to go on business trips?" Su Xiaoyu couldn't accept the reality. He didn't know whether Huang Yuding meant that or not. Anyway, he felt that she was a little too anxious. Why was a girl so fearless of danger that she would take the initiative to run to Su Xiaoyu's house and even stay at his house for a night? "But I really have no place to live at home. I have just renovated my new house, and there is no place to sleep. If you really don't want to go home, I will book a room for you outside," Su Xiaoyu said. Huang Yuding couldn't believe it. In her eyes, the overbearing president was too impatient when facing the girl who came to him on her own initiative. After all, Su Xiaoyu was a boss who climbed up from the grassroots level. She was different from those wretched and greasy bosses. She could not resist such a boss. "That's fine." Huang Yuding nodded in agreement. In fact, Su Xiaoyu is not just a boss. He just wants to interview many people in the new house tomorrow morning, and it is not convenient for Huang Yuding to live in her house. After saying that, Su Xiaoyu helped Huang Yuding to find a hotel. Along the way, Huang Yuding limped and bumped her chest against Su Xiaoyu's arm from time to time. It seemed unintentional, but in fact it was intentional. She felt that it was more and more interesting to tease Su Xiaoyu like this. People passing by regarded them as a couple, which made Huang Yuding even happier. She even gradually put her focus on Su Xiaoyu and relied on her unscrupulously. Su Xiaoyu also felt that Huang Yuding's body was getting heavier and heavier. She subconsciously glanced at Huang Yuding, thinking that she fell on her because she was feeling unwell. But when she turned around, Huang Yuding's expression was not too uncomfortable. Just like before, when she saw Amelia Su looking at her, she turned her eyes and looked at Amelia Su, and put on a provocative look, as if to say, "What's the matter? You don't want to?" Su Xiaoyu didn't say anything either. He didn't know what to say. The two of them fell into a brief silence and continued walking forward. When she got in the car, Su Xiaoyu turned on the navigation directly and drove to the nearest hotel. Then she called a doctor on her phone. After everything was settled, she said, "Let's go to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. I'll get you a suite later. You can stay there. You can also take a photo of your parents and say that you were on a business trip. I've also called the doctor. He will come to your house to see your injuries later. Don't run around these few days. Let someone else handle the company's affairs for the time being." Huang Yuding was so moved when she heard Su Xiaoyu's clear arrangements for her. "Boss Su, you are the best person to me in this world besides my parents. Since you took over as the boss of Huaxing, you have given me so much help. I really don't know how to thank you." Su Xiaoyu smiled and shook her head. "No need to thank me. If you are not a capable person, I will not promote you. As long as the money spent can be rebated, Su Xiaoyu will not suffer any loss. How can he give up such a good consumption opportunity?" Still thanking him? It should be Su Xiaoyu who thanked Huang Yuding. If she doesn't want anything Amelia Su buys for her, then she is a boring woman and won't earn any rebate, which is equivalent to losing millions. After arriving at the hotel, Su Xiaoyu paid and activated the card, then took Huang Yuding into the room to change her shoes. Not long after, the doctor arrived. "Hello, I'm Dr. Zhou. Is this Mr. Su Xiaoyu?" After the doctor arrived, he took the initiative to introduce himself. Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Yes, it's me, Dr. Zhou. Please come in." Dr. Zhou placed his medical kit on the coffee table, looked at Huang Yuding's leg, and understood. "It's this beautiful lady's leg that's injured, right?" Huang Yuding said, "Yeah." "Was he hit by a car and fell to the ground?" asked Dr. Zhou. Huang Yuding shook her head. "No, I was pushed down by a bad guy. It hurts a little now?" "Okay, I understand. This is easy. I'll apply some medicine on you now. It will be very effective." Dr. Zhou immediately opened the medicine box, took out some medicine from it, disinfected it with a cotton ball, applied some medicine on it, and gently rubbed it on Huang Yuding's leg injury a few times. At first, Huang Yuding felt a stinging pain and gritted her teeth. Ah, ugh. But after Dr. Zhou increased the dosage of the medicine, her leg injury didn't hurt at all. "Ah, it really doesn't hurt anymore, Dr. Zhou. What kind of medicine is this? It's so magical." Dr. Zhou smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will prescribe this medicine for you later and use it together with another oral medicine. You will be cured in less than 7 days." Chapter 72, Private Dr. Zhou Bylaw. After that, Dr. Zhou took out a full bottle of the medicine he had just wiped and placed it on the coffee table. The bottle was very small and could be used for about a week. He also placed a box of white pills on the table and finally said, "The dosage and usage are written on this paper. Pay attention, take and wipe according to my instructions. Don't read the instructions. Do you understand?" "Okay. Thank you, Dr. Zhou," Huang Yuding said. After Dr. Zhou closed the medicine box, Amelia Su came over. "Dr. Zhou is indeed worthy of his reputation. I will transfer the medical expenses directly to you." Dr. Zhou opened his QR code and said, 120 yuan in total. So cheap. Su Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. "Of course, the reason I can become the most famous barefoot doctor in Shanghai is that I am fair and honest. Those internet celebrity doctors have no skills and charge extremely high prices, with home visits costing 200 or 300 yuan. Isn't that a ripoff?" Dr. Zhou looks down on those fake doctors who cheat and deceive people. Su Xiaoyu also knew that those internet celebrity doctors were unreliable, so he found Dr. Zhou from the home doctors on WeChat, and this doctor was the most famous one, so he managed to get an appointment for him by chance. After hearing what Dr. Zhou said, Su Xiaoyu felt that he was a decent person and his medical skills were quite good, so she considered hiring him as her personal doctor. But after thinking about it carefully, Huang Yuding's leg injury was not a difficult disease after all, and it was not enough to demonstrate Dr. Zhou's medical skills, so Su Xiaoyu asked, "Dr. Zhou, have you always been a barefoot doctor, living by taking orders every day?" Dr. Zhou nodded. "Yes, if you have some skills, shouldn't you contribute to society?" "Well said, great." Su Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up. "If there is a stable job that doesn't require you to run around, would you be willing to do it?" Su Xiaoyu originally wanted to pave the way for hiring Dr. Zhou as her personal doctor, but she didn't expect that it would speak directly to his heart. Dr. Zhou sighed and said, "Mr. Su, you don't know that I was also an attending physician in a tertiary hospital." Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding both widened their eyes in surprise. Seeing that Dr. Zhou had something to say, Amelia Su directly invited him to sit on the sofa and chat for a while before leaving. "If Dr. Zhou is not in a hurry, sit for a while before leaving." Dr. Zhou was not polite. Seeing that someone wanted to hear his story, he naturally did not hesitate to say, Mr. Su, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Bailong. I have been studying medicine since I was a child. My father and my grandfather are both doctors. They asked me to be a good doctor who can save the dying and heal the wounded when I was very young. The doctor of my family inherited Chinese medicine. Now with the development of the times, I will also learn some Western medicine. After I graduated, I went to 3 hospitals. Because my doctor was good, I soon became the attending physician of Chinese medicine. However, in the hospital, I saw too many unclean things, the fees were too high, and they did not save the dying. I also chose to resign many times because of the difference between my personal position and the hospital's position, but in the end I was retained by the hospital leaders. After talking for a while, Zhou Bailong took a sip of water and said, the last time, there was a little boy in the hospital with a very insignificant disease. However, because he had no money, there was no doctor in the hospital to treat him. Only I came forward to treat him, and I didn't charge any consultation fees. So the hospital gave me a lot of reasons. My ideas were too different from theirs, so I chose to leave. After returning home, I started working as a barefoot doctor. My income may not be as high as in the hospital, but I'm living a very comfortable life now. Su Xiaoyu clapped her hands and said, You are a good doctor. It would be great if all the doctors in all hospitals in Huaxia were like you. Although the hospital is a profit-making organization, it cannot just stand by and watch people die. If it doesn't treat patients without money, then what about those who cannot afford the medical expenses? Are they just waiting to die? Zhou Bailong said excitedly. Su Xiaoyu asked, I think Dr. Zhou's medical skills and character are so good. It would be a waste if he just worked as a barefoot doctor. I have an idea. How about recruiting you to be my personal doctor? Zhou Bailong looked at him in surprise. Private doctor? That's right, but you're not treating me specifically. I'm not a sickly person now. When you're free, you can still take on your private work. I'll pay you 100,000 a month, Su Xiaoyu said firmly, because I don't want a doctor like you to be wasted in the vast sea of people. I'll also fund your publicity so that more people know your name and you can help more people. Zhou Bailong was a little tempted when he heard this. He had been so poor all along, and he just needed someone to discover him. However, he still felt that being someone else's personal doctor would restrict his freedom. So he hesitated. 100,000 a month is indeed a little tempting, but after all, I am not the reincarnation of Hua Tua, and I am afraid that I will disappoint Mr. Su. Su Xiaoyu is only 30 years old, and Zhou Bailong is at least 50. The two of them addressed each other respectfully, which Su Xiaoyu was a little uncomfortable with. He said, Dr. Zhou, just call me Su Xiaoyu. I should be much younger than you. I wonder how old your children are this year. I have a daughter who is 29 years old this year. How about you? Zhou Bailong said, I'm 31, and I'll be 32 soon after the Chinese New Year. At the age of 32, you were so successful in your career at such a young age. That's amazing. Ha! Zhou Bailong also had a better impression of Su Xiaoyu, but he still did not directly agree to Su Xiaoyu's invitation. Seeing that Zhou Bailong's heart was still not resolved, Su Xiaoyu took the initiative to say, Dr. Zhou, as long as you agree to be my personal doctor, the patients you treat in the future who can pay for the consultation will naturally be better. As for the poor who can't pay, I will take care of them. Mr. Su. Oh no, Su Xiaoyu, are you serious? Zhou Bailong was completely speechless and unable to refute. He himself didn't mind treating others for free, but he, Zhou Bailong, was not a wealthy man. The medical equipment and instruments in his home cost money, and the collection of medicines also cost money. If he were to be so generous, he would probably have to beg for food soon. Now that Su Xiaoyu, a sponsor, is providing him with financial support, he certainly can't hesitate any longer. Okay, Su Xiaoyu, I agree to be your personal doctor, but you have to remember what you said today. If I really treat people for free, you will pay for the medical expenses. Su Xiaoyu had no intention of repenting at all. No problem. But if I cooperate with you and find out that your words are all false and your medical skills are not as good as you said, I will hold you legally responsible. This is easy. Zhou Bailong opened the medicine box again, took out the qualification certificate he carried with him, the certificate of being the attending physician in the hospital, and his certificate of honor, and showed them to Su Xiaoyu. Chapter 73 Interview. After looking at Zhou Bailong's certificates and experience, Su Xiaoyu felt very satisfied. At the same time, he also knew Zhou Bailong's true strength. He was fully capable of treating all the difficult and complicated diseases currently on the market. As long as there was a treatment method in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he could cure it. Having such a doctor by your side is like having a powerful assistant, which will be very helpful in competing with others in the business world in the future. The reason why Bao Zheng is invincible, impartial, and just, and can always turn danger into safety despite offending many people, is that in addition to having Zhang Zhao, a martial arts expert, he also has Gongsun Su, a scholar with excellent medical skills. If Su Xiaoyu can successfully recruit Zhang Qin and Zhou Bailong, then he can be as ruthless as Bao Zheng and even smash the director. Okay, I believe in Dr. Zhou's ability. Tomorrow at 12 noon, you come to my place and we will sign the contract. If there are no problems, we will officially start our cooperation. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Su Xiaoyu said to Zhou Bailong after reading it. Zhou Bailong had no problem. Okay, I'll take my leave first. Su Xiaoyu saw that Huang Yuding was relatively safe here. If something happened in the hotel, they would not be able to escape responsibility, so she left with Zhou Bailong. Before leaving, she told Huang Yuding, "The rain will stop. You should take good care of your injuries here. I have arranged 3 meals a day for you, and the hotel waiters will deliver them to you." Huang Yuding was a little unhappy when she heard Su Xiaoyu say this, and immediately widened her eyes and asked, "Ah, are you leaving now?" Su Xiaoyu said, "Yes, I still have to go back to move. There are a lot of things to do." Huang Yuding originally wanted to pull Amelia's suit to stop him from leaving, but when she saw Zhou Bailong, an outsider, was around, she felt embarrassed to be so presumptuous and shrank back. "Okay. The lights here are not turned off at night. There are people guarding outside the door 24 hours a day, and there are surveillance cameras. You don't have to be afraid," Su Xiaoyu said and left. After the door was closed, Huang Yuding was the only one left in the room, looking particularly lonely and deserted. She took out her mobile phone, took a few photos, and sent them to her mother to prove that she was on a business trip, and then posted her moments. After all, it was the first time she had stayed in such a high-end hotel room in her life, so of course she had to commemorate it. After Su Xiaoyu returned to the rental house, she immediately found a moving company to move all her things away, leaving nothing behind. He even specifically asked the other party to arrange a few more people to move in, rushing to leave this troubled place, for fear that the landlord, Sister Lu, would come and block him. It would be embarrassing if he didn't agree, but it would be impossible to agree. Boys have fewer things, so a few workers moved them all in no time and delivered them to the new house before 11 p.m. All the unused things were thrown away, and no garbage was left for the landlord. This was Su Xiaoyu's last reward to Sister Lu. When she came to the new house again this time, Su Xiaoyu felt that the formaldehyde smell inside was still very strong. So she looked for formaldehyde removers on the internet and bought some daily necessities by the way. Because he still had 400,000 yuan of money he had deposited into Douyin, which could come in handy this time. Basically anything can be purchased on Douyin, as long as it is not a car or a house. On the one hand, the money in Douyin should be used up quickly, and on the other hand, things for the home should be purchased as soon as possible, so that when you need them in the future, you will not have this or that. Su Xiaoyu has had enough of this kind of suffering since she was a child. At 11:30 p.m., Su Xiaoyu was the only one in the house. He leisurely opened Douyin, then entered the mall and freely chose daily necessities without even looking at the prices. Napkins 1,000 pack. 100 bottles of shampoo. Toilet paper 1,000 packs. Kitchen utensils such as range hoods, woks, stew pots, casseroles, frying pans, pressure cookers, steamers, soup spoons, spatulas, colanders, etc. are all bought according to the highest price, because high quality and low price definitely mean good quality. After buying kitchen supplies, Su Xiaoyu looked at the living room again. She thought she needed a TV. After all, the house would seem empty without it. Even if she didn't watch TV, she should have one. In addition, Su Xiaoyu also bought some additional equipment, such as a sweeping robot, a water dispenser, etc. In this way, all the household appliances were purchased, and Su Xiaoyu's task was completed, but there was no rebate for the money spent tonight, because the rebate had already been received when she recharged Douyin. For the time being, the new house is filled with things moved from the rental house, and it is relatively full. The bought things will definitely not arrive tomorrow, so Su Xiaoyu just made the living room look better. The people who come for interviews tomorrow will only be received in the living room and will not go anywhere else. They will not be allowed to go to work on the same day. Su Xiaoyu will notify them to come to work in 3 days because by that time, the things in the house will basically be there and they can officially start their work. She was busy until 23:05 before she placed all the orders and paid for everything. The total consumption was 120,000 yuan. After that, Su Xiaoyu went to take a shower and go to bed. The next morning, 9:30. After Su Xiaoyu washed up and had breakfast, She waited for the interviewer to arrive at home. Soon, the two servants, one nanny, and two security guards who were booked yesterday all arrived. They did not come together, but Amelia Sue deliberately waited until they were all present before signing the contract together. Because working here is the same as working in a company, and one needs to comply with a labor law and pay 5 insurances in one fund. If everyone has an indifferent attitude now and comes and goes as they please, Su Xiaoyu will be difficult to manage, and there must be rules. Okay, everyone is here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Xiaoyu, and I'm from Qiupu City, Huizhou. This is my newly bought house, and it's not completely settled yet. I'll go back and make arrangements as soon as possible in the next 2 days. Once I'm done, you can come to work. Let's talk about the rules here today. If you think you can accept it, you can do it here. If you can't accept it, I won't force you. Amelia Sue said to the 5 people in front of her. Please sit down. The sofa in the living room was big enough to accommodate 5 people. They obeyed and sat in front of Su Xiaoyu in an orderly manner. Thank you, Mr. Su. This sofa is so comfortable. The material is so good. The 2 maids were relatively young women, probably in their 20s. They were both pretty good-looking, and their facial features were much better looking than those internet celebrities who used makeup and beauty filters. One of the security ladies was about 50 years old and dressed very decently. She didn't look like a girl who had just come from the countryside and had no image. One could tell at a glance that she had been working in this line of work for many years. She was not stage-frightened and was very confident. Su Xiaoyu was very satisfied with her. The 2 security guards are young men in their 30s. Their job is to protect the safety of the home on a daily basis. They don't need to have very strong skills, but they have to play a role at critical moments. Chapter 7474, You Are a Liar. Everyone here has to sign a contract. So Su Xiaoyu put the contract on the coffee table and explained the situation before they read it. This is the signed contract. Let me tell you roughly. Here, accommodation is not included, but you can eat 3 meals a day here. The nanny is responsible for cooking. If she is resting, any one of us can do it. If you don't want to do it, you can order takeout. All the expenses will be reimbursed to me. Is it clear? Understood. Understood, Mr. Su. 5 people spoke one after another. Su Xiaoyu then explained the treatment here. Next is the issue of salary and benefits. You all have a good look at the contracts in your hands. It is clearly written. The security guard is 8,000 a month, the nanny is 8,000, and the maid is 10,000. All positions are required to pay social insurance, including 5 insurances and 1 fund. Weekends and statutory holidays are off. We don't work overtime here, so there is no triple salary. You can leave at a certain time every day, and basically there will be nothing that you can't finish after get off work. Everyone looked at the contract in their hands. The salary and benefits written on it were exactly the same as what Su Xiaoyu had said, which made them feel relieved. The specific tasks required for each position are written in the contract. You can take a look at it yourself. After reading it, if you think it is suitable, sign and start work. After Su Xiaoyu finished speaking, she stood up to pour water, leaving the 5 of them sitting on the sofa and reading it slowly. There was no water dispenser here at the moment, so Su Xiaoyu boiled water with a water heater, poured a cup for each of them, and placed it on the coffee table. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, thank you. About 10 minutes later, the 2 young girls had finished reading it. They all agreed to work here, raised their hands, and said to Amelia Su, Mr. Su, we have finished reading it, so we sign here, right? Su Xiaoyu said, Yes, it is here. You can be okay, right? Yes, we are all fine. After the 2 girls signed the contract, they made 2 copies. They took 1 copy back with them and left 1 copy with Su Xiaoyu. That was it. Next, the other 3 people also finished reading and signed after 20 minutes. Okay, since you all trust me so much, just work hard here. There's nothing to do today, so you can go back first. We'll officially start working in 3 days. We need to arrange the equipment and store at home first, but don't worry. You'll all be working from today. Su Xiaoyu finally said to them. In the future, if it's because of me that I let you not come to work, it won't be considered as taking leave, and you'll still get paid. The 5 people left one after another, and then Su Xiaoyu had to wait for Zhou Bailong and Zhang Qin to come. There was still about half an hour of free time in between, and Su Xiaoyu was planning to check her phone, but she heard a girl's voice outside the door, which was very excited and angry. Amelia Su, is this Amelia Su's home? After hearing the sound, Su Xiaoyu stood up from the sofa and looked outside the door. I only saw a tall girl walked in, very rude, and asked when she saw Amelia Su. Are you Amelia Su? Su Xiaoyu was very confused. Who is this girl? How come I have never seen it before? I didn't ask her to come for the interview. She just came here on her own. I am Amelia Su. Who are you? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw another man coming behind the girl. This man was none other than Zhou Bailong, the barefoot doctor she met yesterday. The original plan was to interview Zhang Qin first, but Zhou Bailong came first. Su Xiaoyu immediately understood what was going on and asked, "Are you Dr. Zhou's daughter?" The girl was stunned for a moment, but immediately admitted, "Yes, I am. You still have some intelligence. Let me ask you, why did you trick my dad to come to you? What do you mean by lying?" "I asked him to come for an interview. If both sides like each other's conditions, he can stay. If not, he can choose not to come." "I don't quite understand what you were saying." When the girl heard what Amelia Sue said, she immediately rejected it. "Okay, then we don't like you here, let's go, Dad." After saying that, he immediately took Zhou Bailong's arm and walked out the door. But Zhou Bailong really trusted Amelia Sue, and he also decided to be Amelia Sue's private doctor. Of course, he would not leave just because his daughter said that. He did not go out the door, but comforted his daughter first. "Zhou Qian, stop making trouble. It would be so embarrassing if Mr. Su saw it." "Dad, you know that those who hire private doctors are definitely not good people. If you can't cure any difficult or complicated diseases, they will definitely find reasons to deduct your salary and benefits. You may even have to pay them for going to work." Zhou Qian analyzed the situation to Zhou Bailong with confidence. "Besides, I've already told you that it's better to be free. Why do you have to work for others?" Zhou Qian said a lot of things, almost rejecting all the conditions that Su Xiaoyu and Zhou Bailong had agreed on yesterday, and described Su Xiaoyu as worthless. Su Xiaoyu looked at Zhou Qian. She had a pretty face and was probably about the same age as herself, about 30 years old. She must have rich social experience. It was possible that she had been deceived many times and was very vigilant. In addition, the position of private doctor was very rare, so it was normal for her to be on guard against it. So Su Xiaoyu didn't get angry, but just reasoned with Zhou Qian calmly. "Miss Zhou, I think we are about the same age. I don't know how to address you. Now I can understand your prejudice and defense against me. After all, you don't know me, and you don't understand me. But before you know a stranger, don't make a conclusion easily. This is the basic principle of being a human being. I met your father, Dr. Zhou, yesterday. His medical skills and character are both top-notch. I don't believe he didn't teach you this truth." Zhou Qian was speechless after being taught by Su Xiaoyu. Her father, Zhou Bailong, had indeed taught her a lot about getting along with others. Not only the situation that Su Xiaoyu just mentioned, but also many others. But she would forget everything as soon as she got angry. "It's okay to follow me, but don't change the subject. You said you were looking for a private doctor, and you also said that if I treat poor people and the patients can't afford the medical expenses, you will pay for it. Just based on this, I can conclude that you are a liar. No one's money comes from the wind." Amelia Sue asked back, "Then what can I lie about? If you don't pay the medical expenses, my dad can't do anything to you, right?" Zhou Qian said. Su Xiaoyu then asked back, "What you mean is that I let your father treat the disease for free, but what benefits can I get? How do I know what you're up to?" "Okay, I have a contract here. Take a look at the contents yourself. All the terms that your father and I have discussed are written down here." Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Zhou Qian's Understanding. Zhou Qian took the contract document handed over by Su Xiaoyu, glanced at the contents on it, and was a little bit unbelievable. All the terms were actually written into the contract, including all the treatment that Zhou Bailong had told her about last night, without missing a single one, and it also secured many rights and interests for both parties. Some unscrupulous entrepreneurs draft contracts that only consider the company and not the employees at all. By comparing the before and after, Zhou Qian feels that Su Xiaoyu still has some conscience. Now that there is a contract, Zhou Qian is not afraid that Su Xiaoyu will do something bad. If he does not follow the contract, Zhou Qian can go to labor arbitration. This contract is quite comprehensive. Can you really do it? Zhou Qian's eyes when looking at Su Xiaoyu had become very gentle. They were no longer as unreasonable and hostile as before. Su Xiaoyu said confidently, "Of course, do you think the labor law is a joke? Do you know how troublesome labor arbitration is? One of my besties went to arbitration collectively because her company owed her wages. It's been half a year, and the problem hasn't been resolved yet. The company just keeps dragging its feet and not paying. Anyway, as bosses, they don't have to go to work, so they have plenty of time to waste, but those who work can't afford it." Zhou Qian began to open her heart to Su Xiaoyu. Zhou Bailong saw this scene and felt very relieved. A stone in his heart was finally put down. Having watched Zhou Qian grow up since she was a child, Zhou Bailong knows her character very well. As long as she talks about her past stories with someone, it means that she has already recognized this person. It was obvious that Su Xiaoyu's contract was approved by Zhou Qian, and she was no longer so wary of Su Xiaoyu. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door again. The three of them looked outside the door at the same time, only to see a handsome man standing outside. Since Su Xiaoyu was having interviews this morning, the door was not closed to allow the interviewees to come in. "Hello, may I ask who is Mr. Su? I'm here for an interview." Su Xiaoyu saw that this man looked a bit like a soldier with a buzz cut, fair skin, and a muscular body. He didn't look fat despite his clothes, but she could feel that he was very good at fighting and could withstand a lot of beatings. So she concluded that he must be Zhang Qin. "That's me. You must be Zhang Qin." "I'm Zhang Qin, and this is my ID card." Zhang Qin took out his ID card and showed it directly to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was surprised by this move, because he had never seen an interviewer show his ID card directly. He was not in the police station or the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. He took a quick look and found that it was indeed consistent with the person, so he did not look at it carefully. "Come in first." After Zhang Qin came in, he saw Zhou Bailong and Zhou Qian in the room. He felt a little embarrassed and stood aside. After seeing this, Su Xiaoyu said, "Sit down. Just treat this place as your own home." Seeing that Zhang Qin seemed a little shy around girls, Zhou Qian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Ha!" In fact, Zhang Qin has been either in training or studying since he was a child, and he has few opportunities to come into contact with women. Even if he did, they would be the extremely serious tomboys in the army. Today, when he saw a woman with fair skin and beautiful looks like Zhou Qian, Zhang Qin didn't dare to look at her anymore. After Zhang Qin sat down, Su Xiaoyu also asked Zhou Qian and Zhou Bailong to sit down. "Dr. Zhou, Miss Zhou, you sit down too. Let me introduce you. This Dr. Zhou is also here for an interview to be my personal doctor. This one is Zhang Qin. Mr. Zhang is here to be my personal assistant and bodyguard." Zhou Qian was very surprised after hearing this. Private bodyguards are rare in real life. She only knew that big stars or leaders would have such bodyguards. Apart from that, they would be very, very wealthy celebrities or businessmen, like the Macau gambling king and the bigwigs in the Hong Kong entertainment industry. After this analysis, Zhou Qian felt that Su Xiaoyu's identity was not simple. While Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Qin were talking, Zhou Qian kept staring at Su Xiaoyu without moving her eyes. She kept analyzing and guessing what Su Xiaoyu did, but she didn't ask directly. When Amelia Su was speaking, she noticed that Zhou Qian was looking at her without moving her eyes, so she glanced at her. "Miss Zhou, is there any problem?" Zhou Qian quickly smiled and said, "Nothing. I'm just listening to you guys." Su Xiaoyu happened to talk about her work at this time, and Zhou Qian couldn't help but listen attentively. "I work in artificial intelligence. I am currently running a company with a market value of 2.5 billion. I control 70% of the shares of this company. In addition," when Zhou Qian heard this, she silently calculated that 2 billion yuan, accounting for 70% of the shares, means Su Xiaoyu's personal assets are 1.75 billion yuan. No wonder he was so generous in the sale. With such a net worth, Zhou Qian was not worried that the conditions proposed by Su Xiaoyu could not be fulfilled, because the medical expenses were simply not worth mentioning in front of Su Xiaoyu. When Zhou Bailong saw that Zhou Qian had been sitting quietly, not talking, and no longer disliked Su Xiaoyu, a smile appeared on his face. Later, Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Qin chatted for more than 10 minutes and then signed the contract. Zhou Bailong also signed the contract shortly afterward. Zhou Qian had no intention of stopping them. Su Xiaoyu finally said, "After 3 days, you will start working. I have to arrange the things I need to buy for my home in the next 2 days. It will take 2 days. Okay, let's go, Mr. Su." Before leaving, Zhou Qian did not forget to say goodbye to Su Xiaoyu. Seeing Zhou Qian's attitude towards her change so much, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but tease. "Are you not afraid that I will lie to your father now?" "Ha, don't be afraid," Zhou Qian said with a smile. After going out, Zhou Bailong, Zhou Qian, and Zhang Qin went downstairs together and talked to each other in the corridor, because after all, they would all be Amelia Su's employees in the future. Zhou Bailong saw that Du Zhangqin had a healthy body and worked out regularly, so he couldn't help but say, "Young man, you look pretty good. Have you ever been a soldier? The kind that trains regularly?" Zhang Qin looked at Zhou Bailong and said, "That's amazing, Dr. Zhou. You can tell from this that I was indeed a soldier." Zhou Qian asked, "You bodyguards? Are you all good at fighting? The kind that can beat several people by yourself?" Zhang Qin nodded. Although he was very shy around girls, he was never modest about his abilities. "That's right. If I didn't have the ability, how could Mr. Su dare to ask me to protect him? He's a big boss with assets of more than 1 billion. If something goes wrong, it's no joke." That's right. They also heard the conversation between Su Xiaoyu and Zhang Qin just now. They also heard about Zhang Qin's salary, which was very high, so they were very curious about Zhang Qin's abilities. After going downstairs, Zhang Qin left directly, not wanting to chat with Zhou Qian at all. Dr. Zhou, Miss Zhou, I'm leaving first. Chapter 7676, this person finally spent money. Zhou Bailong and Zhou Qian walked in another direction to wait for the bus. Zhou Qian asked, Dad, you said that Zhang Qin will be Amelia Su's bodyguard in the future. Does he also have the responsibility to protect you? Zhou Bailong shook his head. I didn't ask him for money. Why should he protect me? Besides, I'm not like them who stay in Mr. Su's house all the time. I'm still free and can run around. That's true. Zhang Qin is really dull. He wants to chat up beautiful girls whenever he sees them. Zhou Qian said. Zhou Qian is 30 years old and still single. Her temper is the biggest obstacle to her finding a partner. Also, she is too defensive. Before a boy even approaches her, she thinks he has bad intentions. As a result, no boy dares to pursue her. But today, Zhang Qin was dodging when he saw her, which actually attracted her favor. Zhou Qian even wanted to pursue him. After all, his annual salary was 2 million, which was much better than many young people. She just didn't know whether Zhang Qin would like her. So Zhou Qian asked her father, Dad, what do you think of Zhang Qin? As soon as Zhou Bailong heard it, he knew that Zhou Qian was in love with Zhang Qin. He smiled and said, This guy is honest and loyal, and he is not unfaithful. I think he is a good match for you. TSK, you just know that she is suitable for me. She is so capable. Will she cause domestic violence in the future? Zhou Qian obviously likes Zhang Qin very much, but she just refuses to admit it and finds some fancy things to say. By the way, you will officially start work the day after tomorrow. Zhou Qian asked again. Zhou Bailong said, That's right. We will have to go to Mr. Su's house first and explain the daily process in detail. Zhou Qian listened and took note in her heart that she would definitely go that day. Su Xiaoyu was busy from the afternoon until the evening, tidying up things in the room. He didn't even have lunch and had to order takeout for dinner because his pots, pans, and utensils had not arrived yet. After ordering the takeout, Amelia Su lay on the sofa in the living room, turned on the air conditioner, and played with her mobile phone. He still has 280,000 yuan in his Douyin account, so he can now buy some home appliances for his parents' house. Although their house has not been completely free of formaldehyde yet, he can buy the things first, and when his parents come to live with him, they don't have to prepare anything. At this time, in Shanghai, in the manager's office of the recharge department of Douyin headquarters, a man and a woman were talking in front of the desk. One of them was Tang Keke, the general manager of Douyin's recharge department, and the woman was his employee named Luo Yume. Seeing Luo Yume standing in front of him, Tang Keke asked in confusion, How is it? Recently, the recharge consumption amount this month is still not ideal? Manager Tang, we have been working hard on promotion recently, and we are also constantly improving big data. I am here today to tell you good news. Luo Yume said happily. Tang Keke was a little surprised. He had just arrived at the office for less than a minute when Luo Yume came to report. This made him very curious about what the good news was. What good news is it that makes you rush to see me? I want to hear it. Manager Tang, do you still remember the Su Xiaoyu who spent millions chatting up her in the live broadcast room? After the chat, she still had 400,000 Dubi coins in her account that she hadn't spent. Luo Yume asked. Of course Tang Keke remembered it. He couldn't sleep for several nights just because of Su Xiaoyu's account. After Su Xiaoyu recharged her account, she gave most of the money as rewards to the 1.7-meter-tall live broadcast room, and the remaining 400,000 yuan was not spent on Douyin. According to previous management, this situation is most likely a child from a wealthy family who accidentally recharged into Douyin. As the manager of the recharge department, Tang Keke does not want such a thing to happen. His goal is to guide users to recharge more and spend more. If the money is recharged by mistake, it is necessary to refund the other party. After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon on Douyin. Those children are playing with their parents' mobile phones, and when they see that a certain anchor is good, they are immediately not attracted to him. So these children will use their parents' mobile phones to recharge some money and then give rewards to the anchor. However, children are afraid of being blamed by their parents, so they destroy the evidence of recharge right after recharging. The mobile phones in their hands will be taken away by their parents, and the unused money will remain in the Douyin account without any spending for a long time and no refund in time. After all, the recharge records have been deleted. It is difficult to find out if parents do not deliberately check the balance, especially for some parents who will definitely never buy anything on Douyin in their entire lives and have no habit of checking the balance at all. But no matter how long it takes, parents will find the money one day. Once they find out if their children have recharged several million, they will definitely ask Douyin for a refund. Their recharge department is most afraid of this kind of situation, as if the duck in hand has flown away. Now the account of Su Xiaoyu is very similar to this situation. So Tang Kuei and Luo Yume thought it was a mistaken charge before. But now, Su Xiaoyu's account has spent 120,000 yuan, so Luo Yume hurried over to report the good news. Remember, what happened? Was his account spent? Yes, he has spent 120,000 yuan. He spent it late last night. All he bought were household appliances and daily necessities. It seems that he just moved into a new home. Luo Yume replied. Tang Kuei touched his chin thoughtfully and said, so it wasn't a mistake. Luo Yume nodded and said, yes, it shouldn't be a mistake. Luo Yume, you can use the big data statistics of Su Xiaoyu to directly recommend things that he likes to him. The data should be pushed accurately, so that his consumption will be more frequent. I think it is impossible for him to consume all the things he needs at home in one go. He will definitely continue to buy them in the future. Let's do it now. Tang Kuei knew that Su Xiaoyu had already started consuming. So he immediately made rational arrangements and asked Luo Yume to take action to make Su Xiaoyu consume more. Okay, Manager Tang, I'll do it right away. Luo Yume said, turn around and left the office. God bless Su Xiaoyu and help her spend more money from her account. Otherwise, I will be fired. Luo Yume placed all her hopes on Su Xiaoyu. At this time, Su Xiaoyu was at home, holding a mobile phone in her hand, watching Douyin, and taking a sip of boiled water on the coffee table from time to time. In fact, she was just killing time and waiting for the takeaway to arrive. Don't even mention how carefree these days are. Chapter 777. She actually has a TikTok account. Su Xiaoyu opened Douyin and prepared to buy a set of home appliances and kitchen utensils for her parents' room. But when he opened it, he found a very familiar face. She had posted a work, which was her daily work in a real estate company. That's right, this person is none other than Yao Xiaoxiu. Su Xiaoyu really didn't expect that she would become a TikTok blogger with quite a few fans. Through this video work, Su Xiaoyu saw that she had 50,000 fans. This number of fans is considered a lot among amateur bloggers, but compared with those big bloggers, let alone compared with Sun Yan's level, it is simply too few. I clicked on the homepage of Yao Xiaoxiu's Douyin account, Xiao GSL's house, and saw that she had posted more than 50 works in total. The top ones were dance videos, while the vast majority of the others were daily work. The work that Su Xiaoyu just saw was just released today, but Su Xiaoyu didn't care too much. This work was also dancing. Su Xiaoyu was really surprised, because Yao Xiaoxiu herself looked very honest and pure. Unexpectedly, she was so open on the internet. After silently clicking like, he entered Xiaoxiu's avatar. She is live streaming at the moment. Of course, Su Xiaoyu wanted to see what this memorable sales lady could live broadcast. Could it be turned into a house and sold in the live broadcast room? Impossible, it must be some daily live broadcast, most likely dancing. Welcome, Su Xiaoyu baby, welcome, welcome. As soon as Su Xiaoyu walked into the live broadcast room, Yao Xiaoxiu started to welcome her, because there were not many people in the room, just over 100 people. It seemed that her account was not mainly for live broadcasts, but was specifically for posting videos. If it is an account dedicated to live streaming, it is impossible that only 100 people watch it with 50,000 fans. There must be at least 1,000 or 2,000 people. Hearing Yao Xiaoxiu's voice, Su Xiaoyu's face suddenly became full of emotion, and then she posted a comment in the live broadcast room. I never thought that I could meet you here. Yao Xiaoxiu never met any acquaintances during her live broadcasts. She always did live broadcasts behind the backs of her colleagues. Today, when she saw Su Xiaoyu, an acquaintance, she was very nervous. Her face turned red, and she couldn't speak clearly. Brother Su Xiaoyu, how did you find my live broadcast room? I'm a little nervous. Without saying anything, Su Xiaoyu clicked to follow her so that she could watch her live broadcasts frequently in the future. Yao Xiaoxiu immediately said again, thank you, Brother Su Xiaoyu, for your attention. Su Xiaoyu looked carefully and found some sweat on Yao Xiaoxiu's face and some panting. On the one hand, it was because of nervousness, and on the other hand, it was due to physical exercise. He guessed that Yao Xiaoxiu must have been dancing just now. After all, the content of her live broadcast was only dancing. Just continue broadcasting your content. Don't worry about me. Su Xiaoyu knew that Yao Xiaoxiu was a little nervous, so she relieved his stress. I won't tell your colleagues. After saying that, Su Xiaoyu directly gave a small heart as a reward. At this time, Luo Yumei's voice was heard again in the manager's office of the Douyin Recharge Department. Manager Tang, Manager Tang. The next moment, a voice ran directly to the manager's office. Tang Kue, who was working in the office, saw that Luo Yumei had returned in 10 minutes, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you yelling so loudly?" "Nothing. I just saw Amelia's Sue started spinning again. You went to the live broadcast room." "What?" Tang Kue was shocked and felt that Su Xiaoyu was indeed a relatively strong consumer because he had spent several million in the live broadcast room. Now he entered the live broadcast room to consume again, which had to attract Tang Kue's attention. Originally, Tang Kue wanted Su Xiaoyu to go to the mall to buy things and asked Luo Yumei to recommend some products he liked to him. Unexpectedly, since he went to the live broadcast room, his consumption must be even higher, so Tang Kue quickly asked Luo Yumei, "How much did he spend?" After saying that, Tang Kue leaned back in his chair and looked very relaxed. But Luo Yumei's answer made Tang Kue's heart sink again. 10 cents. Ah! Tang Kue roared and was stunned. To be more precise, he felt like he was struck by lightning. There was nothing he could do. He was a user who spent millions in the live broadcast room last time, but today he only spent 1 cent. What is going on? However, Tang Kue thought about it carefully and felt that this was also good news because he had entered the live broadcast room and would continue to consume later. So he decided to continue watching first. Luo Yumei, you must push Su Xiaoyu's presentation content to me carefully. If you find anything, report it to me immediately. Yes, manager. In Yao Xiaoxiu's live broadcast room, her voice was heard again at this time. Thank you, Su Xiaoyu, for the little heart. Give me a heart yet. My fans, it's already 9 p.m. I should end the broadcast. If you haven't followed me yet, please do so. Follow me so you don't get lost. Okay, I won't say any more. I'm going to sleep now. After he finished speaking, 5 words popped up in the live broadcast room. Live broadcast has ended. Su Xiaoyu was a little confused because he had just come in and hadn't seen Yao Xiaoxiu dancing yet, but it just disappeared. However, Su Xiaoyu also quit Douyin directly because he happened to receive a call for a takeaway and want to get the takeaway. At the Douyin Recharge headquarters, the data is still the same. The data in front of Luo Yumei's computer shows that Su Xiaoyu has only spent 10 cents. Luo Yumei sent this news to Tang Kue via WeChat. Manager Tang, the live broadcast of Sister Xiao selling the house has ended, and Amelia Su didn't consume it directly, and it's still 10 cents now. After Tang Kue knew about this, he thought it was normal. After all, it was already 21:35, so he said to Luo Yumei, "Okay, I understand. You've worked hard today. Go back and rest early." "Okay, I'll go back first then." The takeaway that Su Xiaoyu ordered today was a fried chicken, a portion of rice noodles, and a bottle of lemonade. It was very simple and cost only 30 yuan in total. A man was eating chicken and drinking lemonade at home, and then he bought 150,000 yuan worth of home appliances on Douyin, filling in the address as his parents' house. Then he washed up and went to bed, and the whole night passed like this. The next day, after getting up in the morning and washing up, Su Xiaoyu drove out directly. Because the kitchen utensils, household appliances, and daily necessities have not been delivered today and will all have to wait until tomorrow, Su Xiaoyu has to drive to the company today to arrange her schedule for the trip to the United States later. It takes a long time to apply for a passport and visa, so you must arrange it in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Chapter 78. Su Xiaoyu offended someone. After Su Xiaoyu arrived at the park where Huaxing was located, she parked her car in a parking space on the side of the road and went directly to the company. The first thing is to confirm who you're going to bring with you and ask them to apply for passports and visas together. The first one must be Huang Yuding. As Su Xiaoyu's secretary, she has to do many things personally, so if she is not present, Su Xiaoyu has to explain things to her again. Su Xiaoyu is not that talkative. He usually won't say something a second time if he can say it once. Therefore, when he was at work before, his colleagues thought he was very cold and difficult to talk to. Secondly, there is the assistant Zhang Qin, who will join the company the day after tomorrow. In addition, 2 bodyguards will be added to protect Su Xiaoyu's life safety. Because the United States is not like China, there are robberies and shootings everywhere, and everyone can carry guns, so more people must be present to support the situation. So there must be at least 3 bodyguards, and then the manager of the technical department, the marketing manager, the production manager, plus Huang Yuding and Su Xiaoyu, a total of 8 people. After Su Xiaoyu came to the office, she first told Huang Yuding about her plan and asked her if she had any opinions. See if there are any other people who need to be brought along, and then notify everyone to get their passports and visas done as soon as possible. Once everyone has done it, we'll set off right away. Huang Yuting heard Su Xiaoyu say that she was going to cooperate with NVIDIA during the business negotiation at Nantian Information. At that time, she thought that Su Xiaoyu was deliberately making up a pie in order to gain Yi Nanshan's trust. She didn't expect that he was really going to the United States, and he was going so soon. This really shocked Huang Yuting. Are you really going to the United States, Mr. Su? Huang Yuting asked in surprise. Amelia Su was even more surprised. Do you think I'm kidding? Huang Yuting felt that their company was too small now, with a market value of only a few billion yuan, while NVIDIA's market value was as high as 2.5 trillion US dollars, which is equivalent to 15 trillion Chinese yuan. The two companies were not on the same level at all, so Huaxing's success rate in cooperating with NVIDIA was very low, but she didn't have the courage to say it in front of Su Xiaoyu. But what she didn't know was that Su Xiaoyu had a magic weapon that no other company had, and that was price advantage. The discounts he could offer were unimaginable for other companies. Even facing sanctions from the U.S. National Security Agency, NVIDIA would find ways to secretly do business with Huaxing. These are basically all we have. I don't think it's necessary to bring others, Huang Yuting said after thinking about it. Seeing that Huang Yuting also felt that there was no need to bring anyone else, Su Xiaoyu arranged it directly. Okay, notify them to go to the meeting, and then tell them to apply for passports and visas as soon as possible. Okay, I'll notify them right away. Huang Yuting immediately sent a message in a group called Huaxing Leaders Group. Yang Fuhua from the production department, Guan Yu from the sales department, and Ren Guang from the technology department. Please come to the conference room immediately. There is an urgent matter. This group is full of the company's senior management, including managers and supervisors from each department and team leaders from the production department. The message is visible to everyone, and others who see the message are also guessing what is going on. After receiving the notice, several supervisors all rushed over. But when the three of them arrived at the meeting room, suddenly a security guard outside the door came over to find Su Xiaoyu. Mr. Su, something bad has happened. Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuting, and several managers who had just walked into the meeting room were frightened by the sound. What's wrong? Su Xiaoyu asked. The security guard said, there are two people standing next to your car downstairs holding various weapons in their hands. I don't know what their purpose is. Su Xiaoyu was stunned and immediately ran to the window and looked down. From the window of the conference room, you can directly see the parking lot in the park, and you can also clearly see Su Xiaoyu's car. Upon closer inspection, it was just as the security guard said. There were indeed two people standing next to Su Xiaoyu's Maybach S680, one holding a wrench and the other holding a hammer. They looked nervous and looked around, as if they were on guard against something. But because it was too far away and she couldn't see their faces clearly, Su Xiaoyu turned around and asked the security guard, send someone to ask, what are they doing? The security guard said, okay, I'll go over and ask in person right away. Su Xiaoyu also began to become alert because these people holding helpers and hammers in their hands are not good people. If they wanted to smash the car, they would have done it long ago. So their only purpose was to deal with Su Xiaoyu herself. So he decided to meet these two people in person and then tell Zhang Qin to come over immediately. Today would be his first mission. So they're waiting for me. So I will go over there myself. After that, Su Xiaoyu walked away and said to Huang Yuting, Yuting, you can hold a meeting here for them and explain the matter to them. I will go down first to see what is going on. Huang Yuting was very worried after hearing this and immediately persuaded Su Xiaoyu not to go down in person. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Amelia Su smiled slightly, took out her mobile phone, and said, I have someone? Would I be so stupid? Huang Yuting was at a loss for words. Hello. Su Xiaoyu's phone call was connected, and she said to Zhang Qin on the other end of the phone, Zhang Qin, come over now. I'll send you an address. We've run into some trouble here, so it's a good opportunity to see what you can do. Seeing Su Xiaoyu walk out of the conference room door and her figure gradually disappearing into the distance, Huang Yuting was finally relieved. She thought Su Xiaoyu would be so stupid as to meet the criminals alone, just like in the movies, but it seemed that she was overthinking it. Okay, it's all right. Let's come over and have a meeting. After Zhang Qin received Amelia Su's call, he immediately agreed. Okay, I'll be there right away. The address is not far from me. After the interview yesterday, Zhang Qin specially found a house to rent between Su Xiaoyu's home and Huaxing Technology's office building. This way, it would be very close and convenient for him to go to work no matter where he went. Unexpectedly, it came in handy today. He was very happy and eager to prove his ability. Su Xiaoyu asked, Do we need to call a few more people? Zhang Qin asked back. Are there many people on the other side? There are only 2 people in front of me, but I don't know if there are others waiting in secret. It's okay, I should be able to handle it. If you're worried, you can go find some people to hold the fort, so they don't have to do anything. Zhang Qin said. After listening to this, Su Xiaoyu thought it was very feasible because many people would do this kind of job of supporting the team. That is, a bunch of people come and just stand by, doing nothing just to scare the other party. Generally, the salary is 100 yuan per person, and the boss is very generous. There are many people willing to do it, and they will be paid 100 yuan for less than an hour. Chapter 79. Finding someone to support the scene. So he asked, that's fine, but I don't know much about this. Where can I find people like this to support the event? Zhang Qin said, is there an internet cafe nearby? Usually if you shout in an internet cafe, someone will come over right away. Okay, I got it. I'll arrange it. After knowing this, Su Xiaoyu immediately hung up the phone and went to ask first. There are many internet cafes near the company's office building, and the internet cafes nowadays are different from before. There are many entertainment facilities, and the service is also very good. In addition to playing games online, there are also many snacks and massage places. If you don't want to go home, you can even sleep in it. There are also places to take a shower. Su Xiaoyu saw the security guard walk out of the office building's gate and go straight to his car, so she stood not far away and watched. The 2 people next to the car were very cautious. When they saw Su Xiaoyu coming, they immediately stared at the security guard, keeping their eyes on him. When the security guard walked over, one of the guys asked, what are you doing? Can't you just stand here? The security guard smiled and said, sure, of course, but you have hammers and wrenches. I'm just here to take a look. Are you guys here to repair cars? No. What we do is none of your business. Don't meddle in other people's business. The security uncle shook his head. That's not what I meant. I'm responsible for the public security here. You better not cause trouble here. The 2 guys didn't look like good people, and they didn't take the security guards seriously at all. So one of them said generously, let me tell you, the owner of this car has offended a very powerful person, and this person paid us to come over and teach the owner a lesson. But before he could finish his words, he was glared at by another guy, a chow. In an instant, the young man who had spoken immediately shut up and then said with a smile, Brother Hao. Seeing this, the security guard already knew the other party's purpose and knew that he couldn't drive them away. If you want to fight, go somewhere else, otherwise I will call someone to drive you away. That brother sneered. If you dare to drive our people away, you can try. I guarantee that you will never be able to be a security guard in the Magic City in the future. Besides, we have more than a dozen people behind us. How many security guards do you have in this park? The security guard was speechless and left immediately. The 2 guys thought they had scared the security guard, and when they saw him leave, they snickered. Haha, he's in his 40s, and he's still trying to be a hero. It's true. Suddenly, the boy named Chow asked Brother Hao, Brother Hao, why don't you let me say it? Hao's face immediately turned unhappy. This matter has nothing to do with the security guard. Why are you telling him so much? Chow nodded. Oh, then should we call someone over? This security guard must be going to tip off the police. He must know Amelia Su. It's okay. I've already made arrangements with more than a dozen of them. Su Xiaoyu's car is still here. Even if the security guard goes to tip off, Su Xiaoyu can't escape, unless he doesn't want the car anymore. Brother Hao acted like he was very wise, as if he had already taken control of the overall situation. Oh, Chow's face was full of enlightenment. Brother Hao is still smart. The 2 of them shared what had just happened in one of their organization groups and made the people in the group start to be alert because Su Xiaoyu was likely to come over and she would definitely be accompanied by a lot of security guards. The people in the group kept praising Brother Hao for his intelligence. Great, Brother Hao. Yes, yes. The security guard walked up to Su Xiaoyu and told him all the information he had just received. After Su Xiaoyu understood what was going on, he immediately went to find an internet cafe. After arriving at the internet cafe, I found the environment inside was very good, and it was completely different from the internet cafes 10 years ago. In fact, Su Xiaoyu could call the police right now, or just leave this place and wait for these people to leave before coming back to get his car. However, Su Xiaoyu felt unwilling to do so because he could not hide for a while, and he had to find out who was picking on him. Su Xiaoyu stood at the door of the internet cafe and thought for a long time, but he still didn't know who he had offended and why so many people came to teach him a lesson. Although it was still broad daylight, there were still many people sitting in the internet cafe. Except for the cashier girl, all the others were young people playing games. I didn't know why these people didn't have to go to work, but they looked very leisurely anyway. Seeing this cashier girl, she was quite pretty, but Su Xiaoyu had absolutely no interest or desire to look at beautiful women. Two of the cashier girls saw that Su Xiaoyu was quite good-looking, so they came over and asked, "Handsome guy, are you here to surf the internet?" Su Xiaoyu hadn't been to an internet cafe for at least 10 years. Of course, it was called an internet cafe before. He remembered that there was no need for sales promotion in an internet cafe. People came in to surf the internet or to watch others surf the internet. Moreover, at that time, the internet cafes were basically full and there were no seats. There was no need for service. The boss couldn't scold the teenagers who were addicted to the internet. I don't go online, but now I need to come here to find some people. Can you provide me with a microphone?" Su Xiaoyu saw that the internet cafe was very large, and it would be impossible for everyone to hear her if she shouted by herself. So she asked the beautiful waitress for help. One of the waiters said, "Handsome guy, we can't disturb users who are surfing the internet here." "I'm sorry." Another one immediately followed up, "Yes, handsome guy, if you are here to surf the internet, we will definitely provide you with attentive service. But we really can't help you, sorry. I know that you open an internet cafe to do business. If you disturb people and make them stop using the internet, your turnover will decrease. But I will bear the responsibility for this." "Okay." Su Xiaoyu looked at the waiter who spoke first. The waitress realized that Su Xiaoyu should be a rich man, so she was a little tempted, but she didn't know whether she should believe Su Xiaoyu's words. After all, words are not enough. "Can I ask, what do you need to broadcast?" "I want to ask a few people to help me support the venue. I will pay them. It will only take about an hour. Their machines will not be down. If this causes some losses, it is hard to calculate anyway. I will endure it like this. To show my sincerity, I will estimate it in advance and compensate you 20,000 yuan in turnover. Is that enough?" Chapter 8080, this handsome guy is not a card recharger. The two waitresses were extremely surprised. Their internet cafe's daily turnover was less than 20,000 yuan. Even if it was, it also included a lot of customers recharge money, which they still had to pay back slowly in the future. So they quickly agreed. "Are you serious, handsome guy? Are you kidding?" Su Xiaoyu laughed and said, "How could it be a joke? Come on, scan the code for me." After saying that, he directly opened the WeChat payment code. This scene was also seen by the lady at the cashier not far away. When Amelia Su and the two waiters walked to the cashier, she was still in the dark and didn't know what was going on. "What's wrong?" "Give this handsome guy 20,000 yuan, said the waiter. Su Xiaoyu's QR code has been aligned with the scanning machine. The cashier thought Su Xiaoyu wanted to recharge 20,000 yuan, so she immediately opened the cash register and collected 20,000 yuan. After scanning the code, the cashier asked, "Handsome, please tell me your phone number and I'll register it for you." Su Xiaoyu also knew that the other party thought that he was here to charge the card. Before the master opened his mouth to speak, another waiter had already explained for him. "This handsome guy is here to support the store. He was afraid of causing losses to my store, so he gave us 20,000 yuan in compensation." After hearing this, the cashier lady immediately looked at Su Xiaoyu. She found that the young man was really handsome. She said, "Handsome guy, you are looking for someone to support you. What do you want to support? What do you need us to do?" Su Xiaoyu finally had the chance to speak. "I need you to help me broadcast the announcement and find someone to support the event. 500 yuan per person. Who's going?" "It's that simple." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Soon a speaker was brought over, and the waiter said to Amelia Su, "Handsome guy, you record it yourself or use our voice." Su Xiaoyu was an AI, so of course he used an AI. "You guys use the AI to record. My voice had better not appear anywhere." "Okay, handsome, drink some water first. We'll make arrangements right away." Less than 3 minutes later, a voice announcement sounded in the internet cafe. "Anyone want to come and help support the place? 500 yuan per person." The voice kept repeating and soon attracted the attention of people who were surfing the internet in the internet cafe. The cafe, which was originally a little noisy, became quiet in an instant. To support the show, 500 yuan per person, this is definitely a good thing. Because they all know that they don't need to do anything themselves to support the venue. They just need to make up the numbers. So generally speaking, the price will not be too high, basically within 150. But unexpectedly, someone has raised the price directly to 500, more than 3 times the amount. Only a fool would not agree to such a good thing. Ox. Sharp. The men in the internet cafe all took up space and ran towards the cashier counter. As if they ran slowly, this good job would be snatched away by someone else. However, not everyone understands the importance of holding up the scene. There are several people who have not yet stood up. After all, they don't know what is going on. But 500 yuan per person was still quite attractive, so some of them directly asked the person running to the cashier, Brother, what does this support mean? Brother, you don't even know what it means to be so arrogant. I want to tell you how you are doing. The man they held was speechless, but he still patiently explained to them. Brothers, let me tell you, the meaning of supporting the scene is that someone wants to fight, but he can't call so many people. So he directly calls people over to support the scene and make up the number. But we don't need to do anything, we just need to stand there and cheer. Do you understand now? It was because of his explanation that these people started yelling. Yes, yes. They immediately rushed to the cashier counter. Suddenly, dozens of men gathered around the cashier counter. The beautiful girls at the cashier counter didn't know what to say, and some of them were even scared. When they saw such a situation, they normally would maintain order, but today they acted as if they didn't see anything. The next moment, she was squatting behind the cash register. Su Xiaoyu took a rough look at the people standing at the cashier counter. There were about 20 people in total. After all, it was broad daylight, and not many people were surfing the internet. But Su Xiaoyu was satisfied. 20 people should be enough. The other side has only a dozen people at most. 20 versus 15, we should win in terms of momentum. Besides, the dozen or so people on the other side might just be called there to support us. You all want to go, right? Su Xiaoyu asked. Yes, boss, 500 yuan per person. Of course we are willing to go. That's right. These 20 people suddenly became excited, fearing that they would be eliminated if they did not perform actively. Unexpectedly, Amelia Su wanted them all. Okay, let's go together. Immediately, a group of people walked out of the internet cafe in a grand and imposing manner and came downstairs. Several of them directly picked up the wooden sticks discarded on the roadside. It can be seen that these people must have supported others before. When others saw their actions, they followed their example and started looking for people on the roadside. But the road was swept so clean that they couldn't pick up so many sticks, so they had to rummage through the garbage dump. However, it must be said that I don't know whether it was their good luck or Su Xiaoyu's good luck, but they all had a wooden stick in their hands all of a sudden. Seeing this scene, Amelia Su also laughed. This is really a powerful aura. God helps me. If none of them carry anything and the other side only carries hammers and wrenches, it will be useless even if they have the advantage in numbers. The scene is just like what was played in a movie that was popular in the streets back then. If a passionate song were played at this time, I have to say, it would be quite stylish. At this time, the cashiers, waiters, and other people in the internet cafe who did not come down to support the place crowded by the window to watch. Meanwhile, over at the Maybach S680, A Chow was saying to Brother Hao, Brother Hao, why hasn't the owner of this car come yet? It was obvious that they were getting impatient after waiting for so long. It was such a hot day. After staying outside for so long, anyone would start to feel restless. Even if they were standing under the shade of a tree, they would still feel hot and unbearable. Brother Hao was also confused, but before he could say anything, he was stunned. Look, Brother Hao! A Chow suddenly started yelling at Brother Hao again. A few people hiding not far away also heard a KO's roar. They looked directly in the direction of a KO's finger, only to see that there were a lot of people over there, walking towards this side with their hands holding guns. Chapter 81. 81. Do you know me? All of a sudden, they threw the cigarettes in their hands to the ground and took out the wrenches and hammers they were carrying. However, when they just walked out of the darkness, they found that the other party was not just the few people they saw in front of them. It was just that the people who followed them had not come out yet and were blocked by the buildings. Now all the people on their side have come out, and the one who greets them is Amelia Su, followed by 20 people, no less than theirs. Moreover, each of them was full of life-threatening spirit, holding the wooden sticks tightly in their hands, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. The momentum was simply invincible. The other side was outnumbered, but Brother Hao made a decision immediately and said to the 4 people around him, Run, run. He wanted to run away immediately. But before Brother Hao could run, he was caught by someone and thrown to the ground. Brother Hao was the leader of their group. When he was thrown back to the side of the Maybach S680 by a man, he was confused. He looked up and found that he didn't know the man who threw him. But at the same time, he heard a voice coming from the side. Brother Hao, right? Why are you running? Brother Hao quickly turned around and was shocked. It's you, Amelia Su. To be honest, Brother Hao was also shocked at this moment. It was the first time he saw Amelia Su in person. The person who asked him to beat Amelia Su only showed him a photo. Aren't you waiting for me? Why don't you recognize me? Su Xiaoyu asked deliberately with a smile. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu was so happy in her heart. But Brother Hao really didn't know how to answer. Brother, this is not what I meant. It's just a misunderstanding. It's our fault, Mr. Su. We were forced. Brother Hao's brothers all echoed. Just half an hour ago, they were fearless and even ignored the security guards in the park. But now, seeing that there were more people on their side, they changed their stance and started begging for mercy. Su Xiaoyu was really amused by their novel ideas. Let's ask about the real business, Su Xiaoyu said to herself. The next moment, he looked directly at Brother Hao and asked, "Who on earth instructed you to teach me a lesson?" When Brother Hao heard this, he immediately looked at his brothers and did not dare to say it directly. But Brother Hao took a closer look. A wry smile appeared on his face. He shook his head and said, "Alas, we receive instructions from Lu Zhongji, so we are here to teach you a lesson." Yes, Lu Zhongji said that he lost more than 10 million because of you, and also lost the order for cooperation with Nantian Information. So he asked us to take revenge on you severely. So that's how it is? Su Xiaoyu understood as soon as he heard it. It turned out to be Lu Zhongji, the real estate speculator. He said that he didn't seem to have offended anyone else. It turned out that Lu Zhongji was holding a grudge against him. This guy is really abominable. Mr. Su, we are actually just using his money to scare you. We have no grudge against you. He asked us to teach you a lesson, but we are not fools. We're just doing it casually. If a real fight breaks out, we will be in trouble, Brother Hao explained. After hearing this, Su Xiaoyu agreed with this. Although Lu Zhongji wanted them to cripple Su Xiaoyu, they were not fools. When they saw the car, they knew that Su Xiaoyu was not an easy person to deal with. As the saying goes, every policy has a countermeasure. They just act according to circumstances. If it were an ordinary car, they would probably smash it. Yes, our Brother Hao is right, just let us go. The other brothers also started to shout, "Please!" All of a sudden, Hao Ji's brothers began to beg for mercy. The difference in numbers between the two sides was actually not that big, which showed that they were just a mob. It's not that they have no chance of winning, but they feel that they will not fight hard when they have an absolute chance of winning. It's no use regretting now. Brother Hao felt that if they had asked directly when they first saw the car and found out how many people Su Xiaoyu had, perhaps they could have gotten away with it if they had known the news in advance. They didn't expect it to turn out like this, and they regretted it so much. After all, looking at the situation, they were bound to get beaten up. "Okay, let's go." Su Xiaoyu said this unexpectedly. "Ah, are you just going to let us go just like that?" After several seconds, Brother Hao and his group looked at Su Xiaoyu with disbelief and asked, "If I tell you to get out, then get out now. Do you want to be beaten before you leave?" said the man who threw Hao Gu away just now. This person was none other than Zhang Qin. He threw the 180 centimeters tall Hao Gu 1 meter away with one hand. It was so terrifying. Su Xiaoyu didn't even turn his head and didn't even look at Brother Hao and his group because he had already found out the truth of the matter. Even if he had to deal with someone next, it would be Lu Zhongji. Why did he still say so much to Brother Hao and the others? Besides, he couldn't fight. After all, the people Su Xiaoyu had found were just to support her. If a fight broke out, only Zhang Qin could take action, and he might reveal his flaws. When the opponent rushed forward, even if Zhang Qin was really possessed by Zhang Zhao, he would not be able to deal with more than a dozen people. "Let's go." Although Brother Hao and his group found it a little hard to believe, they still decided to leave before Su Xiaoyu changed her mind. All of a sudden, Hao Gu and the others all ran away covered in dust. One of them even lost his shoes. He didn't even dare to stop to pick them up. When he saw the people who came to support the internet cafe, he couldn't stop laughing. Su Xiaoyu was also stunned. After settling all their money, Amelia Su returned to the meeting room. There was no one in the conference room at this time. Su Xiaoyu went directly to her office and asked Huang Yuding how the meeting went. "Yuding, is the meeting over? Is everything arranged?" "Everything has been arranged. They will leave after get off work today to apply for passports and visas," said Huang Yuding. Then she asked about Amelia Su's matter. "Boss Su, how did you handle it just now? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. It turns out that these people are sent by Lu Zhongji, who competed with me for the order at Nantian Information last time. They are all cowards and dare not take any action," Su Xiaoyu explained briefly. Huang Yuding knew that when the dishes were served for negotiation, Lu Zhongji, the boss of Zhongji Company, was sitting next to Amelia Su and had been targeting Amelia Su. So she asked, "Why does this person hold a grudge so much?" Su Xiaoyu said, "That time at Nantian Information was already our second meeting. There was another time before that at the real estate sales office, and we also had some unhappy things happen." Chapter 82. Go to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Su Xiaoyu told Huang Yuding about the matter. Huang Yuding asked in surprise, "I didn't expect that you would have so many festivals. Is it because of the rush for houses? I heard that Lu Zhongji is actually a professional real estate speculator." Yes, the two of us were originally fighting over a house worth 7 million yuan, but in the end, we raised the price to 14 million yuan. I didn't buy it, but he did, so he lost 7 million yuan and all the money he made from real estate speculation in the past 2 years. Ha ha ha, Su Xiaoyu said with a relaxed laugh. Huang Yuding felt that Amelia Su simply didn't know the seriousness of the matter. You can still laugh. This Lu Zhongji is not a good guy. He actually dared to send people to beat you in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid that he will continue to attack you? What are you afraid of? I just brought my best fighter, Mr. Zhang Qin, who is also my assistant and bodyguard. With him here, no one can handle me. Besides, I plan to recruit a few more capable fighters. One bodyguard is not enough. While Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding were chatting, they suddenly saw a lot of logistics information on their mobile phones. They were all short lines from the transit station here, because all his things were sent from all over the country, placed in the station, and then the station delivered them to Su Xiaoyu's home. But if Su Xiaoyu went to pick up so many express deliveries by himself, he would be exhausted to death. It happened that he had nothing to do now, so he called the people at the post office directly. My stuff has arrived. I'll make a phone call. You go to your thing first, Su Xiaoyu said. By the way, contact the people we just met. We'll go have dinner tonight and discuss the details of our trip to the United States. Okay, got it, Mr. Su. Huang Yuding started to busy herself with her own affairs. Su Xiaoyu walked to the corridor outside with the phone. After the call was connected, he said, Hello. Hello. This is Fanio Station, right? Yes, you are Mr. Su Xiaoyu. We were just about to contact you. We have a lot of your express deliveries here. Would you like to drive over, or we should deliver the goods to your door? The other party was a young lady who spoke in a very coquettish voice. Su Xiaoyu said, Where do you think I can get such a big car? You can just deliver the goods to my door. I'll be at home tomorrow morning. Okay. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, said the other party. Okay. Su Xiaoyu hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoyu looked at the time. It was still early before getting off work, so she planned to use this hour or so to browse Douyin and buy all their things. But what Su Xiaoyu didn't expect was that he had never searched for furniture, electrical appliances, and daily necessities for middle-aged and elderly people on Douyin. But all the things recommended to him by Douyin were exactly what he wanted to buy. Before, Su Xiaoyu just talked about this matter with others frequently, and she also called her father and mother during the process, asking them to come to Shanghai to live after a while, and that Su Xiaoyu would drive back to her hometown to pick them up. She also mentioned buying furniture, appliances, and so on. The only possibility is that the recording function in the mobile phone automatically obtained Su Xiaoyu's information, which led to his personal preferences and shopping needs being identified by big data, and then immediately recommended to him in large quantities on Douyin. Moreover, the recommendation was quite accurate, basically exactly what Su Xiaoyu wanted to buy. This saved Su Xiaoyu time searching, and he bought everything for his parents' house in less than 20 minutes. There are fewer things there than in Su Xiaoyu's own house, and there is no need to hire a nanny for the time being, so the cost is only 80,000 yuan. But this is already a lot. After all, when my parents come, they might need to buy some more things. Su Xiaoyu's thoughts are not on the same level as my parents. They are of different times and have different needs. There is nothing we can do about it. Su Xiaoyu's idea is to let his parents come to live in Shanghai, give up everything in his hometown, and settle down here in the future. It doesn't matter whether he has a Shanghai hukou or not, as long as Su Xiaoyu has one. His future development in the field of artificial intelligence will surely be promising, and he will make great contributions to Shanghai. He can definitely get a Shanghai hukou, and there will be no problem for his children to go to school. At this time, in the manager's office of the Douyin Recharge Department. After Tang Kuekue got this set of consumption data, he immediately became excited. He said to Luo Yume in front of him, Very good. This time the big data is very accurate. Such users are our high-quality users. Pay more attention to Su Xiaoyu's consumption dynamics and don't miss any opportunities. Luo Yume said, Okay, manager. Tang Kuekue said to himself. I was wondering how such a user could have made a mistake in charging. How could he have only spent 10 cents? As he was talking, he remembered something and analyzed to Luo Yume. Su Xiaoyu's main consumption does not seem to be on daily shopping. His goal is to give tips to female anchors. Have you seen his recent traffic records? Does he often watch female anchors, especially those who are close to the edge? Luo Yume had previously analyzed Su Xiaoyu's personal browsing data and found that he did not always watch female anchors. He just clicked in to take a look when he saw them, so it was difficult to guess what type of female anchor Su Xiaoyu liked. This data is rather vague, and it is not possible to analyze what kind of female anchor Su Xiaoyu likes for the time being. Then recommend more female anchors to Su Xiaoyu, and the female anchor named Sister Show sells houses last time. As soon as she starts broadcasting, push her to Su Xiaoyu's homepage for display. Tang Kuei said in an inspiring tone. Understood, Manager Tang. After receiving the task from Tang Kui, Luo Yume returned to her own post and began to push female anchors to Su Xiaoyu continuously and was very busy. In the office of the chairman of Huaxing, after Su Xiaoyu finished shopping, she chatted with Huang Yuding for dozens of minutes. It was time to get off work, so she met with Yang Fuhua from the production department, Guan Yu from the sales department, and Ren Guang from the technical department at the company gate. It has been a long time since Su Xiaoyu took everyone out for a good meal. It has been more than 3 months since she came to this company, so she needs to reward everyone well. After all, the business is so busy and they are under a lot of pressure. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Since I took over Huaxing Company, the business has been increasing. There are constant new orders for geese. The pressure you are under is very great. So tonight, I will take you to a high-end restaurant for dinner. It happens to be a restaurant we have never been to. While they were chatting and waiting, Su Xiaoyu had already reserved a seat on her phone. So now she could just go over there. Have any of you been to this restaurant? It's a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Building 1 of Yuan, and its name is Taiyamen. Almost everyone shook their heads and said they had never been there, so they got into Su Xiaoyu's car directly. Chapter 83, Damn Big Data. Now I feel that President Su's car is very grand. It has 7 seats. If it was a small or compact car, I guess we wouldn't be able to sit in it, Yang Fuhua said with emotion. Ren Guang continued. Didn't you always say that Mr. Su's car was too old-fashioned? And you asked why he didn't buy a sports car when he was so young? Yang Fuhua laughed. It may look old-fashioned, but it is luxurious and has plenty of seats. What they said reminded Su Xiaoyu that he really needed to buy a sports car, because sometimes when he took his girlfriend out for a ride, he didn't want to bring along acquaintances to avoid disturbing their world of two. How could he not drive a sports car? If he took a taxi, there were so many seats, and he couldn't refuse. You're right, Yang Fuhua. I'll buy a sports car when I have time. Su Xiaoyu suddenly said this, scaring Yang Fuhua. Is it true or false? Yang Fuhua felt that Su Xiaoyu was playing tricks on him. Su Xiaoyu said seriously, Of course it's true. When I come back from the United States, I will go and have a look. Can you recommend a better car? Everyone knows that people who can't afford sports cars usually have a deeper understanding of them. So Su Xiaoyu definitely asked the right people. Huang Yuding sat directly in the passenger seat. I want to sit in the front. I get carsick. After everyone was ready, Amelia Su drove off. Along the way, they were discussing which car was good and having a great time chatting. Zhang Qin became very familiar with them, and they added each other on WeChat. After arriving at the destination, Su Xiaoyu went to park the car. They looked for it here for a while, but couldn't find it. Finally, they found it in a very ordinary alley. They couldn't believe that such a Michelin 3-star restaurant would be opened in a shabby alley. Wow, it's true that good wine needs no bush. If this was an ordinary hotel, it would have closed down long ago. Huang Yuding sighed. Yang Fuhua also found it incredible. It was so secretive. Did the boss know that they could win a Michelin star? Zhang Qin said, Awesome. I spent 10 minutes looking for a store. Ha! Huang Yuding was more lively, so she went straight to pick up the doorbell. After the door opened, a waiter came out and asked them, Hello, do you have a reservation? Su Xiaoyu walked forward and showed him the reservation on her phone, and then the waiter let them in. After entering, everyone has to put on a special dining suit to prevent their clothes from getting dirty, which is very thoughtful. After finding their reserved seat and sitting down, Amelia Su directly asked the waiter to bring the menu over. Waiter, can you show us the menu? The waiter was a boy. He said politely, Hello, sir. This is the menu. We have 8 fixed dishes and 4 more dishes to choose from. Take a look. Su Xiaoyu looked at the menu, and there weren't many options, so she chose all 4. Let's serve them all. Okay, do you want some drinks? Asked the waiter. Amelia Su shook her head. I don't drink. Do you guys drink? Then let's not drink. We don't mind alcohol, Ren Guang said. The 2 girls here, Guan Yu and Huang Yuding, definitely won't drink. Su Xiaoyu doesn't drink either. Zhang Qin can't drink because of his profession. Only Ren Guang and Yang Fuhua are left, and they think there's no point in drinking, so they just don't drink. Then no wine? If these dishes are not enough, can we have more? Su Xiaoyu asked. Yes, we can definitely meet the needs of our customers, said the waiter. Su Xiaoyu nodded and asked the waiter to leave. A foreign chef came over immediately. All the dishes were salty and sweet, pickled, and prepared by the chef in front of everyone, which was very spectacular. As they watched, they took out their mobile phones to take pictures as a souvenir. After the dishes were ready, they were reluctant to eat them. Only after they were all cooked did they taste them slowly one by one. Wow, this is so beautiful. This chef's income is really good. Guan Yu was fascinated by the show and kept recording the whole process with his mobile phone. Huang Yuting also took some photos and videos. After the dishes were cooked, they started to eat. During the meal, Ren Guang and Yang Fuhua were watching the female anchor on their phones. Huang Yuting found out and warned them one by one. Hey, pay attention to the occasion. Ren Guang noticed that Huang Yuting was looking at his phone again, so he quickly swiped past it. Unexpectedly, the next video was still a borderline video, which made him blush, and he quickly put his phone back. Yang Fuhua's Douyin is okay. Sometimes you can see some normal videos. Huang Yuting rolled her eyes at them and said in a very stubborn tone, as expected, men like to watch this kind of things. It's a good thing you two don't have a partner. Su Xiaoyu was unhappy about this and immediately retorted, don't all men like to watch this kind of thing? Huang Yuting immediately smiled and said, Mr. Su definitely won't do that. You don't lack women, so why would you watch this kind of video? I don't believe you have the ability to turn on your phone, Ren Guang said to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu's mobile phone was on the table, but he was not afraid at all because his data recommendations were all normal things, and he had never seen any female anchors who were too close to the line. When Huang Yuting heard what Ren Guang said, she was also very curious about what videos Amelia Su watched every day, so she also said, yes, show us what rich people watch every day. Okay, let me show you. Su Xiaoyu picked up the phone, unlocked it, and entered Douyin. Yang Fuhua, Guan Yu, Huang Yuting, Zhang Qin, and Ren Guang were all staring at the screen. Su Xiaoyu was so confident that he didn't even look at the screen. He just faced the five of them with his back to himself, because he felt that it was impossible for an indecent video to appear in his TikTok. But after opening the TikTok app, the first video that loaded was a video of a female anchor doing something silly, which made them all burst out laughing. Ha! Wow! Huang Yuting rolled her eyes with laughter and glared at Su Xiaoyu and said, is this what you mean by not looking at the edge? Su Xiaoyu was startled and quickly turned the phone around. After seeing this, he thought that it might be because he had rewarded Chi-Chi before, so there was still a little data left. So he argued, 1 or 2 pieces of data are nothing. Yes, that's right, then continue sliding down. Ren Guang said. Su Xiaoyu said disdainfully, sure, let's slide. He gently pushed the screen upwards with his index finger, and was surprised to see that it was the female anchor dancing. Puff! Huang Yuting slapped Amelia Su on the shoulder. Still pretending? Ren Guang and Yang Fuhua also felt much more comfortable. After all, Su Xiaoyu, the boss, also spent these things. Huang Yuting just said that they were a bit too much. Chapter 84, Travel Plan. Look, it's the same with President Su. Which man doesn't brush these things? That's right. You're talking about us? Su Xiaoyu had no idea what was going on and was still trying to explain. No, this is not my interest data at all. It must be that Douyin made a mistake. He continued to scroll down to watch a few videos, most of which were of female anchors, but Su Xiaoyu would definitely click on them and swipe past them directly. He was convinced and even doubted whether this phone was his. Okay, when will we miss out on big data? Huang Yuting, Ren Guang, and Su Xiaoyu are all technical professionals and know how powerful big data is. But Su Xiaoyu really couldn't understand. Even if he had given a tip to Yao Xiuxiu, it was only 10 cents. Could it still form data? Just because of this 10 cents, he will be identified by Douyin as a user who likes to watch female anchors dancing. Besides, Yao Xiuxiu's dancing is normal and she didn't touch the line at all. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Su Xiaoyu stopped thinking about these things and directly told everyone about the plan to go to the United States. Forget it, let's talk about business. This time we go to the United States mainly to discuss cooperation with NVIDIA, but if we have time, we will also go there to play. They ate and talked. All the dishes have been prepared, including sea urchin, scallops, basil, roasted cauliflower, duck liver, goose liver, lobster, black truffle pasta, etc. Each one is very delicate and beautiful. Speaking of going to the United States, Huang Yuting asked directly, where is NVIDIA? Yang Fuhua answered quickly. In California, I checked the information. It's in Santa Clara. Su Xiaoyu hadn't looked up any relevant information yet, but after hearing what Yang Fuhua said, she knew. That's perfect. I also want to go to California to take a look. By the way, Mr. Su, when you go to discuss cooperation with NVIDIA, what are your bargaining chips? How many orders can our small company give to NVIDIA? Guan Yu asked. After all, she was the manager of the marketing department, so she immediately got to the point. Su Xiaoyu actually had a plan. He said the computing power leasing business that NVIDIA needs to do is very large in scope and volume. And there are no companies doing computing power in the United States, so he can only find companies in China to do it. So far, no Chinese computing power leasing company can take up so many orders from NVIDIA alone. So they can only split it up and do a little bit each. After taking a sip of water, he said, "My bargaining chip is that we at Huaxing can give NVIDIA a great discount, which other companies cannot give. If NVIDIA can provide us with our OWL large model and artificial intelligence technology, our computing power resources will be greater, and we can take more orders from them so that they can save more money and reduce costs. So, it is indeed feasible. After all, no matter how big a company is, they have to reduce costs and increase efficiency. No one will complain that the price is too cheap." Guan Yu agreed very much after listening to Su Xiaoyu's description. Su Xiaoyu continued, "I am very confident that I can get an order from NVIDIA, but I don't know how much. Anyway, they are now casting a wide net, trying to get Chinese computing power leasing companies to cooperate with them. Our Huaxing technology is not good at technology, but at least it is better than the best and worse than the worst. If we can get technical support from NVIDIA, we will definitely become the #1 in domestic computing power. We will not get NVIDIA's technical patents for nothing. I will buy them at a price higher than the market price." President Su is really willing to do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. These concessions are really not something other companies can do. Huang Yuding praised Su Xiaoyu. Ren Guang also gave a thumbs up. Boss Su is awesome. After getting NVIDIA's order and buying their patents, Huaxing will really take off. Are you ready? By that time, I don't need to say how much Huaxing's market value will increase. Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. Su Xiaoyu's confidence also made them very excited, but unfortunately, as employees of the company, they were not allowed to buy and sell stocks at will. Otherwise, they would have sold their houses to buy the stock. Yang Fuhua patted his thigh and said, "When the company asked us to buy shares, I didn't dare to buy too much. Now it's too late to regret it." "Alas," Ren Guang asked, "how much did you buy it for?" Yang Fuhua, 200,000. 200,000 is enough. When Huaxing technology really grows up, your 200,000 can become more than 20 million. 100 times is not too much. Su Xiaoyu gave Yang Fuhua a reassurance. Yang Fuhua couldn't believe it. "You said our company's stock price can increase 100 times? Su Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. "Of course. Look at our country's leading computing company, Sugan, which has a market value of 180 billion. Their technology is only second-rate, far behind NVIDIA. Our current market value is only 2 billion. If we can buy NVIDIA's technology patents, will 200 billion be far away?" Yang Fuhua, Ren Guang, Guan Yu and others were so excited that they started laughing happily, their eyes bigger than their wine glasses. "Oh my God, we are really going to get rich now. But it's impossible to reach 200 billion in an instant. It may take many years. But even if it takes 5 years, what kind of job can you do to earn 20 million in 5 years? Su Xiaoyu analyzed. Yang Fuhua immediately put his mind at ease. "It's just a dream to earn 20 million yuan by working. I will use all my salary for daily life or buy some other stocks. How about buying NVIDIA?" Ren Guang immediately agreed. Yes, of course, NVIDIA's market value will definitely continue to rise, and the trend of artificial intelligence may last for 10 years, just like e-commerce in the past. "Okay, I just opened a Me stock account. Starting from next month, I will buy half of my money into it every month." Su Xiaoyu also agreed. "Yes, buying NVIDIA will definitely make money. Don't buy his shares. You will definitely lose money." Su Xiaoyu himself doesn't like to speculate in stocks, but he knows that the stock market is all about cutting leaks, so don't speculate in stocks casually, unless you are buying rice stocks. "After we finish our business, we will go directly to San Francisco and Hollywood studios. Do you know any other fun places? We can stay there for a few more days." Su Xiaoyu asked again. Huang Yuding immediately responded. "There is a Death Valley National Park over there. It's very popular, but it's very hot. Do you want to go?" Su Xiaoyu said, "Anyone can go. If others can go, it must not be that hot. I just happen to like this kind of natural attraction." Time passed quickly. They ate and chatted until 2000 hours when they finished eating and went back. On the way back, Su Xiaoyu drove them and sent them home one by one. After returning home, Su Xiaoyu took a shower and lay on the bed, still a little depressed. His Douyin today must be a coincidence, and his data recommendation must not be a borderline anchor. So he opened Douyin again and continued to watch. Chapter 85. I don't meet with fans. This really made Su Xiaoyu angry. She kept scrolling down and found that most of them were female anchors. They were either dancing or doing something borderline weird. None of them were normal. What the hell? Su Xiaoyu was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. Fortunately, Huang Yuding and Guan Yu were not his girlfriends. Otherwise, he would never be able to clear himself, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. If he could contact someone inside Douyin, he would definitely scold that person. Just when Su Xiaoyu was about to turn off TikTok, she suddenly saw Yao Xiuxiu's live broadcast room, where she was dancing. Su Xiaoyu thought, since the big data has recommended it to this extent, even if he doesn't watch it, these things will still be recommended in the future. He can't suffer this in vain, so he might as well go and watch Yao Xiuxiu dance. It happened that she went off the air when he didn't see her last time. Su Xiaoyu clicked on Yao Xiuxiu's live broadcast room and found that this live broadcast room was actually very popular. The number of viewers increased 20 times compared to the last time Su Xiaoyu saw it, when there were more than 100 viewers. That's right, there are more than 2,000 people watching Yao Xiuxiu's live broadcast room now. Su Xiaoyu didn't think too much about it at first. He was not surprised by such a sudden popularity of the live broadcast room. Some female anchors who looked nothing like human beings could become popular. He just quietly enjoyed Yao Xiuxiu's dance. The office of the manager of the Douyin Recharge Department. Tang Ke found Luo Yume again and asked about Su Xiaoyu's spending, but the answer was still not optimistic, and both of them looked unhappy. Tang Kue said to Luo Yume, "Why hasn't Su Xiaoyu placed an order yet? Is he not interested in any female anchors? He recommended so many and didn't like any of them." Luo Yume was also wondering what kind of weird personality Su Xiaoyu had. Yes, we have been recommending various types of female anchors to him, but he is not willing to click on any of them. Keep observing and report to me when there is any news. Tang Kue knew that there was no point in being anxious, so he could only let Luo Yume continue to observe. Got it, Manager Tang? After Luo Yume replied, she immediately went to her workstation to continue observing Su Xiaoyu's movements. At this time, she happened to see Su Xiaoyu staying in the live broadcast room, where Sister Xiao was selling a house for a long time, but did not give any gifts, so she thought there was a chance. After all, Su Xiaoyu had never even entered the live broadcast rooms of other female anchors. But he had already been to the live broadcast room where Sister Xiao was selling a house. Moreover, this was the live broadcast room where Su Xiaoyu had given a 10-cent gift last time. He must pay special attention to it. Maybe there would be something good to watch tonight. Su Xiaoyu was holding her mobile phone, watching Yao Xiuxiu dancing leisurely. She danced beautifully, with nice movements and sexy clothes. Many viewers began to give her tips. Yao Xiuxiu kept thanking everyone for their tips in the live broadcast room. But at this time, he discovered that one of the big brothers had received a lot of tips, more than 1,000 yuan, and was currently ranked first on the list. "Thank you for the reward, Big Devil." "Thank you, Big Brother." Who knew that this Big Devil would speak in the barrage area below? "Sister Xiao, I am your loyal fan. I am now number 1 on the list. Can you give me a kiss, go shopping with me, watch a movie and have a meal?" Yao Xiuxiu certainly couldn't pretend not to see the comments from the number 1 guy on the list because there were other viewers fanning the flames, one after another, so she had to respond. But Yao Xiuxiu's live broadcast was purely for fun. She never said anything about going out for dinner or a date with Big Brother Bang, so she had to refuse. "I'm sorry, Big Devil. This is a purely entertainment talent live broadcast room. I don't go to meet offline. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Such a few simple apologies were of course useless. The Big Devil immediately gave another 5,000 yuan gift. "I know that you are an online celebrity as a streamer. You can only get 500 yuan out of the 1,000 yuan gift, and the platform has to take 500 yuan. Of course, it is not enough." The Big Devil couldn't post too many words in one barrage, so he had to split it into several barrages because he had too much to say. 3,000 yuan is enough to meet you offline for a date. The other audience members were watching the show. No one was helping Yao Xiuxiu, and no one was helping the Big Devil. Anyway, in the eyes of people watching live broadcasts, all female anchors are the same. As long as there is enough money, they can do anything. It just depends on how much the Big Devil is willing to give. After the Big Devil gave out gifts worth 6,000 yuan, everyone was anxiously waiting for Yao Xiuxiu's reply. But unexpectedly, Yao Xiuxiu's attitude did not change, and she continued to refuse. "Big Devil, thank you for your reward. Please don't give me any more rewards. I really don't want to meet you offline." The Big Devil was a little angry, and his tone became serious. "Why are you pretending to be noble? For a small internet celebrity like you with tens of thousands of fans, 3,000 yuan is enough. How much more do you want? Female anchors are here to make money, But you think you are a treasure? Yao Xiuxiu blushed. She was very happy when someone gave her a tip. But if the corresponding price was to spend a day with someone, it would be a big loss. As a single girl, how could she just go with whoever gave her the most tips? What if the big devil was a greasy uncle? If her colleagues saw her dating a greasy uncle, they would spread rumors about Yao Xiuxiu. I'm really sorry. Yao Xiuxiu was so nervous that she could only say this. But now the big devil is still not giving up. He continued to attack in his mind. All female anchors are the same. Everyone has their own price. If I, the number one on the list, don't have any benefits, who will give you rewards in the future? Think about it carefully. Just after the big devil said this, a carnival suddenly appeared on the screen. When Yao Xiuxiu saw the name of the donor of this carnival, her heart seemed to have suddenly returned from hell to the human world. It was like a bolt of lightning. Thank you, Brother Su Xiaoyu, for the carnival. Thank you. After seeing Su Xiaoyu's gift, the big devil was about to type to mock his carnival for not being as valuable as his own gift, when suddenly another carnival flew out on the screen. Then another carnival flew out. Just like that, one every 2 seconds. It lasted for 20 seconds, and a total of 10 carnivals were uniformly displayed on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Yao Xiuxiu was so excited that she couldn't even express her gratitude, and her eyes were filled with tears. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu had become number one on the list, Yao Xiuxiu finally felt relieved. The big devil was unwilling to see himself ranked second on the list, but he felt that he was no match for Su Xiaoyu, so he had to give up. The big devil didn't say anything and just exited the live broadcast room. Yao Xiuxiu said to the people in the live broadcast room, I really thank Brother Su Xiaoyu for the reward today. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Chapter 8686. Sorry, our store doesn't do takeout. Fans in the live broadcast room said, Sister Xiao, please get your personal signature and live broadcast room slogan ready before you start broadcasting next time, so there won't be those boring people. Yes, in today's situation, since you didn't declare it in advance, it's hard to say. If it weren't for Su Xiaoyu's reward, you really wouldn't have been able to refuse that big devil L. Although these people did not donate a penny, they at least have a fan sign, so they are quite active in giving suggestions. Yao Xiuxiu felt that what they said made sense, so she immediately promised, I'll set it up later. Thank you for your advice. At this time, someone asked, Brother Su Xiaoyu, do you want to date the anchor? You are such a bad person. You bring up all sorts of issues. Because the audience didn't know that Su Xiaoyu and Yao Xiuxiu knew each other, they were worried for Yao Xiuxiu. Su Xiaoyu said coldly, it's just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Just a little bit of money. This is a truly wealthy person. The big devil just now must have used his own living expenses for several months to reward the poor loser. The next morning, as soon as Su Xiaoyu got up, she received a message from Yao Xiuxiu. Thank you for giving me so much reward last night. Let me treat you to a meal. Yao Xiuxiu said in a WeChat message. This scene seemed familiar to Su Xiaoyu. He was not far from taking down Yao Xiuxiu, but he had to wait for the express delivery from the post station at home during the day, so he couldn't go. He could only choose the evening. How about the evening? I have something to do during the day. Yao Xiuxiu was very obedient and agreed immediately. Okay, I know you are very busy. Let's do it in the evening. Okay, that's it. There was another reason why Su Xiaoyu chose the evening, and that was that there were many possibilities to do other things at night. Although Yao Xiuxiu is not as beautiful as Sun Yin, she is still a beauty and a unique one at that. If Sun Yin is a queen-like beauty, then Yao Xiuxiu is a career-type beauty. Su Xiaoyu also wants to experience it. By noon, the delivery man had not arrived yet, so Su Xiaoyu could only order takeout. He couldn't go out to eat, and he couldn't cook at home, so there was nothing he could do. It seems that there is no need to be too particular. Takeouts can be good or bad. Just like when Su Xiaoyu was working before, he and his colleagues ordered takeout for every meal. They also looked on the takeout platform. There are some very well-known takeout restaurants. The food is very expensive but delicious. However, they couldn't afford such expensive takeout at that time. Now Su Xiaoyu has the ability to do so, and he no longer looks down on those restaurants. Su Xiaoyu directly opened Baidu and typed top restaurants in Magic City in the search box. As a result, I found a restaurant called Sushi Naoki. This restaurant is very famous in Shanghai, and coincidentally, there is a branch nearby. When Su Xiaoyu saw it, she immediately curled her lips and smiled, and that was it. Su Xiaoyu immediately searched for Yizhi Qi on the food delivery platform, but the restaurant did not exist at all. It seemed that the restaurant did not do food delivery, so Su Xiaoyu had to leave in disappointment. Come to think of it, after all, this is a famous restaurant. If he started doing takeout, wouldn't it lower his profile? But Su Xiaoyu felt that not operating on the food delivery platform did not mean that they would not deliver. He did not believe that there would be any store in the world that would not make money. So he searched for the contact information of Sushi Naoki on Baidu and called the number. Beep! The phone rang only once before the other party answered. Hello, this is Sushi Naoki Restaurant. How can I help you? The other party's tone was very polite, and his voice was friendly. Su Xiaoyu also said in a friendly tone, Hello, I want to order takeout from your store. I wonder if it is convenient. After these words were spoken, the other party was obviously stunned for a moment, and then fell silent immediately. But then, the other party's polite voice immediately rang on the phone. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have a delivery service at Sushi Naoki. If you want to eat our food, please come to our store. We will entertain you warmly. To be honest, the waiter who answered the phone at Sushi Naoki Restaurant was obviously surprised because Sushi Naoki Restaurant does not have delivery service. If he had not received professional training, he would probably have cursed at this time. Are you crazy? Don't you know that we are a world-class restaurant? You still want to order takeout? Why are you so crazy? However, Su Xiaoyu had already guessed this result. After all, she couldn't find the Sushi Naoki restaurant on the food delivery platform. Therefore, Su Xiaoyu immediately said, It's like this. I may have to order all the signature dishes of your restaurant. I don't mean to order a 20 or 30 yuan takeaway. Please inform your manager and let him come and talk to me. The other party's attitude was okay, so Amelia Su's attitude would naturally not be too bad. When the waiter who answered the phone at Sushi Naoki Restaurant heard what Su Xiaoyu said, he was surprised again. How much would it cost if we ordered all the signature dishes of Sushi Naoki Restaurant? He had already realized that Su Xiaoyu was financially strong and must not be neglected, but he could not make the decision to directly agree to Su Xiaoyu's request to deliver the food for her. At this time, he didn't know how to answer Su Xiaoyu, so he could only say, Sir, please wait a moment. We will call our manager for you right away. At this time, in the office of Manager Naoki Sushi, Manager Hu Jie was looking at some documents at his desk when he was suddenly interrupted by a shout. Manager Hu, Manager Hu. Then the waiter appeared at the office door. Hu Jie quickly looked up and asked, Xiao Gao, what's wrong? Did someone complain? At the same time, she stood up. Xiao Gao was stunned. He felt that the manager's reaction was too big. He said, Manager, it's not my fault. There is nothing wrong with our dishes. It's all right. It's all right. After hearing Xiao Gao's answer, Hu Jie immediately felt relieved. The main reason was not that Hu Jie reacted too strongly, but that there had been 3 complaints about the quality of the food this month. As a manager, he had been reprimanded by his superiors several times, so when he heard someone calling him anxiously just now, he thought it was another complaint. But now he can rest assured, after all, it's okay. So he immediately sat back in his office and did not forget to complain about Xiao Gao, the waiter who had just answered the phone with Amelia Su. Xiao Gao, don't be so anxious in the future when you have nothing to do. When we encounter something, the first thing we should do is to stay calm. Do you know? Yes, Manager Hu, I will never be in a hurry again. Xiao Gao immediately apologized to Manager Hu. I still have things to do here, so just tell me what you want to say. Hu Jie started looking at the documents again. Chapter 8787, The Most Luxurious Takeaway. All right. Xiao Gao slapped his head immediately after hearing Hu Jie's question. It's like this, someone just called and said he wants to order takeout from us. He also said he wants to order all the signature dishes of our restaurant. And he asked me to come over to find you to answer the phone. But before Xiao Gao could finish his words, he saw Hu Jie immediately sit up from his office seat and run out of the office. Seeing this scene, Xiao Gao was stunned. Manager Hu, didn't you just say that we should stay calm when encountering things and not be anxious? What do you mean now? Next to the customer service phone number. Hello, I'm Hu Jie, the manager of Sushi Naoki Restaurant. How can I help you? After Hu Jie ran here, he immediately picked up the phone. At this time, Su Xiaoyu immediately nodded and said, Hello, Manager Hu, I want to order takeout from your restaurant. I wonder if it's possible. Oh, is that so? Hu Jie immediately responded politely. Our Sushi Naoki restaurant does not offer takeout, but I just heard from our staff that you want to order our Sushi Naoki restaurant signature dish. Is this true? Although Hu Jie had just heard Xiao Gao say this, he still wanted to confirm it. After all, this was something that broke precedent. It was Hu Jie's confirmation that made Su Xiaoyu reply that money makes the world go round, and the matter had already been done. Yes, Su Xiaoyu answered immediately. Hu Jie immediately asked, What is this gentleman's name? My surname is Su. Can I order? Manager Hu? Su Xiaoyu asked back. Yes, of course. Mr. Su, please tell me your address, so I can ask someone to send it to you. Hu Jie replied respectfully. Okay, then ask someone to take it to room 202, building 3, Taoyuan Mansion. After saying the address, Su Xiaoyu was about to hang up the phone. But Hu Jie stopped him. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. What's wrong? Su Xiaoyu asked. Ahem. Hu Jie coughed and said, Mr. Su, since you want to order takeout, it is a precedent for our restaurant. So in order to protect the interests of both sides, please pay 80% of the fee first. I hope Mr. Su can understand. After Hu Jie finished speaking, he waited nervously because he didn't know whether Su Xiaoyu would agree to his request. This will not only ensure that Sushi Naoki Restaurant does not suffer any losses, but also avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. Although he knew very well in his heart that those who could afford to live in Taoyuan Mansion were naturally very wealthy, but rich people were not necessarily people of high moral character, right? No problem. After hearing Hu Jie's words, Su Xiaoyu naturally understood what the other party was worried about, but Su Xiaoyu didn't care at all, and he also said, how about this? You report your WeChat account, I'll add you, and then you send me the total price, and I'll immediately give you all. Hu Jie was stunned immediately. He didn't expect Su Xiaoyu to be so generous. When he was about to give his WeChat ID, he was interrupted by Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu asked, I have another request here. I wonder if manager who can agree to it. Another request? Hu Jie felt strange, but he still agreed. As long as it is Mr. Su's request, we will definitely do our best to satisfy you. Su Xiaoyu said, I want you to deliver the ingredients to my house, and then ask your chef to cook for me in person. Having said this, Su Xiaoyu paused for a moment, and then continued. Of course, I know that your chef generally doesn't go out, so I am willing to pay your chef 500,000 yuan for going out. As soon as Su Xiaoyu said this, Hu Jie took a breath of cold air. To be honest, Hu Jie has met too many rich people. After all, he is the manager of Sushi Naoki Restaurant. The customers of Sushi Naoki Restaurant are of all levels. But it must be said that he has never seen a rich person as arrogant as Su Xiaoyu. Just for a meal, just for an extra 500,000. This is the extreme of arrogance and is simply invincible. But what Hu Jie didn't know was that Su Xiaoyu had his own plans for doing this. Okay, of course I'll arrange it for Mr. Su right away. Faced with such a generous guest like Su Xiaoyu, Hu Jie certainly could not neglect her and agreed immediately. Okay, then I'll trouble manager Hu, Su Xiaoyu said. Then, Hu Jie gave out his WeChat ID, and Su Xiaoyu took a pen and wrote it down. After hanging up the phone, he directly added Hu Jie's WeChat. Soon the two of them became WeChat accounts. Soon after adding each other on WeChat, Hu Jie sent all the accounts to Su Xiaoyu. Without saying a word, Su Xiaoyu immediately transferred the money to him. The total amount was 520,000 yuan, and the leading amount was wiped out by Hu Jie. Of course, the system also gave rebates because the money was spent reasonably, and Su Xiaoyu did not give the money to others indiscriminately. As for whether the cost of the chef's trip was worth 500,000, it was entirely up to people to decide. 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door of Su Xiaoyu's house. There were a total of 4 people standing outside the door. The leader was a blonde woman wearing a chef's uniform. She had a very pretty face and a hot body. Even wearing a chef's uniform, it couldn't hide her good figure with all the right curves. This woman is Ono Midori, the invisible chef of Sushi Naoki Restaurant, a beauty born in the capital of the island country. After Ono Midori accepted Hu Jie's request, she was actually very angry because she had never gone out to cook for other people. After all, it was not as simple as just making a trip. All the ingredients and seasonings had to be brought with her. There were even equipment that the guests did not have at home, so she had to bring them from the kitchen herself, which was very inconvenient. But when Hu Jie told her that Su Xiaoyu was willing to pay 500,000 yuan for her going out expenses, she immediately agreed. Although 500,000 is not high, it is not a small amount compared to his annual salary of 2 million. You can get a quarter salary just for cooking a meal out, which is a sky-high price. She had never received such a high price before. Since the other party was so generous, why would she disagree? So, Xiao Yelu appeared at the door of Su Xiaoyu's house, and the 3 people who came with her were all delivering food. They were carrying 2 large boxes in their hands, which were full of food. It can be seen that the preparations were very thorough. But Amelia Su paid a total meal fee of 520,000 yuan, so how could they not be well prepared? At this time, after hearing the doorbell ring, Su Xiaoyu immediately opened the door. Seeing the door opened, Ono Midori and his men walked in. When they saw how luxurious the house was, they were all shocked. The 2-story duplex, branded decoration, furniture, crystal chandeliers, etc. immediately caught their eyes. Chapter 8888, 5-Star Chef Ono Midori. Of course, Ono Midori is better off. After all, she is the 5-star chef of Sushi Naoki Restaurant, and her annual salary is as high as 2 million, so naturally she has broader knowledge. But the three people behind her who were delivering the food were simply stunned where they were, because Su Xiaoyu's house was so luxurious. Of course, this was actually nothing. After all, when Su Xiaoyu entered her room for the first time, her reaction was not much different from theirs. So at this time, Su Xiaoyu didn't care about their reactions at all. Just because Su Xiaoyu doesn't care doesn't mean Ono Lu doesn't care. After all, they are here representing the Sushi Naoki Restaurant, so they cannot lose face. Cough, cough. So she immediately coughed twice. It was because of Ono Midori's dry cough that the three people behind her came to their senses, and then they straightened their bodies one by one to ease the embarrassment. Seeing this, Xiao Yelu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then she smiled and looked directly at Su Xiaoyu. Very politely, he asked, "Are you Mr. Su?" "Yeah." Su Xiaoyu nodded kindly. Su Xiaoyu saw everything Ono Green did just now. To be honest, Su Xiaoyu was very satisfied with Ono Green's appearance before, but his current satisfaction comes from Ono Green's adaptability and ability to handle things. "Okay," Ono Midori responded. The next moment he greeted Su Xiaoyu directly. "Hello, Mr. Su. We are sent by Sushi Naoki Restaurant to prepare lunch for you. I am Ono Midori, the 5-star chef of Sushi Naoki Restaurant. These are my assistants. I am very happy to serve Mr. Su." Ono Midori's Chinese isn't very good, but there's no problem with basic communication. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. The kitchen is over there," Su Xiaoyu said. The next moment he pointed directly to the kitchen. Ono Midori glanced towards the kitchen and immediately replied, "It's not hard for us to serve Mr. Su. Please wait a moment, Mr. Su. I will prepare a rich lunch for you." As Ono Midori spoke, she directed the three people behind her to deliver the ingredients to the kitchen, and then she started to work busy in the kitchen alone. Su Xiaoyu was not in a hurry. He just sat on the sofa and waited slowly. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours were gone in the blink of an eye. At this time, you can directly see that the dining table in the living room is filled with various exquisite dishes. These are the signature dishes of Sushi Naoki Restaurant, including black truffle and sea urchin rice, Kumamoto oysters, tamagoyaki cake, prawns, scallops, etc. I have to say that the Sushi Naoki Restaurant is well known for what it is. Just one look at Su Xiaoyu's appetite was immediately aroused. Su Xiaoyu immediately sat down at the dining table. As for Ono Midori, to be honest, she was in a daze at that time. Yes, she was in a daze, because the man in front of her was not only rich, but also very handsome, which simply stunned her. At this time, Su Xiaoyu didn't know that Xiao Yelu was stunned by his gaze. Moreover, after having the experience of eating in a high-end hotel, when he saw all kinds of exquisite dishes placed in front of him, he didn't start to devour them immediately. Although he was very hungry, he was a rich man now, and he cared very much about his own temperament. So Su Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Miss Ono Green, please help me get that bottle of red wine over there." "Oh, okay." Ono Midori was a little flustered. After all, she was distracted just now and stared at the other person in a daze. So she immediately hurried to get some wine for Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu ate the meal very slowly, which took nearly an hour. Su Xiaoyu really enjoyed herself this time. Not only did she enjoy the delicious food, but she was also served by beautiful women. After all, Ono Lu was quite attentive during Su Xiaoyu's meal. And because of this, Su Xiaoyu was even more satisfied. After the meal, Su Xiaoyu sat comfortably on the leather sofa. At this time, Xiao Yelu came to Su Xiaoyu's side. "Mr. Su, are you satisfied with this meal?" "Well, satisfied, quite satisfied." However, Su Xiaoyu nodded and said directly that he was indeed very satisfied with the meal, but he paused when he said this. Ono Midori frowned, wondering if he had done something wrong. Ono Green didn't say anything. She waited for Su Xiaoyu to continue. Su Xiaoyu smiled immediately. "If Miss Ono Midori can stay here and serve me, I will be even more satisfied." Xiao Yelu was stunned for a moment, and then she came back to her senses after a while. "Mr. Su, I don't know what you mean by this." A hint of blush appeared on Ono Midori's face. Seeing this expression, Su Xiaoyu immediately knew that this foreign girl must have thought wrongly, so at this time he immediately coughed dryly. "Miss Ono Midori, are you willing to stay and be my personal chef?" "Oh." After hearing this, Ono Midori was more or less disappointed. She immediately said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. Ono Midori looked at Su Xiaoyu with an extremely serious face. Su Xiaoyu was stunned when she heard it, but then he smiled. I can double your annual salary. As soon as these words were spoken, Ono Midori took a breath. The annual salary doubled, which is a full 4 million. Of course she was tempted. Wasn't the reason she worked as a chef in Sushi Naoki's restaurant to make money? So when she heard Su Xiaoyu offer such a generous treatment, she was naturally tempted. Well, Miss Ono Midori, I think you should agree to me now. Su Xiaoyu naturally heard the sound of Ono Green taking a breath of cool air just now. So at this time, Su Xiaoyu asked calmly, Are you kidding? He doesn't believe that there is anyone who would not be tempted by it. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I really can't agree to your request. Ono Green still rejected Su Xiaoyu. Of course, to be honest, Onoi Lu was indeed tempted by the salary offered by Su Xiaoyu, but she did have her own concerns. To be more precise, Onoi Lu did not dare to agree to it at all. Because once she agreed to Su Xiaoyu, it would mean that she would breach the contract with Sushi Naoki Restaurant. And once she breached the contract with Sushi Naoki Restaurant, she would face a high amount of breach of contract compensation. The penalty for breach of contract is as high as 10 million. Chapter 89-89. Why do you refuse? For Ono Midori, 10 million is 5 years' annual salary, which is enough to kill her. Even though Ono Midori's current annual salary at Sushi Naoki is 2 million. You have to remember that she has only been working at the restaurant for less than 3 months, so she simply cannot afford the high breach of contract compensation. Obviously, this is impossible. After all, it is 10 million, not 1,000 yuan, so she naturally cannot agree to Amelia Su. And precisely because of this, the corners of Su Xiaoyu's mouth suddenly curled up. This is quite interesting. There are people in this world who are not moved by money. Is this possible? Su Xiaoyu asked Xiaoya Lu again. Miss Xiaoya Lu, can you tell me why you rejected me? Of course, if you think the salary I offer is too low, or if you simply don't want to be my personal chef. No, that's not the case. I just didn't expect that. Before Su Xiaoyu finished her words, Ono Lu just shook her head, which made Su Xiaoyu confused. At this time, Ono Midori said directly, Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to be your personal chef, nor is it that the salary you offer me is too low, but because if I agree to you, I will directly face a high amount of breach of contract compensation. After Ono Lu said this, she immediately felt relieved. After all, she had been struggling with whether or not to tell Su Xiaoyu. This was her own business and had nothing to do with Su Xiaoyu. But now that Amelia Su asked about it, it would be okay for her to say it. Of course, the main reason is that Ono Lu really wants to be Su Xiaoyu's personal chef. After all, the annual salary is as high as 4 million, which is really tempting. Is that so? Su Xiaoyu fell into deep thought after hearing this. It seems that he did not consider this matter carefully. After all, he did not expect that Ono Midori had a contract on her shoulders. But if you think about it carefully, Sushi Naoki is a world-famous restaurant. It is not easy to get into work here. Even if you get in, you will definitely be bound by many rules and regulations. Especially for a chef like Midori Ono, you must sign a relevant contract. Otherwise, the day will come when the chefs suddenly quit, and the restaurant will suffer a huge loss. Amelia Su asked directly, How much is your high breach of contract compensation? 10 million. Ono Midori replied, 10 million? Actually, it's not much. Su Xiaoyu said calmly. This time, Ono Midori was stunned. What does he mean by this? Is he going to help me pay for this huge amount of breach of contract compensation? Unable to believe it, Ono Midori immediately asked tentatively, Mr. Su, do you want to help me? That's right, but before he could finish his words, Amelia Su interrupted her directly and said to her with a smile, If I agree to help you pay this high amount of compensation, do you have no other reason to refuse me now? No more. No more. After hearing what Su Xiaoyu said, Ono Lu immediately shook his head, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Rich people are indeed domineering. Su Xiaoyu smiled. Okay, tell me your card number, and I will transfer the money to you now. After hearing this, Ono Midori hesitated. What? You still don't want it? Seeing that Zai Yelid seemed like he didn't hear what she said, Su Xiaoyu immediately became speechless. What's going on with this foreign girl? I am willing to pay you a high amount of breach of contract compensation, but now you are still hesitating with me. Of course, at this moment, Su Xiaoyu is still a little angry. Are you kidding me? Oh no, Mr. Su, the main thing is that you transfer the money to me now. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with your money? That's right. Ono Midori explained immediately. Haha, after hearing what Xiao Lu said, Su Xiaoyu immediately laughed. Then you can definitely try it. But I want to remind you that since I dare to transfer the money directly to you, do you think I will still be afraid that you will take my money and run away? Su Xiaoyu knew in her heart that this was impossible. After all, it was such a huge sum of money. Of course, the reason why Su Xiaoyu is so naive is, firstly, because Su Xiaoyu really wants to hire Xiao Yalu to be his personal chef, and secondly, every consumption of Su Xiaoyu will receive rebates. Now Xiao Yalu's annual salary is 4 million, plus the high breach of contract compensation of 10 million, all of which are considered consumption, because every penny is not given for free, and they are all necessary to spend. That's why Su Xiaoyu was so straightforward in helping Ono Green pay the high amount of breach of contract compensation. Okay, then I'll go back and resign right away. Ono Lu felt that Su Xiaoyu would not be afraid of her running away, so she gave her card number. Okay, I just want to have a good time. After transferring the money to Ono Green, Su Xiaoyu asked Ono Green to go back and process her resignation. Ono Green had just left when Su Xiaoyu's phone rang the next moment. I picked up the phone and saw that it was the staff at the post station calling. Su Xiaoyu raised the corners of her mouth. It seems that all my furniture, appliances, etc. have arrived. Su Xiaoyu immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Su. Soon a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Xiaoyu hummed and responded. Hello. Mr. Su, your items have been delivered to you by our exclusive deliver man and are almost at the gate of your community. So I'm calling you, Mr. Su, mainly to ask if you are at home now because we need you to sign for it in person. I understand. I'm at home now. Just ask them to send it in. Su Xiaoyu said. Okay. Shortly after hanging up the phone, the doorbell of the room rang. Su Xiaoyu opened the door. 3 men in suits appeared in front of me, and they had already started moving things upstairs. Hello, Mr. Su. We are here to deliver the goods to you. Can we put these directly in the living room? A man in a suit stepped forward and asked Su Xiaoyu very respectfully. Su Xiaoyu nodded and responded. How about this? I will be the one in charge, and you will be the ones to release it. I will do the final sorting myself. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Okay, Mr. Su. In the following hour, they moved all kinds of things, big and small, into the room, some in the living room, some in the bedroom, and some on the second floor, all according to Su Xiaoyu's plan. Finally, Su Xiaoyu transferred 1,000 yuan to each of them as a token of gratitude, and the 3 of them were extremely excited. Thank you, Mr. Su. If there is no problem, please sign it. The man in the suit continued to speak respectfully. Chapter 9090. Everything is ready. At the same time, he directly handed a receipt to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu first took a look at the acceptance form, then immediately took it and signed her name on it. After taking back the acceptance form and pen, the man in the suit said goodbye to Su Xiaoyu and left. Producer. All the things at home are ready. In the afternoon, Su Xiaoyu will take a good look at the relevant content of the room layout. These things are also what Su Xiaoyu is eager to know. However, after he opened Douyin, he immediately recommended many videos on home furnishings, how to make it look better, how to save more space, and all aspects are considered very thoughtfully, just tailor-made for him. Same. Su Xiaoyu swiped over it lightly and found that the next video was still of the same type of content. None of the female anchors who were on the edge last night could be seen. He couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that he had wrongly blamed Douyin. The data they recommended was indeed based on his own preferences. Before recommending the borderline video, Su Xiaoyu did watch Yao Xiuxiu's live broadcast, and he took the initiative to enter his live broadcast room, instead of relying on the system to push the stream. This inevitably made the system think that he liked to watch female anchors. When Su Xiaoyu wanted to buy furniture a few days ago, all the recommendations on TikTok are furniture, electrical appliances, and the like. If you think about it this way, everything makes sense. After watching many videos and arranging the flowers, I felt that each one had its own reason. So Su Xiaoyu chose one of the duplex houses whose owner was also in Shanghai. She copied all the arrangements according to his video and was busy until 17:30 in the afternoon before she finished everything. Overall, the effect is quite good. Su Xiaoyu himself sleeps in the room downstairs. He doesn't want to run up and down the stairs every day, so he sleeps upstairs with his children. They also set up a gym, a small bar, and a pet room. The overall area is not very large. An audiovisual room occupies a large area upstairs, and there is basically no space on the second floor. Downstairs is a standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The living room and kitchen are quite large, and the 2 bedrooms are not small either, but the living room is not very big. It is mainly designed to suit the living habits of young people today. When friends and relatives come over, young people will go to the audiovisual room upstairs to watch movies and sing songs if they have nothing to do. Older people will sit in the living room to chat, watch TV, or go to the kitchen to get something to eat and drink. It was getting late. Su Xiaoyu had agreed to have dinner with Yao Xiuxiu in the evening, so it was time to set off now. At this time, Su Xiaoyu was already taking her car keys and mobile phone, preparing to go out. At the same time, in another community, Yao Xiuxiu was slowly putting on makeup at home. Yao Xiuxiu was seen sitting in front of her dressing table with a happy expression on her face. She was wearing her favorite clothes, which cost her nearly half a month's salary. The top cost 2,500 yuan, the shoes cost more than 2,000 yuan, the skirt cost more than 1,000 yuan, and the bag cost more than 800 yuan. Although it was only a few thousand yuan, Yao Xiuxiu had just started working and her salary was not high. Except for the more than 30,000 yuan salary that Su Xiaoyu paid for him when she bought him a house last time, the rest were only 8,000 or 9,000 yuan. Maybe this is not a good dress for rich people, but a working girl like Yao Xiuxiu regards this dress as a treasure and only wears it when attending important occasions. Obviously, she has attached great importance to this date. There is no young girl nowadays who does not love beauty. The requirement for going to work is that she cannot dress up too glamorously and can only put on light makeup, so Yao Xiuxiu's beauty is seriously concealed. In fact, her makeup has a great impact on her appearance. With different makeup on her face, she can transform from an ordinary girl into a character beauty. I have to look beautiful today, Yao Xiuxiu said to herself. After putting on makeup, Yao Xiuxiu went out. When she arrived at the gate of the community, she saw a black Maybach S680 parked on the side of the road, which seemed to have just arrived. Yao Xiuxiu walked towards the car and asked with a smile, "Hi, is this Mr. Su?" The car window was rolled down, and an extremely handsome face appeared inside. That's right, it was Su Xiaoyu. When he saw Yao Xiuxiu, he immediately opened the passenger door, asked her to get in, and asked with a smile, "I almost didn't recognize you today. You were so beautiful." Yao Xiuxiu blushed when she was praised and immediately smiled shyly. "Really? Thank you, Mr. Su, for the compliment." Su Xiaoyu started the Maybach and drove towards the main road, then asked, "You invited me to dinner. Where are you going?" "You haven't told me yet," Yao Xiuxiu said. "Actually, I just want to date you. Anywhere is fine, and the many gifts you gave me were actually meant to save me, and they were impulse purchases, so what I'm actually planning on doing today is..." Su Xiaoyu's car suddenly stopped, and she turned to Yao Xiuxiu and asked, "Wait a minute, what did you say about impulse buying?" Yao Xiuxiu interrupted Su Xiaoyu again. "No, Mr. Su, listen to me first. I know you couldn't stand that big devil teasing me, so you swiped so much money. I'm going to return this money to you. Deduct the part that the platform takes, and there is still 15,000 yuan left. There is nothing I can do about it, because the platform also takes a cut." Amelia Su didn't even listen and directly objected. "You don't have to pay me back for this money. I won't take it because this is the reward I gave you willingly. Is there anything wrong with this?" Yao Xiuxiu was stunned for a moment. She probably guessed that Su Xiaoyu would definitely not take the money, but she didn't know how to repay Su Xiaoyu. "A meal would not cost much money. You'd better take it, otherwise I will feel bad." Su Xiaoyu shook her head, checked jianping.com on her phone, and looked for nearby restaurants, ignoring Yao Xiuxiu. But Yao Xiuxiu kept saying, "If you don't want money, can you let me do something for you? As long as I can do it, just ask me. Otherwise, I really won't be able to do you a favor." Did you hear that, handsome boy? Finally, Su Xiaoyu found a restaurant and turned to ask, "How about going to this green wave gallery?" "Anywhere is fine." Yao Xiuxiu looked at Su Xiaoyu and said, "Don't worry, I don't want your money. I will definitely let you do something else. Let's go eat first. Let me warn you, this restaurant is not cheap." Su Xiaoyu started the car immediately. Su Xiaoyu's driving skills now are completely different from when she first met Yao Xiuxiu. Yao Xiuxiu was also shocked when she saw it. "Wow, you drive really well now, much better than you did back then." Chapter 91. Bad Habits. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Of course, this is all thanks to you." "Nonsense, what credit have I got? It's because you are smart and have coordinated hands and feet." Yao Xiuxiu responded with a smile. In fact, at this time, Yao Xiuxiu had some strange thoughts deep in her heart. Su Xiaoyu is so young, only 31 years old, handsome, rich, good-tempered, and has good character. Most importantly, she is still single. Any girl would have some ideas about this. Although she didn't know what kind of girlfriend Su Xiaoyu wanted to find in the future, Yao Xiuxiu felt that she could try her best. Maybe he doesn't like those peerless beauties, but prefers girls like me who are a little pretty but a little ordinary because it's safe to take such girls out. How are your recent performances? Have you placed any orders? Su Xiaoyu asked. Everyone knows that real estate sales can only place a few orders in a month, but once an order is placed, it will take half a month. So Su Xiaoyu wanted to know if Yao Xiuxiu still had any orders after she didn't buy a house there. Yao Xiuxiu said, yes, there is one order this month, which is for buying a villa. Last month, there were several orders for renting houses. Overall, it's not bad. That's amazing. How much does the villa cost? Su Xiaoyu asked curiously. 100 million, said Yao Xiuxiu. Su Xiaoyu turned her head and looked at Yao Xiuxiu in surprise. Where is the villa? 100 million. So expensive. Yao Xiuxiu smiled happily. But this is shared by several people in our company. I only got more than 20,000 yuan, and the one who got the most was our manager, who got more than 40,000 yuan in commission. 20,000 is not a small amount. No wonder you are willing to treat me to a meal. I must give you a good meal today. Su Xiaoyu deliberately teased Yao Xiuxiu. Yao Xiuxiu knew that Su Xiaoyu said this on purpose, and she didn't care much. Sure, if you are willing to kill me, you can kill me he. What does this mean? Amelia Su was stunned for a moment. Why was he reluctant to part with Yao Xiuxiu? Did Yao Xiuxiu think that he had fallen in love with her? But when he thought about it this way, the logic was very smooth. After all, when Yao Xiuxiu said that she wanted to transfer the 15,000 yuan to Su Xiaoyu, Su Xiaoyu directly refused. If he was willing to kill Yao Xiuxiu, he would not refuse the 15,000 yuan. Sure enough, she is very smart and knows how to read people's expressions. Su Xiaoyu followed Yao Xiuxiu's words and said, you are really smart and can see through everything. Don't worry, I will treat you to this meal. Yao Xiuxiu immediately disagreed. No, I have to treat you. I said I came here to thank you. How can I let you treat me? Su Xiaoyu said, you asked me to find a restaurant by myself, so it's my treat. I have a habit. If someone else invites me to dinner, I will never go to find a restaurant. Yao Xiuxiu was simply impressed by Su Xiaoyu, a rich man. Rich people's habits were really strange, but she was a little confused. I really don't understand how good you are. This habit of yours is very bad. Don't you know? If you meet those people who like to take advantage of small opportunities, won't you be the one who treats them every time? That's my own business. I won't be that stupid. After arriving at the Green Wave Gallery, Su Xiaoyu went straight to the waiter and asked for a seat for two. When it came to ordering food, Su Xiaoyu handed it directly to Yao Xiuxiu. Since he started living the life of a wealthy man, Su Xiaoyu has seen too many big restaurants and high-end restaurants. Almost as long as he wanted, he could go to luxurious restaurants for 3 meals a day, but that would be too boring. It's still pretty good to go there once or twice occasionally, just like now. At noon, Su Xiaoyu ate a lot of big dishes made by Xiao Yilu. His appetite was actually not very big at the moment. In addition, he had been doing fitness and body shaping for 2.5 months and had developed a habit of being very self-disciplined in eating. Green Wave Gallery is a very famous restaurant in Yu Garden. Since she was here, Su Xiaoyu didn't plan to come for nothing. After seeing Yao Xiuxiu's order, Su Xiaoyu directly gave the menu to the waiter. Waiter, it's ready. But Yao Xiuxiu suddenly asked for wine. Would you like to drink some wine? She deliberately didn't order any wine just now, just to see what Amelia Su meant, who knew that after Su Xiaoyu took the menu, she just looked at the dishes and immediately handed it to the waiter. When the waiter heard Yao Xiuxiu's question, he stopped immediately because he saw a car key on Amelia Su's seat and thought that Amelia Su was going to drive and didn't drink, so he didn't ask just now. Seeing that Yao Xiuxiu was so proactive, Su Xiaoyu no longer refused because he hadn't had a nightlife for a long time. In this situation, knowing that he was going to drive, he still deliberately asked for wine, which obviously meant that he didn't plan to go home at night. Can you drink it? I don't care. Su Xiaoyu pretended to ask. Yao Xiuxiu knew that Amelia Su had understood what she meant. If she didn't get drunk, how could Amelia Su have a chance? So Yao Xiuxiu readily agreed to Su Xiaoyu. I'm going to rest tomorrow anyway, so it's okay to drink as late as you want tonight. Okay, waiter, bring us the best wine here. Su Xiaoyu said this habitually. But the waiter was simply stunned, because the best wine they had was the 2000 Lafite, which was worth 30,000 yuan, but he didn't know how ordinary this price was to Su Xiaoyu. Sir, the best wine we have here is Lafite 2000, which is of great commemorative value for the millennium, worth 30,000 yuan. Su Xiaoyu said nonchalantly. Take one bottle first, and if we don't have enough to drink later, we can add more. Yao Xiuxiu looked at Su Xiaoyu in amazement. She didn't know whether Su Xiaoyu didn't hear the price clearly or what was going on. She bought a bottle of wine for 30,000 yuan, just like buying toilet paper. She had no expression at all. She was afraid that something would happen. But the next second, the waiter asked the question Yao Xiuxiu wanted to ask. Sir, are you sure? This wine is worth 30,000. Regardless of whether the customer is happy or not, the waiter will ask a second time. If the customer really did not hear the price clearly, there will be a big trouble when checking out. The store has been to the market several times because of this matter. So every waiter here is well trained and must be extra careful. And Su Xiaoyu repeated the waiter's words. 2,000 la fight, worth 30,000 yuan, not 3,000, nor 300. I heard it clearly. Go get it. This way, the waiter felt at ease to get the wine. 30,000 yuan for a bottle of wine. You can't waste money like this. Yao Xiuxiu whispered to Su Xiaoyu after the waiter left, as if a girl was teaching her boyfriend a lesson for spending money lavishly. Chapter 92. We are just about the same age. But Amelia Su didn't care about this little money at all, because he got a rebate for every purchase. It's okay, isn't it that we finally came out to eat in such a high-end place? Of course we have to be more grand. Do you remember when was the last time we went out to eat? Of course I remember, but we are all very busy. There are endless things to do at work every day. There is nothing we can do. Yao Xiuxiu expressed helplessness. After a minute, a waiter brought the wine over, respectfully placed it on the table, and said, Sir, this is the rule here. Wine worth 30,000 yuan must be paid for before tasting. Please understand, this situation is no longer surprising. Su Xiaoyu is eager to consume first because this way the rebate will come faster. Okay, how do I pay? While Su Xiaoyu was talking to the waiter, several young customers next to her also looked at Su Xiaoyu. Because Su Xiaoyu looked about the same age as them, and they were eating in the hall instead of the VIP room, so they thought Su Xiaoyu could not afford a bottle of wine that cost 30,000 yuan. But now Su Xiaoyu paid without hesitation, which surprised these customers. It turns out that he is just about the same age as them, but his financial strength is far superior to theirs. They have to admit defeat. The waiter took out a special QR code for payment, which was branched out from the cash register and was specifically used for customers with large orders to pay in advance. After showing the QR code, Su Xiaoyu scanned the code and paid without waiting for the waiter to speak, all in one go. After paying, the waiter was about to leave, but Amelia Su immediately stopped her again. Wait a minute. The waiter immediately stopped and asked in confusion, Sir, is there anything else I can help you with? Could you please book me a hotel nearby for two? Just a 10-minute walk away. Su Xiaoyu explained, I didn't want to drink today, but if I drink, I won't be able to go home at night, you know. The waiter was stunned. The hotels nearby did have cooperative relationships with their hotel, so they could book a room with just a phone call. However, they were afraid that there might not be enough rooms. Let me go ask. It might be difficult. Based on my experience, there are really no rooms available in nearby places, but there might be rooms further away. Then it should be within a 15-minute walk, and you don't have to worry about which room it is. As long as I can book one, I want the presidential suite. Su Xiaoyu made her words very clear, which relieved the waitress's psychological pressure. After hearing this, the waiter felt much more relaxed and immediately agreed. Okay, I'll do it right away. Sure enough, the waiter immediately booked an excellent room for us, which was located inside Yu Garden. It was called Kwai Lu and cost 50,000 yuan per night. The room was very luxurious, slightly inferior to the presidential suite, but it was also the highest-end suite they had. Now that the accommodation for the night has been arranged, Su Xiaoyu and Yao Xiuxiu can eat with peace of mind. Osmanthus cake, boneless treasure duck, crystal shrimp, crab roe crisps, some vegetables, mushrooms and other ingredients, white rice. It is very rich and ceremonial. Their seats were right next to the window, and the two of them ate and drank while enjoying the night view outside. It felt so good. The wine and food were almost ready. Yao Xiuxiu was half drunk, while Su Xiaoyu was relatively sober. Both of them could still walk normally. Under the guidance of the waiter, they went to the room they had booked in the quick building. The lighting in the room is soft and very beautiful. As soon as you enter, you can immediately feel the flavor of the last century. The ancient customs of the Magic City come to life on the paper, as if one were living in that chaotic era, and it was this atmosphere that made Yao Xiuxiu hug Su Xiaoyu so quickly. She kissed him directly, and Amelia Su lost her balance and fell directly on the bed. A few minutes later, Yao Xiuxiu let go of Su Xiaoyu, looked at Su Xiaoyu with blurry eyes and said, Mr. Su, no, it's Brother Xiaoyu. I gave you my first time. You know, without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Is this considered a reward? Su Xiaoyu did not agree directly. Yao Xiuxiu had already started to undress. And when she found that Su Xiaoyu did not push her down in a hurry, Yao Xiuxiu was surprised to wake up. Am I not beautiful? You are very beautiful, Su Xiaoyu replied. Then why don't you come over? Yao Xiuxiu obviously paid more attention to the sense of ceremony than Sun Yin. She cared more about what Su Xiaoyu thought of her rather than a mindless vent. Su Xiaoyu actually likes girls like Yao Xiuxiu very much. If it was a few months ago, when he had not become rich yet, and wanted to marry a girl, it would definitely be someone like Yao Xiuxiu. But now that she has become a rich man, he can't talk about marriage so early, otherwise he would let Yao Xiuxiu down. So he had to make it clear now to avoid getting entangled later. After all, Yao Xiuxiu didn't look like the kind of girl who could be very open. I like you very much, but I don't want to date now. To put it bluntly, I will meet many excellent girls in the future, so I can't hurt you. You are different from other female anchors. Yao Xiuxiu understood what Amelia Su meant, but she was still willing to give Amelia Su. It's okay, I know who knows how to fall in love now. Do you know what you are doing? Su Xiaoyu asked back. I know it very well. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu finally understood why it was so difficult for poor people to find girlfriends. It was because girls would rather be hurt by rich men than be with poor people. A girl like Yao Xiuxiu is already honest enough. She doesn't care if Su Xiaoyu is with other women in the future, let alone a girl with a more open mind. This results in a situation where there are fewer girls and more boys, and the remaining ones are migrant workers with extremely simple minds and low education. They are generally easier to deceive and are deceived by boys to go home to get married and have children when they are around 20 years old. They basically have no ability to distinguish and will go with whoever treats them well. If you are a step late, they will have no chance to make a move. In that case, come on. Half an hour later, the lights were turned off and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. After getting up the next morning, Yao Xiuxiu didn't regret it at all, but now she was more attached to Su Xiuyu. Are you still shopping today? Su Xiuyu said. No more shopping. I have things to deal with when I go back today. Okay then, I'll go play with my best friends. Yao Xiuxiu was very conscious not to disturb Su Xiaoyu. She didn't ask Su Xiaoyu if she needed help because she didn't invite her. Chapter 9393, Can't Enter the Community. Then you should be careful and don't tell anyone about our affairs? Su Xiaoyu reminded. Yao Xiuxiu nodded sensibly. She knew that this kind of thing should not be known to other people in the company. I understand, Mr. Su, but if you don't find a real marriage partner, I will at least be one of your girlfriends, a denominator. Of course. I won't say anything else. I will make your performance the best in your company. I believe it won't take long, Su Xiaoyu said. The reason why he is so confident is mainly because there are more and more people around him now. Whether they work in his home or in Huashing Technology Company, most of them will buy a house and settle down in Shanghai in the future. This is the basic bottom line for Su Xiaoyu to do business. If you already have such a powerful consumer rebate system, and those who work hard with you still have to rent a house to work, wouldn't that be a joke? The system will be unhappy when it sees it. Yao Xiuxiu just listened and didn't take it seriously. Okay, then thank you in advance. Okay, I'll go back first. Are you going to go directly to your girlfriend's? Su Xiaoyu picked up her mobile phone and car keys and prepared to go out. Yao Xiuxiu followed him out, saying as she walked. Yes, I'll go to the U garden in front to wait for them. There are quite a few people. Just like that, after the two separated, Su Xiaoyu went home. When I got home, a warm feeling came over me. First, Su Xiaoyu went to the bathroom to take a shower, then turned on the TV in the living room and watched a movie. At this time, Su Xiaoyu's phone rang. Come closer. I'm about to melt. I want to take you for myself. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu reluctantly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Rong Wenyin. Soon a girl's voice came from the phone. Su Xiaoyu was stunned, not knowing who the other person was. Mr. Su, I'm the servant you summoned. We are almost there. Rong Wenyin explained it immediately. Oh, it's you. Come here. I'll open the door for you right away. Su Xiaoyu got up and prepared to open the door. Rong Wenyin explained for a while. Mr. Su is not like that. I mean, why can't I see you guys? Su Xiaoyu had already looked downstairs through the window, didn't see anyone, and didn't ask any more questions. No, we are here, but we didn't enter your community. I am now stopped at the gate of the community. Rong Wenyin, who couldn't get in, started explaining again. Su Xiaoyu was stunned. Su Xiaoyu really didn't expect that Rong Wenyin was actually stopped at the gate of the community. But on second thought, this seems very normal. Su Xiaoyu now lives in a high-end residential area, and not everyone can come in casually. It was natural and reasonable that Rong Wenyin and the others were stopped at the entrance of the community. Okay, I got it. Wait there for a moment, and I'll solve it for you. Su Xiaoyu said. Okay, okay. After saying that, Amelia's Su hung up the phone. He immediately called the community's property manager, Yulanlan. The property management had already gone to work at around 9 o'clock, so when the property manager Yulanlan saw Su Xiaoyu calling her body immediately straightened. The next moment, she immediately pressed the answer button and asked respectfully, Good morning, Mr. Su. Do you have anything to tell me? Yes. Su Xiaoyu nodded and said directly, Manager Yu, this is the case. I have hired a housekeeper and a few servants. They are about to come to my house today, but they are now at the gate of the community and can't get in, so please help me solve this problem. Oh, is that so? Okay, Mr. Su, please rest assured. I will handle this matter right away. After hearing this, the community property manager Yu Lanlan immediately agreed. Just kidding. Of course, she was very happy to be able to serve a rich young man like Su Xiaoyu. Besides, this was also within the scope of her job, so she naturally had to go and handle it in person. Okay, thank you for your help, Su Xiaoyu said. You're welcome. It's my honor to serve Mr. Su. At the entrance of the community. At this time, you can directly see two beautiful girls and an aunt standing here. At this time, they all looked at the security guard at the door with a pleading look on their faces. Security brother, please let us in. We are really here to be servants. Yes, I'm here to be a babysitter. You see, we've been standing here for a long time, so just let us in. Yeah. Hey, what's the matter? Why don't you believe me? They kept talking, while the two security guards who were surrounded by them felt ashamed and helpless. To be honest, if you could let them in directly, the two security guards would be eager to let them in. The key point is that this has not been clarified yet. Whether things are really as they say, how can we let it go? If something goes wrong, who will be responsible? So the two of them were really helpless. Just then, a woman in her 40s dressed in a standard black suit came here. The two security guards shouted to the manager, Our manager is here. They immediately walked out of the encirclement. Manager Yu, you are finally here. The two security guards came to Wang and greeted him. What's going on? Yulanlan asked with a frown. From a distance, she saw two security guards surrounded by 3 or 4 women. It's like this, Manager Yu. They came here early in the morning and wanted to enter our community. They said they were here to work as servants and nannies for a homeowner named Su Xiaoyu. We originally wanted to call you, said the security guard. But before he could finish his words, Yulanlan looked directly at the group of girls and said, You are all going to Mr. Su's house, right? Yes. When Rong Wenyin and others heard this, they immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, then everyone come with me. I'll take you there. With that, Yulanlan took Rong Wenyin and others inside. The two security guards were dumbfounded for a moment. They really came to be Su Xiaoyu's servant and housekeeper. Wow, it's indeed a high-end residential area. Even the environment is much better than that of ordinary residences. The two security guards didn't know whether they would be able to afford a house here in their lifetime. Rong Wenyin and others followed Yulanlan in. To be honest, the last time they came, it took them a long time to find Su Xiaoyu's home. This time, under the leadership of Yulanlan, the 3 women arrived at Su Xiaoyu's door in a mighty manner. Chapter 94, First Day of Work. Mr. Su. Seeing Su Xiaoyu standing at the door at this time, Yulanlan immediately trotted up and called out respectfully. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Thank you, Manager Yu. Mr. Su, you don't have to be so polite. It's my duty to serve you. Well, Mr. Su, if you don't have any other instructions, I'll leave first. Yulanlan just left. Rong Wenyin and others walked straight in and started looking for things to do in the room. Today was their first day at work, so they had to perform well to leave a good impression on their boss. After all, this boss is so handsome and young. In addition to Rong Wenyin, there is another equally beautiful girl named Yuna who works as a maid here. They both have stars in their eyes. They have just graduated from college, and to be honest, these girls are a little naive. Okay, everyone follow me. As soon as Yulanlan left, Su Xiaoyu showed a harmonious smile like spring breeze and looked at Rong Wenyin and others. So handsome. He looks even more handsome when he smiles. My little heart can't take it. What a great boss. Following behind Amelia's Su, Rong Wenyin and Yuna felt all kinds of happiness in their hearts. The last time they came, they were only able to move around in the small space of the living room, and there was nothing in the room at that time. This time, it was completely complete, and after seeing other places in the room, they were immediately stunned. The environment here is so good. I want to work here in the future. They were really excited. Quickly, under the leadership of Su Xiaoyu, they went around all the places and returned to the living room. Okay, everyone find a seat and sit down. Su Xiaoyu said to everyone. Okay, boss. Rong Wenyin and others replied. They immediately sat next to each other on the sofa. Looking at them, Su Xiaoyu nodded. Let's all get familiar with each other first. Let me introduce myself first. I am Su Xiaoyu, the owner of this house, and I will be your boss from now on. Hello, boss. Rong Wenyin and others shouted. Hello, boss. My name is Rong Wenyin. I'm 23 years old, and I just graduated from Magic City University. Please take care of me in the future. Hello, boss. My name is Yuna. I'm 22 years old, and I just graduated from East China University of Science and Technology. Please take care of me in the future. Hello, boss. My name is Dai Dongli. I am 45 years old, and I only have a junior high school education. I will do my job conscientiously and conscientiously. After introducing ourselves, everyone has formed a preliminary impression of each other. After all, we will all be working here in the future, so we must get to know each other first. Yuna and Rong Wenyin are both university graduates, and the universities they attended are not bad schools. Both are 211 undergraduates, but they chose to work at Su Xiaoyu's house, which is a great trust. Su Xiaoyu will not let them down, let alone embarrass them in front of other classmates. Those classmates who graduated from university, whether they go to Fortune 500 companies or become senior executives in foreign companies, their salaries may not be higher than those of Rong Wenyin and Yuna. I've already said what I should say during the last interview. Today I'm just chatting with you all briefly, especially you two, who graduated from a 211 university. You come to work here, and I will not let you lose face in front of your classmates. As for salary, you are just starting out. Next month, when you are familiar with the work, your salary will go up. Just work hard here and don't feel any psychological pressure. Su Xiaoyu immediately dispelled their concerns. Yuna and Rong Wenyin were both stunned. This was something they had been worried about for the past 2 days. Now that the boss said so, they were relieved. Thank you, boss. What specifically do we need to do? Yuna asked. Yes, boss. What exactly do we do? Rong Wenyin also asked. Seeing this, Amelia Su glanced at them and immediately said, Actually, your job is very simple. You just need to clean my room. At this point, Su Xiaoyu paused, and then he looked directly at Rong Wenyin. You two are relatively young, and you are college graduates, so your work is heavier. Not only are you responsible for daily life, but you also have to manage daily reception, because I often have guests in my house. We also have security guards and bodyguards to protect you, so you can rest assured of your safety. I don't want to see my room messed up. To put it simply, I don't want to manage anything in this room. Do you understand? I understand, Rong Wenyin replied. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Then he looked at Dai Dongli and said, Aunt Dai, do you have any other ideas? If not, that's it. Dai Dongli shook her head. I'm fine, boss. Okay. Seeing how you are, I think you should be willing to work for me, so from now on, Rong Wenyin, boss, I'm here. From now on, you will be responsible for their daily life and manage other people's work. Su Xiaoyu said, Okay, boss. The rest of you have to follow Rong Wenyin's arrangements, understand? No. Although there were only Dai Dongli and Yuna in front of them, the security guards had actually started work a long time ago, and their work was also under the command of Rong Wenyin. Zhang Qin was Su Xiaoyu's housekeeper and bodyguard when she was out, so he did not have to obey Rong Wenyin. Well, very good. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Then he said, By the way, since you are working in my room, you can live here. After all, it is convenient, of course. Su Xiaoyu paused here. Originally, when they heard Su Xiaoyu's words, they were so happy. After all, not only could they get a high salary, but they could also live in a room which was simply too good to be true. But it was because Su Xiaoyu paused for a moment that they immediately became nervous and looked directly at Su Xiaoyu. Seeing them all looking at her, Su Xiaoyu immediately smiled and said, Don't be nervous. What I want to say is, if your workability is really too poor, then I will definitely not show mercy, because I will directly fire her. At the end of the speech, Su Xiaoyu's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Are you kidding? He paid so much money. He's not inviting you to have fun. Boss, don't worry. You definitely won't have the chance to fire us. That's it. Of course, I won't give you a chance. Chapter 95. Let's get a passport together. Su Xiaoyu spoke very seriously, but Yuna, Rong Wenyin, and others did not take it seriously at all, because they all had absolute confidence. They have the IQ to get into a 211 university, so can't they even do these little chores in life? Of course, the premise is that Su Xiaoyu does not have a bad temper. Otherwise, they will definitely make Su Xiaoyu bankrupt. After all, Is this job really a piece of cake? That's good. Seeing these girls were very confident, Su Xiaoyu immediately nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Rong Wenyin. Then send me your card number, and I will transfer some money to you. Transfer money? When Rong Wenyin heard this, she became curious. Boss, are you going to pay us in advance? Rong Wenyin was delighted. But unfortunately, before she was happy, Amelia Su said, the reason why I want to transfer money to you is because you need this money to buy daily necessities and life necessities. Do you understand? Ah, Rong Wenyin exclaimed after hearing this. I feel like this is wrong. There's nothing I can do about it. She just made a joke. But he was too stupid. After all, they hadn't started working yet. How could others pay them? Rong Wenyin blushed and sent her card number to Su Xiaoyu, then looked at Yuna and smiled secretly for several seconds. Su Xiaoyu did not hesitate and immediately transferred 1 million to him. In an instant, Rong Wenyin's cell phone text message alert sounded. She turned over the phone screen and was dumbfounded. After a long while, Rong Wenyin said with a look of fear, Boss, you transferred 1 million to me. Why did you transfer so much to me? Did you lose an extra zero? A lot. Su Xiaoyu smiled and didn't care at all. This 1 million is for 1 month's expenses. I will transfer 1 million to you every month from now on. After these words were spoken, Rong Wenyin, Yuna, and others all took a breath of cold air. 1 million a month, damn. How rich does this have to be? In an instant, their eyes widened, and they were lost in their longing for life. Seeing their eyes widened, their eyeballs were about to jump out of their eye sockets. Su Xiaoyu immediately said speechlessly, Okay, don't doubt it anymore. It's just 1 million a month's expenses. Here are the car keys. If any one of you wants to go out to buy something in the future, you can drive directly. If I don't drive, it will be more convenient for you. As Su Xiaoyu spoke, she immediately took out a car key from under the coffee table in the living room and threw it on the coffee table. The Maybach logo on the car key is very conspicuous, and anyone who knows cars can tell it at a glance. Rong Wenyin and others were amazed when they saw it. Isn't this the key to Maybach? The boss actually asked us to drive Maybach to buy things? What the hell? How arrogant are you? The driving was mainly done by Yuna, Rong Wenyin, and the bodyguards, and had nothing to do with the nanny. Rong Wenyin and Yuna were the only ones there at the moment, so they almost fell to the ground because they didn't stand firmly. Su Xiaoyu enjoyed herself in the evening. It was good to have a servant at home. She didn't have to do anything by herself. But now it was too early. Su Xiaoyu was about to go to see a movie when suddenly a notification sounded on her mobile phone. It was a WeChat message. I flipped through the WeChat chat interface and found that it was a message from Huang Yuding. Boss Su, are you asleep? Su Xiaoyu felt that Huang Yuding was becoming more and more tactless in her words. Why would she ask like that? Did she want to sleep with Su Xiaoyu? Su Xiaoyu would immediately reply, What's wrong? Have you got your passport ready? Huang Yuding asked. Amelia Su almost forgot about this matter. If you don't remind me, I will forget it. It's not yet. Have you done it? Huang Yuding said, No. Then do you want to go and get it done together tomorrow? I heard that it can be done at the police station where we live. Sure, I haven't asked yet. Find out the procedure and tell me what to bring. We'll go together tomorrow. Huang Yuding was so happy to see Su Xiaoyu willing to go with her. Okay, I've asked for everything. I'll send you the list. Let's meet at the company gate at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. At 8:30 the next morning, after Su Xiaoyu had breakfast, he drove directly to Zhangqin. Can you drive? Yes, Mr. Su. Zhangqin can indeed drive. After all, he needs to drive when he is in the military. He can drive a commercial vehicle like a villa, an armored personnel carrier, or a self-propelled artillery vehicle. Moreover, Zhangqin's skills were pretty good, so he confidently agreed without hesitation. But he soon thought of something. Didn't Su Xiaoyu give the 2 servants the keys to the car yesterday? So who will be driving today? As expected, Rong Wenyin ran over and said to Amelia Su, Boss, let me drive. Zhangqin is our bodyguard here. Let him protect the family. Su Xiaoyu really hadn't thought about asking Rong Wenyin to drive her there. After all, she was going on a date with Huang Yuding today, and she hadn't finished her housework yet. How could she let her see her out there with all kinds of young ladies? Seeing that Amelia Su didn't say anything, Rong Wenyin started talking again. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely not let your sports car be damaged. Rong Wenyin's face was full of seriousness and affirmation. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu immediately coughed twice. I gave you the car keys, but I'm not afraid that you will drive it out and damage it. That's not what I meant. That's not what I mean. What does that mean? A hint of doubt appeared on Rong Wenyin's face. It's like this, I have a heavy workload today. In addition to driving, I have to ask Zhangqin to do other things for me. You can't sit there. Let's talk about it next time we have a chance. Su Xiaoyu explained. Oh well. After hearing this, Rong Wenyin finally understood what was going on, and she agreed immediately. Su Xiaoyu nodded and immediately threw the car keys to Zhang Qin. Okay, go to the garage and drive your car. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Okay, Mr. Su. In the car. Mr. Su, where are we going now? What important matter is there? Zhang Qin asked. Go get a passport. I said that on purpose. Su Xiaoyu explained. Only then did Zhang Qin finally understand Su Xiaoyu's intention. He actually didn't want Rong Wenyin to drive, and it was just a lie he made up on purpose. He must be going to play with some girl, and he couldn't let the girls at home see it. Go to the company first and pick up Huang Yuding. Sure enough, it was exactly what Zhang Qin thought, but as a man, he also understood Su Xiaoyu's thoughts and did not ask any more questions. Soon, Zhang Qin drove the Maybach S680 towards the office building of Huashing Technology. Chapter 9696. What is your relationship with him? At the same time, at the entrance of the park where Huashing Technology is located. At this time, you can directly see that there is a convertible sports car parked, and there are many roses arranged around the convertible sports car, forming a whole circle. It is morning rush hour now. Office workers have just arrived at the company, but have not yet started preparing for work. They just happened to see this scene and came over to watch the fun. So there are a lot of people coming and going in the park. Su Xiaoyu and the others found a place to park the car, and when they came out, they saw them talking about something. Wow, is this someone trying to confess their feelings? What do you think? This formation is a confession, right? Oh yes. Whose is this? A convertible sports car and roses are so romantic. Let's go, I'm sore. You are so jealous. Why don't you take a look at your own appearance? Su Xiaoyu didn't know which company this was from, and she didn't think it had anything to do with Huashing, so she sent a message to Huang Yuding directly. I'm here, just wait for me at the door. It didn't take long for Huang Yuding to reply after the message was sent. Okay, I'll be right out. Meanwhile, only a moment had passed. Two very beautiful stories appeared at the entrance of the park. Here she comes. Our heroine is here. Wow, it's her. I know. She's Huang Yuding from Huashing Technology. Look, she's dressed more beautifully today than usual. So, did she dress up on purpose? She's a smart person. She knows that someone is going to confess to her, so she dressed up like this. Yes. It must be, that's right. Among these two extremely beautiful figures, one of them was Huang Yuding, who had just come down from the company's office building and was walking towards the park gate. The other one is her good friend, Jiang Xinyue. Although Jiang Xinyue's appearance is not as good as Huang Yuding, she is still a beauty after all. The reason why Huang Yuding brought her along was because he didn't want the atmosphere to be so awkward when he was with Amelia Su. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense and all eyes were on them. But they seemed to have gotten used to it. Almost everyone in this park knew Huang Yuding. She was very beautiful and could almost be considered the most beautiful girl in this park. So they didn't feel any discomfort, and the two of them came to the door talking and laughing. The next moment, a confession voice rang out. Ting Ting, I like you, will you be my girlfriend? Then you can see a young man in a white suit, holding a large bouquet of bright roses in his hand, kneeling down on one knee and looking at Huang Yuding affectionately. This person is a small boss named Zhao Zishuo, also known as Brother Shuo. Promise him, promise him, promise him. When this scene suddenly appeared, the spectators around who didn't know what was going on immediately started to make a noise. Huang Yuding was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became angry and said to Zhao Zishuo, Zhao Zishuo, are you done yet? Didn't I tell you clearly? I don't like you. That's right. Tingting has already said that she doesn't like you anymore. Why are you still clinging to our Tingting so shamelessly? Zhao Zishuo, do you still have any shame? Jiang Xinyue also echoed. Then she grabbed Huang Yuding and walked away. Tingting, let's ignore him. Having said that, the two of them walked straight over. But unfortunately, just as the two of them took a step, a burly man in a black suit appeared in front of them. Zhao Zishuo, what on earth do you mean by this? Do you still want to snatch the bride? Jiang Xinyue was suddenly blocked by a burly man in a black suit. She became furious and started yelling at once. But before she could finish her words, Zhao Zishuo scolded her. Jiang Xinyue, I'm not going to bother you for Tingting's sake. If you continue to stir up trouble, I'll make you pay. You. Jiang Xinyue was furious, but she was helpless. Zhao Zishuo is a rich second generation after all. If he really wants to make Jiang Xinyue look good, then it would be very simple. And for a moment, Jiang Xinyue really didn't know what to do. As a grown man, you are actually threatening beautiful women. Are you still a man? However, at this moment, a very inappropriate voice came directly over. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Is this going to be a scene where a hero saves a beauty? They wanted to see who this person was who dared to ask whether Zhao Zishuo was a man. Hey, why haven't I seen this person before? Who is he? How come I haven't seen him before? Isn't he from Huashing Technology? But he's so handsome. Yes, he is really handsome. He's handsome, but he's just stupid. I know this guy seems to be an employee of the technical department of Huashing Technology. Doesn't he know that Zhao Zishuo is not easy to offend? Is this going to be a good show? That's right. That's right. I heard that Zhao Zishuo's family is in the building materials business, and they have a lot of thugs under them. Is this a problem? No way. Isn't this brother finished? Teacher Su Xiaoyu's handsomeness did indeed charm many people, and precisely because of this, they began to worry about Su Xiaoyu. After all, that was Zhao Zishuo, a wealthy second-generation man, and not everyone could offend him. At this time, Huang Yuding had already recognized Su Xiaoyu, and she immediately shouted, "Boss Su, is this person confessing his feelings to you?" Seeing Amelia Su coming, Huang Yuding knew that she could definitely get out of the predicament. After all, Amelia Su was accompanied by a man, so Huang Yuding became a little shy. Yes, I'm so annoyed. When Zhao Zishuo saw this scene, he knew that Huang Yuding must have a relationship with Amelia Su. Otherwise, why would Huang Yuding be shy when she saw him again? Okay, Huang Yuding, you damned woman, no wonder I've been chasing you for so long, but you didn't agree to it. So you're looking for a wild man? All of a sudden, a surge of anger surged into Zhao Zishuo's heart. He felt like there was a green hat hovering over his head. He immediately yelled at Huang Yuding. Huang Yuding, tell me, who is he? What is your relationship with him? Unfortunately, Huang Yuding ignored him at this time and immediately pulled Jiang Xinyue to Su Xiaoyu, looking anxious. Boss Su, let's go quickly. I feel a little uncomfortable with so many people looking at me. Of course, the reason why Huang Yuding behaved like this was because he didn't want Su Xiaoyu to offend Zhao Zishuo. After all, Zhao Zishuo's identity as a rich second generation was clearly there. Chapter 9797, Confession Failed. Being watched by so many people was really uncomfortable. Jiang Xinyue immediately realized what Huang Yuding said, so she agreed. Okay, let's go. Seeing that Huang Yuding and Jiang Xinyue both had the same attitude, Su Xiaoyu shrugged her shoulders, looking indifferent. Besides, he disdained a conflict with someone like Zhao Zishuo because he didn't take Zhao Zishuo seriously at all. However, just as the three of them were about to leave, Zhao Zishuo spoke directly. Boy, did I ever tell you to leave? Suddenly, the burly man in black suit who had just stopped Huang Yuding and Jiang Xinyue immediately stood in front of Su Xiaoyu. Seeing this situation, Huang Yuding and Jiang Xinyue immediately felt worried and afraid. It was obvious that they were going to fight. Huang Yuding was ready to stop them immediately, but before she could say anything, Su Xiaoyu sneered, then turned around with a stern look in her eyes. Do I need your permission to leave? Once these words were spoken, there was a strong smell of gunpowder. However, Zhao Zishuo was stunned at this time because Su Xiaoyu's eyes at this time were a little scary, but he quickly came back to his senses. If you dare to bluff me, I'll kill you. Bear! Zhao Zishuo was about to give an order to the burly man in the black suit to break Su Xiaoyu's limbs. Unfortunately, he had just said a few words when a male voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Su, what took you so long? You're just picking someone up? Hearing this, Zhao Zishuo's face changed immediately. The voice was strong and powerful, as if it was a private bodyguard. Could it be that Su Xiaoyu in front of him also had a private bodyguard? In fact, Zhao Zishuo had just had such an illusion because the look that Su Xiaoyu had just projected was the kind of look that only the legendary super upper-class people had. Otherwise, did he really think that Zhao Zishuo would be stunned for no reason? Are you kidding me? How is this possible? Now he was completely stunned because after seeing him in person, he was extremely handsome and strong, and his aura was more than 10 times stronger than that of the bear next to him. Zhao Zishu knew very well in his mind that any wealthy and powerful family would hire bodyguards from a legitimate bodyguard company rather than the free-range thugs like his Zhao family. In terms of professionalism, the bodyguards trained by the company have all undergone rigorous field training. If a fight breaks out, Xiongzi will definitely not be Zhang Qin's match. It's a bit unexpected, Su Xiaoyu said. Just now, when Su Xiaoyu was parking the car, she made an agreement with Zhang Qin that if he didn't go there for a long time, he would come directly to find Su Xiaoyu. What's going on? Is someone looking for trouble? Zhang Qin looked at Zhao Zishuo and Xiong Zi beside him, who didn't look like good people. Zhao Zishuo was a little nervous in his heart, but he was still stubborn in his words, because he has always been very concerned about his reputation. If he was scared by a 30-year-old guy who called for a helper here, wouldn't he lose all his face? Who are you, and what does this place have to do with you? Zhao Zishuo asked Zhang Qin ferociously. Zhang Qin immediately said, I am Mr. Su's personal assistant. My name is Zhang Qin. Oh, it's Mr. Zhang. Nice to meet you. Zhao Zishuo tilted his head and pretended to be polite, but in less than 3 seconds his face turned fierce. It's really hard for you to be a personal assistant to this Mr. Su. As far as I know, Su Xiaoyu is just a technical employee in Huashing Technology. How much can he pay you per month? What? Mr. Su is a technical employee of Huashing? How come I don't know any other working person who can buy 2 10 million houses and a Maybach worth more than 4 million? At this time, someone in the crowd spoke for Su Xiaoyu. These people are all employees of Huashing Technology. They are arguing with each other, and no one is willing to give in. Don't always live in your own circle. Take a look at the outside world, Mr. Zhao. Your Zhao family's internet connection is down? Amelia Su has taken over Huashing Technology and become the new boss. Did you know that? Hearing everyone's criticism, Zhao Zishuo didn't take it seriously at all. Didn't he just not understand the situation? Didn't he just not know that Su Xiaoyu had become the new boss? But what impact does that have? Huashing is not a big company. It is just a small enterprise engaged in AI, artificial intelligence. It has no strength to compare with the Zhao family's industry. So Zhao Zishuo said with a smile, I accepted a company that is about to go bankrupt. Your President Su is really rich, ha 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 ha, but even if you were the boss of Huashing, Zhao Zishuo, still don't take you seriously. What's wrong? You want to be a hero and save the beauty. You have to get past my thug Xiongzi first. Su Xiaoyu has always trusted Zhang Qin's skills, but he has never seen his strength with his own eyes. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and today is a good opportunity. So he said to Zhang Qin, leave it to you. Zhang Qin understood what Amelia Su meant and immediately walked to Zhao Zishuo, saying expressionlessly, you are Zhao Zishuo. Mr. Su has made it very clear just now that the girl doesn't like you. We will leave now. If you stop us again, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Zishuo looked at Zhang Qin in shock. I am confessing my love to Huang Yuding here. How can it bother your boss, Su? You can leave, but you must keep Huang Yuding here. After saying that, seeing that Zhang Qin had no intention of leaving, Zhao roared at Xiongzi. What are you still standing there for? Just grab him. The burly man in the suit ignored Zhang Qin's attempt to stop her and went straight over to grab Huang Yuding. Huang Yuding was so scared that she quickly hid behind Su Xiaoyu. And there was another Zhang Qin in front of Su Xiaoyu. With 2 lines of protection, Huang Yuding was temporarily safe because Xiongzi. He couldn't even get past Zhang Qin. Xiongzi looks a little taller than Zhang Qin, but the two are about the same strength. The most important thing is that the one is professionally trained and the other is a self-taught one. The two are totally not on the same level. Xiongzi couldn't force his way through and watch Su Xiaoyu and Huang Yuding get into their car. Xiongzi is a smart man. He would not hit anyone in order to snatch Huang Yuding, and there was no need for Zhang Qin to do anything. So the two sides were pulling each other here, which gave Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuding, and Jiang Xinyu the opportunity to escape. Only after Su Xiaoyu, Huang Yuding, and Jiang Xinyu entered the Maybach did Zhang Qin turn around and follow them. Xiongzi couldn't stop Zhang Qin at all. He knew that even if he called 2 or 3 more people over, they would not be able to stop him, so he gave up. Zhang Qin got into the driving seat of the car in full view of everyone, and Zhao Zishuo and Xiongzi didn't dare to say a word. Chapter 98, Yumei Club. When the door of the Maybach was closed and they drove away, Zhao Zishuo pointed at Xiongzi's forehead and cursed. You bastard, are you a blockhead? Why didn't you stop him? Xiongzi explained. I tried to stop him just now, but I am no match for him and couldn't stop him. It looks like Zhang Qin has received professional training. You didn't even fight with him. How do you know you are no match for him? Why are you so cowardly? Zhao Zishuo said angrily. Xiongzi was speechless. If a fight breaks out, I will be the unlucky one. How can I fight if he doesn't do it? Zhao Zishuo glared at Xiongzi angrily, feeling extremely unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. There was really no need for them to suffer this loss. At this point, it was clear that Zhao Zishuo's carefully planned confession plan had failed, so he had no choice but to remove his things and leave the scene. The people watching the fun were also talking about it, feeling particularly disappointed. They were supposed to see a big battle, but in the end, No one on either side dared to start fighting, so they missed the show and had to go to work with frustrated faces. Now I just need to wait for the visa and passport to come out and fly to NVIDIA as soon as possible. During these 10 days, Su Xiaoyu has nothing else to do. When Xiaoye Lu comes to work, the family will be officially complete. After they are settled, I will go back to pick up my parents to live with me. The things for Su Xiaoyu's parents' house will arrive tomorrow morning. He has already communicated with the post station in advance and will deliver it at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Huang Yuding and Zhang Xinyue were sitting in the back seat of the Maybach S680 at the moment, chatting with Su Xiaoyu about what had just happened, while Zhang Qin was concentrating on driving in the front. After a brief introduction, they all knew that Zhang Qin's identity was Su Xiaoyu's assistant, but this was only in name. In fact, he was just a bodyguard. His task was to protect Su Xiaoyu's safety, and he was very skilled. Huang Yuding asked, Zhang Qin, you want to go to the United States with us, right? Don't you want to apply for a passport? While driving, Zhang Qin replied, I've already got my passport. Oh, that's right. For a profession like yours, passports and visas are inevitable. Have you applied for visas from many countries? Not many at the moment, because there are few opportunities to go abroad. Mr. Su's job here is my first decent job. Zhang Qin has spent so much time with Su Xiaoyu that he is no longer so restrained when dealing with girls. Zhang Xinyue asked again, where did you work before? I used to be a bodyguard in other people's homes, but I felt that there was no future in it. The salary did not meet my requirements, so I left. Mr. Su is the only one who offered me a salary higher than I expected, so I will definitely do my best to protect Mr. Su's safety, Zhang Qin said with emotion. After talking so much at once, Zhang Qin felt like he was no longer himself, especially when he was in such close contact with a girl. Su Xiaoyu continued, I can't just leave the task to Zhang Qin alone. We still need to recruit a few more bodyguards in the later stage. If we meet the right person when we go to the United States this time, I will accept him directly. The car drove for less than 20 minutes before arriving at the gate of the Exit and Entry Administration Department of the Public Security Bureau. When the uncle in the hat saw Su Xiaoyu's car, he knew that the visitor was not simple, so he was very polite to them and simplified the process as much as possible, and it was completed quickly. After getting the passport, one had to wait a week before applying for a visa, so Su Xiaoyu and the others went back directly. At noon, they had lunch in the mall, and then went back to their respective homes to see their mothers. Su Xiaoyu went straight back to his parents' house, because the goods were to be delivered in the afternoon, and he was responsible for making arrangements and receiving the guests. The decoration style of this house is a little different from Su Xiaoyu's own, and it is more suitable for middle-aged and elderly people to live in. Su Xiaoyu looked at the layout of the room while thinking about how to place things. The kitchen is not as big as Su Xiaoyu's, because Su Xiaoyu's mother usually cooks for herself, and she basically makes home-cooked meals without too many requirements. By the way, thinking of this, Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the last time she dug out Ono Midori at Sushi Naoki's restaurant, and it seemed that she suddenly stopped moving forward. Su Xiaoyu added Xiaoye Lu's WeChat at that time, so she opened the chat window and sent a message to ask, Miss Xiaoye, last time I asked you to come and be my personal chef, you agreed and said you would go back to resign, but you haven't responded yet. Are you encountering any difficulties? After sending the WeChat message, there was no response. An hour later, Ono Midori replied, Mr. Su, I'm afraid I can't go to your place. Why? Su Xiaoyu asked. The little donkey said sadly, I just found out that our former company, Yamei Company, signed me to the Sushi Naoki restaurant. Now, even if I am willing to pay the 10 million penalty, the people at Yamei Company will not let me leave. Su Xiaoyu was a little confused. It was obviously Ono Lu who signed the contract herself. So how did a company suddenly appear? Isn't she a free person? What era is this? It's outrageous that people are still trying to control people's freedom. Ono Midori explained. When I signed the contract, it was between me and the restaurant, but I didn't expect that this restaurant and Yamei Company were part of the same company, so now there's nothing I can do about it. Su Xiaoyu said that she would never let go of such a beautiful chef. She said that there are many people who could be a private chef, but most chefs are men, especially bald and greasy men. But that kind of man, not to mention that girls don't like him, even Su Xiaoyu, a man, can't get along with him, so it's better to hire a young lady. At least she is clean and pleasing to the eye. So Su Xiaoyu immediately asked, what is this Yamei Club? Yamei Company is a media company I signed with before, which is the same as your Chinese media company. I also post videos on YouTube and have a lot of fans, so I signed with Yamei Company. I didn't expect that Yamei Company is actually a shareholder of the restaurant. Now I have breached the contract and can't leave, unless I don't want my video account anymore. When Su Xiaoyu heard this, she became numb. But now, if she chose to be a private chef for Su Xiaoyu, she would have to give up the video account with 10 million fans, and that was a YouTube account. Except for China, it was not very popular, but people in the island countries and European and American countries watched it, and the income was considerable, at least 5 million a year. So after comprehensive considerations, Ono Midori still did not dare to offend the people from the Yame company. How much do you earn from the video account per year? Su Xiaoyu asked. Ono Midori replied, when it's low, it's 5 million, and when it's high, it's about 7 million. Chapter 99. Breaking the contract again. Su Xiaoyu said directly, transfer all your accounts to Huaxia country and start a new account. I will invest in you, and when you succeed, we will split the profits 50-50. Ono Green was a little surprised. She was not ready to create a Huaxia account because she knew that the largest short video platform in Huaxia was Douyin. She had tried to create a Douyin account before, but failed miserably. She couldn't even get 100,000 followers and later gave up. Now Su Xiaoyu has rekindled her hope of creating a Douyin account. Inevitably, she is a little unconfident. She said, Mr. Su, if I can make it, would I not do it? I started creating Douyin as early as 3 years ago when I entered Huaxia and started working, but it didn't work. Now I only have 90,000 followers. This number of followers basically has no monetization ability. I can only make a few thousand yuan a month at most, and I won't update it. After hearing this, Su Xiaoyu quickly stopped Xiao Yelu from speaking. Your previous account will be invalidated. Now I will invest in you to create a new account. You must believe that with the same strength. If you are unlucky, you will not be able to create a successful account. With my help, your account will definitely become a level with tens of millions of fans again. Su Xiaoyu was not exaggerating when she said this. After all, Ono Green has 10 million fans on YouTube, so 10 million fans on Douyin is even more of a problem. You have to know that China has the largest population on the entire Earth. Even if you add up the populations of the island country, the United States, and European countries, it is only a tie with China. And Ono Green's account must have more fans only in the island country. It is impossible for him to have so many fans overseas. According to the proportion, Ono Green has 10 million fans on YouTube, and he should have 20 million fans on Douyin. That's right. Su Xiaoyu will do her best to help Ono Green create a Douyin account with 10 million to 20 million fans. In this way, she can move directly to China to make videos. At the same time, she can cancel the old YouTube account with 10 million fans and open a new YouTube account, which will not reduce the number of fans. Su Xiaoyu continued to tell Xiao Yelu about her thoughts. You can cancel the account with tens of millions of fans and create a new one on YouTube. It won't be too bad. You have to know that the fans see you, not Yame Company. In China, there are also many conflicts between bloggers and the big investors behind them. Many of them ended up parting ways unhappily, but they created new accounts under their own names and are still living well, so you don't need to have too much pressure. Ono Midori still felt a little uncomfortable because she felt that her popularity was not entirely due to herself, but was driven by the capital of the Yame Company behind her. But the Yame Company has also helped me a lot. The reason why my account was able to rise was also due to their help, wasn't it? Amelia Sue asked calmly. Then let me ask Miss Ono, who gets the most when the account makes money? Ono Midori. This kind of grateful mentality is understandable. It is indeed true. If Ono Midori had made videos by herself, she would not have had tens of millions of fans now. However, Asia America Company did not help Ono Midori for nothing. They took a large part of the profits. Ono Midori took 3 million, and Asia America Company took at least 20 million. Thinking this way, Ono Midori no longer felt any guilt. Yes, the company took more. Isn't that right? Do you think they're training you? Actually, they are not. They can support anyone they want. There are many people with extraordinary abilities in this world. Without you, Yame Company can immediately look for the next target. Su Xiaoyu said. After hearing these words, Ono Midori came to her senses completely. She felt that she could not leave the Asia American Company and could help the Asia American Company make money. It would be inhumane if she broke the contract and left. However, in fact, she was just one of the many money-making tools of the Asia American Company. One more or one less would not make a difference. Okay, Mr. Su, I promise you, you help me create a Douyin account, and we don't have to split the profits 50-50, 30-70 will be fine, 30 for me and 70 for you. Ono Green made up his mind and went straight to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu said slowly, do you think you got too much? No, before, the profit split between Yume Company and me was basically 19:1. 1 for me and 9 for them. I feel like I'm making a lot of money with 37:1. Ono Midori explained. Su Xiaoyu still insisted on her decision and would not change it. No need, it's 50 to 50. My investment knowledge is in the early stage. Your account needs my help in the early stage. You think 30 to 70 is fair. When your account really grows, my investment will not be so important at that time. I will do nothing, and you will work hard every day to operate your own account, and I will get more money than you. Will you still think it is fair? Without waiting for Xiao Yilu to answer, Su Xiaoyu answered herself. You won't. It's impossible to defeat willfulness. Don't rush to express your opinion, because it's not time yet. I'm not greedy. I'll split the profit with you 50 to 50 in the early stage. When you have more than 10 million fans, we'll split the profit 80 to 20. You get 80 and I get 20. After hearing what Su Xiaoyu said, Ono Lu was shocked. She had never seen such a conscientious entrepreneur and investor. Are all investors in China like this? Then she was simply wasting her life at the Yamei company before. Why didn't she meet Amelia Su earlier? Ono Midori immediately said excitedly, Mr. Su, I really regret not meeting you earlier. I've been taking detours in China for the past few years. What should I do next? I will listen to you in everything. Su Xiaoyu said calmly. Do you need compensation for the termination of your contract with Yamei Company? I will pay for it for you as well. Ono Midori was already very embarrassed. So how could she ask Su Xiaoyu to pay the penalty for breach of contract? She shook her head and said, the penalty is not much. I paid it myself. I can't let Mr. Su pay it. You have helped me a lot. If you hadn't suddenly appeared and asked me to be your private chef, I might never understand that I was used and exploited. Seeing that Xiao Lu trusted her so much, Su Xiaoyu not only did not blame her for causing her to break the contract with the two companies, but also felt that this was a relief, so she stopped forcing her. Well, if you can solve it yourself, that's fine, but if you have any difficulties, you can still come to me. I'm always here. Okay, I can handle it myself, Mr. Su. Please rest assured, Ono Midori said. Su Xiaoyu then began to arrange the following matters. Then you should terminate the contract between the two companies immediately. If you need me to take action on Sushi Naoki's matter, just notify me. I'm free these 2 days. Ono Midori was very grateful. Okay, then I will definitely deal with it as soon as possible.